Perfect formation? Seeing his old friend losing his composure, Hall Master Sai was baffled. He had heard of confinement formation, illusion formation, beguilement formation, spirit gathering formation, but he had never heard of a perfect formation before. Just like with painting and pills, there are different tiers to a completed formation as well. Even when setting up the same formation, how can the might of a formation set up 2-star formation master compare to that of a 5-star formation master? Suppressing his confusion, guild leader Zhang began to explain. Hall Master Sai was taken aback. Even with formation plates of the same grade, everyone hoped to buy one inscribed by a higher-ranked formation master as their craft tended to be more stable and powerful. The same applied for pills as well. Those forged by higher-ranked apothecaries tended to be of higher quality and thus possessed greater medicinal effectiveness. The difference between formations mainly lies in how much they complement the environment and how much energy they can borrow from the surroundings. Seeing the incomprehension on Hall Master Sai's face, Guild Leader Zhang explained, formations that reach a synchronization rate of 20% with the environment are termed as initiate. A formation of this level can be successfully activated to do whatever it is intended to do. Only when one can prepare a formation of this level can one be considered an official formation master. At a synchronization rate of 40%, the formation will be able to borrow a portion of the energy from the surroundings to augment the might of the formation. At this level, one's understanding of the formation can be considered to have reached intermediate tier. As a 4-star formation master, I can still easily reach this level when setting up a grade 2 formation. Going on, at a synchronization rate of 60%, the environment and formation can be considered to be complementing one another already. This is also what we call a high-tier formation. Occasionally, while I am setting up a grade 1 formation, I can reach this level. Then, at a synchronization rate of 80%, it wouldn't be wrong to say that the environment is what that is driving the formation. Just like conscious spirit tools, a formation of this level is able to tap into the natural energy contained in the surroundings to create hurricanes, storm, trap beings, and leave them in distress. After saying that, Guild Leader Zhang's lips turned pale. Even if you can break out of a formation, can you break out of your environment? Hall Master Sai was stunned. One can walk out of a formation, a room, a courtyard, but everywhere one stood was the environment, so how could one walk out of it? How could one overcome it? Upon comprehending this level, even formation masters would find it hard to break out of the formation once trapped. Wait a moment. Upon recalling something, Hall Master Sai's body trembled and his eyes widened in round circles. He stared at Guild Leader Zhang in disbelief and asked, "That's just a synchronization rate of 80%. What about 100%? Indeed, it's exactly what you're thinking. It's known as the perfect formation." There was a slight quiver to Guild Leader Zhang's voice as he said, "It perfectly harmonizes with one's environment such that when it's in a dormant state, it won't cause any disturbances to the surroundings, thus giving rise to the term absence of ripples. However, the moment it is triggered, the environment will be completely changed. The formation will become the environment, and the environment is the formation. Try thinking about it. How can cultivating in a spirit-gathering formation compare up to cultivating in a natural environment? It was just like an air conditioner. No matter how comfortable the temperature was, it still couldn't compare to the warmth of spring. Using just formation flags and core to change the environment, legend has it that only formation masters of 6-star and above are capable of such a feat. At this point, even Guild Leader Zhang himself was in disbelief. A while ago, this fellow before him didn't even know that spirit-gathering formation plates didn't exist in the Formation Master Guild, and yet, in the next moment, he set up a formation that only 6-star formation masters were capable of, a perfect formation. Am I insane, or is the world going mad? There had never been such a happening in the history of the guild. Perplexed, the voice of the young man sounded. You can sell the spirit-gathering formation flags, core, and blueprint to me now, right? The formation that Xianxia had just prepared was the most basic type of spirit-gathering formation. It wasn't capable of extracting spiritual energy from the spirit stones to fuel his consumption. To do so, a formation of at least grade 4 was required. Of course. Guild leader Zheng nodded his head stiffly. If a person who was capable of forging a perfect formation was unqualified to purchase those items, then wasn't him even more unqualified? May I know, what is Xianxia's formation master rank? After agreeing to the matter, Guild leader Zheng hesitated for a short moment before asking. While it was a known fact that only 6-star formation masters were capable of preparing a perfect grade 2 formation, some of the top-notch geniuses were able to do so as well. The person before him hadn't even reached transcendent mortal realm yet so clearly, it was impossible for his rank to be too high. Even so, he wanted to know the other party's exact ranking so as to determine how he should treat him. Formation master? I've never taken the examination before, so I can't be considered as one. Xianxia shook his head. It was just a moment ago that he started learning about it so naturally. He had never taken any examination of that sort before. You aren't a formation master? Guild leader Zheng's mouth twitched and his body swayed feebly. Putting aside how other party was able to set up the formation so swiftly, the formation even reached such a high tier, and yet, the other party wasn't even an official formation master? Where in the world did this monster come from? He was a 4-star pinnacle formation master, but in terms of speed, he couldn't match up to the other party at all. And naturally, he couldn't prepare a perfect formation either. May I know if Xianxia is willing to participate in our guild's examination? A thought flashed through guild leader Zheng's mind and his eyes lit up in desire. There were countless branches under a headquarters. If the other party were to take the examination here, he would be considered as a genius of Honghai City. If the headquarters were to hear of it, they would definitely reward the Honghai City Formation Master Guild handsomely. Sure. Xianxia nodded in agreement. It didn't matter to him where he took the examination. In any case, to advance through the ranks of a master teacher, he needed more supporting occupations. Formation Master was considered as one of the most influential occupations of the upper 9 paths. It would be for the best if he could become an official member of this group. Great! I'll make preparations now then. Upon hearing the other party agree to it, Guild leader Zheng smiled in excitement. As for the spirit-gathering formation's formation flags, core, and blueprint, once you pass the examination, there will be no need for you to buy them. I can simply give you a set. The Formation Master Guild operated in a similar manner to the Apothecary Guild. It was extremely difficult for a low-ranked member to access content beyond their level. He would have to clear many authorizations first. However, if one's rank had reached the prerequisite, one could take it away straight even without payment. All right. Upon hearing that he could be spared from his expenses, Xianxia hurriedly nodded his head. Even though he wasn't lacking in spirit stones now, he felt that he should save as much as possible, especially since he would require a humongous amount of spirit stone to achieve breakthroughs. Several 10,000 spirit stones might be a huge fortune to other cultivators, but to him, it might not even be sufficient for him to reach Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan. Thus, he felt that he should save as much of it as possible. What is the format of the Formation Master Examination? Xianxia asked. He felt that he should at least ask properly before taking the examination. Just like the Master Teacher Examination, there were many variations to the Formation Master Examination. Depending on the branch itself, the requirements may differ. It was just like how in Tianwu Kingdom, the examination content to becoming a 1-star Formation Master was to successfully set up a Grade 1 formation. As a prosperous city of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, the examination here might be slightly different. The examination of our branch is indeed slightly unique as compared to the other branch. It is slightly more difficult and it is known as the Sea of Formations, Guild leader Zheng said. Sea of Formations? Xianxia frowned. The Sea of Formations refers to the multitude of formation that countless formation masters of the guild have left behind throughout the years. Upon entering it, one could meet with a formation of any kind. The condition for success is to break out of the formation one is trapped in. There is a total of 4 stages and each stage corresponds to formations of Grade 1 to Grade 4 respectively. If one passes the first stage, one will be qualified as a 1-star Formation Master, and if one passes the second stage, one will be qualified as a 2-star Formation Master, so on and so forth. Guild leader Zhang explained. I see. That's indeed more difficult than setting up formations. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Setting up a formation and breaking out a formation was just like ascending and descending from a mountain. It was easy to ascend a mountain, but descending a mountain was fraught with many difficulties. While setting up a formation, one just had to identify the correct attributes and position the formation accurately in order to succeed. But to break out of a formation, considering that one would be within the formation, it would be hard for one to get an overview of the situation to discern the type of formation. If one were to make a lapse of judgment, it would be extremely easy for one to make a fatal mistake. It's indeed a little difficult. However, if one possesses a deep understanding of formations, it won't be a problem at all. Guild leader Zheng chuckled. Oh, even though there are innumerable formations contained within the sea of formations, if one can accurately determine the type, name, and life gate of the formation quickly, breaking out of it would be much easier than setting up a formation. But regardless of which examination it is, be it the setting up of a formation or the sea of formations, one has to possess an in-depth understanding of formations first. Otherwise, it will be impossible for one to pass the tests. After explaining, Guild leader Zhang looked at the young man before him and said, Since Xianxia has never taken the Formation Master examination before, you should start from the Grade 1 formations to get used to it first. This way, you can accumulate some experience such that you won't panic when meeting with formations of higher grades. Zhang Xian nodded. Then, after a moment of hesitation, he asked, But before that, I would like to pay a visit to the library. Even the most formidable formation that he had gathered via the Library of Heaven's Path was only of Grade 2 at the moment. If he wanted to go further in the examination, he would have to browse through more books. You wish to browse through some books? That's fine as well. Xiao, take Xianxia to the library. It has been long since anyone has challenged the 4th stage of the Sea of Formations, so it'll require some preparation time anyway. Guild leader Zheng chuckled. He didn't think about the other party's request to browse through books much. It was natural for formation masters to request for access to books to enhance their knowledge. He also frequented the library himself to look up unique formations so as to expand his horizons. Yes, the young man Xiao nodded. Xianxia. Zhang Xian was led away by the young man, leaving Hall Master Sai standing in a daze on the spot with widened eyes. Weren't you here to buy formation plates? How did it turn into you taking the Formation Master examination? That was an upper 9 paths occupation, one of the top occupations of the continent. To take the examination so abruptly, it was almost like how he challenged the harmonious stream of flowing goblets previously. Old Zheng, how far do you think Xianxia can go in the examination? He couldn't help but turn to guild leader Zheng. I have no idea how many stages he can clear, but given how he's able to set up a perfect 2-star spirit gathering formation so easily, his understanding of formations can only be above mine. In other words, even at worst, he's at least of 4-star pinnacle or perhaps even 5-star. Guild leader Zhang said with a grim expression. 4-star pinnacle? 5-star. Hall Master Sai was shocked. When he first met Xianxia, he only thought that the other party was formidable in appraising, but even so, that was more than sufficient to awe him. Never in his dreams did he expect the other party to be so knowledgeable in formations as well, to the extent of surpassing even his old friend. To possess such knowledge and capability at his age, how in the world did he manage to do it? That's right. However, the sea of formations isn't easy. It'll be hard for those inexperienced to pass the examination. All I hope is for him to clear more stages, so that another genius can rise from our branch. Guild leader Zheng nodded his head. Clear more stages. As he replied, Hall Master Sai's mouth suddenly twitched. A thought popped into his mind. If this fellow were to challenge the Sea of Formations, would it end up just like the Appraiser Hall? Would he cause chaos in the Formation Master Guild as well? The books in the Formation Master Guild were significantly fewer than that of the Appraiser Hall. Almost 70% of the books were for 2-star Formation Masters and below. Having completely comprehended that level, there was no need for Zhang Xian to go through those books once more. As such, it didn't take him long to collect the books. In just 2 hours, he already had all of them duplicated in the Library of Heaven's Path. With this collection, he had sufficient books to form Heaven's Path Formation Art 3 Dan and 4 Dan. Another 2 hours passed, and he finally managed to master them. Rubbing his glabella wearily, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Having collected so many books and cultivated 2 dawn of the Heaven's Path Formation Art, even though his cultivation had already reached half transcension, he still felt slightly faint-headed and his face was ghastly pale. But still, his hard work had brought him great benefits. In terms of knowledge on formation, he still might not be a match for guild leader Zheng, but in terms of setting up formations, the latter was definitely far from a match for him. More importantly, so this is what inscribing a formation plate means. Inscribing a spirit-gathering formation sure isn't easy. With a deep understanding of formation plates, Xianxia finally understood why guild leader Zheng flew into a rage when he told him to finish it within 2 hours. Crafting a formation plate was equivalent to carving a massive formation onto a place the size of a palm. Furthermore, it had to be aligned with the environment. As such, the difficulty of the matter was extremely great. This was especially so for spirit-gathering formations. The timing of half a month that the other party gave was actually truly the fastest speed possible already. It's true that using ordinary means to inscribe a formation plate will be difficult. However, if I were to use the Heaven's Path formation art to do so, it would be much easier. Ordinary formations had to follow the blueprint strictly and ensure that the layout was aligned with the environment, thus making the process incredibly complex and troublesome. A single wrong mark could potentially result in the formation being ruined. On the other hand, the Heaven's Path formation art emphasized on continuity and smooth flow instead. There was more flexibility in it. Thus, using the Heaven's Path formation art to inscribe the same blueprint would be many times simpler than using ordinary means. The preparation of the Sea of Formations should be ready by now. I should go over and take a look. Shaking his head, Xianxia decided to put aside the matter regarding the formation plate for the moment and walked out of the library. Now that he had assimilated the books within the library, his understanding of formations had deepened. It was time for him to try out the Sea of Formations and become an official formation master. The Sea of Formations is just a name. Rather than an actual sea, it's just a long corridor. It is located at the 3rd floor of the Formation Master Guild, and countless formations are set up in the area. As long as one walks into the area, one will be at risk of being confined, beguiled, and even dying. That is because there are all kinds of formation in there, and that includes slaughter formations as well. But there's no need for you to worry. Every single examinee will be given a formation amulet. When you meet with true danger, you just have to crush it and the formation will immediately come to a halt. At the long corridor of the Sea of Formations, a young man gestured to the surroundings as he explained the entire proceedings to his 2 juniors. The 3 of them had come from the same teacher. It was the first time the 2 juniors behind was taking the Formation Master examination, whereas the senior in front was here to take his 2-star examination. At this moment, the 2 juniors were slightly nervous. Their lips had turned white and their palms were soaked with sweat. There's no need to worry. I'll pass the first stage later on to give you all a demonstration of the happenings inside. Remember, the formation which one will undergo is completely random, so my experience is only for reference purposes. You mustn't deal with it the exact same way as I did. Do you understand? The senior said. Senior, rest assured. We'll pay some attention to it. Let's pass the examination so as to not let teacher down. The 2 juniors behind clenched their fists tightly. Good. I'll demonstrate the examination to you all now. Take note, regardless of which formation you meet with, don't be too anxious to get through with it. You must analyze it calmly, as only then will you find the life gate and break out from it. Seeing the humility of his juniors, the senior nodded his head in satisfaction. After which, he turned around and began walking over to the long corridor of the Sea of Formations. Wang. As soon as he stepped in, mist immediately appeared. A formation had been activated, trapping the senior entirely. The first stage of the Sea of Formations, a grade 1 formation. That wall. The duo turned to look at the wall by the side. By the side of the corridor, There was a wall made of special crystal which showed the situation of the one challenging the examination clearly. Their senior's figure was currently reflected on the wall, and at this moment, he was observing the situation around him with his eyebrows knitted together. In order to break out of the formation, one had to decipher the formation first. One had to know what kind of formation it was, where the life gate, death gate, and weakest link were. If one couldn't find these, one would never be able to break out of the formation regardless of how strong one was. Who? A compass appeared in the senior's palm, and he studied it intently with a lowered gaze. After which, he took 3 steps left and 3 steps right, trying to test the formation's reaction. A short period of time later, his eyes suddenly lit up, as though having discovered something. Chuckling lightly, he started walking toward a direction at which he had decided upon. At the same moment, he gathered strength in his palm and struck out. Who? A buzzing sound echoed and the mist disappeared. A figure appeared before the duo again. It was their senior. Did you see that? This is the first stage. As long as you analyze it carefully and determine the origin of the flow of spiritual energy, as well as the various changes that occurs with your movements, you'll be able to deduce what kind of formation it is, confirm your current location and find the life gate. And just like that, you'll be able to break out of the formation. After clearing the first stage, the senior didn't proceed straight on to the second stage. Instead, he turned around and explained the various happenings to the duo. He was here to take the 2-star formation master examination. The 1-star examination didn't pose much of a challenge to him anymore, and the only reason he took it was just to give a demonstration to his juniors, as well as to calm their nerves. Yes, the 2 juniors nodded their heads. There wasn't anything wrong with the words of their senior, but the situation was very different when one was trapped in a formation. The surroundings would be completely different. There would be no point of reference, and it would be extremely easy for one to get lost. The most one could do was to analyze the flow of spiritual energy. Determining what kind of formation one was trapped in and where one was positioned within the formation would be extremely difficult. There were more than several thousand types of grade 1 confinement formation. The same type of formation could be divided into several hundreds of subtypes. If one didn't possess vast understanding of formations, deciphering and escaping from it would be nigh impossible. Alright, I'm gonna challenge the second stage now. Regardless of whether I succeed or not, you all should try to look properly and learn from my experience. Saying so, the senior took a deep breath and his gaze turned grave. As a 1-star pinnacle formation master, he was more than confident in clearing the first stage. However, the second stage would be difficult for him. Who? Stepping forward, the formation within the second stage was immediately activated. Just like before, a figure appeared on the wall by the side. Why isn't senior moving at all? Turning their gazes over, the 2 juniors soon realized that the movements of their senior had been peculiar ever since he stepped into the second stage. Previously, he immediately took out the compass and began walking around to analyze the formation. But now it seemed as though he was in a daze, not moving at all. The white-robed junior suddenly thought of something and asked, "Crap! It couldn't be an illusion formation, could it? Illusion formation?" The green-robed junior's eyes widened in shock. An illusion formation interfered with one's psyche directly. As soon as the formation was triggered, those within would be plunged into a scenario that the formation master had prepared beforehand, leaving them unable to collect themselves. As such, it was more feared than confinement formations. Confinement formations were similar to a cage in the sense that even though one might be unable to escape, one was at least able to retain their thoughts and consciousness. However, in an illusion formation, one's thoughts would be forced to wander, and at that moment one would forget even one's own name and purpose. Under such circumstances, there wasn't the slightest possibility of escape. Hoo. Just as the duo was in doubt, the pale face of their senior in the formation gradually grew more and more savage. His Xianxia grew erratic, and he randomly struck out at thin air, as though a lunatic. Pooh! After a period of time, it seemed like his Xianxia had been fully expended and he spewed a mouthful of blood. Only then did he regain his consciousness and hurriedly crush the jade token in his hand. The mist disappeared and he appeared before his 2 juniors once more. However, This time his face was withered. The second stage failed. Senior. The senior's confident disposition from before had disappeared without a trace. Instead, as he walked over, he looked like a defeated rooster. His two juniors felt even more flustered. It's normal to fail when challenging the sea of formations. I can only say my luck is bad for having triggered an illusion formation. Swallowing a pill, the senior's complexion improved slightly. Turning to his two juniors, he smiled awkwardly. Indeed, illusion formations are simply too difficult, the green-robed junior said. If only it was a confinement formation, senior would have definitely passed and become a 2-star formation master, the white-robed junior said. Indeed, if it was a confinement formation, I'm confident that I would have cleared the stage. Seeing that the admiration his two juniors had for him didn't falter in the least, the senior heaved a sigh of relief. I've done some research on the matter, and for the past decade, there was a total of 88 challengers for the 2-star formation master examination. Of that, there were 22 times that an illusion formation was triggered, but there wasn't a single person who cleared the stage in those 22 times. Those who cleared the examination were mainly those who faced confinement formation and beguilement formation. What about slaughter formation? Slaughter formation? The senior shook his head. That's even more impossible to clear. A single wrong move would spell death. It is already a blessing if one can survive within it. Lest be said, escape from it. It's that difficult? Upon learning how scary slaughter formations were, the two juniors began to tense up once more. Let me tell you honestly, no one has ever succeeded with an illusion formation or a slaughter formation before. Later on, when you enter, as soon as you realize that something is amiss, it's best that you crush the jade token immediately. There's no point struggling needlessly, the senior instructed grimly. Yes. The two juniors nodded their heads. Rest assured, senior. If we encounter an illusion formation or a slaughter formation, we'll give up immediately. Since even you are unable to clear them, how could others possibly succeed? At the very least, I doubt that anyone in this guild would be able to do it. Just as the duo was complimenting their talented senior, at the entrance of the corridor of the Sea of Formations, a young man walked over lazily. The young man looked younger than them, probably below 20. His eyes were reddened with blood vessels, and it looked as though he hadn't slept for several days consecutively. Exhaustion was the only thing one could see from his face. Who is this fellow? Why haven't I seen him before? The trio was taken aback. They had been in the Formation Master Guild for a minimum 5 years by now, and there wasn't a single apprentice or Formation Master that they didn't recognize. But that young man in front was completely unfamiliar to them. He's probably some apprentice who have just joined. With just one look, it's clear that his mental fortitude is lacking. He probably hasn't slept for several days due to anxiety for the examination. That's why he's in such a state. Indeed, even his eyes are red. To think that the Sea of Formations could scare someone to this extent. The two juniors sneered. They were embarrassed over their previous anxiety, but this fellow topped them on it. His clothes were unkempt and his posture was slackened. With just one look, it was clear that he hadn't slept for several nights out fear. What's wrong with the guild? Isn't there a limited number of slots every year for those taking the examination? How can a person like him challenge the Sea of Formations as well? The senior frowned as well. Clearing the Sea of Formations would make one an official formation master, but not everyone was qualified to challenge it. One had to make a request beforehand and the guild leader had to approve it personally. After which it had to be discussed upon during the Conference of the Elders, and a selection process would be conducted, and on top of that one had to pay an exorbitant fee as well. Since this fellow was here, he must have obtained an approval beforehand. When did the guild fall to such a level that even a person with such poor mental fortitude could take on the examination as well? It was one thing for him to be deprived of sleep, but more importantly, what that displeased him was the attitude of this fellow when facing the Sea of Formations. There wasn't a single person who came to take the examination that didn't carry fear and respect for it. In a sense, this could be considered as one's respect for the occupation as well. Yet this fellow was behaving so casually here. Was he that confident in the examination? Disgusted, the senior instructed, "Let him go first. You can learn from his counterexample when he fails." "Yes." The two juniors nodded their head with a gleeful expression on their faces. They didn't carry any doubt that this fellow would definitely fail. The young man who had left the trio speechless was Xianxia, who had rushed here from the library. After reading books for such a long period of time and mastering 2 Dawn of the Heavens Path formation art, it would be a miracle if he wasn't slightly withered. Thus, as he walked over to the sea of formations, he adjusted his breathing to rid himself of his fatigue. Before long, he arrived before the trio. Noticing that the gazes of the trio were on him, Xianxia asked them doubtfully, "Are you all here to challenge the sea of formations as well? We're still conditioning ourselves. If you wish to go first, feel free." Seeing how that fellow didn't carry the slightest respect in his tone when facing an official formation master, the senior flung his sleeves and harumphed. "Oh, since you all aren't in a hurry, I won't stand on ceremony then." It had been a while since he had arrived at the Formation Master Guild, and Xianxia was in a hurry. Since the other party was willing to allow him to go first, Xianxia chose to not turn the offer down. With a smile, he nodded his head and walked in. To go in without any preparation. Isn't he taking this too lightly? Seeing how the other party didn't try to push the offer or even look at them before rushing straight into the sea of formations, the trio felt as though their vision was spinning. That was the sea of formations. There was no formation master who didn't feel fear for it. To charge right in without even claiming the jade token to stop the formation, wasn't he being too brazen? He's just asking for trouble. Even Senior was unable to clear it easily, and yet this fellow dares to charge in without preparation. What else can this be other than courting death? The green-robed junior harumphed. Indeed, I bet that he'll be trapped in the first stage. By then, he will understand how fearsome formations are. The white-robed junior smirked. Wang. At that moment, the young man walked into the corridor, triggering the formations. A mist slowly rose, shrouding his figure. At the same time, the young man's figure appeared on the wall beside. Whoa. Spiritual energy flowed in the surroundings of the young man as though billowing clouds, sealing off his 5 senses entirely, leaving him incapable of discerning directions at all. It's a confinement formation. Given how concentrated the white mist of spiritual energy is and how fast it is flowing, if I'm not mistaken, he must have activated the Cloud Ocean Confinement Formation. The senior recognized the formation. When one was trapped in a formation, one had to use a compass to determine one's location and analyze the spiritual energy flow to determine the type of formation. But when spectating from the outside, one could easily deduce the type of the formation through its physical properties. This was much more efficient and accurate than the former. As the saying goes, it is the passersby who sees things clearly. Cloud Ocean Confinement Ocean? That is the most complex formation among the Grade 1 formations, and it is the hardest to deal with as well. That formation seals all of one's senses, leaving one unable to determine anything at all. Even if one could use a compass to discern one's location, if one can't accurately decipher the formation, it'll be hard to escape from it. They didn't expect this fellow's luck to be that bad. To think that he would meet with such a formidable confinement formation as soon as he entered. The two juniors shook their heads in sympathy. Even if he was lacking in capability, if he were to meet with an easy formation, he might still be able to clear it. However, having encountered such a formidable confinement formation, he could only raise his hands to surrender. See, even if you meet with a confinement formation, it doesn't necessarily mean that you can break out of it. Thus, you must be on your toes at all times and, by no means, should you underestimate the formation you are in. You mustn't be like this arrogant and ignorant fellow. He's just looking for trouble. Seeing how that fellow inside didn't even bother taking out a compass, the senior shook his head, turned to his two juniors and advised them. However, before he could finish his words, his two juniors widened their eyes simultaneously, and their faces starting twitching violently. What's wrong? Seeing the two of them lose their composure, the senior frowned. Teacher has already told you that before challenging the sea of formations, you must focus your attention and avoid getting arrogant or anxious. Look at what state you are in. How do you expect to succeed like that? That's not it, senior. Look. With a reddened face, the green-robed junior hurriedly pointed to the front. What's there to make a fuss about? Isn't he just trapped in the confinement formation? Don't worry. If he isn't out within 2 hours, the formation will dispel itself automatically. This is just a confinement formation. His life isn't at risk. Harumphing. The senior turned around and his latter words immediately jammed in his throat. His body stiffened and his lower jaw fell to the ground. What? He thought that what he would see was a helpless young man trapped in a confinement formation, but contrary to his expectation, the young man was standing quietly not too far away, shaking his head calmly. And the mist that had shrouded around him had disappeared without a trace. In other words, the cloud ocean confinement formation which had left him fearful had already been broken. To stop the formation entirely, I thought you wouldn't be able to overcome it? Even if you have the capability to do so, surely you don't have to be so fast? You didn't even bother taking out the compass or discern the flow of spiritual energy. And yet, in the time that I was lecturing my 2 juniors, the formation was already gone. Do you need to be so extreme? What just happened? Frenzied, the senior hurriedly asked. We also didn't see it carefully. We only saw him kicking the formation. Then, it simply disappeared, the green-robed junior said. It disappeared with a kick? What in the world are you talking about? The senior's face darkened. I'm asking you how the other party overcame the formation and you're telling me that he kicked it? Kick your head. Do you think that a formation is a living being that will stop with a single kick? If that is true, then we, formation masters, would have long gone out of business. This occupation wouldn't have been the dreams and fears of so many people. It was really just a kick. With his mouth twitching violently, the green-robed junior protested. He was already nearly on the verge of tears. He had seen with his own eyes that the other party sent a kick at the formation and it immediately stopped. But how could a grade 1 pinnacle cloud ocean confinement formation be broken so easily? It was indeed just one kick. The white-robed junior nodded his head in a daze. Even he saw it. I'm not mistaken. Upon seeing his fellow peer confirming his words, the green-robed junior ascertained that he wasn't insane and hurriedly nodded his head. Kick. The senior felt frenzied. Your heads must be the one that was kicked for you all to say such ridiculous words. Formations are intangible. Do you think it makes sense for them to be kicked? Enough. Regardless of whatever method he used, it's just the first stage, so it's still within an acceptable difficulty range. I don't think he'll be able to do it as easily for the latter stages. Seeing that his 2 juniors were getting incoherent, the senior waved his hands and looked at the young man in front intently. Since he missed it previously, he was determined not to miss the other party's actions this time. He had to get to the bottom of the matter and see what method that fellow used to break out of the formation. After all, it hadn't been too long since his juniors started learning about formations. It was possible that they were deceived by some bizarre method used by the other party, thus missing the true way. Who? Thus, he gathered his attention to look at the young man. As expected, the young man who just escaped from the cloud ocean confinement formation didn't just stop right there. He proceeded on to the next stage. Wang. Soon, he came into contact with the formations of the second stage and a white mist rose up, shrouding the young man once more. It's an illusion formation. The senior narrowed his eyes. After being plunged into an illusion formation a moment ago, he was already rather fearful of it. Judging from the type of mist and the movement of the spiritual energy, he immediately deduced that the fellow had met with one, and from the looks of it, it didn't seem at all inferior to the illusion formation he encountered previously. Illusion formation? His 2 juniors were stunned. Sympathy immediately appeared on their faces. Honestly speaking, this fellow was truly unlucky. He met with such a formidable confinement formation in his very first stage, so they thought that perhaps his luck might be better in the second stage. Yet, he met with the illusion formation which their senior failed at. That's right. In the formation, the clear air is rising while the turbid air is sinking. The collision of the two produces a unique moaning sound which will cause those hearing it to suffer from hallucinations. That was precisely how I unwittingly fell under the illusion previously, the senior said with a grim expression. Even now, when he recalled the experience from before, he couldn't help but feel fearful. As soon as he stepped into the formation, before he could even react, the unique sound reached his ear and assaulted his psyche, causing his consciousness to become fuzzy. For a moment, he was completely helpless and defenseless. If not for his body being jolted due to the depletion of his Xianxia, he would have probably been unable to pull himself out from the illusions. It's that fearsome? The white-robed junior narrowed his eyes. Doesn't that mean that he has no chance of succeeding at all? Breaking out of an illusion formation requires one to have high mental fortitude. If one's mental fortitude doesn't reach a certain level, it'll be very difficult to escape from it. Given how he isn't even 20, even if he started cultivating from a very young age, how strong can his mental fortitude be? Even I have failed. Lesby said, him. The senior shook his head. He didn't see how that fellow had passed, but it showed that the other party possessed a certain level of aptitude in formations. However, illusion formations were simply too difficult. It wasn't just about one's comprehension of formations. More importantly, it was about one's mental fortitude. If one couldn't maintain a calm and impervious mind, it was very easy to get confused and lost, thus resulting in one's inability to pull out from the illusions. In order to deal with illusions, he had undergone tough training for countless months, but even so, he still failed in an instant. He found it hard to believe that a young lad who wasn't even 20 yet could do better than him. Look, he's starting to kick around randomly as well. The heck? Previously, when he succumbed to the illusion formation, he also began striking out randomly. This fellow was starting to show the same symptoms as well. However, before he could finish his words, his body suddenly trembled violently. As soon as the young man's leg kicked out, the corridor, which was filled with mist, suddenly cleared up. The formation had been broken again. That was a grade 2 illusion formation. When he was within it, he found it hard to even discern reality from illusion. That was how fearsome it was. And yet, this fellow's random kick actually cleared away the formation? Are you messing with me? He had said that the junior's claim that the other party had broken through the formation with a single kick was nonsense previously, but this time, he had witnessed it personally. With a single kick, the illusion formation came to a halt. The overwhelming incongruity between reality and expectations left him on the verge of going mad. Possessing outstanding aptitude in formations, he had always been envied by his fellow classmates, and he managed to become a one-star formation master at a very young age. After driving himself to the core for many years to toughen up his mental fortitude, he still ended up losing himself as soon as he stepped into a grade 2 illusion formation. Yet this fellow simply did a single kick, and the formation came to a halt. Did reality have to be so harsh? Did you collude with the formation to pull one over us? While he was on the verge of a mental breakdown, the anxious voice of the green-robed junior beside him sounded, "Senior, do you think that it's calculated? Or is he simply just randomly kicking around?" Randomly kicking around? Have you seen anyone successfully breaking out of a formation by randomly kicking around? The senior's mouth twitched as his vision turned dark. He had seen people randomly kicking around to incapacitate an opponent. He had also seen people randomly kicking around and causing damage to their meridians, but he had never ever heard of a person destroying a formation with just a single kick. Formations were positioned to be aligned with the essence of the world. They were an unsubstantial existence, reminiscent to one's environment. Have you seen anyone destroying their environment through a kick? Thus, it was impossible for this kick to be of random nature. It was a purposeful, well-thought-out, responsible, and decisive kick. It was a kick made after seeing through the facade, peering into the very essence, and determining the fundamental flaws. Otherwise, how could a single kick break a formation? It was intentional? Then, how strong must his grasp of formations be? The white-robed junior's lips went dry. Even teacher would find it hard to do the same. Their teacher was a famous 4-star formation master even within the guild, but even he was incapable of breaking a formation so easily. I have no idea either. However, as long as he continues attempting the examination, we might be able to see through something, the senior said, suppressing his shock. There was a limit to his eye of discernment, and as such, he failed to understand how the other party broke the formation. However, if he were to continue analyzing the other party's action, he might be able to notice something. Perhaps, he might even be able to learn a thing or two from the other party, and in the future, when meeting these types of formation, he would be able to break them easily. Continues attempting the examination? You mean that he would challenge the third stage? Given how easily he broke through a grade 2 illusion formation, he must be at least a 3-star formation master. Naturally, there's no reason for him to stop here. That's true. The trio hurriedly turned their gazes forward. Indeed, just like what they guessed. That exhausted-looking young man who seemed as though he would crumble at any moment continued advancing forward after clearing that illusion formation. At grade 3, a formation will require more than spiritual energy from the surroundings to drive it. Often, spirit stones will be placed at the formation core to power it. As such, the might of grade 3 formations is many times greater than that of grade 2, and with greater energy, there is more flexibility in the design as well. He won't be able to clear it as easily as he did before. The senior said gravely, all formations, regardless of the type or design, required energy to drive it. It was just like how cows eat grass and humans eat rice to move. There was nothing that could move without energy fueling it. As grade 1 and grade 2 formations were of low tier, they could be driven just by the absorbing spiritual energy from the surroundings. However, it was impossible for grade 3 formation to do the same. Even though formations could absorb spiritual energy from the surroundings, a grade 3 formation would still require an accumulation of several months before it could be used once. Taking the Great Xianxia formation for example, it had gathered an immense amount of energy over 1,000 years, but it was sapped dry just with a single usage. As the Sea of Formations was the examination criteria for formation masters in Honghai City, there were innumerable people who were waiting to challenge it every year. They couldn't expect it to recharge itself just by absorbing spiritual energy from the surroundings. Thus, often, spirit stones would be placed at the formation core to drive it. With energy from the spirit stones, the formations would be able to display much greater might than what they were normally capable of, thus making them harder to escape from. This young man had managed to overcome grade 1 and grade 2 formations easily, but in face of a grade 3 formation powered by spirit stones, he probably wouldn't be able to overcome it as easily as before. In the short time which the trio spent chatting, the grade 3 formation was triggered and the young man suddenly disappeared amidst a white veil. In an instant, the figure on the wall seemed to have fallen into a treacherous trap. Descending flower petals alongside sharp glints of aura filled the surroundings, creating an extremely bizarre sight. The descending flower petals and sharp spiritual energy. Could this be the Qinghong falling petal formation? The senior's lips quivered and he nearly fell to the ground from shock. Qinghong falling petal formation? What kind of formation is that? The two juniors turned to look at him. They were only apprentices and they were here for the 1-star formation master examination. As such, they weren't well versed in some of the higher-tiered formations. It's a slaughter formation. The senior's voice quivered. Slaughter formation? The two juniors shuddered and they nearly bit their tongues from shock. Of all the formations, illusion formation and slaughter formation were the most feared of all. Yet, this fellow managed to meet with the both of them. Wasn't his luck a little too bad? Illusion formations were already an exceedingly scary adversary. Even their senior was almost unable to free himself from it. So one can imagine how frightening slaughter formations are. This fellow didn't take the jade token before taking the examination. He couldn't possibly die inside, right? Suppressing his shock, the white-robed junior asked, "Is this slaughter formation formidable?" The Qinghong falling petal formation is a grade 3 pinnacle slaughter formation. It's said to be created by a man named Shin Qinghong 1,500 years ago. The entire ground serves as a trap in itself. leaving one with nowhere to escape to. One will find himself dying tragically in the beautiful scenery. This formation has once killed a transcendent mortal 2-dan expert, and it's known as the strongest among grade 3 formations. Could anyone say it's not formidable? It was hard to tell whether the senior was nervous or scared, but his voice was slightly hoarse. Killed a transcendent mortal 2-dan expert? This is already comparable to a grade 4 formation. The duo's eyes went wide in shock. Grade 1 formations were capable of killing Tongxian realm cultivators. Grade 2 formations were capable of eliminating Xianxia realm cultivators. Grade 3 formations were capable of subduing Jizuan realm, half-transcension, and even prolonged longevity cultivators. And this slaughter formation actually managed to kill a transcendent mortal 2-dan. That was already comparable to the strength of some grade 4 formations. This formation wasn't to be trifled with. Even though they were hearing it with their own ears, they still found it hard to believe. The Green-Robe Jr. couldn't help but ask, "Then, will he meet with any danger?" "That'll be hard to say. It'll depend on his strength and his defensive measures. If he has nothing up his sleeves, only one conclusion remains for him: death." Shaking his head, the senior was about to continue speaking when he frowned. "Look, the formation is getting into action now." As he said those words, the sharp glints made of spiritual energy suddenly showed their ferocious side. As though arrows, they suddenly shot toward the young man from all directions. The might of every single glint was fearsome. Even a Jizuan realm expert would be easily impaled by them. It depends on how he deals with the situation now. If I were in his position, I would try to dodge those glints before looking for a plausible escape route. Putting himself in the other party's shoes, the senior began to analyze how the other party could escape from this calamity. But at that moment, that ordinary leg was lifted up once again. "Who?" Facing the rain of flower petals, he kicked. Isn't that courting death?" Seeing that the fellow was still using the same move, the trio was frenzied. There were no threats on his life in a confinement formation and illusion formation, so his attempt to stop the formation with a kick could still be overlooked. However, this was a slaughter formation. Every single glint was a small dagger threatening to reap his life. There was no one who could possibly withstand their assault. And yet, he was kicking against them with his leg. May I ask, what in the world are you thinking? Frenzied, they were thinking that even if this fellow didn't die, his legs would also be sliced into innumerable pieces when the entire formation suddenly froze. "Who?" With a buzzing sound, the sharp glints in the air suddenly dissipated. The incomparably powerful formation, which would tear the young man apart at any moment, suddenly faded away as though snow melting in the presence of spring. The young man's figure appeared before the crowd once more. He broke the formation? He succeeded again. The trio looked at one another and they could see the disbelief in their eyes. For a moment, it felt as though they were struck by a bolt of lightning. He broke the formation with a kick once again. What in the world is going on? The senior's body twitched. He felt a stifling sensation on his chest which made it hard for him to breathe. He thought that the other party had simply acted too quickly for him to properly discern what had happened, and as long as he could see it again, he would surely be able to determine the technique the other party used to break the formation and learn a thing or two from him. But from the looks of it now, it seemed like he was overthinking it. Breaking a formation with a kick. It was futile no matter how many times he saw such an eccentric move. How was he supposed to learn that? It's not over yet. Look, am I mistaken, or does it seem like he's going to challenge the 4th stage? The Green-Robe Jr. asked. Hearing those words, the other two immediately turned their gazes over. The young man who had just appeared in their sights shook his head, as though lamenting the formation's weakness, and started walking toward the 4th stage. If he were to pass the 4th stage, it would mean that he would be qualified as a 4-star formation master. A fellow who wasn't even 20 yet becoming a 4-star formation master? Who was the one who said that he wouldn't even pass the 1st stage? Who was the one who looked down on him just now? The trio felt their bodies stiffened, and they were on the verge of going mad. While the trio was about to lose their sanity, outside the corridor where the sea of formations was located, for incense sticks were lit in an incense pot. The smoke danced in the air, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Guild leader Zheng, what do you mean by that? You know that my 3 students are challenging the sea of formations today, and yet you still allowed that fellow to enter. Is this a personal attack? In front of the incense pot, a white-bearded elder lashed out furiously. 4-star Formation Master Wang Haoxuan, an elder of the Formation Master Guild. He was the teacher of the senior and juniors in the corridor. His 3 students were challenging the sea of formations today. This was something that had been decided upon 1 month ago. And yet, the guild leader simply came over and insisted on slotting someone in. He thought that the other party would be slotting his student, Xiaowu, in, as that fellow seemed ready to take on the 3-star Formation Master examination already. Yet, it turned out to be a young lad whom he had never even met before. Even if he didn't meet the other party before, if the other party possessed true capability, he would have nothing to say. However, look at that casual and lazy attitude. The other party seemed like he would fall asleep at any moment. Such a person was qualified to challenge the sea of formations as well. If he were to succeed, it wouldn't be too long before the sun starts rising from the west. Elder Wang, there's no need to be so infuriated. It'll help your students if another person were to challenge the sea of formations as well. Guild leader Zheng shook his head. If he is able to pass, that will of course be something good. However, look at his attitude. Do you think that he'll be able to pass? If he were to fail, won't he simply cause additional stress to my students? If they were to lose their composure, how are they supposed to take the examination? Wang Haoxuan harumphed. Challenging the sea of formation wasn't just about one's understanding of formations and skills. Mental fortitude also played an extremely important role. Otherwise, if one were to meet with an illusion formation, one would lose one's composure swiftly, and this could potentially result in failure. If those who challenged the examination along with them were to produce good results, it could serve as an encouragement for his own students to do well. But on the contrary, if the results were poor, it might leave his students feeling apprehensive, and this would prevent them from doing well. Don't worry. The reason why I slotted him into the examination is because I am confident in his ability. There's no need to worry. While consoling the other party, the fire on the first incense stick suddenly flickered and extinguished. This incense stick was known as the incense of the formation sea. It was forged alongside the sea of formations, and it would light itself as soon as someone challenged it. It would take exactly 2 hours for each incense stick to burn all the way down. If the incense doesn't extinguish by itself during this period of time, it would mean that the challenger had failed to clear the stage and vice versa. If the fire on the incense stick were to extinguish, the formation inside would automatically shut down. This was the reason why the senior said that even if one were to be trapped in the formation, there was nothing to worry about. Thus, the incense of the formation sea served both as a timer and a switch. The 4 incense sticks represented the 4 stages in the sea of formations respectively. Since the fire on the first incense stick was extinguished, it meant that someone had cleared the first stage. How about it? He has successfully passed the first stage. What else do you have to say? Upon seeing the sight, guild leader Zheng chuckled. Humph, my students entered much earlier than him. Who knows, what if one of them is the one challenging the examination? Wang Haoxuan harumphed. Even though the extinguishing of the incense stick's fire meant that someone had successfully cleared the stage, there was no way of telling who it was. It had only been around 2 minutes since that fellow who was on the verge of knocking out had only just entered, so how could it be him? It must be his students. That is possible as well. Taken aback, guild leader Zhang soon nodded his head in agreement. Even though he had witnessed Zhang Xian's astonishing speed in setting up formations, he had no idea about his ability in breaking formations, so he didn't dare to jump into conclusions. Even though the first stage was just a grade 1 formation, he knew that even he would be unable to clear it so swiftly. Thus, he also found it hard to accept that Zhang Xian was the one who cleared the challenge. Since it's your student who cleared the stage, there's even less need for you to worry. Shaking his head, guild leader Zheng smiled. However, before he could finish his words, the fire on the second incense stick flickered and abruptly extinguished. The second stage has been cleared? Shocked, It hadn't even been a minute since the first stage was cleared, and the second stage was already cleared? How could anyone be that fast? With a perplexed expression, guild leader Zheng asked, "This is your student?" Wang Haoshuan's face froze. He knew the capability of his students very well. It would at least take 10 to 20 minutes or even longer for them to clear a single stage. To break out of a formation in less than a minute, that was way too fast. Gotcha! Just as they were overwhelmed with shock, they saw the fire of the third incense stick flicker and extinguish. The third stage has been cleared as well? Wang Haoshuan nearly burst into tears. No matter how great his expectations for his students were, he knew that this was an impossible feat for the three of them. Of those three, one was intending to take on the 2-star Formation Master examination while the other two was challenging the 1-star examination. Since the one challenging the examination cleared even the third stage so swiftly, it could only mean that it was someone else. It's that fellow from before? With widened eyes, Wang Haoshuan exchanged glances with guild leader Zhang, and the two of them fell into a frenzy. They weren't surprised by the other party's feat of clearing the third stage, but that he was simply too fast. They could still accept it if the other party was able to clear the first and second stage easily. However, the formations in the third stage were driven by spirit stones, and even they would be slightly troubled to break out of them. To do it so quickly, how in the world did he accomplish it? Since he cleared the 3 stages so quickly, do you think he'll pass the 4th one as well? Recovering from the shock, the group immediately turned their eyes onto the final incense stick. This incense stick represented the 4th stage, as well as a grade 4 formation. If the other party succeeded in clearing the 4th stage as well, that would truly be fearsome. A 4-star formation master who wasn't even 20 yet? More importantly, for him to break out of all those formations so swiftly, exactly how deep was his understanding of formations? This was something they dared not imagine in the past. Wang, just as they were harboring such thoughts, the fire on the 4th incense stick suddenly flickered, and for a moment, it looked as though it would extinguish at any moment. However, in the end, it stabilized and was reignited again. It didn't extinguish. It seems like that fellow didn't pass the 4th stage. I guess it's to be expected. After all, grade 4 formations aren't that easy to overcome. Seeing the flame on the 4th incense stick, it was clear that the person inside had failed to clear the challenge. Thus, Wang Haoshuan shook his head. The speed at which that fellow had cleared the stages had frightened him. He thought that the other party might be able to clear a grade 4 formation easily as well. However, from the looks of it, the other party hadn't reached such a level yet. But that was to be expected. After all, even he couldn't guarantee that he could break every single kind of grade 4 formation. Needless to say, a young fellow who wasn't even 20 yet. If he were to succeed, that would be truly a miracle. But in any case, it is already formidable for him to become a 3-star formation master in his first examination. Guild leader Zhang was slightly disappointed. From the speed and acuity at which that fellow set up the grade 2 spirit gathering formation, he thought that the other party's comprehension of formations wasn't beneath him. But it seemed like there was still some disparity between them after all. Even so, given how he was able to reach 3-star at such a young age, as long as he were to work hard, it would just be a matter of time before he becomes a 4-star or even 5-star formation master. He didn't clear the 4th stage? Seems like Xianxia isn't omnipotent as well. Hall Master Sai stood behind the duo. After seeing that the 4th incense stick wasn't extinguished, he shook his head as well. He thought that this fellow would cause a great chaos in the midst of challenging the sea of formations, just like how the other party did when he challenged the harmonious stream of flowing goblets. However, it seemed like he was just worrying excessively. At his age, it was already extremely incredible for the other party to be a master teacher and a 5-star appraiser. If the other party were to be a 4-star formation master on top of that, he might have to start doubting the meaning of life already. Heaving a sigh of relief, he was just about to go to the corridor to wait for the young man when the ground suddenly shook. Hong long long. The sound of a millstone being turned reverberated in the air as though an earthquake. What happened? A grave expression immediately appeared on everyone's faces. and even guild leader Zhang's eyebrows were knitted together. The group started looking around warily. Who? Suddenly, the warmth in the room vanished and a bone-chilling breeze of air blew in. Kacha! At that moment, the flame on the fourth incense stick suddenly extinguished, and soon afterward, with a crisp sound, the pot cracked open. This, the guild's eternal spring formation which is sustaining the sea of formations, has been broken. Upon realizing something, guild leader Zhang's vision darkened and he nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. Given that there were innumerable formations in the sea of formations, naturally, a larger formation had to be set up to control and manage them. And this formation happened to be the Eternal Spring Formation which regulated the interior conditions of the Formation Master Guild. Since the warmth had suddenly disappeared from the air and the incense pot suddenly cracked, there could only be one possibility. That was that the formation had been stopped. In other words, someone had broken it. But that was a grade 5 formation. Back then, the headquarters had specially sent an expert down here to set it up. Who could be possibly of achieving such a feat? In an instant, a frenzied expression appeared on everyone's faces. Could it be Xianxia? With trembling bodies, a thought suddenly popped in Guild Leader Zhang and Hall Master Sai's minds. The core of the formation was located in the depths of the Sea of Formations. At the current moment, that fellow who was challenging the fourth stage of the Sea of Formations was the closest to it. Other than him, they couldn't think of any other culprit. But if it was really him, how in the world did he manage to stop the formation? Guild Leader Zhang had a dazed expression on his face. There were specific tricks to breaking a formation. What kind of trick did the other party use to be able to clear the stages so quickly, going to the extent as to be able to break even a grade 5 formation? Just as the group was overwhelmed with shock, a few figures walked out from the corridor. They were the 3 students who were supposed to challenge the Sea of Formations. Given that the formation operating the corridor had been broken, there was no way for the examination go continue on. Thus, there was no point for them to remain there, and so they came out. What happened? Wang Haoshuan walked up and asked. That person who just entered broke all of the formations. The senior shuddered as he spoke. Broke all of the formations? So fast. Guild leader Zheng walked forward and asked, how did he do it? Did he use Grandmaster Hong Bei's celestial chasing formation breaking art, Grandmaster Nan Yang's energy-seeking formation breaking art, or the 5-element formation master senior Sai Yang's force-accruing formation breaking art? Of all techniques I know, only these 3 can achieve such speed. Ah! Guild leader. Seeing that the most authoritative person in the entire guild was questioning him personally, the senior was taken aback and his face paled. Reporting to the guild leader, he didn't use any of the 3 techniques. He didn't? Then what technique did he use? To the extent of my knowledge, these 3 are already the strongest and most formidable formation-breaking techniques already. Guild leader Zheng frowned. Were there even stronger techniques that he was unaware of? What he used was... The senior's face distorted in frenzy and disbelief. A kick. A kick. Guild leader Zhang and Wang Haoshuan were taken aback. They were baffled. What kind of formation-breaking technique was called a kick? That's right. From the first stage to the fourth stage, before all of the formations, he simply kicked, and then the formation simply stopped, the senior said. A kick each? You mean that he used a kick to break the formation? Guild leader Zhang and Wang Haoshuan nearly spewed blood. Yes. The senior nodded his head. The 2 great 4-star formation masters stared at one another. Yes? Yes, your head. What kind of formation-breaking technique is that? Do you think that makes sense? Senior is right. He simply kicked each of them to overcome the formations. The both of us saw it ourselves too. Seeing the disbelief in the guild leader and their teacher's eyes, the 2 juniors immediately stepped forward to testify. Could it be that he was lucky such that the formations he met were some of the more basic and simpler? Since there were 3 people saying the same words, Wang Haoshuan knew that it was unlikely to be a lie. Thus, he tried asking from another perspective. In the sea of formations, the formation one triggered was completely random, and so, luck played an important role in the examination. For the other party to pass all 4 stages so swiftly, could he have met with the weakest formations of each grade? Lucky! The trio's mouths twitched. We've never met a person who is as unlucky as he is. In the first stage, he encountered the Cloud-Ocean Confinement Formation, in the second, an Illusion Formation, in the third, the Qinghong Falling Petal Formation. Cloud-Ocean Confinement Formation? Illusion Formation? Qinghong Falling Petal Formation? Just by hearing the formations the other party encountered in the first 3 stages, the 2 4-star formation masters nearly fell to the ground. Those were formations unparalleled in their respective grade. For a person to meet all of them in a single examination. Are you for real? How unlucky must one be for that to happen? More importantly, even though he met with those formations, he still managed to clear the stages so quickly. He even went to the extent of breaking the great formation sustaining the guild. What was the formation for the 4th stage then? Guild leader Zhang hurriedly asked. Could the formation for the 4th stage be relatively easier? If I'm not wrong, it seemed to be the Drunken Heart Beguilement Slaughter Formation, the senior said. Drunken Heart Beguilement Slaughter Formation, the grade 4 Pinnacle Formation which fuses Beguilement Formation and Slaughter Formation together. Guild leader Zhang exclaimed in shock. He thought that after the fellow was unlucky for the first 3 stages, his luck might get better in the 4th one. Who knew that he would meet with the worst of the lot? That was definitely the most fearsome formation within the sea of formations. Ordinary formations only took on one type. They were either illusion formation, slaughter formation, beguilement formation, or confinement formation. Under normal circumstances, there would be no overlap between the 2. But this formation had complemented the 2 together in a very profound manner. In other words, if one were to be trapped in it, one would first be beguiled before being slaughtered. Even guild leader Zhang had to admit that it would be difficult for him to survive if he were trapped in it. Yet, not only was the other party fine, he even broke the formation and went ahead to get rid of the guild's main formation. Did you have to be so extreme? Indeed. After stepping into the formation, his eyes were dazed for a moment, so I thought that his mind might have succumbed to the formation. But in the end, with 2 consecutive kicks, the Drunken Heart Beguilement Slaughter Formation broke down, and soon afterward, the great formation of the guild was stopped as well. Seeing that there was no way for the examination to continue on, we decided to just step out of the corridor. The senior explained. A grade 4 Pinnacle Formation and a grade 5 formation can be broken with a single kick? Guild leader Zhang and Wang Haoxuan felt as though their worldly horizons were crumbling down. By the side, Hall Master Sai slapped his forehead. He thought that Zhang Shi would at least a little more reasonable here, but it seemed like he was too naive. That fellow was just intent on causing trouble wherever he went. While the crowd was overwhelmed with shock, the main character of the entire saga walked out from the corridor. In truth, the current Zhang Xian was slightly nervous. The first 3 stages were extremely easy to him. Even without using the Library of Heaven's Path, with just a glance using the Eye of Insight, he could easily find the core of the formation and kick them to a stop. However, the final stage wasn't that easy. A grade 4 Pinnacle Beguilement and Slaughter Formation. If not for his soul depth having reached 12.0, the level equivalent to a 4-star master teacher, he would have surely lost his ability to think rationally as soon as he stepped in and died from the formation. At the crucial moment, he activated the strength of the Library of Heaven's Path and found a few flaws. Knowing that it was too dangerous then, he didn't have the time to analyze the consequences of his actions, so he immediately kicked the 2 formations to a halt. Seems like it'll be best for me not to trifle with grade 4 formations in the future. Remembering the previous experience, Zhang Xian still felt a little fearful. If not for his high soul depth, he would have been dead by now. Since even a grade 4 formation was that scary, it was difficult to imagine how fearsome the higher-tiered ones were. Zhang Xian thought that formations were nothing but a decoration to him, especially since he could determine their flaws via the Eye of Insight and Library of Heaven's Path. However, he had just realized that his thinking was too naive. The truly formidable formations would kill one before one could even react. No matter how capable one was and how many flaws in the formation one knew of, it would be for naught. Xianxia managed to break through all of the formations. Just as Xianxia was preparing himself, he saw guild leader Zhang and hall master Sai walking over with a look of awe. I only stopped them temporarily. Zhang Xian shook his head. Breaking a formation meant destroying the formation core. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult for the formation to work again. On the other hand, stopping a formation was different. A formation which had its operation stopped was just a formation that had been switched off. One could still reactivate it after that. To summarize, it was just the difference of whether the formation core had been destroyed or not. Breaking a formation meant destroying the entire formation, while stopping a formation meant using a unique method to stop its operation. Even though the effects were similar on the surface, there was a huge difference between the two. Stop! Hearing those words, guild leader Zhang and the others heaved a long sigh of relief. If he had really destroyed the Sea of Formation's strongest grade 4 formation and the guild's main formation, then he, as the guild leader, would surely be held accountable. After explaining the matter, Zhang Xian asked, "Since I've managed to clear the Sea of Formations, can I be considered as an official formation master now? May I know what cultivation realm is Xianxia at?" Guild leader Zheng asked. "I'm at half transcension. However, I should be able to reach Transcendent Mortal 1 Dan within the next 2 days." Zhang Xian replied. Having compiled the Transcendent Mortal 1 Dan of the Heaven's Path Divine Art, as long as he managed to find a spirit-gathering formation, he should be able to achieve a breakthrough very quickly. One has to possess at least the strength of a Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan to apply for the rank of a 4-star formation master. Your cultivation is still lacking. Guild leader Zheng frowned. Just as he had deduced before, the young man before him hadn't even reached the Transcendent Mortal realm yet. Bestowing him the rank of a 4-star formation master wasn't quite possible. As one of the occupations of the upper 9 paths, one of the promotion criteria involved one's level of cultivation. Without a sufficiently high cultivation realm to match up with the rank, it wasn't possible for the rank to be bestowed to one. A moment later, guild leader Zhang said, "How about this? Zhang Shi, I'll give you a quasi-4-star formation master emblem for the time being. At the same time, I'll report the matter to the headquarter, and if they give their approval, there will be no problems giving you the rank of a 4-star formation master. But even if they do not approve the request, given your talents, you should be able to easily reach Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan before 30. By then, you will be automatically given the rank without having to take the examination again." Quasi 4-star formation master? Zhang Xian was perplexed. There was such a rank? Indeed, this is how the guild deals with individuals who were able to pass the 4-star formation master examination when their cultivation hasn't reached the required level yet. It's the same for most guilds as well. There are some occupations that don't have a requirement on one's cultivation realm and an emblem is bestowed straight after the candidate passes the examination. But those number in the minority, guild leader Zhang said. Take the appraiser occupation for example. Right after Zhang Xian passed the examination, he was given a 5-star emblem. Quasi 4-star formation master works for me too. Then, can you give me the formation blueprint, flag, and core of a grade 4 spirit gathering formation? The main reason why he took the formation master examination was for this. Since he was already a quasi 4-star formation master, he should be qualified to obtain them. Wait a moment. Seeing that the other party was asking for the items, guild leader Zhang shook his head with a bitter smile. He turned around to instruct Xiaowu and the latter left the room. Not too long later, the latter returned white a jade token, formation core and flag in hand. This is the formation blueprint for a grade 4 spirit gathering formation. You can record it down but make sure not to leak it out. Saying so, guild leader Zhang passed the jade token over. Nodding his head, Zhang Xian took the jade token and immersed his consciousness into it. A formation blueprint appeared in his mind, and it even described the various ways of setting it up when on the differing geographical terrain. Wait, This spirit-gathering formation can only extract spiritual energy from 10 spirit stones at once. After reading the content and the introduction within, Xianxia's expression showed slight disappointment. The spirit-gathering formation was formidable, but it could only extract spiritual energy from 10 spirit stones at once. 10 was a huge number for others, but to Xianxia, it was far too insufficient. A single spirit stone would break within 2 breaths of his cultivation. Even though 10 spirit stones could sustain him for a little longer, all in all it was only 20 breaths. That wasn't really much of a difference from before. In the end, he still had to keep switching spirit stones in the formation while attempting to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation. To be capable of extracting spiritual energy from 10 spirit stone at once, this is already the most efficient spirit-gathering formation in our guild. It is enough to sustain even the cultivation of a transcendent mortal 4-dan expert. Is it still insufficient for Xianxia? Guild leader Zheng frowned. A grade 4 spirit-gathering formation could already be considered as top-notch within Myriad Kingdom Alliance. If one's cultivation hadn't reached the corresponding level, it would be very hard to set it up. If the other party still thought that it was insufficient, there was nothing he could do about it. After hesitating for a moment, Xianxia carefully asked, "Is there a formation which can extract the spiritual energy from all of the spirit stones placed within, regardless of the quantity?" He needed to expend an ocean worth of spirit stone to reach transcendent mortal 1-dan. If he could only use 10 of them at once, he would surely waste a lot of time. It would be best if he could put in all of the required spirit stones at a single go. In this way, he could focus his attention on cultivating. It was just like the petrol tank of a car. If it was the size of a teacup, regardless of how many petrol stations there were on the way, one would be terribly inconvenienced. On the other hand, it would be much convenient if it was the size of a fish tank. No limits on the quantity? Guild leader Zheng's mouth twitched. There is one, but that is a grade 5 spirit-gathering formation. Furthermore, I only have the formation blueprint. I don't have the formation flags and core. In Honghai City Formation Guild, the highest rank formation master, Guild leader Zheng, was only at 4-star pinnacle. He wasn't capable of preparing a grade 5 formation so naturally. He didn't possess the materials required to set it up. Besides, these items were exorbitant, and if one's rank hadn't reached the level yet, it would be difficult to obtain the items. Only the formation blueprint. A deep frown was etched on Zhang Xian's forehead. He'd spent the entire day reading books and taking the formation master examination. Did he really have no choice but to accept this insignificant spirit-gathering formation and cultivate slowly? If that was really the case, then it was really darned. Indeed. Guild leader Zheng nodded his head. This formation blueprint was left behind by a 5-star formation master back when the branch was first built. Otherwise, as a 4-star branch, even if we were to apply for a grade 5 formation blueprint from the headquarter, we might not necessarily be able to obtain it. The formation blueprints in the Formation Master Guild was as strictly regulated as the pill formulae in the Apothecary Guild. One was only allowed to access resources corresponding to one's current level. If one were to come into contact with advanced topics when one's capability hadn't reached the required level, it would only harm oneself. As such, 4-star branches like the Honghai City Formation Guild was only qualified to collect grade 4 formation blueprints. If one wanted to access higher grade formation blueprints, one had to apply it from the headquarter and pay a certain price. Besides, this was only limited to the more basic grade 5 formation blueprints. As for the more profound materials, one would only have access to it when visiting a higher-tiered branch. Given how just the formation blueprint was so tightly regulated already, no more needed to be said about formation core and flags. Do I really have to head to higher-ranked Formation Master Guild? What in the world was this? He spent an entire day here, and it turned out that even though there was a grade 5 formation blueprint here, there wasn't formation flags and core to set it up. Was he supposed to build it out of thin air? The higher the grade of a formation, the higher the demand of the quality of the 2 items. These were fundamental needs, so there was no compromising over them. Was he supposed to head to the Blacksmith Guild to learn how to forge these items just over a spirit-gathering formation? Putting aside how it would take up a lot of time, the Honghai City Blacksmith Guild might, due to its limited rank, be unable to access the corresponding information required, just like the Formation Master Guild. Besides, even if he could find the respective blueprints for the formation flag and core, it wasn't guaranteed whether he could find the required material for it to forge them. Rubbing his glabella, Xianxia was distressed. He thought that buying a spirit-gathering formation would be an easy and joyful matter, and he would be done in a moment's time. In the end, he spent several hours and the problem still wasn't solved yet. Actually, even without formation flags and core, it's not entirely impossible to set up a grade 5 formation. By the side, Elder Wang Haoshuan seemed to have recalled something and interjected. Xianxia was taken aback. Through the books he had read through, he knew that these two items were necessities to setting up a formation. These were the basic materials and there was no way to avoid them. Could it be possible that there was some secret method to go around it? You mean that? Guild leader Zhang seemed to have thought of something as well, and he quickly shook his head. Are you joking with me? That's impossible to accomplish. Why? Seeing that the duo seemed to have an idea in mind, Xianxia asked curiously. What he means is inscribing a formation plate. Guild leader Zhang smiled bitterly. But inscribing a formation plate is even harder than setting up a formation. It'll be impossible for one to succeed unless one reaches the level of a 5-star formation master. Formation plate? Xianxia was taken aback. Indeed, why didn't he think of it? The formation plate was a unique material that could substitute formation flags and core. On top of that, it'll be impossible to inscribe with it without a specialized carving knife. I once bought a blank formation plate from the appraiser hall and tried inscribing it myself. However, the surface was incredibly tough and ordinary blades couldn't even leave a mark on it. How is one supposed to inscribe on it like that? Guild leader Zhang shook his head. The higher the grade of a formation, the greater the requirement on the quality of the formation plate. If the formation plate was too weak, it could crumble even before the formation was triggered. The carving knives in the guild were only suited for the use of 4-star formation master. Even though they had a 5-star blank formation plate, those knives were simply insufficient to inscribe anything on it, needless to say, draw out a formation. Can you bring the grade 5 spirit gathering formation and formation plate so that I can take a look? If I really can't think of any solution, I'll drop the matter. Even though Xianxia knew that what the other party said was true, he wasn't willing to give up on this chance. Thus, he made the request. All right. Seeing the other party's insistence, guild leader Zhang nodded. Flicking his wrist, a jade token and a blank formation plate appeared in his hands. These two objects were the most valuable resources of the entire guild. As such, he carried them with him everywhere he went. Grabbing hold of the jade token, Xianxia immersed his consciousness into it. Just like the grade 4 formation blueprint jade token from before, the grade 5 spirit gathering formation blueprint was also extremely detailed. All kinds of demands were written clearly on it. Xianxia hurriedly remembered all of the details. It's indeed quite difficult to set up. Reorganizing the information in his mind, Xianxia sighed. Even though there was only a grade of difference between grade 5 and grade 4 formations, their difference was immense. If one's cultivation hadn't reached the required level, even if one had the formation flags and core, it would be very difficult to set it up properly. It was just like pill forging. Even if a 1-star apothecary possessed the pill formula of higher grade pills, he would still be unable to suppress the violent energy within the cauldron to forge a grade 2 or grade 3 pill. If the different ranks were so easy to overcome, there would be no need to create such a clear ranking system within the occupations. However, if I use the Library of Heaven's Path to find out the various errors and flaws in them, there's still a chance that I might succeed. With this cheat code, even though ordinary 4-star formation masters would be hard-pressed to prepare a formation of such a high grade, there was still a chance that Xianxia might succeed. Taking pill forging for example again, if there were no errors in the sequencing, one could easily guide a 1-star apothecary to forge a grade 2 pinnacle pill. Similarly, as long as there was no error in his sequencing, with just his cultivation as a half-transcension cultivator, there was still a good chance he could set up a grade 5 spirit gathering formation. But These were just thoughts. Without the required resources, there was nothing Xianxia could do at all. I should take a look at the formation plate. Dumping aside those miscellaneous thoughts, Xianxia took hold of the blank formation plate. The formation plate was black and heavy. It was a little hard to tell what it was crafted from, but if one were to only look at one of the surfaces, it resembled a smooth copper mirror. This is a carving knife. You can give it a try. Seeing that Xianxia was still carrying some hope over the matter, Guild leader Zhang whipped out a carving knife with a flick of his wrist and passed it over to him. Grabbing hold of the knife, Xianxia drove the Jinqi in his body and slid it across the smooth surface of the formation plate. Jia, Jia! A screeching sound echoed. Even though the carving knife was sharp, it wasn't able to leave a single mark on the blank formation plate. Xianxia smiled bitterly. It seemed like what the other party said was true. Given how the carving knife couldn't leave a mark on it at all, it was impossible to inscribe the formation on it. Flaws! Frustrated, Xianxia muttered silently while holding the blank formation plate. Who? A book appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path. He slowly opened it. Grade 5 blank formation plate, crafted using frigid silver and 9-inch gold by 5-star blacksmith Yangshu. It is incomparably resilient, and only a spirit high-tier carving knife or a spirit intermediate-tier weapon paired with weapon intent can leave a mark on it. Flaws. Several flaws were detailed on the book. Sweeping through them, Xianxia realized that the flaws were beyond his current ability to exploit. Thus, he was preparing to put it down when he suddenly froze. A spirit intermediate-tier weapon paired with weapon intent can also leave a mark on it. A spirit high-tier carving knife was a tool specially made for 5-star formation masters. As such, it was impossible to obtain it. However, speaking of spirit intermediate-tier weapons, some of the transcendent mortal 4-dan experts possessed them. Thus, it wasn't too difficult to find it in Honghai City. In fact, a lot of treasures that Hall Master Sai gathered were of that level. As for weapon intent, given that Xianxia had even comprehended Sword Heart already, it wasn't a problem at all. The sharp edge that weapon intent provided was sufficient to make up for the deficiency in the quality of the weapon. The more Xianxia thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. As such, with glowing eyes, Xianxia raised his head and said, I know how I can carve it now. Is there any one of you who have a spirit intermediate tier sword? May I borrow it for a moment? Spirit intermediate tier sword? Guild leader Zhang was taken aback. I have one. What do you need it for? I'll explain later. Just lend it to me for a moment, Xianxia said. All right then. Knowing that it was impossible for the other party to escape with his item, Guild leader Zhang flicked his wrist and passed a sword over. Grabbing over the sword, Xianxia slowly drew it from its sheath. A cold gleam immediately reflected on Xianxia's face. Even without infusing Jinqi into it, he could already feel overwhelming spiritual energy weighing down on him from it. As expected of a spirit intermediate tier weapon, it was truly much stronger than the weapons he had used before. Wang. However, as soon as the sword was out of the sheath, a spirit wave began pulsing out from the sword. The sword was trying to struggle free out of his grasp. A weapon of this tier also possessed its own spirit. It could acknowledge a master, and if someone who wasn't its master tried to wield it, it could possibly go berserk and even injure the wielder. I apologize. This sword has been with me for quite a long time, so it's a little apprehensive of strangers. Allow me to talk to it for a moment. Seeing that the sword was on the verge of escaping at any moment, Guild leader Zhang immediately walked up with a reddened face and stroked his finger on the blade of the sword, as though cajoling a lover. All right. Zhang sure needs your help for a moment, so listen to him obediently. Wang. Hearing Guild leader Zhang speak up for Xianxia's stead, the sword seemed to have suffered a great injustice and its trembling grew even more intense. Cough cough, don't worry. I'll try again. Embarrassed, Guild leader Zhang continued to stroke the sword and attempted to placate it. However, the sword didn't seem to be willing to give in at all. The more Guild leader Zhang tried to persuade it, the more violent its response. Old Zhang, you've owned this Imperial Jade Sword for a very long time already, but you haven't made it submit to you yet? Hall Master Sai couldn't help but ask. He was the one who sold the sword to the other party 5 years ago. He didn't expect that the other party hadn't won the acknowledgement of the sword yet. Once a weapon acknowledged a master, it would respectfully listen to the commands of its master. In any case, it was impossible for it to react so violently. Cough cough. You know that the acknowledgement process is extremely complex. After accompanying it daily throughout the years, even eating and sleeping with it, the situation is already slightly better now. It's beginning to listen to my instructions now. Don't worry. Give me an hour to talk to it. I guarantee you that there won't be any problems. Guild leader Zhang smiled awkwardly. There was no secret to making a spirit weapon acknowledge one. One had to accompany it daily and temper it with one's Xianxia. The Imperial Jade Sword had been with him for nearly 5 years now, and the spirit was on the verge of recognizing him already. Even though he was still a long way off from achieving an acknowledgement, the relationship of the two of them was already intimate. If he were to talk to it, it would still listen to his words. An hour is a bit too long. Pass me your sword. Hearing that it would take so long to calm down a spirit intermediate tier weapon, Zhang Xian shook his head. Pass it to you? Guild leader Zhang was taken aback. Do you have an idea in mind? Unwilling to waste his time on words, Zhang Xian created a loop with his thumb and middle finger, and he struck the sword on its tip, blade, and hilt. Hoo! Hoo! It was as though the sword had met something that had terrified it greatly, and it began to tremble violently. With a darkened complexion, Zhang Xian berated, You'd better stay put obediently. If you were to cause any more ruckus, I'll cripple you. Wang. Upon hearing those words, the sword immediately stopped its actions. Then, a sound reminiscent to the chiming of a bell sounded, reverberating straight within one's soul. Spirit euphoria. Guild leader Zheng's body froze and his eyeballs nearly popped out from their sockets. The Imperial Jade Sword has acknowledged him as its master? What in the world happened? The sword had accompanied him for 5 whole years, and the time he spent with it was even more than that of his own wife. Even so, he was still unable to fully tame it yet. On the other hand, the young man before him had only bellowed at it, and it immediately produced spirit euphoria. Euphoria your head. Could you be even more shameless than that? I treated you as though you were my ancestor, and not only did you not know gratitude, you even dumped me for someone else, acknowledging someone else as your master. Guild leader Zhang felt as though his heart was being torn apart by countless blades. His chest felt so stifled that he could spurt blood at any moment. His entire face had turned green. What the heck was this? Could it be that he had to use forceful measures on this sword to force it into submission? Seeing the awful complexion on his old friend, Hall Master Sai slapped his forehead. This was an overpowered appraiser who could even make the harmonious stream of flowing goblets acknowledge him. Wasn't earning the acknowledgement of the Imperial Jade Sword a walk in the park for him? Xianxia is just borrowing your sword. He doesn't intend to take it away. Fearful that his old friend might pass out at this rate, he hurriedly sent a telepathic message over. Only after hearing those words did Guild leader Zhang finally calm down. He suppressed the urge to spurt blood and turned to look at the young man as a sliver of doubt rose within him. Wasn't he going to inscribe on the formation plate? Why is he borrowing a sword? The other party had declared that he was going to try inscribing on the formation plate, so why in the world did he make the sword acknowledge him? It's to inscribe the formation plate. Grabbing the grade 5 blank formation plate, Zhang Xian flung his hand. Pong! The formation plate lodged itself onto the wall not too far away, as though a mirror nailed onto a wall. After securing the formation plate well, Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up and a ferocious might gushed out from him. Flicking his sword, a radiant aura shrouded it. Sword intent, sword heart. Hearing the crisp buzz of the sword, Guild leader Zhang narrowed his eyes. Despite being a transcendent mortal 4-dan expert, he hadn't comprehend sword heart yet. To think that a fellow who wasn't even 20 yet would have reached such a level. Appraising, formation, and now sword heart. What in the world was he incapable of? Weapon intent is incomparably sharp, and the might of a spirit weapon infused with it can be brought up by a notch. It can't be that you intend to use the sword to inscribe the formation. As the thought arose in his mind, Guild Leader Zheng nearly choked on his own saliva. A Grade 5 formation plate could only be inscribed on by a spirit high-tier inscribing knife. However, a tool of that level couldn't be found in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. This fellow couldn't possibly be thinking of complementing the sword with weapon intent to replace it. It was easy to make mistakes during the inscribing process, even with something as light and small as the inscribing knife. To use a sword directly, are you here to play around? Using a sword to inscribe a formation, putting aside whether I've seen it before, I haven't even heard of such a thing before. You must be pulling my leg. Using a sword to inscribe a formation? Hall Master Sai and Wang Haoshuan's vision also darkened. This was no longer about being brazen. This was insanity. One might be able to wield a sword with astounding dexterity, but to use a 3-chi, 10 meters, long sword to inscribe marks that were countless times thinner than a strand of hair. How in the world did such a ridiculous notion even appear in his mind? Ding 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 ding. But before he could recover from the young man's actions, a metallic sound coming from the contact between the sword tip and the formation plate sounded. Slowly, a thin mark appeared on the surface of the smooth formation plate. It's really possible? His vision went dark again. What kind of monster was this? To be able to draw formation marks with a sword. Exactly how adept was he with a sword? To think that I often make mistakes even when using a carving knife. Wang Haoshuan's lips trembled non-stop. Even as a 4-star formation master, he still often made mistakes while inscribing on a formation plate. Yet, the other party was using a sword, which meant that he had to inscribe from a distance of 3 chi away. Must you be so exaggerated? It's workable. Contrary to everyone's shock, upon seeing the formation marks appear on the blank formation plate, Xianxia's eyes gradually grew brighter and brighter. He had only thought of complementing the sword with sword intent to do the inscribing on a whim, so he didn't really give much of an expectation for it. Driving his soul depth to the limit, his eye of insight flickered as he measured the various imperceptible bumps and depressions on the formation plate. Holding the sword tightly, he strictly followed the method detailed in the Heaven's Path formation art to inscribe the formation on the plate. If a master teacher were here, he would definitely realize that Xianxia had reached a unique state at the moment. Vanquishing facade. Lucid mind. Lucid analytical realm. After the state of mind, Tudan heart of tranquil water was this lucid analytical realm. Knowledge was omnipresent, only waiting to be analyzed. At this realm, one would be able to peer through chaos to see the crux. At the same time, with a clearer mind, one's analytical power would grow substantially stronger. Paired with the eye of insight, Xianxia was able to inscribe the formation marks orderly, unaffected by any disturbances or emotions. Other formation masters had to use a carving knife to inscribe the thin formation marks, but Xianxia could do the same with a sword. While the Heaven's Path formation art played a part in that, what played a more significant role was this ability unique to only master teachers. To use a sword to inscribe a formation plate, it's no wonder why he can break formations with a single kick. Who in the world is this expert? By the side, the senior, juniors, and others were so shocked that their hearts were about to stop beating. Other people had to use carving knives to complete the delicate actions, but this fellow went on to use a sword instead. What left them even more frenzied was that he was able to do it as exquisitely as others. Even when witnessing it with their own eyes, they still found the entire sight incredulous. Ding 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 ding. After an unknown period of time, Xianxia retracted his sword and came to a halt. Then he began to pant heavily. Sword intent is an actualization of one's concentration. It's very easy for one to get exhausted by maintaining the state for a long time. Not to mention, when doing such a delicate job, upon seeing his state, Guild Leader Zheng tried to persuade him. There's no need to hurry. A formation plate isn't something that can be inscribed completely within a day. You should take your time. Sword intent represented a cultivator's comprehension toward swordsmanship. Activating it for a short period of time was still manageable, But even with Xianxia's pure heaven's path Xianxia, maintaining it for an extended period of time wasn't too possible. Nodding his head, Xianxia began recuperating for a moment. He stared at the formation plate fixed on the wall with a grim expression. Even though his comprehension of sword intent had already reached the level of sword heart, he was still unable to maintain that state for extended periods of time. In just a short moment, he already found himself on the verge of collapsing. If he were to forcefully continue on, he might possibly wreck his previous efforts due to his unstable condition. If sword intent is a bottle filled with water, if it were to be poured out, there will come a point at which it will run dry. Frowning, Xianxia fell into contemplation. I'm already dried out at the moment, but the formation plate isn't even halfway there yet. It'll at least take a day or two of recuperation for my sword intent to recover. Sword intent was similar to Xianxia. There was a limit to how much one could use it at a moment, and if one were to use it repeatedly, one would find himself sapped dry. And that was exactly what Xianxia's current state was. Even so, the formation plate in front of him wasn't even half done yet. What should he do? Did he have to slowly complete it over a course of few days, just as the other party said? If guild leader Zhang were to learn of his thoughts, he would surely think that the world had gone mad. Even 5-star formation masters would require several days to inscribe such a high-grade formation plate with a carving knife. With a sword in hand, the other party still expects to finish it swiftly. Wasn't this clearly daydreaming? Just as Xianxia was conflicted over the next course of action, his eyes suddenly lit up. On top of sword intent, he had comprehended saber intent as well. Right? Since I can inscribe it with sword intent, saber intent should work as well. Even though my sword intent is sapped dry at the moment, my saber intent is still at its capacity. Having learned Heaven's Path saber art before, his grasp over sabers had reached an incredibly high level of mastery. Even though he couldn't activate his sword intent anymore, he hadn't expended his saber intent yet. It was still a full bottle ready to be used at his disposal. Chuckling lightly, he stood up and surveyed the surroundings. Does anyone have a spirit intermediate tier saber here? Even though it was possible to utilize saber intent through a sword as well, due to the differing nature of the two swords, the might and accuracy of his movements might take a toll. There was no need for Xianxia to take such a risk. Saber. Stars appeared above everyone's head. Aren't you using a sword to inscribe the formation plate? Why do you need a saber? I have one here. After a moment of hesitation, Hall Master Sai flicked his wrist and a 9-ringed saber appeared in his palm. It was heavy and ferocious, and one could feel a violent disposition from it. Allow me to borrow it for a moment. Walking forward, Xianxia grabbed the saber and flicked it lightly. A sound similar to the call of a dragon echoed. Good saber. From that, it was clear that the saber was a formidable spirit weapon. It wasn't inferior to the Imperial Jade Sword at all. I'll return you the sword first. With a saber in hand now, Xianxia tossed the sword that he borrowed back to guild leader Zheng. Even though the weapon had acknowledged him as its master, he had stated clearly before he was just borrowing it. Since that was the case, he had no thoughts of claiming it for himself. Besides, he didn't have much of an expectation for his weapon. Even though the Imperial Jade Sword was excellent, he didn't possess any greed for it. And if he really needed one, he could always buy one for himself. If he had harbored such thoughts, he would have long carried the harmonious stream of flowing goblets away with him. There would be no need for him to negotiate with the appraiser hall and let them off. This. Catching the sword, guild leader Zheng's face turned red in embarrassment. Spirit artifacts possess consciousness, and usually, if the spirit chose to acknowledge another master, even if the original owner was reluctant to do so, most would still choose to part with it. After all, if one were to forcefully attempt to retain control over the weapon, not only would one be unable to earn the acknowledgement of the spirit, one might even incur its hostility. There was no use keeping a sword that was hostile to one. Since that was the case, one might as well sell the other party a favor. Perhaps one might even get a good price for it. Thus, he thought that after Xianxia had induced spirit euphoria in the Imperial Jade Sword, he would have to bid the sword goodbye. Yet, the other party simply returned it back to him, showing no signs of wanting to claim it for his own. Xianxia, you seem to be fated with this imperial jade sword, given how easily you induced spirit euphoria in it. Such compatibility between a weapon and a human is extremely rare, and these encounters usually end up going on to become legends. I've owned this sword for nearly 5 years now, but still, I'm unable to get its spirit to submit to me. Since that's the case, I might as well just gift it to you and fulfill the both of you. Gritting his teeth, guild leader Zhang presented the sword back to Xianxia. No one could easily part with a companion who had accompanied one over a span of 5 years. However, this sword had already chosen its master, and there was no use keeping it to himself. Thus, he might as well extend his generosity to the other party. After finishing his piece, he thought the other party would immediately take the sword away. However, contrary to his expectations, there was no movement at all. Lifting his head, it seemed like that Xianxia hadn't been listening to his words. Rather, he was tapping his fingers on several points on the 9-ring saber that he just grabbed. Wang! A crisp call echoed from the saber. Guild leader Zhang's lips turned white and his hands trembled. He nearly threw his sword aside out of agitation. Spirit Euphoria, the saber, has acknowledged him as its master as well. He had just said that Spirit Euphoria was extremely rare, and encounters like the one a moment ago would tend to go on and become a legend. Yet, at the very next moment, this saber came and did the same as well. Were they so eager to find a master for themselves? You all are spirit weapons. You're supposed to have your own consciousness and pride, and not submit to anyone easily. When did you all become so easy to deal with? If you are so easy to deal with, then what do the 5 years that I spent wiping the Imperial Jade Sword and nourishing it with my Jinchi count as? Guild leader Zhang felt faint-headed. He was just about to continue speaking when in front of him, Xianxia flicked his wrist and a burst of aura shot forth from the saber. Then, grabbing the saber tightly, he hacked it straight toward the formation plate. Be careful! Guild leader Zhang was taken aback. However, before he could finish his words abruptly stopped. Unlike what he imagined, the powerful saber chi didn't tear apart the formation plate. Rather, it left strokes and strokes of formation marks on it. The other party was actually using a saber to inscribe formation marks. While most transcendent mortal experts hadn't even comprehended a single weapon intent, he had actually comprehended 2 already. Just this sight in itself was enough to send him into a frenzy. Your swordsmanship is light and adept, allowing you to use it in replacement of a carving knife to inscribe the formation marks. Fine. I admit that you possess incredible mastery, so I'll accept it, but sabers are heavy and bulky, especially 9-ring sabers. That one in your hand definitely weighs at least several dozen kilograms. Ordinary men would find it tiring just to lift it, but to use it to inscribe formation marks. How in the world are you doing it? Can formation marks be inscribed like that? Guild leader Zhang's vision turned dark and his body trembled in agitation. He had studied formations for more than 80 years now, and he had always thought that his aptitude was above average, especially when it came to inscribing formation plates. However, after seeing the other party's actions, he realized that he was sorely mistaken. Since his talent was great, could he use swords to inscribe formation marks? Could he use the bulky sabers to inscribe formation marks? Clearly not. That was a thought he dared not harbor at all. Ding 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 ding. As the saber came into contact with the formation plate, the number of marks on the originally mirror-like surface increased swiftly. Just as guild leader Zhang thought that the other party would complete the inscription process in a single breath, the other party tossed aside the saber in his hand, wiped the sweat off his forehead and looked over expectantly. Does anyone have a spear? The crowd. A moment later, holding onto a spear, the young man stood at a distance 4 meters away as he brushed the tip of the spear on the formation plate on the wall. Pong pong pong. The spear moved swiftly, and just like with the sword and saber previously, formation marks swiftly appeared on the formation plate. Grabbing onto their chests, guild leader Zhang and Wang Haoshuan stared at one another. Even when using carving knives, the both of them had to inscribe the marks slowly for fear of making an error. Yet, this fellow used a sword, saber, and now he was going to the extent of even using a spear. If he couldn't complete it with this spear, would he use a hammer next? All of the formation masters that they knew of inscribed every stroke on a formation plate carefully as though a piece of art, fearful that it might break if they were to use excessive strength. Yet, the other party went to the extent of using weapons on it. Even though they were witnessing the sight for themselves, they still felt as though they were going mad. Some of the crowd clutched onto their chests while some covered their mouths as they witnessed the astonishing sight. In the meantime, Xianxia was still currently immersed in his work. Having consecutively used the weapon intent of 3 different weapons, even though he was left on the verge spewing blood, what was fortunate was that the formation plate he was working on was about to be completed. The final stroke. With glowing eyes, he flicked his spear and drew out an elegant arc at the very center of the formation plate. Hong long, carrying immense strength, the spear struck the surface of the formation plate and a deafening rumbling sound echoed. The wall behind the formation plate was no longer able to withstand the immense pressure anymore and collapsed, leaving behind a gaping hole in its wake. Xianxia had fixed the formation plate on the wall to etch the inscription. Even though the formation plate wouldn't be damaged due to its toughness, the same didn't apply for the wall. Even though the Formation Master Guild had used the best green steel boulder as the foundation for the building, it was still insufficient to withstand the relentless rampaging might of the sword, saber, and spear. The corridor which the guild used to conduct the Formation Master examination collapsed and dust rose up from the surface, choking the surrounding crowd. Cough, cough. Looking at the ruins before him, the ashen-faced guild leader Zheng's mouth twitched. Are you here to take the Formation Master examination, or are you here to demolish the place? You first stopped the main formation of our guild before going ahead to destroy the walls. What the heck was this? What kind of grudge does our Formation Master Guild have with you? Is the formation plate still intact? Hall Master Sai hurried forward. Hearing those words, everyone suddenly recalled the matter and turned their gazes over. Given how even the infrastructure had collapsed, would the formation plate still be fine? I have no idea. Xianxia scratched his head. Hurrying forward, he quickly retrieved the round plate that was crushed under a thick layer of wreckage. He wasn't being humble by saying those words. He really had no idea whether the formation plate was still fine or not. Under normal circumstances, when he finished the final stroke on the formation plate, the formation should have been completed. However, he couldn't have expected the wall to crumble. As such, it was hard to tell whether there was any deviation in his final stroke or not. There was a possibility that the might of the formation might be significantly reduced with this error. He lowered his head to examine the formation plate. On the smooth surface of the formation plate, innumerable strokes of differing depths could be seen. It looked like an 8 trigrams formation, yet at the same time, it seemed to harness the laws of the world within it. With just a single look, one couldn't help but feel faint-headed. How is it? Guild leader Zheng asked anxiously. If a formation plate wasn't activated, it was hard to tell just by the formation marks itself whether it was a successful work or not. Let me give it a try, Xianxia replied. Knowing this logic, he placed his palm on it and infused his Jinqi in. Hoo-hoo. Nothing. A failure. Everyone's face paled. A completed formation plate should be instantaneously activated as soon as Jinqi was infused into it. Given that nothing happened at all, it could only mean that the formation plate was a failure. There was only this grade 5 blank formation plate in the guild. After going through so much trouble, going to the extent of using sword, saber, and spear intent, he still ended up in failure. Everyone looked at Xianxia in sympathy. In the end, the might of those weapons was still way too great. Even though you curbed their strength, it's still unsuitable to use them to inscribe a formation plate. Wang Haoshuan shook his head. It wasn't without reason why everyone chose to use carving knife to inscribe a formation plate. No matter how well one's control over his spear, sword, or saber was, it was still a weapon crafted for destruction. It was inevitable that it would damage the formation plate, so Xianxia's failure wasn't too unexpected. At that moment, Guild leader Zhang suddenly shook his head. No, that's not it. If it's a failure, the formation plate should crumble. However, it is still intact and the spiritual energy within it is still flowing smoothly. Clearly, it isn't damaged at all. Ah! Wang Haoshuan was taken aback. What the other party said was true. A formation plate was, in essence, the miniaturization of a massive formation into a palm-sized round plate. As such massive energy was being condensed into such a small area, the slightest mistake would result in the plate breaking into innumerable fragments upon activation. But, even though the formation plate in front of them wasn't activated, the marks were still glowing as Xianxia flowed through it. There weren't any signs of the energy within going berserk as well. What was going on? If it was a success, why couldn't it be activated? But if it was a failure, how could it still be intact? Could the formation have been inscribed incorrectly? The spiritual energy gathering nature of the formation isn't working and that's why it is still intact. Wang Haoshuan asked. Inscribed wrongly? That's impossible. Zhang Xian shook his head. He had followed the blueprint strictly and even used the inscribing method within the Heaven's Path formation art for it. Even if he had made an error in his final stroke, it shouldn't have deviated too much from its original intention. Just as Zhang Xian was about to use the Library of Heaven's Path to get to the bottom of the matter, Hall Master Sai's lips suddenly trembled as he walked forward. Can you allow me to take a look? Feel free. Seeing the other party's reaction, Zhang Xian was slightly bewildered. Even so, he passed the formation plate over. The reason why Zhang Xian managed to become a 5-star appraiser was mainly due to the help of the Library of Heaven's Path. In terms of understanding of artifacts, he was most probably still inferior to the other party. Hall Master Sai had immersed himself in the world of appraising for more than several decades by now. Even though he might not know much about formations, his intuition and eye of discernment still made his judgment a valuable one. The other party placed the formation plate on his palm. Before Hall Master Sai could take a closer look, the weight on his palm suddenly disappeared. The formation plate released a light buzz before flying back into Zhang Xian's embrace. As I expected. With a reddened face, Hall Master Sai's body trembled uncontrollably. Seeing the other party's response, as though having realized something, Guild Leader Zhang couldn't rein in his curiosity any longer and hurriedly asked, What's wrong? Is this formation plate a failure? Wang Haoshuan asked as well. Failure. Taking a deep breath, Hall Master Sai calmed himself down and shook his head. How could that be possible? Then, everyone blinked in bewilderment. Even Zhang Xian was unable to comprehend the situation before him. If it was a success, why was he unable to activate it with Xianxia? Didn't you all see the formation plate leaving my hand on its own accord? Do you all still not understand it? Hall Master Sai spoke in agitation. This is clearly the reaction of a sentient tool. It has assessed me to be unsuitable. That's why it chose to leave. Sentient? You mean self-activating sentient formation plate? This. Guild Leader Zhang had to say this consecutively 3 times before he could bring himself back to reality. His eyes were widened and his body had stiffened. It was as though he had seen a ghost. That is the ability that only a grade 6 formation plate should have. How can a grade 5 formation plate achieve such a feat? Sentient formation plate? Wang Haoshuan also trembled in shock. He hurriedly turned his gaze to the formation plate in Zhang Xian's hand. The more he looked at it, the paler his face became. It seemed as though he would turn insane at any moment out of immense disbelief. What is going on? Seeing the frenzied look on everyone's faces, Zhang Xian was baffled. Even though he had collected all of the books in the library of the Formation Master Guild, and he had studied the Heaven's Path formation art as well, he hadn't assimilated them yet. Thus, he was still unaware of much of the jargon that formation masters used. It means that the formation plate has gained spirit, Guild Leader Zhang said with a quivering voice. Spirit? That does seem to be the case. But does it make a difference? Zhang Xian asked. Only when the other party spoke about it did he realize that it was indeed the case. Just like the Imperial Jade Sword, Saber, and Spear from before, this formation plate seemed to have sprouted its own spirit. However, as Xianxia had only just crafted it, he'd failed to notice the matter. Due to the size limitation and inability to harmonize entirely with the environment, ordinary formation plates could only display half of the strength of a normal formation. If the formation master inscribing it is lacking in proficiency, the ratio might go even lower. Noticing Zhang Xian's doubt, guild leader Zhang began to explain. Zhang Xian nodded his head, indicating that he knew about it. When he was reading through the books previously, he had learned about the unique nature of formation plates, so he wasn't too surprised over it. However, this nature only applies to ordinary formation plates. Sentient formation plates don't obey that law. With a flushed face, guild leader Zhang continued, not only can sentient formation plates bring out 90% of the strength of the formation, it could even grow stronger over time. In fact, even without infusing Xianxia into it, it can activate by itself. A formation plate that possessed spirit wasn't only strong, it was also capable of absorbing spiritual energy to grow. More importantly, even without the Xianxia of a cultivator, it could activate by itself. Even though self-activation didn't sound like a big deal, it could prove to be useful in desperate situations. For example, if a person was under immense danger and wasn't in the condition to come into contact with the formation plate, a spirit tool like this could potentially save one's life. Thus, a sentient formation plate was one of the most sought-after protective measures of cultivators. However, only 6-star formation masters had the ability to create them. Furthermore, luck played a huge role as to whether an inscription would create a sentient formation plate or not. Given the rarity of the object, he had only heard of it from rumors. As such, he didn't consider this possibility right from the start. In fact, even after Hall Master Sai confirmed it, he still found it hard to believe that the young man before him could inscribe a sentient formation plate. And more importantly, it was with a saber, a sword, and a spear. Who could have thought that those weapons could be used to inscribe formation plates as well? Recovering from the shock, Guild Master Zhang turned to look at Xianxia and sighed. To think that he had thought that his capability was at least on par with the other party previously. At this moment, he realized that there were unfair existences in this world known as geniuses. As soon as they made a move, one would only find themselves being left in the dust. To overcome 5 formations in just a few minutes, and stop the main formation maintaining the guild on top of that. To create a sentient formation plate using sword, saber, and spear, if it wasn't clear that his cultivation hadn't reached transcendent mortal yet, he would have thought that a 6-star formation master was going through all this trouble just to prank him. Disregarding the other party's shock, Zhang Xian asked, "You mean that this object can activate on its own accord?" "That's right. After one earns its acknowledgement, one will be able to communicate with it telepathically to activate the formation. There's no Xianxia required in the process at all." Guild leader Zheng nodded. "That's great." Hearing that it wasn't a failure in the inscribing process, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Touching the formation plate lightly, he could somehow feel an overjoyed feeling being transmitted to him. Given that the formation plate was carved using the inscribing method detailed in the Heaven's Path formation plate, and he had utilized sword intent, saber intent, and spear intent just for it, he would find it hard to believe if the formation plate was ordinary. Acknowledge! Dripping a droplet of fresh blood on it, he found a communication bridge being slowly formed between him and the spirit of the formation plate. Activate! With a casual throw, the formation plate immediately activated in midair. The spiritual energy within the range of several thousand meters came gushing in as though a whirlpool was pulling them in. Due to the intensity of the attraction, a slight moaning sound reminiscent of frenzied wind being blown past a cave could be heard. Strong! Seeing the rate at which spiritual energy in the surroundings was being pulled in, everyone was taken aback. As expected of a grade 5 formation, this might was indeed fearsome. Even though they weren't in the formation, they could still sense the overwhelming concentration of the spiritual energy within. It was at least 3 times that of the external surroundings. If one were to cultivate within it, one's rate of cultivation would definitely be increased by several folds. Furthermore, a sentient formation plate possessed the ability to repair its own damages. As long as one didn't use it too frequently or cause irreparable damage to it, there wasn't any limits on its usage. Not bad. Sensing that the might of the formation was similar to that described in the blueprint, Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction. Grabbing forward, he put away the formation plate and turned to the elder not too far away. Guild leader Xing, may I know the price of this blank formation plate? The sword, saber, and spear that Xianxia used for the inscribing process were borrowed, so he just had to return it. However, this blank formation plate was bought by the other party, but he was now claiming it for his own. Naturally, it was only right for him to ask for the price to compensate the other party. Xianxia, there's no need to worry about it. The formation plate is useless with me anyway, so just consider it as a gift from my part. Guild leader Zhang hurriedly turned down the matter. The young man before him was a person who was capable of inscribing a sentient formation plate. Given his young age, it was likely the other party would go on and accomplish great things in the future. Thus, Guild leader Zhang wanted to make use of this opportunity to strike up an amiable relationship with the other party. A gift. Frowning, Xianxia shook his head. It's not right for me to accept a gift when I haven't done anything deserving of it. How about this? Since you haven't earned the acknowledgement of the Imperial Jade Sword yet, I'll give you a hand in it. This can count as compensation for the formation plate. Accepting the favor of another meant to be tied in a karmic relationship with the other party. This burden was a little heavy to bear. You'll give me a hand in earning the acknowledgement of the Imperial Jade Sword? It's possible to help other people earn the acknowledgement of spirit equipment. Guild leader Zhang was taken aback. Earning the acknowledgement of a sword concerns one's intimacy with one's weapon. To succeed, one had to spend time with it so as to tighten their bonds. Cough cough, it's possible to help one in that? Why does it sound as though you are helping someone consummate their marriage? Of course. With a faint smile, Xianxia stretched his hand forward, grabbed the Imperial Jade Sword from his hand, and stroked it gently. The Imperial Jade Sword has already acknowledged you as its master, so how can it possibly accept me? Thinking that it was impossible, Guild leader Zhang shook his head. Don't worry, Xianxia is a 5-star appraiser. Since he says that he can make the Imperial Jade Sword acknowledge you, he must have an idea in mind. Seeing the disbelief in his old friend's mind, Hall Master Sai stroked his beard and said, his trust in the Xianxia's capability was nearly unconditional at this point. In his view, as long as the other party said that it was possible, it had to be possible. It was almost at the level of blind admiration already. An idea in mind. Seeing the confident expression of his old friend and recalling the various astounding deeds that the other party had done, Guild leader Zhang was suddenly filled with hope. Just as he was curious to see what kind of astounding means would this legendary figure use, the other party's cold, harsh voice sounded. You'd better acknowledge Guild leader Zhang as your master and listen to him obediently. Otherwise, you know that I can cripple you within seconds. Right? Cough cough. Guild leader Zhang and Hall Master Sai choked on their saliva. Their faces turned green and they nearly burst into tears on the spot. They were curious to know what means the other party would use, but to think that it would be a threat. Do you not know that all spirit equipment are incomparably arrogant, and the one thing they do not fear are threats? To cripple the equipment within seconds. If it operated the same as a human, he wouldn't have been put into such a difficult situation in the first place. Why did this young man feel unfathomable, as though an incredible expert in one moment and a naive amateur in the next? Xianxia. Suppressing his dismal, Guild leader Zhang shook his head. He was just about to advise the other party to not waste his effort when he heard a woo sound. The Imperial Jade Sword suddenly flew toward him. Hurriedly catching it, he immediately felt the spirit euphoria within it. Clearly, the sword was acknowledging him as its master. Guild leader Zhang went into a frenzy. What was with this? If the other party's "I'll cripple you within seconds" actually worked, then what did his 5 years count for? If it was under normal circumstances, he would surely dance in joy upon seeing that the sword which he had been keeping beside him for numerous years was acknowledging him. But somehow, in the current situation, he didn't feel the slightest delight. Instead, he felt so stifled that he could spurt blood. It looks like I shouldn't be so gentle when trying to win the acknowledgement of spirit weapons in the future. Seems like callousness is the way to go. Dripping his blood on the Imperial Jade Sword to seal the relationship, Guild Leader Zhang reflected on his own mistakes. I still have something to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave now. Having repaid the debt of the blank formation plate, Zhang Xian clasped his fist and bade farewell. His purpose at the Formation Master Guild was to find a spirit-gathering formation. Since he had already succeeded, it was time for him to return to raise his cultivation. Farewell. Guild Leader Zheng nodded his head. Watching the young man and Hall Master Sai leaving without any hesitation, Wang Haoshuan stepped forward and asked Guild Leader Zheng, "What kind of person is this Zhang Shi? I've no idea as well. However, this matter has to be reported to the headquarters. The other party isn't even a transcendent mortal yet, but he was able to use a sword, saber, and spear to inscribe a sentient formation plate." Recalling the other party's actions, Guild Leader Zheng's mouth twitched uncontrollably. "That's right. We have to report it immediately." Wang Haoshuan nodded in agreement. Since the other party had taken the Formation Master examination in their branch, he could be considered as one of their members. If they were to report this, the headquarters would surely reward them handsomely. The resources obtained from the reward would prove to be useful to them in breaking through their bottlenecks, and getting their own 5-star Formation Master would just be a matter of time. But before that, we have to look into Zhang Shi's background, where he came from and where he is heading to for the report. "I'll be depending on you for this," Guild Leader Zhang instructed. "Yes." Wang Haoshuan nodded his head and hurriedly left. Not too long later, he returned with a piece of paper in hand. The paper detailed various information concerning Zhang Xian. As one of the greatest power on the continent, it wasn't difficult for the Formation Master Guild to look into the affairs of an individual. Not to mention, Zhang Xian and the others didn't try to conceal their trail either. He came from Tianxian Kingdom. In less than 3 months, he became a 2-star Master Teacher, 3-star Apothecary, 3-star Physician, 3-star Painter, 2-star Beast Tamer, 5-star Appraiser, quasi-4-star Formation Master. Browsing through the contents, Guild Leader Zheng's lips went dry. The other party's capability had far exceeded his expectations. In less than 3 months, the other party had walked from a remote location like Tianxian Kingdom all the way to the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Despite his young age, he was already a member of 7 occupations, and some of those were even higher than his. How in the world did he do it? I was also very shocked when I first saw it. Wang Haoshuan smiled bitterly. After gathering the news, he nearly died from shock. Actually, I wasn't the one who gathered this information. Zhang Shi had eradicated a small clan known as the Lin clan in Tianwu Kingdom, and that Lin clan had extremely close ties with the local Formation Master Guild. Most of the information on the paper was retrieved from there. Wang Haoshuan continued, "However, even though we have so much information on his background, we still have no clue as to what he's going to do next. Should we ask him about it before reporting it to the headquarters?" Guild Leader Zheng shook his hands as he said, "There's no need for it. Given his talents, there's little doubt that he's going to participate in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance's Master Teacher Tournament." Master Teacher Tournament? Wang Haoshuan was taken aback. The Master Teacher Tournament, which involves 27 other powers of influence rivaling the Myriad Kingdom Alliance? That's right. This is a tournament conducted by Huanyu Empire's Master Teacher Pavilion in collaboration with the 27 subordinate Master Teacher Pavilions under them. It's a grand gathering that happens once every decade. Given the extent of the other party's capability, he will surely participate in it. Even if that isn't the case, he would surely at least spectate the tournament. Guild Leader Zheng said. Indeed, as an event initiated by the Tier 2 Huanyu Empire, it boasts of handsome reward. There is no genius who could resist its allure. Wang Haoshuan nodded in agreement. Given Zhang Shi's capability, he will definitely participate in it. All right, you should hurry up and report it. Even though we can't rival the Master Teacher Pavilion, we should at least make Formation Master his secondary occupation. We mustn't allow his talents to be buried in the dust. Saying so, guild leader Zhang and Wang Haoshuan began walking toward the communication wall. Returning to the appraiser hall, Zhang Xian immediately headed to his living quarters, secluded himself within a chamber, and immediately activated the spirit-gathering formation. Having collected innumerable books, learned 2 Dawn of Heaven's Path formation art, sap dry his sword intent, saber intent, and spear intent, Zhang Xian was already terribly exhausted. If not for an adamant will driving him, he would have long collapsed. Sitting at the center of the spirit-gathering formation, he flicked his hands and a pile of spirit stones appeared around him. Tzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. As soon as the spirit stones were placed in the formation, the spiritual energy harnessed within was immediately extracted. As though vegetables being placed within an oiled wok, a sizzling sound could be heard. After which, the concentration of spiritual energy in the surroundings started rising swiftly. 3-fold, 4-fold, 5-fold. In the blink of an eye, the concentration in the area had already reached 6-fold of the surroundings. Pili Pala. As spiritual energy was being drawn rapidly, some of the spirit stones started crumbling. Paying it no heed, Zhang Xian continued adding in more spirit stones to fuel the formation. Eventually, when the concentration finally reached 10-fold, Zhang Xian stopped. At this concentration, it was already no different from the rate of absorbing spiritual energy from the spirit stone straight already. Begin! Since all preparations were done, Zhang Xian immediately widened the pores across his entire body to absorb the thick spiritual energy in the surroundings rapidly. Then, converting them into Heaven's Path Xianxia, he refilled the energy expenditure he had incurred before. 2 hours later, his fatigue disappeared without a trace and he felt revitalized. He had finally reached his peak condition. Breakthrough! Muttering softly, the overflowing Heaven's Path Xianxia in his body began to strike at the barriers restraining his further progress. Kacha! After a seemingly long period of time, a crisp sound reminiscent of a small chick breaking out of its shell sounded. As though having knocked down a ceiling capping him, Zhang Xian's body underwent an astonishing metamorphosis. Nourished, every single cell on his body and his soul were undergoing a rapid qualitative evolution. His lifespan, which was capped at 100, began rising at a speed visible to the eye. 110, 120, 130. His muscles and skin seemed to have been reborn, and they became even more supple and powerful. Of one's entire life, the growth stage at which one had the best skin was infancy. During that period time, one's body would be overflowing with vitality, allowing all injuries to heal swiftly. But along with the rise in one's age, as one consumed material food and the impurities in one's body started to increase, one's body would start to decline. As one's regenerative function lost out to the decline, one's bodily functions would gradually fail. The transcendent mortal realm served to overcome this limit. One who succeeded in the breakthrough would be brought back to their prime. Even a person who had a single foot in the grave would be overflowing with vitality. Even though the Heaven's Path Xianxia that Zhang Xian cultivated was incomparably pure and was highly beneficial to both his body and his soul, it still wasn't sufficient to grant him the strength and lifespan of a transcendent mortal. Thus, before this breakthrough, he was still constrained by the limits of a mortal. This was the difference in the level of existence. Take an ant and an elephant for example, even the strongest ant could never defeat the weakest elephant. Thus, having this step into new realms, his body seemed to have been nourished by the most concentrated energy of the world, making him feel incredibly energized and revitalized. Continue. After reaching the prolonged longevity realm, Zhang Xian threw out another bunch of spirit stones and continued driving the transcendent mortal one Dan Heaven's Path divine art. Just like that, he gradually broke through the various bottlenecks in his cultivation. Prolonged longevity realm primary stage. Prolonged longevity realm intermediate stage. Prolonged longevity realm advanced stage. 2 hours later, Zhang Xian finally reached prolonged longevity realm pinnacle. And at that moment, his lifespan had been increased from 100 to 200 years. At prolonged longevity realm pinnacle, one's lifespan would be doubled. When he exhaled deeply, Unlike the usual turbid gas filled with impurities that were clogging up his meridians, it carried the light fragrance of nature. Having reached the level of a transcendent mortal, one's physical body would possess the quality similar to a newborn infant, untarnished by impurities or pollutants. Due to the overwhelming vitality within a child, it was extremely rare for them to suffer from bad breath. The current Xianxia was also the same. Hearing, sight, smell. My 5 senses have been significantly enhanced as well. Opening his eyes and looking at the distance, he could see the ants several dozen meters away clearly. In fact, even the singing of the canaries several hundred meters away were crystal clear to his ears. The rise in his cultivation realm had enhanced his 5 senses significantly. His reaction speed had increased by 2-fold. The enhanced senses made it easier for him to harmonize with the nature, thus facilitating the absorption of spiritual energy and increasing his rate of cultivation. No wonder there was the saying, "Beneath the transcendent mortals are all ants." Only upon reaching this realm could one understand how fearsome it was. It seems like Ding Hong is one of the weaker cultivators at prolonged longevity realm. Otherwise, it would definitely be impossible for me to subdue him so easily. Upon reaching this level, Zhang Xian realized how fortunate he was in his fight with Ding Hong back then. Without proper guidance, that fellow had fumbled his way through the realms. Even though he had successfully made the breakthrough, he was one of the weakest ones of the tier. If Zhang Xian had met with a transcendent mortal one-dan cultivator from the Myriad Kingdom Alliance back then instead, he would definitely have been in for a hard fight. After reaching transcendent mortal one-dan pinnacle, my strength, when totaled up, adds up to more than 200,000 ding. Clenching his fists tightly, Zhang Xian chuckled in joy. At prolonged longevity realm, only one's lifespan would be enhanced. As such, before reaching transcendent mortal 2-dan, one's strength would be capped at 100,000. On the other hand, Zhang Xian had already achieved that might at half-transcension realm. At this moment, along with the rise in his cultivation realm, his strength had increased by 2 times, thus reaching 200,000. In terms of just strength, he was already comparable to a transcendent mortal 2-dan origin energy realm intermediate stage expert. At origin energy realm primary stage, one would possess the strength of 150,000 ding, 200,000 ding at intermediate stage, 250,000 ding at advanced stage, and 300,000 ding at pinnacle. And this was only in terms of Jinqi. If one were to factor in one's comprehension of the nature, the strength at one's disposal would be much greater. I can achieve breakthroughs swiftly via Heaven's Path Divine Art. But the expense is truly too great. Having gathered more than 1,000 cultivation technique manuals, Zhang Xian understood the rate of cultivation of ordinary transcendent mortal one-dan cultivators. Even the most talented person would require several years of hard work to climb from primary stage to pinnacle. However, Zhang Xian had done the same in just 2 hours. Anyone who had witnessed the speed of his cultivation could definitely die of shock. But while the speed was astounding, the expense was fearsome as well. After the breakthrough, his Heaven's Path Jinqi had undergone a qualitative change, becoming even purer and less viscous. If the Heaven's Path Jinqi were sand grains that could easily pass through small spaces previously, then at this moment, it was no different from flowing water. It could even slip through gaps that were indiscernible to the eye. With the increase in the purity of his Jinqi, naturally the requirements for Zhang Xian's spiritual energy rose proportionately as well. Even though he had earned several 10,000 spirit stones through various means, there wasn't much of it that was sufficiently pure for him to absorb. Almost 90% of the spiritual energy contained within each spirit stone went to waste along with his cultivation. He thought that the amount of spirit stones he had earned should be sufficient for him to reach transcendent mortal 3-dan or 4-dan, but from the looks of it, he was being too naive. The spirit stones that he had earned from the appraiser hall, the wager, guidance, and sale of the soulless metal humanoid, had nearly dried out. In other words, he used up nearly 50,000 spirit stones just to advance from prolonged longevity realm primary stage to prolonged longevity realm pinnacle. If it was anyone else, this amount of spirit stones would be more than sufficient for them to reach transcendent mortal 4-dan. I'm back to becoming a poor bloke again. Smiling bitterly, Xianxia shook his head helplessly. 3 days ago, he had to go through so much trouble just to make 50,000 spirit stones. He thought that he had earned a huge wealth capable of rivaling several kingdoms already. Yet, to think that he would be back to square one after a cultivation session. It was no wonder by people say cultivating was a money-burning business. From the looks of it, the description couldn't be any more apt. Without sufficient spirit stones, it would be difficult for him to raise his cultivation realm. This kind of low-tier spirit stone is no longer sufficient to fuel my cultivation. Smiling bitterly, Xianxia contemplated over his future course of action. Several 10,000 spirit stones were only sufficient to raise his cultivation by one realm. If he were to attempt to advance through origin energy or even higher realms, it was unimaginable how many spirit stones would be required. It felt as though even if he were to earn several 100,000 or even 1,000,000 spirit stones, it would still be far from sufficient to support his cultivation. Furthermore, there would come a point that the quality he required for his cultivation would exceed the purity of the spirit stone. At that point, all of the spirit stones would lose their worth. If Xianxia wanted to raise his cultivation swiftly, he would have to find some way to obtain a middle-tier spirit stone. This kind of spirit stone possessed spiritual energy of extremely high purity, which was much easier and more convenient to absorb. 3 days is up, Luo Zhu should be done by now. I should hurry over to the Soul Oracle tomb to find a way to save Lu Chong. Standing up, Xianxia walked out of the chamber. It was already the second day when Xianxia went to the Formation Master Guild. After the hassle there and the 4 hours spent on cultivation after returning, it was already around the promised time they agreed on. This trip to the Soul Oracle tomb would determine whether Lu Chong could be awoken from his coma or not. Xianxia would not allow any hiccups to occur. Heading to the lounge, he realized that Luo Zhu had already arrived. Xiaoya and the others were also done with their cultivation, and they were standing by the side of the room. His students didn't let down his expectations. In 3 days' time, they had all reached Jizuan realm. This was especially so for Xiaoya, who had reached Jizuan realm intermediate stage. From her aura, one could vaguely feel overwhelming power. Sun Chong hadn't been slacking off the past 3 days as well. He had completely reinforced his cultivation as a transcendent mortal one dan. Even though he was still a far way off from matching up to Xianxia, as compared to his cultivation of Jinqi realm a few months ago, he had come quite a long way in this limited period of time. Zhang Shi. Upon noticing his arrival, everyone turned their gazes over. Are you done with the preparations? If so, let's set off, Xianxia said. I'm done with the preparations. Luo Zhu nodded his head. The items he needed for the trip to the Soul Oracle tomb were all ready. Do you all intend to accompany us to the Soul Oracle tomb, or are you all returning to the Myriad Kingdom Alliance? Xianxia turned to Zhao Feiwu and the others. The Soul Oracle tomb is dangerous, so we'll pass on the offer. Jin Songhai was just about to reject the request when Zhao Feiwu interrupted. Of course we'll be following as well. I've only read about the soul oracles from ancient texts. If their inheritance can really be found in the tomb, then it'll be worth going through the danger. Gongzi, your body. Alarmed, Jin Songhai hurriedly persuaded. He wasn't weak, and he was confident of protecting the Gongzi under most circumstances. However, the Soul Oracle tomb was simply uncharted territories. It was a treacherous location even for him. Gongzi's cultivation was as good as null, and if they were to head there like that, he wasn't confident of ensuring the latter's safety. As the other party's subordinate, he didn't dare to take such risks. Don't worry, even though my fighting prowess is lacking, I am more than capable of protecting myself. Zhao Feiwu chuckled lightly. Besides, isn't Zhang Shi here? I am eagerly waiting to see how he will wreak havoc in the Soul Oracle tomb. But, hearing the other party's resolute voice, Jin Songhai was conflicted. However, he still gave in eventually. All right then, let's set off. Since everyone had already made up their minds, they climbed onto the back of the spirit beast without any hesitation. This mount was Zhao Feiwu's spirit beast, and it had a wide back. Even though more than a dozen people were riding on it, it wasn't cramped at all. Spreading its wings, It soared into the vast skies. Soul Oracle Tomb, here we come. A spirit beast soared in the boundless skies. It was the third day since Xianxia left Honghai City. The direction which the Soul Oracle Tomb was located at a direction opposite of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. The geographical terrain consisted of winding mountains reminiscent of a massive dragon lying the ground, ready to rise into the heavens at any moment. Within the room on the back of the spirit beast, Xianxia stood in front of the window with his eyes closed. In the past 3 days, he had reinforced his cultivation as a transcendent mortal one-dan pinnacle cultivator. At this moment, he was currently reorganizing the information he had collected on soul oracles in his mind. Back then, in order to accurately determine the identity of the soulless metal humanoid, Hall Master Sai had collected quite a few books on soul oracles. After duplicating those books from the appraiser hall, Xianxia hadn't been able to find time to browse through them. Since he had some free time now, he decided to make use of this opportunity to look through them. Compile. Muttering softly, the correct information recorded in the dozens of books in the Library of Heaven's Path gathered together to form a new book. All of the Soul Oracle-related books collected shared a common description on the occupation, mysterious and fearsome. Their deep knowledge concerning the subject of souls made them a fearsome existence. It didn't take long for Xianxia to read through the entire book, and he shook his head. The heritage of the occupation had been severed and there weren't many records left on it. The books remaining were incomprehensive and useful information was terribly limited. After browsing through the books, Xianxia was left with more doubts than he'd started with. Forget it. I'll just deal with whatever that comes my way. Knowing that there wasn't any useful information to be derived from the books, Xianxia sighed. Opening his eyes, he turned to Sun Chong, Xiaoya and the others and said, "All of you come here. Teacher. Young master." The group gathered around Xianxia. Seeing the grave expression on Xianxia's face, Zhao Feiwu asked, "Since Xianxia has some matters to delegate, should we step aside for a moment?" There were many secrets within a teacher-student lineage that outsiders shouldn't know of. Xianxia waved his hands. "There's no need for it, it isn't something major. I just want to remind them of some things that they have to take note of when we're at the Soul Oracle Tomb." "Oh? Things to take note of? Then, can we listen in too?" Zhao Feiwu, Hall Master Sai, and the others' eyes lit up, and they hurriedly turned their attention over. Who was the young man before him? He was the master teacher who could even expel a soul oracle from a person's body. Not to mention, he was a 5-star appraiser and quasi-4-star formation master. How could the advice from such a person be anything ordinary? If they were to listen to his words, they would definitely have a much better chance at survival in the Soul Oracle Tomb. "Of course, feel free." Ignoring the excited crowd, Xianxia turned to his students and subordinate and spoke gravely. "Take note of this. When we're at the Soul Oracle Tomb, if anyone gets possessed, make sure not to devour the other party's soul carelessly. There are questions I would like to ask. If the soul that possessed Luo Zhu was still alive, Xianxia would surely be able to derive useful information from him. If so, there might be no need for him to take the risk and venture into the Soul Oracle Tomb." The more he thought about it, the more regretful he felt about the matter. Thus, he made sure to instruct the others properly this time around. Otherwise, if this bunch of kids and Sun Chong were to rush to devour the soul oracles later on, it would be too late. "Yes." Xiaoya and the others hurriedly nodded their heads. In order to protect them, their teacher had left a surge of Jinqi within each of them. Even if some soul oracle were to charge up to them, they would at least be able to avoid being possessed. That's more like it. Alright, that's all. You all should continue cultivating." After finishing his instructions, Xianxia waved his hands. Nodding, Xiaoya and the others nodded and dispersed. Just like that. The others thought that Xianxia was going to conduct a detailed briefing, so they were filled with expectations. However, after hearing those words, the mouths of Zhao Feiwu, Hall Master Sai, and the others twitched. They nearly fainted on the spot. There was no one who wouldn't be filled with trepidation when heading toward a soul oracle tomb, fearful that something might catch them off guard. Yet, This fellow made it seem as though he and his students were just going on a picnic. What in the world was with that official? "Allow me to have a bite first before you all devour your food" announcement. Cough, cough. Luo Zhu even choked on his saliva. For this trip to the Soul Oracle tomb, he had prepared many things. In fact, he had even written his will. And yet, the other party seemed to treat it like a leisure walk, and there wasn't the slightest worry in his attitude. Humans were truly born different. Suppressing his frustration, Luo Zhu glanced downward at the geographical terrain, did a rough calculation on their current location, and walked up to Xianxia. "Xianxia, we're about to arrive at the Soul Oracle tomb." Xianxia looked around and asked, "About to arrive? Where are we now?" "We're currently at the Myriad Kingdom Alliance's Nine Folds Mountain. 1,000 li of Nine Folds Mountain, 10,000 li of Red Ripple Sea. This is where the border with Mingxia Empire is located." Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. There was a map on the Myriad Kingdom Alliance in the appraiser hall, and Zhang Xian had browsed through it. As such, he had a rough idea on the various landmarks across the empire. He had thought that the Soul Oracle tomb would be located in the middle of the alliance, so he was surprised to learn that they were at the border. Mingxia Empire was another empire of equivalent standing to the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. They were also one of the 27 powers participating in the Master Teacher Tournament. The Nine Folds Mountain was the boundary between the two powers, and battles broke out here often. As such, it was considered as one of the danger zones. "It isn't at the border yet. It is located at the third fold, Coax Ridge," Luo Zhu said. The Nine Folds Mountain consisted of a total of 9 folds. There was a more specific name for each fold, and Coax Ridge was located at the third fold. Legend had it that a powerful expert was once assaulted by a spirit beast stampede passing through the region. Thus, he calmly coaxed them, and eventually, the spirit beasts decided to back off. Thus came the name of the Coax Ridge. Spiritual energy was concentrated in this region, thus resulting in many spirit beasts and savage beasts roaming the area. Thus, even though it wasn't the border of the two empires, it was considered as one of the more dangerous locations. Most people would avoid coming here if possible. There are many spirit beasts on the Coax Ridge, so we can't fly over. Otherwise, there's a chance that we might be assaulted by aerial spirit beasts. Upon hearing the name of the location where they were headed to, Jin Songhai frowned. A transcendent mortal expert was still incapable of flight yet. As such, it could prove to be dangerous if they came under the assault of other aerial spirit beasts. After all, if they were to fall from the sky at such a high altitude, they would most probably die immediately upon contact with the ground. Thus, very few people would dare to ride a flying mount through where aerial spirit beasts were numerous. Elder Jean is right. However, there's no need to worry. Since Gongzi's spirit beast has reached transcendent mortal 3-dan pinnacle, most spirit beasts wouldn't dare trifle with it. We should be able to fly straight to our destination. But of course, we can't land directly at the location itself. There's a formidable aerial spirit beast living in the vicinity of the Soul Oracle tomb. I'm afraid that we might incur its wrath if we were to approach carelessly. "You mean that demon sink beast?" Jin Songhai asked. "Elder, you also know about this beast?" Luo Zhu was taken aback. "Of course I do. On top of its ability of flight, it has reached transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle, thus making it a fearsome existence. It has terrorized some of the neighboring villages and killed on numerous occasions. In order to deal with it, the Alliance has tried sending many experts to kill it several times, only to end in failure." With a grim expression, Jin Songhai continued, "Furthermore, on top of its speed and strength, it is said to possess a dragon bloodline, thus granting it nearly invincible defense. As such, it's a troublesome adversary to deal with. Even the Beast Hall isn't able to do anything about it. You said that the Soul Oracle is near to its nest. May I know how far away it is?" "It is only several hundred meters away from its nest. The last time I came, I studied its habits and sneaked in while it was busy looking for food. There are more of us this time around, so it will be easier for us to get caught. Thus, I think we should proceed carefully," Luo Zhu said. "Several hundred meters? That's a little too close. Jin Songhai frowned. At Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan clarifying turbidity realm, one's soul would gain a certain level of autonomy from one's body. Under such a state, just by one's senses, one could easily perceive the happenings within a radius of several hundred meters around one. At such a distance, it was almost impossible for them to alarm the other party even if they were to proceed carefully. Even though Jin Songhai was a Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan expert as well, he was only at primary stage. On top of that, the Demon Sync Beast was an aerial spirit beast possessing a dragon bloodline. He wasn't a match for the other party at all. Even though he could resort to poison, he needed the other party to be unguarded first. Putting aside how the Demon Sync Beast was wary of humans, the dragon bloodline also provided it with an extremely high immunity to poison. If he were to fail to kill it in a single shot, he might incur the other party's fury and cause everyone's death. The Soul Oracle Tomb was already dangerous by itself. To think that there would be such a ferocious fellow camping in the surroundings on top of that. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Zhu said, "It is an extremely short distance, but after hiding in this region for 3 months, I managed to find some patterns in its behavior. As long as we proceed carefully, we shouldn't get noticed. Since you managed to find some patterns in its behavior, why don't we do it this way?" After contemplating for a moment, Jin Songhai turned to Xianxia and asked, "Zhang Shi, shall we stop 2 kilometers away from the Demon Sync's nest and slowly walk over?" Unknowingly, Xianxia had become the de facto leader of the group. It had become a habit for them to look to him for answers. "All right," Zhang Xian nodded. He had never been here before, and he didn't know about the Demon Sync Beast or how strong it was. Since the duo had already discussed it, he thought that it should be fine to go along with their decision. 2 kilometers wasn't much of a distance to cultivators of their capability. "All right, tell me when we're nearing the location. I'll have the tamed beast make a landing," Jin Songhai said. "On." Luo Zhu nodded. While the others were discussing, Sun Chong, upon seeing Hall Master Sai's face turn pale after hearing about the Demon Sync Beast, couldn't hold himself back and asked, "Have you heard of that Demon Sync Beast as well?" "Of course I've heard of it." Hall Master Sai smiled bitterly. "That fellow is incomparably strong. It's said that the head of the Beast Hall has once led 12 elders to encircle and subdue it. But the operation eventually ended in failure. 12 elders. That's right. Those who are qualified to become elders in the Beast Hall possess cultivation at least that of my level. Much can be said about the strength of the Demon Sync Beast, given how they failed despite mobilizing so many experts." Hall Master Sai shook his head. "Not only is that fellow capable of flight, due to its dragon bloodline, it possesses incredible defense as well. Even spirit intermediate tier weapons could do no harm to it. On top of that, it has a violent temper and it is extremely territorial. If it is really guarding that area, it won't be easy for us to approach." "Are you afraid?" Interrupting the other party's words, Sun Chong uttered in disdain. "If you are scared, you might as well leave right now. To think that you're still the head of the appraiser hall." "Me? Afraid?" Seeing the other party's expression, Hall Master Sai nearly fainted. To think that a transcendent mortal 4 Dan expert like him would be looked down on and mocked by an insignificant butler. Infuriated, he was just about to lash out when Luo Zhu's voice echoed, "We're here." After which, the aerial spirit beast began on its descend, headed straight for the winding mountain range. Jumping off the back of the spirit beast, Zhang Xian took in a deep breath and immediately felt the dense spiritual energy in the surroundings. The concentration of spiritual energy here was indeed much higher than anywhere else. "It's nearly twofold," Zhang Xian evaluated. It was no wonder why Jin Songhai and Luo Zhu said that there were many spirit beasts here. With such dense spiritual energy, one's rate of cultivation would definitely be fast. Under such circumstances, it wasn't surprising for spirit beasts to be attracted to the region. Regardless of whether it was a spirit beast or savage beast, just like humans, they preferred areas with high concentration of spiritual energy. Activating the Eye of Insight, Zhang Xian surveyed the surroundings. As expected, he saw the traces of many savage beasts and spirit beasts. Why are there so many footprints?" Suddenly, Xianxia's eyes fell on a particular spot. No too far away, on top of the claw prints of spirit beasts, he noticed some human footprints as well. There were nearly 10 of such trails, and judging from the moisture of the surrounding ground, those footprints seemed to be freshly made. Someone has just walked by here. Could they know about the Soul Oracle tomb as well? Seeing those footprints, Jin Songhai's eyebrows knitted together. A radius of 2 kilometers was about the limit of the demon sink beast's perception. Before such danger, one should be eager to escape as far as possible. Why would anyone walk in to court their deaths? Unless there was a greater profit driving them. In other words, there was a good chance that someone knew about the existence of the Soul Oracle tomb as well. This ancient occupation might be mysterious and feared, but it was still a trove of knowledge and power. Many experts would definitely rush in if they were to learn of the location of the tomb. It was just like how the auction of the soulless metal humanoid managed to attract the attention of so many powers. Impossible! The location of the Soul Oracle tomb is deeply hidden. Even I had to spend a very long time searching before finding it despite possessing some hints on its location. Besides, when I left the tomb, I sealed tightly and concealed it. Luo Zhu shook his head. The inheritance of the Soul Oracles had been severed since ancient times. The only reason why he could find the Soul Oracle tomb was due to some information he retrieved from another ancient tomb. The seniors of the ancient tomb's owner had participated in the building of the Soul Oracle tomb, and they had left behind some hints on its location inside. It took him great effort to decipher the clues to pinpoint the Soul Oracle tomb to this area. He didn't think that there would be another person who would be as lucky as him. Then those footprints. Jin Songhai questioned doubtfully. I have no idea either. Even though he was certain that the location of the Soul Oracle tomb wouldn't be exposed, he couldn't help but feel slightly worried by those fresh footprints. Are these footprints pointed toward the direction of the Soul Oracle tomb? Xianxia asked. After calculating the direction for a moment, Luo Zhu replied, That's right. There's no point thinking about it here. Let's go up and take a look. Xianxia waved his hands. There was no point getting distressed over the matter here. If someone had really beaten them to it, they might as well just go forward to take a look. It would be best if they could share some information regarding the Soul Oracle tomb, and if not, he would find some way to deal with it then. Besides, these footprints did not necessarily mean that those people were headed for the Soul Oracle tomb. Everyone nodded, and the group proceeded forward. The number of footprints are increasing. The further they advanced, the more footprints that appeared. It seemed like quite a substantial group was gathered here. Analyzing the footprints, Jin Songhai said, These footprints are extremely light, and the distance between every single footprint is almost identical. This means that those people possess a powerful control over the environment. From this, we can conclude the ones who left the footsteps behind were mostly transcendent mortal 2-dan or 3-dan experts. As a poison master, he was often pursued by his enemies. Thus, in order to protect himself, he had specially studied tracking skills, granting him exceptional acuity in his assessment toward such matters. Xianxia nodded. Xianxia had never studied books regarding tracking, but based on the feedback from the Eye of Insight, he came to the same conclusion as well. Knowing that the other party was a large group of experts, Jin Songhai's face turned grim. As he advanced forward, he sent a telepathic message to Zhao Feiwu. Gongzi, if there is any danger, summon the tamed beast immediately and leave along with the rest. Zhao Feiwu turned to him and asked, What about you? Even though my fighting prowess isn't top-notch in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, I still do possess some life-preserving skills. If I have to take care of the rest of you while in danger, none of us will survive. Jin Songhai said. As a poison master, it wouldn't be easy to kill him. The one thing that poison masters didn't fear at all was encirclement. All right. Seeing that the other party had already made up his mind, Zhao Feiwu nodded. Even though plundering was rare under the influence of the Master-Teacher Pavilion, it didn't mean that it didn't happen at all. If they were to come under attack in the wilderness, there would be no one to redress their grievances. Even if she was the princess of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, considering how difficult it would be to trace down the culprits. It was unlikely that the enemies would give them any slack. You all be careful as well. Xianxia turned to instruct Xiaoya and the others as well before walking in front of them. Even if he were to meet with danger, with the Eye of Insight, Library of Heaven's Path, and Heaven's Path movement art, he was still able to take care of himself. However, his students had just achieved a breakthrough not too long ago, and they had yet to reach transcendent mortal realm as well. Thus, they might be unable to cope. Yes. Seeing their teachers back in front of them, Xiaoya and the others found their anxiety disappearing. Their teacher's silhouette felt like a reliable mountain to them. Regardless of where they were, as long as their teacher was with them, they felt as though there was nothing that they couldn't overcome. After carefully advancing forward for around a kilometer, the group passed a ridge and saw a valley before them. The valley was extremely deep, and they couldn't see the end at a single glance. It was filled with all kinds of trees and plants, and due to the high concentration of spiritual energy, they were exceptionally lush. At this point, the footprints from before disappeared as well. Luo Zhu walked forward and said, Xianxia, the Soul Oracle tomb is within the valley. Xianxia nodded his head. He was just about to instruct the group to be careful when voila! A few figures appeared from the bushes and blocked the advance of the group. Identify yourselves. Hostility could be heard the other party's deep voice. Xianxia glanced at the few figures before him. There was a total of 6 men, and all of them were in their 30s. Vaguely, one could sense an aura no weaker than a transcendent mortal 2 Dan from them. The strongest of them, a gray-robed man, had even reached transcendent mortal 3 Dan Yinyang realm. With this kind of strength, he was on par even with that 4-star master teacher Xianxia met before Song Chao. Who are you all? Stepping forward, Jin Songhai revealed his cultivation. What do you all intend to do by hiding here? Transcendent mortal 4 Dan? Upon feeling the immense strength Jin Songhai was exerting, the faces of the men paled. They glanced at one another, and eventually, the gray-robed man said, Elder, our elders are currently doing something inside and they mustn't be interrupted now. I beseech you all to take a detour instead. Detour? Frowning, Jin Songhai's face darkened. We have matters to attend inside as well. I ask of you to give way. Elder, do you intend to barge through? Seeing that the other party had no intention to give in, the men's complexion turned awful. Walala! Crisp sounds echoed in the air as they drew their swords. Even though they were only transcendent mortal 2 Dan and 3 Dan cultivators, they had no intention of stepping back either. Ha! Even if I do intend to barge through, do you all think you can stop me? With a powerful and authoritative disposition, Jin Songhai stepped forward. I have to try even if I can't. The gray-robed man didn't retreat. Instead, he stepped forward and beckoned for the others. Then, all of a sudden, with a light metallic buzz, the few men charged forward simultaneously, and their weapons formed a net of swords headed straight toward Jin Songhai. Their cultivation was far inferior to Jin Songhai, but the powerful sword chi they were emitting felt indomitable. A collaborative formation? Jin Songhai frowned. The movements of these men were complementing one another via the usage of a battle formation. Furthermore, from the looks of it, the formation didn't seem to be weak at all. Even with Jin Songhai's superior cultivation realm, he would probably be in for a difficult fight. The main function of this kind of collaborative formation was to amplify the strength of a group to match up to a cultivator far stronger than them. It was just like how Xiaoya, Yuan Tao, and the others were not a match for Lu Sun individually back then, but through the use of a collaborative formation they still managed to subdue the latter. Of the 6 men, the strongest person, the gray-robed man, was only a transcendent mortal 3 Dan and the rest were all transcendent mortal 2 Dan. However, through the use of a formation, they could display strength several folds higher. A wave of sword chi gushed straight at Jin Songhai. Even when their opponent was a transcendent mortal 4 Dan expert, they were still able to stand their ground. Humph! Without the slightest fluster, Jin Songhai stomped his feet on the ground and charged forward. Zhenqi gushed into his fingers as he compressed the surrounding air, deflecting the sword chi that were rushing at him. This was the first time Xianxia had seen a transcendent mortal 4-dan expert fighting at his full strength, and the battle was way beyond his expectations. Every single one of Jin Songhai's moves seemed to carry a unique order. His blows were heavy at a moment, light in the next, and the air in the surroundings seemed to move to complement his movements. Even though the other party's formation was profound and formidable, it wouldn't be easy for them to hurt him. However, he was restricted by the 6 swords. It would be difficult for him to break out of it within a short period of time. Admittedly, if he were to resort to his poison, he could subdue the other party immediately. However, there wasn't an irreconcilable grudge between him and those men. Also, they weren't worthy of having him reveal his hand as well. Pong pong pong. Both sides clashed furiously with one another, but the shock wave was only confined to an area of several dozen meters. This revealed the precise control they had over their strength. "Let me help you." Seeing that it would be impossible for the fight to end in the short run, Hall Master Sai was fearful that if they were to be stalled here for too long, the demon sink beast might be alarmed. Thus, bellowing deeply, he stepped into the battle as well. His fighting prowess wasn't inferior to Jin Songhai in the least. With his entry, the collaborative sword formation immediately fell apart, and the 6 young men were jolted backward. After several collisions, their swords were knocked away and they fell into a weak state. Given their cultivation realm, it was impossible for them to face 2 4-dan experts simultaneously. All right. Seeing that the 6 men were on the verge of defeat, Hall Master Sai and Jin Songhai prepared to advance forward to deal the final blow when Xianxia suddenly shook his hands. "That's enough. We're all on the same side." Hearing those words, everyone was taken aback. Could it be that Xianxia knew the other party? On the same side? The gray-robed man was perplexed, and he looked at Xianxia with a bewildered glance. "I am Beast Tamer Xianxia." Ignoring the other party's attitude, Xianxia stepped forward, flicked his wrist, and took out a Beast Tamer emblem. "If I'm not wrong, all of you are Beast Tamers as well, right?" Upon seeing the emblem, the few men immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Flicking their wrists as well, they took out their emblems. Just as Xianxia had said, they were all Beast Tamers. Frowning, Hall Master Sai asked, "You're all from the Beast Hall?" Probably only the Beast Hall had the capability to dispatch 6 Beast Tamers of such strength simultaneously. "Yes," the gray-robed man nodded. "I am Sai Xiaoyu from the Appraiser Hall. May I know if your Hall Master is Han Chong or Luo Ming?" Hall Master Sai asked. "It's Hall Master Han Chong." Sai Xiaoyu. "Ah, it's Hall Master Sai. Pardon me for my discourtesy." Hearing the name, the gray-robed man was taken aback for a moment before a figure appeared in his head, and he immediately jolted in fear. He hurriedly clasped his fist and apologized. There were 2 Beast Hall branches in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, and their Hall Masters were Han Chong and Luo Ming respectively. On the other hand, there was only one Appraiser Hall, and it was located in Honghai City. Even though the cultivation of this Hall Master Sai might be inferior to their Hall Master, due to the vast connections of the Appraiser Hall, they were both of equal standing. Given that the other party was of equivalent standing to their Hall Master, it wasn't a big deal to lose to him. So you're old Han's men. I am old buddies with your Hall Master Han." Upon knowing the background of the few men before him, Hall Master Sai nodded his head. Then, with slight doubt in his eyes, he asked, "Your Beast Hall branch should be in the vicinity of the Myriad Kingdom City. What are you all doing here?" The Beast Hall branch, which Han Chong was the Hall Master of, was located in the mountains near Myriad Kingdom City. The Ninefold Mountains were several 100,000 kilometers away from their base. What could they be doing here? Reporting to Hall Master Sai, "Our Hall Master is currently in the midst of taming the demon sink beast." Knowing that the other party was an old buddy of their Hall Master, the gray-robed man decided not to hide the matter. "Taming the demon sink beast? Didn't your Hall Master attempt it 3 years ago, but it ended in failure?" Hall Master Sai was perplexed. The one who led the 12 elders to surround the demon sink 3 years ago but ended in failure was exactly this Hall Master Han Chong. Could it be that the other party was unwilling to give up and came here to attempt it once more? Ever since the failure 3 years ago, our hall master has been coming here whenever he finds time to interact with the demon sink beast. After such a long period of time of companionship, their relationship has grown rather intimate. Thus, he intends to give it his all to tame it today. In order to prevent anyone who interrupting him, he ordered us to guard this area and prevent any savage beasts or strangers in. The gray-robed man replied. Hall Master Sai nodded his head. Xianxia also finally understood the situation. Unlike Xianxia, ordinary beast tamers didn't possess Heaven's Path Xinqi, and they couldn't use it as a bait to convince a savage beast to submit to them. Thus, they could only rely on the fellowship built over a long period of time and win its goodwill to tame it. Back then, when Mou tamed the viridescent eagle, she also used all kinds of treasure to attract it before winning its goodwill. Given Hall Master Han Chang's ability, 3 years was probably more than sufficient for him to earn great intimacy with the demon sink beast. Thus, gauging that it was about time, he decided to tame it in a single go. Hearing that his old buddy was currently trying to tame Spirit Beast whose notoriety was known in the entirety of the Alliance, Hall Master Sai hesitated for a moment before asking, "Can we go over to take a look? If he were to meet with trouble, we may be able to offer some assistance." Beast taming was by no means an easy task. It wasn't too much if one could tame it, but failure could potentially unleash the wrath of the spirit beast onto one. It was said that in the battle 3 years ago, Hall Master Chong was so severely injured that he had to recuperate on the bed for more than a month. Ah, all right. After a moment of contemplation, the gray-robed man finally nodded his head. However, you all must be careful as well. The demon sink beast is arrogant and violent. Make sure not to incur its ire. Given Hall Master Sai's esteemed standing, they were clearly not in the position to stop the other party. In any case, the beast taming hadn't started yet and the Hall Master and the other elders were still in the midst of the preparatory phase. Thus, the latter probably wouldn't blame him if he were to bring some men in. Rest assured, I am an old buddy of your Hall Master. I won't interfere in his affairs. Hall Master Sai smiled. It was beneath the dignity of an expert of Hall Master Sai's caliber to lie. Thus, the gray-robed nodded his head before turning to the other men and instructing, "The rest of you shall remain guard here. Don't allow any savage beasts or strangers to pass through." After which, he gestured forward and said, "Hall Master Sai, this way please." The group followed along. A short distance later, the lush mountain forest suddenly opened up. A waterfall flowed down from the mountain cliff, forming a lake of several hundred meters wide. Not too far from the lake, an immense cavern could be seen. Outside the cavern stood a few elder, and they seemed to be waiting for something. Upon hearing the footsteps, they turned around, and the elder standing at the direct center was just about to lash out when he caught sight of Hall Master Sai within the crowd and his eyes lit up. "Hall Master Sai, why are you here?" "I just happened to be passing by. I was looking for some items when I was stopped by your men. From them, I learned that you intend to attempt taming the demon sink beast once more. Thus, I decided to come over to take a look," Hall Master Sai said. The other party was the Hall Master of the Myriad Kingdom City Beast Hall, Han Chong. "You also know of my condition. The competition between the 2 beast halls in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance is intense, and only one of the Hall Masters will obtain the opportunity to study at Huanyu Empire. If I don't tame a spirit beast that towered over the others, there's no guarantee I will get the slot." Hall Master Han Chong smiled bitterly. The 2 beast halls in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance had always been competing with one another. For the opportunity to study at a higher-tiered beast hall, the 2 hall masters had been clashing with one another both in the shadows and in the open for several years already. There was nothing that could prove a beast tamer's capability more than taming a powerful spirit beast. Thus, for the past 3 years, Hall Master Han had been trying to tame this demon sink beast to take the lead. "That's true. I heard that you've been trying to get close with it for the past 3 years. How is the progress?" Hall Master Sai asked. "There isn't much of a difference from before. The demon sink beast possesses the dragon bloodline, thus giving rise to its arrogant and solitary personality. If it could be tamed that easily, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. If not for Huanyu Empire's envoy coming in a few days' time, I wouldn't be in such a rush as to thrash it out today. Hall Master Han shook his head. For a spirit beast of this tier, 3 years was still a little too short. However, Hall Master Han had no other choice. The envoy was about to arrive soon, and if he couldn't tame this fellow before then, he would be at a disadvantageous position as compared to Hall Master Han Ming. And if he were to fail the selections, it would be impossible for him to become a 5-star beast tamer in his lifetime. Then the reason why you all are waiting here is, since they had decided they were going to tame the demon sink beast, then where was the star of the show? Why would they be gathering here instead of looking for the demon sink beast? It's inside the cavern now. That fellow usually only heads out to hunt during noon. It's still a little too early, so it's still sleeping. Hall Master Han gestured to the cavern. Ah! Hall Master Sai nodded his head. These are your juniors? After which, Hall Master Han turned to Xianxia and the others and asked doubtfully. Cough, cough. Upon hearing the other party ask if Xianxia was his junior, Hall Master Sai immediately jolted in fear. He quickly tried to clarify the matter, but Xianxia beat him to it. I am Xianxia, Hall Master Sai's friend. Friend. Hall Master Han was taken aback. As a 4-star appraiser, Hall Master Sai's standing wasn't beneath his in any way. Why would he become a friend with a lad who wasn't even 20 yet? Perplexed, Hall Master Han asked, May I know what Brother Zhang's occupation is? Reporting to the Hall Master, he's a 2-star beast tamer. I saw his emblem just a moment ago. Before Xianxia could reply, the gray-robed man by the side interjected. 2-star beast tamer? Hall Master Han's bizarre expression deepened. There were many of beast tamers of such level in the Beast Hall. When did Hall Master Sai fall so low as to become friends with such a person? So, little brother is a beast tamer as well. To be able to reach 2-star at such a young age, the younger generation sure is impressive. Even though Hall Master Han was perplexed, he didn't allow his true thoughts to slip through. Clasping his hands, he spoke politely before turning his attention away. A 2-star beast tamer under 20 was impressive, but in their beast hall, it wasn't a particularly rare sight. Hearing the other party's perfunctory words, Xianxia couldn't be bothered to explain himself. His aim here was the Soul Oracle tomb. It didn't matter to him whether the other party viewed him highly or not. It would suffice as long as the other party didn't interfere in his affairs. Hall Master Han, Zhang. Seeing the attitude of his old buddy, Hall Master Sai immediately realized that the other party might be misunderstanding something. He immediately spoke up to explain the matter when the ground before them suddenly tremored and a loud voice echoed. Roar! A loud howl reminiscent of thunder boomed, and the leaves from the nearby withered trees immediately fell to the ground. Impressive! Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. Just the voice in itself was sufficient jolt a cultivator beneath Zhongshi realm to death. For a single roar to be so incredible, as expected of a famous spirit beast in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. It was indeed a fearsome existence. It's awake. Let's begin. Hall Master Han's eyes lit up. He immediately turned around to instruct the elders. Upon hearing the instructions, the elders nodded and stepped forward. One of them flicked their wrist. Boom! The massive corpse of a spirit beast appeared on the ground. The corpse of a transcendent mortal 2-dan deer horde beast? You all even managed to hunt down one of those. Upon seeing the corpse, Zhao Feiwu's eyebrows leaped and a look of disbelief surfaced on her face. This spirit beast is incredible? Sun Chang asked doubtfully. The deer horde beast is only a transcendent mortal 2-dan spirit beast, and it isn't particularly strong. However, it possesses extraordinary speed. Its meat is fresh and juicy, making it a favored prey among spirit beasts and cultivators. Unfortunately, their numbers are severely limited and there might not be a single one across the entire Ninefolds Mountain. It must have surely cost a lot of time and effort to capture one. Due to her illness, Zhao Feiwu wasn't able to move around freely. Thus, she devoted her time to books. Given the unique nature of the deer horde beast, she remembered it clearly. Hearing the conversation of the two, the gray-robed man proudly explained. Looks like you know quite a bit. This deer horde beast took 17 beast tamers over a course of half a year to hunt. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this is the only hunted deer horde beast within the entire Myriad Kingdom Alliance at the moment. It'll be impossible to find a second one on the market. Even though the cultivation of deer horde beast wasn't too high, it possessed high wariness and it was exceptionally cunning. If not for so many beast tamers being dispatched for it, it would surely be impossible to capture it. Even though the other party was being narcissistic, Zhao Feiwu knew that there wasn't any mistake in saying so. It was indeed extremely difficult to capture this beast. Back then, a prince of the Alliance, the household of the Alliance head, was ill and required the heart of the deer horde beast for treatment. Thus, the Alliance head residents offered a high monetary reward for the acquirement of this spirit beast, but there was no result for 5 whole years. Eventually, due to the lack of medicine, the prince's physical condition deteriorated and he eventually died. It was also because of this that she flipped through the books and learned of the deer horde beast. Not only is the flesh of the deer horse beast fresh and juicy, more importantly, the spirit beast feeds on spirit herbs. Despite its weak cultivation, it is overflowing with spiritual energy, making it no different from a tonic. If a spirit beast were to consume it, they would be able to easily overcome their current bottleneck and reach higher realms. Hall Master Sai interjected. In other words, it's a mobile realm breakthrough pill. I see. So, they are intending to use the corpse of this fellow to please the demon sink beast. Coming to an understanding, Sun Chong was astonished. To think that they would even procure such a rare and difficult to hunt spirit beast to tame this demon sink beast. The hall master of the beast hall had truly gone all out this time. While they were discussing this matter, Hall Master Han took in a deep breath and stepped forward. Brother Demon Sink, I've prepared the items I told you about already. They are right here. Come out and take a look. The voice echoed into the cave. There was a moment of silence, and the atmosphere grew tenser by the moment. Just as everyone was about to reach their limit, a loud gust of the wind blew out from within and a gigantic figure flew out. It was a massive spirit beast possessing a height of around 7 to 8 meters. When its wings were spread apart, its length reached more than 30 meters long. Its eyes were scarlet as though fresh blood, giving it a fearsome appearance. At the same time, its body is filled with resilient-looking scales, reflecting its outstanding defensive capability. The transcendent mortal 4-Dan pinnacle aerial spirit beast that everyone within the Myriad Kingdom Alliance feared. The demon sink. Roar. As though having comprehended the words of Hall Master Han, the massive savage beast looked at the deer horde beast corpse placed in front of him with fiery eyes. Spirit beasts were already capable of absorbing spiritual energy to cultivate, and they possessed intelligence not beneath that of a human. The corpse of this deer horde beast was producing the deep fragrance of herbs and an intense spiritual energy disturbance. At this moment, its instincts were telling it that if it were to consume it, its cultivation would surely soar. Even if it wasn't able to reach transcendent mortal 5-Dan, it wouldn't be too far from it then. Under such circumstances, how could it not feel agitated? Brother Demon Sink, as long as you promise to a condition of mine, this deer horde beast will be yours. Seeing that its interest was piqued, Hall Master Han chuckled lightly. Roar! The demon sink beast turned its head to Hall Master Han, as though indicating its willingness to listen to the conditions of the latter. For the past 3 years, Brother Demon Sink and I have been spending much time together, and I believe you should have a clear understanding of what kind of person I am. My condition is simple. I hope that you can become my tamed beast. Hall Master Han said. Don't worry, we can sign an equal contract. This way, I won't be able to force you to do anything you are reluctant to. Roar. Hearing that it had to become a tamed beast, the demon sink beast's face immediately warped in savagery and it roared in displeasure. It emanated a deep aura of hostility that left one's hair standing on ends. It seemed to be saying that if Hall Master Han dared to continue talking about the matter, it would surely make a move. As a bearer of the dragon bloodline, it was of esteemed standing. How could it possibly be willing to submit to a mere human and serve as its lackey? You shouldn't be in such a hurry to make your decision. Seeing how the other party refused him without the slightest hesitation, Hall Master Han's complexion turned awful. However, he quickly veiled it and chuckled. I believe you should know of my standing among the humans. I am the head of the Beast Hall, a figure respected by many. Brother Demon Sink, as long as you follow me, I will treat you as my peer and fulfill anything you ask of to the best of my ability. The lifespan of spirit beasts might be long, but how long does it take for you to raise your cultivation by absorbing spiritual energy from the surroundings? You will be entitled to much better resources if you were to follow me. After finishing those words, Hall Master Han beckoned to the elders behind. A few elders stepped forward and a bunch of spirit stones appeared on the floor. They were all low-tier spirit stones, but they stacked up into a mini mountain. There was at least several thousand of them, and their appearance immediately caused the spiritual energy in the surroundings to surge. Just by taking a whiff, one could feel their pores opening up and an indescribable feeling of comfort would envelop one. Humans weren't the only one who could utilize spirit stones for their cultivation. Spirit beasts were the same as well. Cultivating through absorbing spiritual energy from spirit stones would surely be much faster than simply absorbing spiritual energy from the surroundings. There's a total of 8,000 spirit stones here. As long as you agree to the condition, I can give them all to you right now, Hall Master Han said. The reason why he could take out so many spirit stones while Hall Master Sai wasn't able to was not because the latter was poor. Rather, Hall Master Sai had spent the bulk of his money on collectibles, resulting in the amount of spirit stones he could take out at a moment to be severely limited. In terms of total assets, the latter would surely be far superior. It was just like those antique collectors in the world Xianxia lived in prior to his transcension. If those collectors were to sell their entire collection, they would surely be drowning in cash. However, as finding a suitable buyer for these items were difficult, the amount of cash they could take out at a given time might not compare up to some of the wealthier merchants. If you aren't interested in these spirit stones, you might be interested in this. Seeing the lack of response from the Demon Sink beast after taking out the bunch of spirit stones, Hall Master Han hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth. Flicking his wrist, he took out a jade box. Slowly opening it, a spirit stone came into sight. Boom! The moment the box was opened, the spiritual energy in the surroundings immediately grew so dense that it was nearly tangible. It felt as though as long as one was holding onto the spirit stone, even if one didn't attempt to absorb it, the spiritual energy would still seep into one's body, enhancing one's body. To put it simply, if one were to place the spirit stone by the side of an infant, even if the latter didn't cultivate, nourished by the spiritual energy contained within it, his body would become incredibly powerful and it would be immune to common illnesses. In less than 2 months, its physical body would become no weaker than that of a Pigu realm cultivator. Could this be a middle-tier spirit stone? Xianxia clenched his fists tightly in agitation. Having read innumerable books, he knew a thing about 2 on the various tiers of spirit stones. The spirit stones in his possession at the moment were of the most inferior grade low-tier spirit stones. Low-tier spirit stones were sufficient to support the cultivation of a cultivator of transcendent mortal 4 Dan and below. Any higher than that would require spirit stones of higher grade. Taking Xianxia for example, due to the incredible purity of Heaven's Path Xianxia, even though he was only at transcendent mortal 1 Dan prolonged longevity realm pinnacle, low-tier spirit stones were already nearly ineffective on his cultivation. If he wanted to reach origin energy realm, on top of completing the Heaven's Path divine art of that level, more importantly, he needed a middle-tier spirit stone. That spirit stone in Hall Master Han's hand was more than sufficient for his cultivation to rise from prolonged longevity realm pinnacle to origin energy realm pinnacle. While quantity could make up for the disparity in quality, this logic only applied if the disparity in quality wasn't too great in the first place. With sufficient straw, one might be able to buy a diamond. However, the properties of a straw could never achieve the properties of a diamond. Thus, even though 10,000 low-tier spirit stones could be exchanged for a middle-tier spirit stone, it couldn't replace the effectiveness of a single middle-tier spirit stone. That's right, it is a middle-tier spirit stone. Not expecting his old buddy to take out such an invaluable object, Hall Master Sai's eyes widened in shock. Middle-tier spirit stones were incomparably expensive. There wasn't more than a handful of it throughout the entire Myriad Kingdom Alliance. The value of it could only be greater than the Deer Horde beast. Roar! Seeing the middle-tier spirit stone, the eyes of the demon sink beast grew even redder. In truth, Hall Master Han's heart was also bleeding from taking out his greatest treasure. However, he knew that it would be impossible to hook in the demon sink beast without this much. Thus, clenching his jaws, he continued, "As long as Brother Demon Sink agrees to becoming my tamed beast, this middle-tier spirit stone will be yours. Brother Demon Sink, what are you intending to do?" Before he could finish his words, the demon sink beast flapped in massive wings and charged forward. Its talons swooped forward swiftly amidst raging winds to grab the spirit stone in Hall Master Han's hand. Snatching? The heck! Hall Master Han felt dismal. Over the past 3 years, regardless of what the other party wished for, he had definitely given his all to procuring it just to please the other party. All he wished was to earn the other party's gratitude, so that the other party would consider their relationship when he tried to tame it. Yet, this fellow forgot about their relationship as soon as a treasure appeared, and even went to the extent of snatching it. The heck! Could he be any greedier than this? If only he knew that the other party was so ungrateful, he would have never gone through so much trouble. Activate the formation. Judging from how the other party was ferociously charging at him, it probably didn't have any intention of stopping until it laid its claws on the middle-tier spirit stone. Knowing that this wasn't the time to get depressed, Hall Master Han bellowed. Since the carrot didn't work, he could only utilize his final resort, forcing the other party to submit through violence. This was the least preferable method due to the overwhelming strength of the demon sink beast. Even though the beast Hall had the numerical advantage, capturing it alive was a terribly difficult task. If not for such, Hall Master Han wouldn't have wasted his 3 years pleasing the other party. While he was confident that he could convince the other party to submit through 3 years of relationship and the allure of profits, he still made preparations for the worst possible scenario. He had set up a formation here in advance in case something went wrong. To think that he would really end up using it. Yes. Nodding their heads, the elders dashed off in 4 different directions, and driving the Xianxia in their body to the maximum, they grabbed at the air before them. Boom! At a distance several hundred meters in front of the crowd, a mist slowly drifted into appearance, catching the demon sink beast off guard. In its short moment of hesitation, the mist completely surrounded it. It's a confinement formation. Having learned the Heaven's Path formation art, even without utilizing the Library of Heaven's Path, Xianxia's comprehension of formations was comparable to a 4-star pinnacle formation master. Iron Chain Confinement Formation. Recognizing it, Jin Songhai's eyes narrowed. That's right. Xianxia nodded in agreement. Iron Chain Confinement Formation was a formation created by a 4-star pinnacle formation master more than 1,000 years ago. It made use of the violent spiritual energy in the natural surroundings to form overlapping iron chains that bound lifeforms trapped within its area of effect. Even struggling free of the chains was a huge hurdle, needless to say, escaping from the formation. A grade 4 pinnacle confinement formation. Staring at the impressive formation before him, Xianxia remarked, "It seems like Hall Master Han is truly determined to capture this fellow. A formation of this level couldn't be set up on a whim. A formation master had to study the geographical terrain in advance to determine the various hiding spots for the formation flag. Afterward, he had to hide the formation flags underground without leaving the slightest trace, so as to not incur the suspicion of the demon sink beast. Even for a 4-star pinnacle formation master, it was impossible to achieve this without several months of preparation. Indeed, if I'm not mistaken, in the past 3 years, on top of pleasing this large fellow, he has made a lot of various preparations beneath the surface as well." Hall Master Sai smiled bitterly. Given the duration of time required to set up the formation and that the assistance of a 4-star pinnacle formation master was required, it seemed like his old buddy was determined to make this operation a success. It was probably after he suffered a setback 3 years ago that he thought of this idea. On the surface, he did his best to please the demon sink beast, but in the shadows, he secretly hired others to set up this formation in case things didn't go as planned. Xianxia shrugged. It's perfectly normal for him to do this. A beast tamer must always consider the possibility of failure. If he couldn't do this much, he couldn't have possibly become a 4-star beast tamer. Not even high-rank beast tamers could guarantee their taming to be successful every single time, especially when dealing with a ferocious and proud spirit beast. Hall Master Han had already failed once. If he were to confront the demon sink beast without sufficient preparation in hopes of taming it, he wouldn't be worthy of his position as the head of the Beast Hall, a 4-star pinnacle beast tamer. Roar! While the group was chatting, the trapped demon sink beast realized that he had fallen for the other party's ploy, and it howled furiously. It went on a rampage and destructive force shook the surroundings. It's futile. Hall Master Han harumphed as he walked forward. With a flick of his wrist, a screen appeared in front of his crowd, reflecting the current circumstance of the demon sink beast. At Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan, its Jinchi had already evolved into origin energy, allowing it to utilize unimaginable means. This screen was similar to the wall in the corridor housing the sea of formations in the Formation Master Guild, allowing one to clearly view the situation within the formation, as well as serving as a platform to communicate with the prisoner inside. The thick chains created through immense quantity of spiritual energy locked the demon sink beast firmly in place. The feared demon sink beast thrashed around violently, trying to free itself from its confines, but to no avail. I've already told you it's futile. I advise you not to waste your strength. Hearing its frenzied howl, Hall Master Han chuckled lightly. Roar! Hearing those words, the rage of the demon sink beast crescendoed. 3 years of fellowship had made it lower its wariness toward the other party. Otherwise, how could it possibly overlook a formation that was set up at the entrance of its nest? It didn't expect this to put it into a perilous situation. Resentment gushed through its mind like a huge torrent, and if looks could kill, Hall Master Han would have been torn into countless shreds by now. This is a grade 4 pinnacle formation. You might be powerful, but it'll be impossible for you to escape without knowing the correct method. Why don't we continue our previous conversation? As long as you promise to become my tamed beast, everything I've promised you before still holds. If not, I believe you should be more than aware of your current circumstances. It might be a pity to kill you, but you're no use to me otherwise, Hall Master Han said. In truth, he didn't want to come to this step. Even if he were to successfully tame the demon sink beast after this, it would be impossible for him to win the heart of the latter. That would be equivalent to a potential threat hanging over his neck. But the other party simply refused to submit to him, even going to the extent of snatching his item. Left with no choice, he could only resort to this. Roar! Seething with anger, the demon sink beast glared at Hall Master Han with its massive eyes. You need not give me your answer so quickly. I have the time to wait for you. Seeing its attitude, Hall Master Han shook his head. Even so, he wasn't anxious in the least. Since the other party was already trapped, at the very most, he just had to expend more spirit stones to sustain the formation. No matter what, Hall Master Han was determined to tame the other party. Even though he had threatened to kill the other party, that was more of a mean to coerce the other party into submission. After all, once the other party was killed, his 3 years of effort would have gone in vain. Infuriated, the demon sink beast struggled. However, it wasn't able to struggle free of the iron chains which bound it tightly. Eventually, realizing that it couldn't free itself of its confines like that, it lay down and slowly closed his eyes. Hall Master, what do we do? Seeing that the huge fellow had calmed down instead, the other elders stared at one another in confusion before walking up to Hall Master Han. What else can we do other than wait? Elder Hu, take out the deer-horse beast and roast it. Make sure that the aroma reaches the demon sink beast. I don't believe that gluttonous fellow can hold himself back when such delicacy is placed before him, Hall Master Han said. Even when raw, the deer-horde beast carried the deep aroma of herbs. Roasting it would surely whet one's appetite. As an embodiment of gluttony, it would be a wonder if the demon sink beast could hold itself back. Honestly speaking, Hall Master Han's mastery in the art of beast taming was truly formidable. The aroma of the Deerhorde beast was a clear contrast of the Demon Sink beast's current plight and the other possibility if it were to give in. This would surely gnaw at the other party's determination, luring it into submission. An ordinary spirit beast would have surely given in at this point. Yes, Elder Hu nodded. Just as he was about to start the fire to roast the Deerhorde beast, the two-star beast tamer from before shook his head with a helpless look and said impassively, "I advise you not to roast the Deerhorde beast." Elder Hu frowned. Why? Not expecting that a mere two-star beast tamer would interfere in their affairs. Hall Master Han and the other elders stared at one another as displeasure appeared on their faces. Even the least capable of them was a four-star primary beast tamer, and it was common consensus that roasting the Deerhorde beast was the best course of action at the moment. Otherwise, there would be nothing they could do. Yet, a two-star beast tamer was dared to refute their decision? Nothing much. I just fear that the situation might evolve beyond your control if you were to roast it. Shaking his head, Xianxia decided to say no more. Even though he was a master teacher, he wasn't a Samaritan. There was no need for him to interfere in everything. Besides, the other party seemed to be looking down on him. It's just the roasting of a Deerhorde beast. What kind of situation could happen from it? Seeing how the young lad wasn't able to back up his claim, Elder Hu harumphed coldly. Did he really take all of them four-star beast tamers as fools? If catastrophe could really come from this, they would have long noticed it already before a mere two-star beast tamer could. Forget it if you aren't willing to listen. Xianxia sighed. He had done his part already. Since the other party was reluctant to listen, he wasn't willing to speak any further as well. Humph. Seems like you're just a fear-mongering, arrogant brat. Elder Hu flung his sleeves. The others also didn't seem too pleased by Xianxia's comment. This was especially so for Hall Master Han. If not in consideration that the other party was Hall Master Sai's friend, he would have surely lashed out already. What did a mere two-star beast tamer know to dare to speak up on their affairs? How boorish. Enough. Go and roast the Deerhorde beast. With a cold expression, Hall Master Han waved his hands. Initially, he still held some considerations over the other party given how Hall Master Sai addressed the other party as his friend. However, from the looks of it now, he was just a rude liar. The situation might evolve beyond control? It was just the roasting of a Deerhorde beast. What could happen? Other than testing a person's tolerance, what else could possibly happen? Yes. Nodding his head, Elder Hu, along with some of elders, stacked up some firewood and started roasting the Deerhorde beast. As beast tamers, they often had to camp in the wilderness for many days to lay in wait for a savage beast. Thus, it was inevitable that they would pick up such basic survival skills. Hoo. Soon, the campfire was lit and the Deerhorde beast was placed on top. Tzzzzzzzzz. Sizzling sound echoed as a deep aroma began wafting in the area. Roasting the Deerhorde beast, which had lived by feeding off spirit herbs, further brought out the fragrance hidden in its body. The roasting had just barely begun, but the crowd was already salivating. Let's retreat. Catching a whiff of the fragrance, Xianxia shook his head. Retreat. Hall Master Sai and the others were taken aback. We should be at least several hundred meters away or else we might be implicated as well. Saying so nonchalantly, Xianxia took the lead and retreated away from the Deerhorde beast. As soon as he walked away, Xiaoya, Zhao Feiwu, and the others hurriedly followed along. Hall Master Sai was put in a position, but after hesitating for a moment, he chose to tag along as well. These fellows. Seeing how the group turned around and left, saying that they might be implicated, bulging veins appeared on Hall Master Han's forehead, and he nearly erupted. Failing to tame that huge fellow had already filled him with rage, and the depressing words of this fellow were threatening to ignite his rage. You are just a two-star beast tamer. To act as though an unfathomable expert with that deep expression of yours. Why don't you just become an actor? Truthfully, if it had been any other two-star beast tamer that said such words, Hall Master Han surely wouldn't have gotten angry. What triggered him was the expression of that fellow who spoke. The other party acted as though he would surely suffer if he didn't heed his words. Not to mention, the contempt in his eyes couldn't be any more apparent. To think that a 4-star pinnacle beast tamer like him would be looked in contempt by a young lad. Contempt your head. This demon sync beast possesses the dragon bloodline, resulting in its proud nature. It's normal to be unable to tame it. Do you really think that I wish to go this far? It's precisely because there's no better solution that I'm doing this. Humph. Conceited. It sure is a wonder why Hall Master Sai would become friends with someone like you. Don't bother about them. Focus on the roasting instead. The more aromatic it is, the better. Suppressing his rage, Hall Master Han instructed. Yes. Elder Hu and the others nodded, and they increased the intensity of the flame. The aroma of the deer horde beast immediately grew deeper, inducing groans of protest from one's stomach. While that group was about to erupt from rage, Xianxia and the others stopped at a distance several hundred meters away. This will do. Xianxia waved his hands. Zhang sure. The crowd turned to look at him with questioning gazes. They had absolute trust in Zhang Shi's capability. Since he had said that something was going to happen, there was a high chance that something would happen. Is Zhang Shi worried about a stampede occurring? A thought flashed past Hall Master Sai's mind and he frowned. Given how the aroma of the deer horde beast is diffusing in the surroundings and considering the irresistible appeal of it to the spirit beasts, it is highly likely that a large group of spirit beasts might be attracted into the area. But if a stampede is going to occur, won't we still be caught in it at this distance? Under the charge of thousands and thousands of savage beasts, all life forms would be torn to shreds. If a stampede were to really occur, even if they were to escape several dozen kilometers away, they would still be caught within it. Ah, that seems possible. Everyone also came to a realization. What Hall Master Sai said made sense. There was indeed a high probability of a stampede occurring. Such a matter had occurred in Coke's Ridge before, so this wasn't an unfounded worry. Given the aroma from the deer horde beast, it wouldn't be surprising if spirit beasts were lured in. But if it was such a situation, shouldn't they run away as far as possible? Wouldn't it be courting death if they chose to remain here? A stampede? You sure have wild imaginations. Hearing those words, Xianxia was speechless. Since even you all can tell that other spirit beasts could be lured in by the aroma of the deer horde beast, do you all think that a group of 4-star beast tamers would neglect this possibility? The crowd's faces immediately turned red. That was indeed true. Since even outsiders like them could tell that much, how could 4-star beast tamer veterans neglect such a possibility? Since the other party could even foresee the rejection of the demon sync beast and prepared countermeasures in advance, they must be prepared for the possibility of a stampede occurring already. Don't worry. Such a thing can't possibly happen. Xianxia shook his head. Why? Zhao Feiwu was bewildered. Even humans like them found it hard to hold themselves back before the allure of the deer horde beast. How could spirit beasts possibly resist it? Seeing how the usually astute Gongzi asked such an obvious question, Xianxia rolled his eyes. Even though the deer horde beast is very aromatic, how far do you think the smell can diffuse to? Zhao Feiwu was immediately stumped. There was no doubt about the allure of the meat, but at their current distance, the aroma was already barely discernible. If they were to go any further, it would be completely undetectable already. Even though spirit beasts possessed far stronger senses of smell than humans, it would still be impossible for them to discern a smell several kilometers away. Besides, where do you think we are? We are on the territory of the demon sync beast. Even if other spirit beasts were to catch a whiff of the aroma, do you think that they would dare to gather here? Xianxia continued. Ah! Zhao Feiwu blushed in embarrassment. Powerful spirit beasts and savage beasts demarcated their own territories, and weaker beasts wouldn't dare to step into their boundaries. After all, the moment they stepped past the boundary, there was a high chance they would be killed as a prey. The demon sync beast could be considered as the strongest spirit beast throughout the entire Nine Folds Mountain. Given the duration it had lived here, how could there be any nearby beasts who still dared to trespass on its territory? Wasn't that courting death? If I'm not mistaken, in a 10-kilometer radius where the demon sink beast lives, there won't be any other spirit beasts. No matter how aromatic the deer horde beast is, it's impossible for it cause an uproar among spirit beasts beyond 10 kilometers away. Xianxia explained. 10 kilometers? Only then did everyone finally came to a realization. Stopping 2 kilometers away, it was true that they hadn't spotted any spirit beasts along the way. Even though they had noticed a few footprints, they were sparse. Most probably, those belonged to spirit beasts who accidentally wandered into the area and fled hurriedly after smelling the demon sink beast scent. Otherwise, given that they were a large group, it was odd that not a single spirit beast had come forward to pester them. No matter how aromatic the deer horde beast was, it was impossible for a spirit beast that was 10 kilometers away to smell it. And even if one did, would it dare to walk in here? This was the territory of the strongest spirit beast in the Nine Folds Mountain. It was no wonder why Hall Master Han had no fear. He probably already knew in advance that it was impossible for a stampede to occur. But if it isn't a stampede, what other situation could happen? Eventually, they returned back to the original question. Look on, you'll understand soon enough. Xianxia didn't explain the matter. Since Xianxia was unwilling to speak, the others didn't think that it was appropriate to question him further. At that point, Hall Master Sai suddenly requested awkwardly, "If there's any danger, I beseech Xianxia to save Hall Master Han. The only reason why he snubs you is because he doesn't know of your capability. In truth, he isn't a bad person. No matter what, Hall Master Han was his friend. He couldn't possibly watch on nonchalantly if the other party was in danger. If something really happens, I'll help him. However, I just fear that they might not be happy if I do make a move." Chuckling softly, Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. "All right, you all should continue watching. It should be about time." Hearing those words, the crowd turned their sights to the front. At this point, the cooking of the deer horde beast was about to be finished. The aroma had already reached an unbearable level. These elders were all skilled in outdoor survival skills, and they had brought some seasoning along with them for this operation. Even though it was abrupt, their skills weren't inferior even to the top chefs of Honghai City. Not just the aroma and the taste, even the tone of the meat was perfect. Just the sight of it was enough to induce uncontrolled salivation in one. "Brother Demon Sink, can you smell it? If you become my tamed beast, this will be yours. Besides, you only have to stay by my side, so there's nothing for you to lose. Once my lifespan reaches its end, you'll be free once more. What else is there to consider?" Knowing that the aroma had already permeated through the entire formation, Hall Master Han continued, "Hurry up and make your decision or else we'll be eating the deer horde beast by ourselves. By then, it'll be too late. I believe that you should know the value of the deer horde beast as well. This is the only one in the entire Nine Folds Mountain, and once you miss it, you'll surely regret it for life." Hall Master Han's words were indeed very persuasive. Any other spirit beast would have already been convinced by now. However, the eyes of the demon sink beast were still tightly shut, and it remained completely motionless. It seemed as though it was asleep. When did the demon sink beast become so docile? At this moment, Zhao Feiwu also realized that something was wrong. According to the legends passed down in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, this fellow was ferocious and savage. Back then, someone had also tried to use a formation to trap it. However, it was a pity that the stamina of the demon sink beast seemed to know no limits. Soon, under its struggling, the spirit stones in the formation ran dry and it broke out of the formation. Formations could be sustained by both spiritual energy in the surroundings and spiritual energy from spirit stones. The former would require a long charging period for the formation to be sustained, whereas the latter only demanded sufficient spirit stones. But regardless which of the two it was, formations required an energy input to sustain it. To cope with the struggling of the prisoner, it would have to expend a greater amount of energy. Once the spirit stones ran dry, even if one didn't know the exact method to break the formation would still crumble by itself. This was precisely the reason why the corridor of the Formation Master Guild had a time limit of 2 hours. If not, as long as the examinee struggled, it would just be a matter of time before the energy in the formation ran dry. Breaking out of the formation under such circumstances wouldn't be a test of one's skill. Despite the ferocious nature of the demon sink beast before, it chose to lie down as though an obedient child. Even though it was interested in the deer horde beast before, there wasn't any signs of it wanting to break out of the formation. This was contrary to its nature. Hall Master, it's done. Just as everyone was puzzled, Elder Hu and the others were done cooking the deer horde beast. The golden spirit beast meat and the deep aroma made it irresistible to all. Good. Bring it over. Hall Master Han nodded. Elder Hu and the others nodded as they brought the cooked deer horde beast flesh over. Do you see that? If you were to hesitate any longer, we'll be digging in. Hall Master Han chuckled as he turned his gaze to the deer horde beast. Just as he was about to pick it up to entice the other party, his eyes suddenly widened in astonishment and he erupted. What the heck is this? Who in the world ate it? Ate it! Everyone turned their sights over, only to see the previously intact deer horde beast missing a limb. Only a trail of bones hung limply on the body. In other words, someone had secretly eaten one of the limbs. Hall Master Han was frenzied. Who in the world was the one who ate the deer horde beast? Even though he kept saying that they were going to dig in, it was actually just a method to coax the demon sink beast. If they were to really eat it, the possibility of taming it would drop to 0. In other words, he was just saying it was impossible for him to really do it. Why? In the blink of an eye did a limb suddenly go missing? Not to mention, not the slightest piece of meat was left on the limb. Aren't you all going too far? Don't you all know how much effort I have put into taming this fellow? Hall Master Han glared coldly at Elder Hu and the others. Hall Master Sai and that infuriating 2-star beast tamer had left as soon as the roasting process started, so it was impossible for them to be the culprit. The only plausible suspects were the elders standing before him. Hall Master, we didn't do it. Being glared at by the other party, Elder Hu and the other leaped in shock. They hurriedly shook their hands in denial. They had been swallowing their saliva and suppressing their agitation while roasting it, not daring to nibble the slightest bit of it. They were also baffled by how a limb went missing all of a sudden. You didn't do it? Are you saying that the flesh flew away by itself? Hall Master Han lashed out. What kind of teammates did I find? I asked you all to roast the meat to entice the demon sink beast into submission, and yet you all ended up feasting on it yourself. What is wrong with you all? Hall Master, it really isn't us. I can swear to that. Seeing that the Hall Master didn't believe them, Elder Hu raised his palm to vow to the heavens when he suddenly froze, and his expression slowly warped in shock. Hall Master! What's wrong? Hearing the sudden exclamation, Hall Master Han traced Elder Hu's gaze back to the deer horde beast meat, and he nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. The deer horde beast, which was initially missing one limb, was missing 2 now. Staring at the bare bone hanging off its body, an air of eeriness floated in the area. Who was it? Looking around, Hall Master Han raised his hands warily. At that moment, it was clear that it wasn't Elder Hu and the others who'd eaten the deer horde beast. But, other than them, who else could it be? Who in the world could eat the deer horde beast without his notice? This was way too sinister. Hall Master, look! Elder Hu pointed. Lowering his head, Hall Master Han immediately realized what was going on. Unknowingly, a dense layer of golden worms had crawled onto the deer horde beast. They were each around the size of an ant, and wherever they passed by, the meat would vanish, leaving behind only bones. Clearly, the 2 limbs were cleared away by these insects. These worms were extremely small, and their color resembled the tone of the roasted flesh. Thus, if one didn't pay close attention, it was easy to overlook them. What are those? Hall Master Han was taken aback. Despite being a 4-star beast tamer, he realized that he had never seen those worms before. Hall Master, could these be? Suddenly recalling something, Elder Hu's body froze and fear reflected in his eyes. You're saying that? Seeing the other party's expression, Hall Master Han froze for a moment before fear slowly crept onto his face. Yes, otherwise, how could any creature consume the flesh of the deer horde beast so quickly? Elder who swallowed a mouthful of saliva. If it's really that thing, we could really be in trouble. Suddenly recalling something, Hall Master Han lifted his head and looked at the screen, only to see the eyes of the demon sink beast wide opened, gleaming with energy. The edges of its gigantic lips suddenly curled up coldly. Xianxia, what is that? Upon seeing that bizarre sight, Hall Master Sai couldn't help but ask. As the head of the appraiser hall, his knowledge pool was formidable, but even so, he had never heard of such a bizarre creature. The others also turned their gazes over. Xianxia had predicted this would happen and brought them over. From the looks of it, this must be what he was worried about. They're soul-devouring ants, Xianxia said with a grim expression. Soul-devouring ants? The crowd was bewildered. They had never heard of them before, needless to say, know what they were. However, as soon as Luo Zhu heard that name, his body immediately froze and disbelief surfaced on his face. Legend has it that these ants are the nemesis of soul oracles. They are beings who sustain themselves by consuming souls and spiritual energy. Soul-devouring ants were bizarre creatures who were capable of devouring soul and spiritual energy. As such, they were the nemesis of soul oracles. Why would such insects be found near the cave of the demon sink beast? Instead of replying his words, Xianxia turned his head over and asked, "If I'm not mistaken, the soul oracle tomb that you are talking of is located under the lake. Am I right?" How did you know? Luo Zhu was taken aback. He had only said that the soul oracle tomb was in the vicinity. He had never revealed the exact location, so how in the world did the other party know about it? Tombs were all about geomancy, and being buried beneath a lake was commonly known to be inauspicious. No one in the right mind would choose to do so. Thus, if one were to tell another that there was a tomb underwater, one would definitely be mocked by others. Back then, when he looked up the relevant books and found its exact location, he was still in disbelief. This was the reason why he was so confident that no one could have found it. However, the person before him pointed out the matter in an instant. Could it be really related to these soul-devouring ants? Soul-devouring ants live by consuming souls, thus making them the nemesis of soul oracles. However, these things fear water, so the only way to avoid them and not be devoured by them is to be buried underwater, Xianxia said. The books that Hall Master Sai gathered on soul oracles might not have had much useful knowledge, but it still provided some basic knowledge for Xianxia to work with. Besides, soul-devouring ant was a type of spirit beast recorded in the books of the Beast Tamer Guild. After looking at the ground with his eye of insight, he had already noticed some peculiarities. With some deduction, he swiftly understood the situation. Isn't being buried underwater inauspicious for both the living and the dead? The one who asked the question wasn't Luo Zhu but Zhao Feiwu. Learning that the tomb was beneath the lake had left her astounded. She had spotted the lake as soon as she arrived in the area, and under the ceaseless torrent from the waterfall throughout the years, its current depth was unimaginable. To build one's tomb at the bottom of it, wouldn't one be afraid of one's resting place being washed away by the water, unable to rest in peace even after death? To the soul oracles, they could always possess another physical body to come alive again. Death was nothing more than a temporary sleep to them, and geomancy and the like didn't apply to them. Thus, it didn't matter where they built their tomb, Xianxia explained. Oh! The crowd came to a realization. The main reason why tombs were placed at a location viewed to be auspicious was in hopes that they could bring luck to their future offspring. However, soul oracles didn't think that death was permanent to them, and thus it didn't matter to them where their tomb was located. But that's not right. After a moment of hesitation, Luo Zhu suddenly recalled something and said, "Even though the soul oracle tomb is located beneath the lake, it isn't submerged in water at all. Thus, even if the soul-devouring ants are unable to step into the water, they should be able to enter the tomb by burrowing their way into it." Then why? If the soul oracle tomb were submerged in water, he wouldn't have been able to explore it, and wouldn't have been possessed by a soul within the tomb. That day, when he entered the underground tomb, even though it had been sealed for innumerable years, the air was dry and permitted one to breathe. Since even humans could enter the tomb, soul-devouring ants would surely be able to do the same as well. If that was the case, how could the soul have survived there for so many years? If I'm not mistaken, you are the one who brought all of these soul-devouring ants over, Xianxia said. Me? Luo Zhu was taken aback. Even though he had heard of soul-devouring ants, he had never met one in his life before. How could he possibly be the one who brought them over? The Soul Oracle tomb is tightly sealed. For innumerable years, it remained secluded from the outside world. However, not only did you open the tomb, you even came out with a soul on you. Naturally, the scent of the souls leaked out. As such, these fellows who specially prey on souls were attracted here. However, due to the limited time of their arrival, they haven't found the entrance yet. If we had delayed for another month, then even if we were to enter, we surely wouldn't be able to find anything at all, Xianxia said with a grim expression. Soul-devouring ants were the nemesis of the soul oracles, so naturally, soul oracles learned how to guard against them. They knew how to prevent the scent of their souls from leaking out and prevent bringing attention upon themselves. However, Luo Zhu didn't. If Xianxia wasn't mistaken, these soul-devouring ants had probably arrived not too long ago. Otherwise, they would have already burrowed beneath the deep lake instead of loitering around the surface and wouldn't have been attracted by the aroma of the deer horde beast. This? Luo Zhu's face paled. He was actually the one who brought those fearsome things here. Just the thought of it sent shivers down his spine. Recovering from his shock, Luo Zhu suddenly thought of something and asked doubtfully. Even though soul-devouring ants favor consuming soul and the meat of the deer horde beast, there shouldn't have needed to escape so far, right? Under normal circumstances, those ants won't harm humans, right? Soul-devouring ants were bizarre and abhorrent creatures, and they were the nemesis of the soul oracles. However, to ordinary humans, they were completely harmless. Was there a need for them to escape several hundred meters away? You're right in that the soul-devouring ants won't do any harm to us. However, you mustn't forget that on top of consuming souls, these insects consume spiritual energy as well, and what a formation primarily drives on is precisely spiritual energy, Xianxia explained. Formation. Taken aback, everyone was stunned for a moment before their eyes slowly narrowed. They hurriedly turned their gazes over. Damn it! Seeing the opened eyes of the demon sink beast, Hall Master Han also realized that something was amiss and his body tensed up. Given that the soul-devouring ant was hidden underground, even though he was a beast tamer, it wasn't too surprising for him to have failed to notice it. However, the demon sink beast was different. Spirit beasts were exceptionally sensitive to their surroundings. Not to mention, this was its nest. Thus, how could it possibly be unaware of the arrival of these guests? It seemed like it knew that those guests would be attracted by the scent of the deer horde beast, and knowing their ability to consume spiritual energy, it was without fear. That was why it chose to close its eyes, lie low, and wait. The moment the spiritual energy of the formation had been completely consumed by those soul-devouring ants, the formation would be like a carriage without a steed. Without a driving force, how could it possibly operate? Upon thinking of all this, Hall Master Han hurriedly instructed, increase the energy and reinforce the formation. However, before he could finish his words, a furious howl echoed. The trapped demon sink beast suddenly moved, causing the ground to tremor. Voila! The spiritual energy chains locking it, as though having been nibbled on by something, broke apart in an instant. After which, an incomparably powerful aura gushed out from the body of the spirit beast. Both its wings flapped furiously and it flew out of the formation. Hoo! The formation collapsed entirely, and the mist shielding everyone's view disappeared. Following which, everyone saw the massive body of the demon sink beast charging straight toward Elder Hu and the others. Roar! A furious bellow. Flapping its wings, huge gusts of wind were whipped up. What? Before Elder Hu and the others could react, they were already struck and sent flying. Blood spewed from their mouths in midair. A transcendent mortal four-dan pinnacle spirit beast was typically already stronger than human cultivators of the same level. On top of that, it was just captured and forced to submit. All of the resentment accumulated in its heart caused it to go into a rampaging state. How could the elders of the Beast Hall withstand against such might? In just a single move, all of them were already injured. Damn it! Not expecting this fellow to be so callous. Disregarding their 3 years of relationship, Hall Master Han's face steeled. Raising his hand, a long spear appeared in his grip. Even though he was a beast tamer, his fighting prowess as an individual was formidable as well. He had already reached transcendent mortal four-dan pinnacle as well. As soon as the spear left his hand, it immediately charged forward as though a mighty dragon, headed straight for the demon sink beast. Facing the offense, the demon sink beast didn't even bother to dodge. He simply faced it straight with his physical body. Ding ding! The incomparably sharp spear came into contact with the demon sink beast's chest, but it failed to even pierce through the latter's skin. Needless to say, it was unable to injure the beast. What formidable defense! Xianxia, Hall Master Sai, and the others stared at one another with widened eyes. They knew that the spirit beast's dragon bloodline had granted it unparalleled defense among its peers, and ordinary weapons couldn't hope to overcome it. Even so, that was an attack which Hall Master Han had placed his full might into. It was a shocking sight to see that it didn't even leave the slightest mark. It was no wonder why its notoriety would be known throughout the entire Myriad Kingdom Alliance, and why the multiple attempts of the royal family in eliminating it ended up in failure. It was indeed a force to reckon with. Roar! After deflecting the spear with its chest, the demon sink beast roared furiously. Its powerful voice enveloped the area with rampaging might reminiscent of a storm. At the forefront, Hall Master Han bore the brunt of the attack. Despite being a transcendent mortal four-dan pinnacle, he still felt a little faint-headed and nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. Hoo-la! After the roar, the demon sink beast swept its massive wings. A cloud of dust immediately rose into the air, and a massive tear appeared on the ground. Hall Master Han swiftly summoned its spear back to protect himself. Even so, the disparity in the strength of both parties was too great. With a numbing sensation in his arm, he was sent flying as though a ball being kicked into the distance. Pooh! Even in midair, blood kept gushing out of his mouth, causing his face turn ghastly pale. With his internals rattled by the overwhelming force that struck him, Hall Master Han felt as though his body was tearing apart. At this very moment, a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Did the two-star beast tamer predict that this would happen? The two-star beast tamer had advised him against roasting the deer-horde beast, and thinking that it was impossible, he refused to listen to the other party's advice. As such, the other party left along with his group for fear of being implicated in the trouble. Initially, he thought that the fellow was just fearmongering, but to think that trouble really occurred out of it. Could it be that he had actually predicted the appearance of the soul-devouring ants, the collapse of the formation, and the current disastrous situation? That's impossible. Soul-devouring ants are extremely rare spirit beasts. Even I was unable to make the link out of the blue. How can such a young two-star beast tamer possibly have foreseen this? Even though he knew that it likely was the truth, he still found the entire matter too hard to believe. In ancient times, soul-devouring ants were the nemesis of the soul oracles. But ever since that era had passed, the entire species had disappeared from sight for a very long time. As such, very few people knew about their natural habitat characteristics and such. How could such a young beast tamer possibly discern so much within a few short minutes? Even 5-star beast tamers didn't possess such means. This thought disappeared as soon as it appeared in his mind. Even if he wished to pursue the matter, the current circumstance didn't allow for it. Landing on the ground, he suppressed the stifled sensation in his chest and straightened his back. Then, flicking his spear in his hands, he looked at the massive savage beast and said, "Brother Demon Sink, no matter what, we have been together for 3 years. You should understand my character very well. I have no intentions of hurting you at all. How about this? Why don't we just forget about this matter? Let's continue to get along as equal peers. Why you? Stop. Why are you still charging here? Before he could finish his words, the massive figure appeared right before him once more. Raising its claws, it struck down on him. Pong! Blocking it with his spear, Hall Master Han was knocked backward once more. Even though they were both at transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle, there was an irreconcilable disparity in their strength. He wasn't a match for the other party at all. Don't force me. Did you think that the formation was my only trump card? Shit! Having been attacked relentlessly by the other party, Hall Master Han's chest ached from the heavy blows directed at him. Infuriated, he lashed out. However, before he could finish his lashing, he was struck once more by the wing of the demon sink beast. He was sent rotating several rounds in the air before crashing heavily down. At this moment, Hall Master Han felt extremely dismal. If only he'd known that the roasting of the deerhorde beast would attract the soul-devouring ants and destroy the formation, he would have never done so. In the end, not only did the deerhorde beast become a gift to the soul-devouring ants, the target he was aiming to tame was also in a berserk state. It seemed as though the other party would never rest as long as he was still breathing. He snuck a glance at the 2-star beast tamer, Hall Master Sai, and the others, and this single glance nearly caused another mouthful of blood to spurt from his mouth. At a distance several hundred meters away, the young man from before was looking at him leisurely as he lectured his students. Do you all see that? This is the consequence of not listening to the advice of others. In the future, when you all explore the world by your own, make sure to remain humble and keep an open mind to the words of others. In any case, just don't be like him. Also, even though that previous move of his looked incredible, it's actually a complete failure. If he had launched that attack half a breath earlier, the demon sink beast's movements would surely have been interrupted. To be able to use perfectly fine moves to such an extent, his fighting techniques are truly mediocre. Thus, you all must train your battle techniques diligently. Don't always think about conquering this and that. Rather than wasting your time on such immaterial accomplishments, you should work hard on raising your fighting prowess. The young man commented as he lectured his students. Hearing those words, Hall Master Han's eyebrows leaped furiously. If he could, he would have charged forward to pummel that young man. The heck! I am a transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle expert, the head of the Beast Hall. Why, in the view of an insignificant figure like you, did I suddenly become a person incapable of anything at all? But what left him even more frustrated was that, analyzing the other party's words carefully, he realized that the other party's words were actually spot on. Even if he wanted to refute those words, he had no idea where he could start from. There is something bizarre about that fellow. When I'm done dealing with the demon sink beast, I will have to ask Hall Master Sai about it. No matter how foolish he was, it was clear that the young man was extraordinary. Most probably, he must have noticed something in advance, that's why he spoke those words. However, this wasn't the time to be conflicted over this matter. Twisting his body, he dodged the demon sink beast's offense and raised his head. Brother Demon Sink, since you refuse to agree to my offer of reconciliation, don't blame me for getting nasty. After which, he took a breath and flicked his hands. While he was being continuously forced back by the demon sink beast, Elder Hu and the others had been making preparations. Even though they had been knocked away by the demon sink beast, those were mainly superficial injuries. A moment of meditation was more than sufficient to get them back to their full strength. Upon hearing those words, they immediately got into position and drew their weapons. Voila! Their aura harmonized together as one, forming a collaborative offense formation. It's the same formation as the one the younger beast tamers used previously. However, this one is much more profound and stronger. From afar, Xianxia couldn't help but nod his head. It was a rare opportunity to view the battle among transcendent mortal 4-dan experts. Naturally, he should explain the entire battle to Xiaoya and the others so that they could learn from it and improve. Indeed, this formation further augments their individual strength, allowing their battle prowess to soar several folds. Jin Songhai nodded. Even when crossing hands with the younger beast tamers outside, If not for his experience and superior cultivation, it would definitely be difficult for him to triumph over them. Since even the juniors were already so powerful, not much had to be said about the seniors who had immersed themselves into the formation for such a long period of time. Not to mention, their cultivation realms were also far superior, resulting in a vast difference in the might of both formations. If they were the ones whom we were facing previously, even if there were 8 of us facing them, we still wouldn't have had the strength to retaliate at all. Taking a glance, Hall Master Sai couldn't help but remark. The reason why the both of them could suppress the formation of the young beast tamers previously wasn't because the formation was weak, but because their cultivation far exceeded that of the other party. On top of that, the young beast tamers weren't familiar with the collaborative offensive formation either. But Hall Master Han, Elder Hu, and the others didn't have such a flaw at all. It was clear that they had practiced the formation for several years already, and every single move of theirs had a deep intention behind it. On top of that, their teamwork was exquisite, so as soon as the formation was executed, their fighting prowess immediately soared to formidable heights, thus exerting a huge pressure on the demon sink beast. Odd, Hall Master Sai commented. So, this is his true trump card. For the formation to be so powerful, it seems like they began practicing this collaborative formation straight after the failure 3 years ago. The confinement formation they used previously was formidable, but what if the other party was determined not to give in? Eventually, it would just be a matter of time before the formation ran out of power and the demon sink beast was let loose. Thus, Hall Master Sai was perplexed as to whether Hall Master Han had any backup plan to deal with this situation. From the looks of it now, this seemed to be it. The collaborative formation made up of the several elders harnessed immense power, making them a match for even a transcendent mortal 5-dan primary stage expert. Dealing with a 4-dan pinnacle demon sink beast shouldn't be much of a problem. Do you think that they can win? Seeing through Hall Master Sai's thoughts, Xianxia chuckled. Their teamwork is flawless, and the might of the formation is also formidable. They should be able to suppress the demon sink beast entirely, Hall Master Sai said. As a transcendent mortal 4-dan expert, he was able to gauge of the fighting prowess of these elders accurately. The collaborative offensive formation was profound and it augmented the strengths of every single individual in it. No matter how powerful the demon sink beast, it would be hard for it to withstand the combined might of the group. Should be able to? Xianxia shook his head. Since they have their trump card, what makes you think that the demon sink beast doesn't have one? If a single collaborative offensive formation could bring it down, it would have been eliminated by the forces dispatched by the Myriad Kingdom Alliance long ago. Back then, even the many experts sent by the Myriad Kingdom Alliance ended in failure. To even entertain the thought that a single formation could subdue this demon sink beast was a gross underestimation of its ability. Besides, this is in fact a slaughter formation. However, given that Hall Master Han is reluctant to kill the demon sink beast in hopes of taming it, his movements will be severely limited. This will prevent them from bringing out the full might of the formation. After studying the Heaven's Path formation art, Zhang Xian's understanding of formations had reached an astounding level. Even though he didn't know the name of the collaborative offensive formation, he could accurately discern its properties and might. Hall Master Han was too focused on taming the demon sink beast, and this would cause him to subconsciously hold back in his offense. In other words, he was treating this slaughter formation as a confinement formation. With the might of the formation greatly reduced, it was just a matter of time before the group fell apart. And just like Zhang Xian had said, initially Hall Master Han and the others had the upper hand. However, as the demon sink beast gave up on its defense altogether and attacked recklessly, the formation was swiftly torn apart. Pu. A few minutes later, the elders were swept away by the wing of the demon sink beast and incurred heavy injuries. They spat out huge mouthfuls of blood. Pong! Eventually, under one of the attacks from the demon sink beast, Hall Master Han's spear was knocked out of his hand, and he crashed onto the ground. Pu! After breaking the formation, the furious demon sink beast immediately stomped its massive foot on Hall Master Han. If Hall Master Han were to be really stepped on by that humongous figure, no matter how powerful he was, it would be difficult for him to escape from his demise. You! Seeing that his life was at risk, Hall Master Han bore with the intense pain pricking at his body and got up. Summoning the strength he had into his palm, he prepared to receive the other party's blow. Pong! The foot came into contact with his palm, and for a moment there was a stalemate. However, the pressure on the foot only grew stronger and stronger. Just as Hall Master Han was coming to the verge of his endurance, and he thought that he would be reduced into meat paste, an anxious voice shouted, "Xianxia, I beseech you to save Hall Master Han." The one who spoke was Hall Master Sai. After years of being friends, he couldn't bear seeing his old friend dying before him. However, he knew the extent of his ability well. He wasn't even a match for his old buddy. Needless to say, this monster that could easily subdue him. Thus, the only option left was to request for Xianxia's help. Xianxia's cultivation was far beneath his, but after the past few days of interaction, he found himself being continuously shocked by the other party's miraculous means. Perhaps he might have a solution to save his old buddy. I am not a match for the demon sink beast either. How do you expect me to save him? However, contrary to his expectations, the young man gave a negative reply. Hearing those words, Hall Master Han despaired. He thought that 3 years of fellowship and the various hands he had prepared beforehand would allow this operation to end in success. Never in his dreams did he expect for this fellow's strength to be far beyond his, resulting in a completely one-sided fight. Please, you must have a solution. Otherwise, if the demon sink beast were to kill Hall Master Han, it'll definitely come for us next. Hall Master Sai pleaded anxiously. Oh, I do have a solution. The nonchalant voice of the young man sounded. What is it? Hall Master Sai asked in agitation. Hall Master Han's body also tightened. Seeing a ray of hope, he immediately pricked his ears to listen closer. Simple, we just have to ask this fellow to release him, the young man said. Pooh! Having his ray of hope abruptly crushed, Hall Master Han spurted a mouthful of blood and fell into despair. Release him? Aren't you spouting the obvious? Who doesn't know that that is the most direct method? However, look at how furious this fellow is. It seems as though it is ready to murder anyone. Do you think that it's possible for it to release him? Trapping the other party and using a collaborative offensive formation, this had already created an irreconcilable grudge between the two. At this moment, the demon sink beast couldn't wait to kill the latter to vent his resentment. Release? You must be joking. He thought that since this young man was able to predict the appearance of the soul-devouring ants, he might just be able to come up with a brilliant situation to save him. To think that he would be so unreliable as well. Asking for the demon sink beast to release him would probably only hasten his death. Depressed, Hall Master Han gave up all hope. At that moment, he heard Hall Master Sai's voice sound. Release? What do you need? I'll go make preparations now. There's no need for any preparations. As long as I tame that fellow and make it my tamed beast, it will surely listen to my words, the young man said nonchalantly. Tame it and make it your tamed beast? Hall Master Han's vision went dark, and for a moment, it felt as though he had seen all wonders in life. Over the course of the past 3 years, the treasures which he had presented to the demon sink beast could already make up a massive mountain. Not to mention, for this operation, he had used the Deerhorde beast, middle-tier spirit stone, and various other treasures to entice it. Even so, the demon sink beast didn't even consider accepting the offer in the least. How dare you speak as though taming it will be so easy? If it is that easy, do you think that I would be trampled beneath its foot at this very moment? Forget it, I shouldn't depend on this fellow. I should think of a way myself instead. Knowing that it wasn't a viable option to depend on this young man, Hall Master Han exerted his strength and attempted to push away the other party's foot. However, as soon as he exerted more strength, he felt the force weighing down him increasing proportionately as well. Boom! A huge shock wave rippled into the surroundings, and Hall Master Han was pushed deeper into the ground. A cloud of dust rose into the air, cloaking his face with dirt. Pooh! Fresh blood spewed from his mouth once more. Under the immense force, his injuries worsened, and his consciousness was slowly getting hazy. To think that I would end up dying here. Desolation gripped his heart. Having engaged in beast taming his entire life, he thought that, with his innumerable means, he would surely be able to turn this big fellow into his tamed beast. Never in his dreams did he expect that he would end up dying under the foot of the other party. Just the thought of it left him frustrated. Just as he was about to close his eyes and await his impending demise, he suddenly heard a sound that resembled both the call of a cow and the rumbling of thunder. Then, the immense force crushing down on him suddenly vanished. Touching his body, he affirmed that he was still alive and that the demon sink beast, who was intent on crushing him into a lump of meat, had removed its foot. Baffled, he opened his eyes to take a look, and with a single glance, his entire body convulsed and he nearly fainted. "Take this." His lips twitched intensely, and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Hall Master Han seemed to have seen an inconceivable sight that was pushing the boundaries of his rationality. The arrogant demon sink beast which was charging at him furiously to slaughter him, so as to vent its resentment, was currently lying obediently in front of a figure. Its head was closely aligned with the ground, and its thick tongue licked the other party's foot relentlessly. With a respectful expression, it fawned on the figure as though a loyal dog serving its owner. It was an indescribably crude sight. What was going on? Wasn't that fellow arrogant to the extreme, refusing to serve anyone even if it had spelled its death? Shouldn't nothing have been able to move it at all? Why, in the blink of an eye, did it suddenly start licking the shoes of another person? Besides, what is with your look of reverence? You are salivating, you know? You look as though you hate the fact that you don't have two tongues to lick both shoes of the other party at once. Can you at least retain some basic decency? Rubbing his eyes forcefully, Hall Master Han tried to confirm whether he was seeing things when the figure in front of the demon sink beast pushed the face of the latter away impatiently. "Go and chew on the grass by the side instead." "Pooh!" Hall Master Han's body swayed from side to side. "The demon sink beast is treating you so respectfully, and yet you still pushed it away? Not to mention asking it to feed on grass? It's a carnivore. How can it possibly eat grass?" But another shock awaited him. Without any hesitation, the demon sink beast immediately rushed to the side excitedly, opened its mouth widely, and began chewing on the grass joyfully, as though afraid that someone might steal it from him. "Pa!" Thinking that he might be dreaming, Hall Master Han sent a forceful slap to his face. The intense pain helped him to sharpen his consciousness, and looking over once more, the demon sink beast was still waging a war with the grass by the side. "The hell? What on earth is going on?" Clawing on his head frenziedly, Hall Master Han felt as though something had gone wrong with the world. He had caught a clear glimpse of the figure whom the demon sink beast was fawning on. It was the two-star beast tamer who had advised him previously, Xianxia. After 3 years of effort, the demon sink beast remained nonchalant to him, and even went to the extent of trying to kill him. Yet, this fellow only roared once, and the other party immediately licked his shoes and chewed on the grass by the side. Where has the fairness of the world gone to? Is the 4-star beast tamer me or you? Suddenly, an idea emerged in his head. Could this be the reason why Hall Master Sai is acting so politely around him? He had been perplexed over why Hall Master Sai would choose to treat this young man with utmost respect. And from the looks of it now, it seemed like this young man wasn't just a simple 2-star beast tamer. Otherwise, how could he possibly make the demon sink beast lower its pride to such an extent and submit immediately with just a single howl? Adjusting his breathing, Hall Master Han bore with the pain and walked up to the young man. "Thank you, beast tamer Zhang, for saving my life. If not for the other party taming the demon sink beast, he would have surely died. No matter what, the other party had saved his life, and this made him indebted to him." Waving his hands casually, Xianxia said, "I am only doing this because of Hall Master Sai's plea. If you must thank someone, thank Hall Master Sai. If not for Hall Master Sai, I wouldn't have even bothered. Still, it's only right for me to thank Beast Tamer Zhang. If not for your help, I would have surely been dead by now. After thanking Xianxia once more, Hall Master Han turned to Hall Master Sai and clasped his fist. Hall Master Sai, thank you. We've been buddies for so long. There's no need for you to stand on ceremonies. Hall Master Sai's face reddened. Besides, I'm of no help at all. Xianxia managed to tame the demon sink beast all by himself. Xianxia, even though he had heard this address before, he thought that he might have just heard wrongly. After all, he was in the midst of battle, and there was a considerable distance between them and him. However, it was impossible for him to be mistaken this time around. His heart immediately jolted. Could the young man before him be a master teacher? Not only is Xianxia a master teacher, he's also a 2-star beast tamer, 5-star appraiser, quasi 4-star formation master. Hall Master Sai explained. Master teacher, 5-star, appraiser and quasi 4-star, formation master. Hall Master Han's face paled. He thought that the other party was just a 2-star beast tamer. That was why he took the other party lightly. How could he have known that the other party would have so many occupations? Putting everything aside, just his identity as a master teacher already made him of superior standing to him. Master teachers were not to be made light or sullied. Those who dared to do so would be beaten to death on the spot, and no one would dare to speak up for that person. Not to mention, the other party was a 5-star appraiser and quasi 4-star formation master on top of that. Of course, our young master isn't just limited to these occupations. He's also a physician, apothecary, and painter. Seeing that the other party was stumped, a plump man walked out from the back of the young man and harumphed. 7 occupations? Hall Master Han swallowed a mouthful of saliva and his mouth started trembling. A person would have to spend much effort just to master one occupation. And yet, the person in front of him had already mastered 7. When did such a monster appear in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance? It was no wonder why Hall Master Sai paid such high regards to him. If he knew that the other party had such identities, he would have never dared to try pulling his weight before him. Indeed, but putting that aside for now, our young master has saved your life. Did you think that a single thanks would suffice? The plump narrowed his eyes and stared at Hall Master Han in disdain. I recall seeing you offer quite a few good things to the demon sink beast when you were trying to tame it. Why? Do you think that your life isn't even worth that of a single spirit beast? Hall Master Han's body froze. Indeed, it was a breach of propriety to brush off his savior with just a word of thanks. Initially, I intended to use the spirit stone to attract the demon sink beast and tame it. Taking out the middle-tier spirit stone from before, Hall Master Han glanced at the demon sink beast, who was still busy chewing on grass. Knowing that it would be impossible for him to tame it at this point, he gritted his teeth and passed it over. However, seems like there's no use for it now. I'll give it to Xianxia as a token of appreciation for saving my life then. The plump man took the spirit stone, fiddled around with it, and frowned. Just one. I only have this single one. Hall Master Han's face reddened. There weren't too many middle-tier spirit stones throughout the entire Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Took him a lot of effort and luck just to procure this one. All right then, so be it. Seeing that this was the limit of the financial ability of the other party, Sun Chong shook his head and presented the spirit stone to Xianxia. Young master. Catching it, Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction. Honestly speaking, Sun Chong was truly a capable subordinate. He was able to accurately deduce that Xianxia was interested in the middle-tier spirit stone, and knowing that the latter probably made a move for it, he stepped forward and closed the deal. In the end, master teachers weren't saints. It wasn't unusual for one to demand reward after doing another a favor, and master teachers were no exception as well. Otherwise, given how many people were in need in this world, wouldn't he die of exhaustion? Putting away the spirit stone in his storage ring, Xianxia turned to Hall Master Han and said, I just happen to require middle-tier spirit stones, so I'll humbly accept your gift. But in any case, I won't take advantage of you. In exchange, I'll treat your injuries to compensate you. Treat my injuries? Hall Master Han was stunned. You're saying it's possible to treat such severe injuries? Under the relentless heavy blows of the demon sink beast and overexertion of his body, his internal organs had been shifted and his cultivation had fallen greatly. It would be difficult to treat such injuries at his age. Thus, when Xianxia said that he could treat him, the first thing he thought was that it was impossible. Since I've said it, naturally I'll be able to do it. However, if you don't wish to, we can drop the matter. Xianxia waved his hands. Of course I want to be treated. Recalling the other party's identity as a physician and master teacher, Hall Master Han hurriedly nodded his head. If it was in the past, he would have never believed such words. However, looking at the demon sink beast obediently chewing on a patch of grass, he couldn't help but think that the young man before him just might be capable of doing so. After agreeing to the matter, Hall Master Han asked, Xianxia, do you need any medicinal herbs? I have some of them here. Even though he wasn't a physician, as a cultivator and a beast tamer, he still retained some basic knowledge on medicine. Given the extent of his injuries, without the complementation of centuries-old medicinal herbs, it would be very difficult for him to make a full recovery. And he happened to have some of these medicinal herbs. Just as he was about to take these things out, the young man before him spoke up. Medicinal herbs? There's no need for any. Demon sink beast. Come over and knock this fellow out for me. Knock out? Not only did Hall Master Han widen his eyes, the others were baffled by Xianxia's actions as well, and they stared at one another in confusion. Aren't you going to treat Hall Master Han's injuries? What do you mean by knocking him out? There's no need to worry. This is our old master's exclusive technique, knockout treatment method. Sun Chong explained. Having followed behind Xianxia for a period of time, he knew that this was the old master's exclusive technique. As the direct disciple of the old master, it was natural that the young master would know of it as well. The crowd became even more perplexed. To treat someone by knocking them out, such a method existed in the world. Who? Before the crowd could react, the demon sink beast suddenly turned around, walked over, and stared at Hall Master Han, causing the other party's hair to stand on end. Xianxia, why don't we pass on the knockout? Perhaps medicine might be better. Recalling how the gigantic fellow charged at him relentlessly to kill him previously, Hall Master Han started trembling uncontrollably. Would this big fellow use this opportunity to get back at him? Xianxia told it to knock him out, but what if it used this chance to kill him instead? It was better to be safe than sorry. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Demon sink beast, what are you hesitating for? Hurry up. Xianxia frowned. Roar. Hearing the instruction, the demon sink beast howled in delight. Stepping forward, its thick wings immediately flew over and struck him. Aye! Hall Master Han really cried this time around. If only I'd known that this was your treatment method, I would surely have just given the middle-tier spirit stone to you for free. I don't need such compensation. Pong! In his current condition, it was impossible for Hall Master Han to escape. Thus, when the wings struck the back of his head, his vision turned black and he passed out. This! The corner of Zhao Feiwu's mouth twitched violently. Her body trembled slightly, and at this moment, she felt extremely glad that she was countless kilometers away from this fellow back when she was treated. It was fortunate that he only presented the solution via the wall of dilemma. If he had been the one to administer the treatment personally, would this have been her fate as well? Was there really such a treatment method in the world? Being feeble since young, she had seen innumerable top-notch physicians. However, she had never heard of a case where one had to be knocked out in order to be treated. Perplexed, she turned her gaze over, only to see Xianxia walking over to the unconscious Hall Master Han and placing his forefinger and middle finger on the other party's wrist. A moment later, he stood up, flicked his wrist, and a few silver needles appeared in his hand. So. The silver needles shot through thin air and landed straight on the numerous acupoints throughout Hall Master Han's body. Then, with a grabbing action, all of the silver needles returned back to his hand. Done! Clapping his hand, Xianxia turned to Hall Master Sai and said, "Wake him up!" "Done." Everyone was dumbfounded. Were you really treating him, or were you just fooling around? After placing a few needles, you say that you're done? Zhao Feiwu and Jin Songhai stared at one another. They had clearly seen the location of where the needles landed. Rather than acupoints, those were Mingmen. There wouldn't be any other physicians who would dare to touch these vulnerable spots. Even if this was a secret art of some kind, it should be impossible to induce a full recovery just by being pierced on several locations for a brief moment, right? Or was the treatment method simply too profound for them? Hall Master Sai had only seen the other party identifying treasures and earning their acknowledgement, but he had never seen the other party treating someone before. As such, he was totally baffled by the sight before him. Even so, since the other party had already spoken, he nodded his head and stepped forward. Pressing on the other party's philtrum, he infused a surge of Jinqiyin. Cough, cough. Coughing violently, Hall Master Han opened his eyes. Who? Pressing against the ground, he hurriedly retreated backward. Zhang Shi, can I pass on the treatment? But before he could finish his words, he suddenly paused and his eyes widened. As a cultivator, he was well aware of the various changes in his body. Given how he was able to push himself backward just by exerting some force on his palm, and the unobstructed flow of origin energy in his body, there could only be a single possibility. He had fully recovered from his injuries. How was that possible? Doubtful. He stretched out his hand and grabbed forward. A massive handprint immediately gathered in the space in front of him. The handprint distorted the air in the surroundings with its immense might, reminiscent of a floating block of water, threatening to tear through space at any moment. Great ocean seizing hands? Hall Master, why you have recovered. Seeing his actions, not only was Hall Master Sai and the other perplexed, the other elders who had collaborated with him on the formation also widened their eyes in shock, and their breathing hastened. Great Ocean Seizing Hands was Spirit Intermediate Tier Battle Technique. It was incomparably powerful, and without sufficient origin energy and strength, it was impossible to execute it. As the core of the formation, he was the one leading the fight against the Demon Sink Beast previously. Thus, it was natural that he would bear the brunt of the attack and suffer the greatest damage. At the moment, every single one of them found it hard to even climb to their feet, and they felt as though they would breathe their last at any moment. Yet, the other party executed a battle technique which one could only utilize at their peak condition. Did it have to be so exaggerated? I've recovered? Hall Master Han widened his eyes in disbelief. Suddenly recalling something, he flicked his wrist and a spear appeared in his palm. Then he shook it slightly. Wang! A surge of weapon intent was suddenly flicked out, and it stabbed into a gigantic boulder not too far away. Boom! The boulder exploded into innumerable smithereens. Clear passageway, flawless intent. Hall Master, you've recovered from the trauma you sustained before as well. Elder whose lips shuddered. In truth, the reason why they, the elders of the Beast Hall, were willing to assist their Hall Master in capturing the Demon Sink Beast even despite the threat of danger was not due to his order but in awe of the Hall Master's character. Back then, in order to help them tame their spirit beasts, he had once entered the depths of a marsh and was bitten by a poisonous worm. Ever since then, there had been a blockage in his meridian resulting in a trauma. As such, his weapon intent was unable to flow through his body, thereby ending his weapon cultivation there. If not for that, given the Hall Master's talent and strength, even if he couldn't tame the Demon Sink Beast, he would still be able to triumph over Luo Ming in the selections. There would be no need for him to go through so much trouble. The Hall Master had never demanded compensation from them for his sacrifice, and similarly, they were also willing to give their all for the Hall Master. No matter how tiring it was, they cultivated the collaborative offensive formation along with him without a word of complaint. They thought that the Hall Master would be limited by his lack of weapon intent for his entire life. Never in their dreams did they expect that just by being knocked out and pierced with a few needles, the other party would not only be able to execute the Great Ocean Seizing Hands, he would even be able to utilize weapon intent. What in the world happened? My trauma is gone. Since Elder who could tell this much, How could Hall Master Han, the person in question, remain ignorant of it? He hurriedly turned his sights to the young man before him. Oh, I realized that you have sustained some traumas, so I helped you treat those as well since it's convenient. You don't need to compensate me for that. Xianxia waved his hands casually. In truth, when Hall Master Han fought with the demon sink beast previously, a book on him had already been compiled in the Library of Heaven's Path. The reason why Xianxia went through all the trouble to knock the other party out and touch his pulse was to conceal the secret regarding his Heaven's Path Xianxia. The book compiled also reflected the other party's traumas as well. Since he was going to treat the other party, he couldn't possibly just go halfway. Besides, it wasn't difficult to do so either. Heaven's Path Xianxia could be turned into both medicine and poison with just a single thought of his. He had treated many people whose meridians had been blocked by lethal poison in the past too. Convenient. Hall Master Han's eyes reddened and he nearly went insane. He had looked up all of the physicians throughout Myriad Kingdom City, but none of them had a solution to his problem. Because the poisonous worm had bitten him while he was executing weapon intent. Even though he was cured of the poison eventually, some remnants of the poison resulted in his meridians being permanently blocked. He didn't even mention his hidden problem, but Xianxia had already treated it out of convenience. Did you have to be that extreme? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Hall Master Han's mind and he asked, Elder Hu, how long have I been out for? Given how all of his injuries were treated and even his traumas were gone, the treatment process must have taken a significant length of time. 2 hours? 4 hours? Or perhaps a day? How long? From the moment you were knocked out until now, I think around a minute has passed. Elder Hu calculated. A minute. Hall Master Han's body swayed weakly. He had already been awake for half a minute, so that meant the treatment process took only a maximum of half a minute. How in the world did he do it? Since he was able to treat my injuries, he should be able to treat the other elders as well. Suppressing his agitation and shock, Hall Master Han suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. He hurriedly stepped forward and asked, Xianxia, Elder Hu and the others have gotten injured for my sake. If you can treat them as well, I'll be eternally thankful to you. It was due to him that the elders had all landed in such a state. He couldn't possibly just leave them in the dumps now that he had recovered. Our young master is a formidable physician, so his services aren't cheap. Sun Chang stepped forward. I understand. Hall Master Han hurriedly nodded his head. Flicking his wrist, the several thousand spirit stones that he had used to entice the demon sink beast previously appeared in the ground before him. Under the sun, it looked like a mountain of crystal, and spiritual energy surged forth from the mini mountain. Even though spirit stones were valuable as well, they meant nothing when compared to the lives of his old buddies. All right, putting away the spirit stones into his storage ring, Xianxia first turned to Elder Hu and said, I believe you all should know my treatment method. I've heard everything. Elder Hu quickly nodded his head. I know what I should do. After which, he turned to the demon sink beast and said, Come and hit me with all of your might. I can take it. The crowd. Xianxia staggered. The heck? It would suffice as long as you lose consciousness. Do you need to flirt with a spirit beast like that? Suppressing his urge to spurt blood, Xianxia said, Cough, cough. Actually, there's no need for it to make a move. You can use any means to make yourself faint. I'll be able to conduct my treatment as long as you're unconscious. It'll suffice as long as I lose consciousness? Elder Hu was taken aback. On the other hand, Hall Master Han's vision turned dark. If it was that simple, why did you have to get the demon sink beast to make a move on me? Do you know how to close to death? I came because of it. All right. After confirming the treatment method, Elder Hu stretched out his palm and struck his forehead without any hesitation. Pada! His vision immediately turned dark and he fainted. Xianxia stepped forward. A moment later, Elder Hu woke up. Leaping to his feet, his eyes glowed brightly. A moment later, Elder Hu woke up. Leaping to his feet, his eyes glowed in agitation. It's your turn. After treating Elder Hu, Xianxia walked up to another elder. Knowing what Xianxia needed, without wasting any time, he immediately struck his own forehead. And thus, Zhao Feiwu and the others saw an incredibly bizarre sight unfolding before them. Renowned transcendent mortal beast tamers of the Myriad Kingdom City knocked themselves out as soon as Xianxia approached them, and after having some needles pierced into several acupoints, they regained their vitality and leaped around excitedly. So fast! Only at this moment did Hall Master Han finally get a chance to see the other party's treatment method and speed, and his throat turned dry. Even though Elder whose words had already given him some idea of it, witnessing it with his own eyes still left him in shock. Making a rough calculation, from the moment that the elders were knocked out to the point that the silver needles were extracted, not even 20 breaths had passed. In less than 20 breaths, in the young man's miraculous hands, the severe injuries of the patients disappeared. On top of that, the patients were even able to leap around freely as soon as they woke up, as though the injuries they had sustained before were imaginary. He didn't know much about physicians, so he couldn't make a clear judgment on the other party's capability. However, one thing he could make judgment on was the other party's beast-taming capability. To make the demon sink beast submit with just a single bellow, and making it feed on grass willingly from an instruction, the other party's beast-taming ability had at least reached 5-star. A 5-star beast tamer and a potential 5-star physician. Really, where in the world did this monster come from? A few minutes later, the injuries of Elder Hu and the others had fully recovered. Every single one of them was overflowing with vitality. Thank you, Xianxia. The crowd expressed their gratitude. Even though they had already paid for the services so they didn't owe anything to Xianxia, the other party's medical skill was still simply way too astonishing. It was almost miraculous, and it was hard to believe that someone in the world was capable of such a feat. The demon sink beast has already been tamed by Xianxia, so it would be a waste of time if we were to remain here. Thus, I won't be imposing on you all any longer. Farewell. Hall Master Han clasped his fist and bade his farewell. His primary objective here was to tame the demon sink beast. However, since Xianxia had already tamed it, there was no reason for him to remain here any longer. Even though he had failed to tame the demon sink beast, he had recovered from his trauma. With this alone, he was confident that he could triumph over Luoming and obtain the qualification to study at the headquarters. So, his final objective could be said to have been met. In a sense, his trip wasn't wasted. Farewell. Xianxia, Hall Master Sai, and the others clasped their fists as well. Given how talented Xianxia is, if I'm not mistaken, you should be participating in the Master Teacher Tournament 2 months from now, right? I'll definitely head there personally to support you. Hall Master Han chuckled before leaving. Given the extent of the other party's capability and his identity as a master teacher, and considering the major affairs surrounding the Myriad Kingdom City during this period of time, it wasn't too difficult to deduce his next objective. No matter what, he owed the other party a debt. If there was a chance, he would like to repay it. Besides, given the other party's immense capability and his proficiency in various occupations, he was a person worth befriending. After Hall Master Han and the others left, the area grew quiet once more. Xianxia, do we enter the tomb now or do we rest here first? Luo Zhu looked at Xianxia with a look of admiration. The previous time he came here, he had to operate secretly for fear of being noticed by the demon sink beast. Yet, the person before him had managed to tame this notorious fellow. This was something he could never have imagined in the past. With the threat from the demon sink beast out of the way, there wasn't any reason for them to rush anymore. They could enter the tomb whenever they liked. Hold on for a moment. We'll enter after I solve the problem the demon sink beast is suffering from. Xianxia waved his hands. Problem? It isn't injured, though. The crowd was perplexed. This big fellow possessed such mighty strength and its defense was invincible within the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Even when battling against Hall Master Han and the others, it was able to crush all of them easily. Solving its problem? What kind of problem could it have? The soul-devouring ants don't have much of an influence on ordinary lifeforms and humans. However, they are in-attribute lifeforms, Otherwise they wouldn't have sustained themselves by consuming souls. And after loitering around this area for a month or two, even if the demon sink beast didn't really come into contact with them, it would still be affected by the yin energy they exude. Placing his hands behind his back, Xianxia explained impassively. The intense battle just a moment ago caused the yin energy to seep into its internal organs. If it isn't cleared away swiftly, it'll be hard for it to achieve any breakthroughs in the future. There's actually such a matter? If that's the case, shouldn't we stay away from those soul-devouring ants as well? Upon hearing that even a powerful existence like the demon sink beast would be affected by the soul-devouring ants, everyone was alarmed. They immediately scanned their surroundings warily. At this moment, after consuming the cooked deer-horde beast, the satisfied soul-devouring ants had burrowed back underground. Thus, there wasn't any trace of them left on the surface. If they hadn't witnessed it personally, it would have been difficult for them to believe that this ancient creature, which hadn't been sighted for such a long period of time, truly existed in the world. To consume even formations, it was truly a fearsome existence. It'll be fine as long as you all don't consume the water from the lake, Xianxia said. The soul-devouring ants can sense that the soul oracle tomb is beneath the lake. Thus, even though the water may seem clean, it is actually filled with the corpses of these fellows. One of the main reasons why the demon sink beast is plagued by the yin energy of these fellows is due to drinking the water from the lake. Everyone came to a realization. These creatures were drawn here by the scent of the soul oracle tomb. Realizing that the tomb was beneath the lake, it was inevitable that some of them would be unable to resist the allure and attempt to head for the soul oracle tomb. As time slowly passed, the water became unsafe for consumption. Then, how can this problem be solved? Luo Zhu asked. Since even the demon sink beast could be plagued by the yin energy, what should they do if they were affected as well? Everyone also turned their gazes over. They wanted to know the solution so that they would know what to do if they were to ingest the water from the lake accidentally. Simple. You just have to chew on the grass by the side. Xianxia pointed. Chew on the grass? Taken aback, everyone instinctively turned to the demon sink beast, which was still busy chewing on the grass, with a dumbfounded expression. They thought that Xianxia's act of ordering the demon sink beast to chew on grass was a punishment, but from the looks of it now, it seemed like he had another motive in mind. This explained why this massive fellow didn't feel displeased in the slightest. It even went on and munched on the grass excitedly. If I'm not mistaken, this should be blue rain grass, right? This grass can be found all around the mountain. However, if I recall correctly, this grass should have no particular attribute at all. Why would eating this grass clear away the yin energy in one's body? Hall Master Sai was bewildered. As an appraiser, he boasted vast knowledge. As such, he was able to identify the grass in an instant. Blue rain grass grew on mountainous areas that were near a water source. It didn't have any effect or attribute, and as such, it couldn't even be considered as a medicinal herb. Why would it be able to expel the yin energy from the soul-devouring ants? It's true that this grass primarily has no attribute or effect. However, one has to take their environment into consideration as well. If it's the patch of grass over there, it'll be completely ineffective, Xianxia pointed. He was pointing at the dense bunch of blue rain grasses that grew by the side of the lake. Everyone blinked their eyes in bewilderment. It was just a distance of several dozen meters. Why would the grass over there be ineffective? There was nothing different with their environment at all. Seeing the doubt on everyone's faces, Xianxia smiled and shook his head. This is where the demon sink beast relieved itself. In other words, it is its toilet. Toilet? Everyone blinked. The demon sink beast carries the dragon bloodline, which is rich in yang energy. Naturally, its waste product carries powerful yang attribute. Under such nourishment, the blue rain grass in that area naturally took on this attribute as well. After explaining, Xianxia turned to look at them and said, "If you are worried, you can cut a few stalks and bring it along with you. The moment you realize that something is amiss, just take a bunch out and chew on it. I'll pass." Xianxia, thank you for your advice. However, since you said it's fine, there should be no need to do so. Everyone hurriedly waved their hands. They were still agitated over it a moment ago, but after learning that those were grass which the demon sink beast used to relieve itself, they immediately lost their interest. Knowing what the crowd was thinking, Xianxia didn't touch on the topic any further. Instead, he walked up to the demon sink beast. At this moment, this gigantic fellow had already consumed a huge quantity of blue rain grass already. The yang energy within its body was gradually searing the yin energy accumulated within its body. Taking out a few silver needles, Xianxia casually pierced them into several locations on the demon sink beast. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, and everyone immediately felt the demon sink beast's aura rising swiftly. Is it going to make a breakthrough? Hall Master Sai and Jin Songhai stared at one another in shock. At Transcendent Mortal 5 Dan, one's soul would become even more harmonized with the environment, thus augmenting one's strength greatly. If the first 4 dawn of the Transcendent Mortal realm, prolonged longevity, origin energy, yin-yang and clarifying turbidity, could be considered as refining one's Jinqi and enhancing one's control over the environment, then from this realm onward, one's soul would be nourished and tempered. This was precisely the reason why even though Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Pinnacle Master Teachers, despite their strength, could only be considered as 4-star Master Teacher. Unable to produce long-range tutelage Jade Token, they couldn't be considered to have reached half 5-star. Only when one's cultivation had reached consonant spirit would one be able to sever a sliver of one's soul to seal it within a tutelage Jade Token to guide others. One could say that the gap between Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan and 5 Dan concerned the metamorphosis of one's soul, and it was a major hurdle to overcome. Many people were stuck at this step, unable to make a breakthrough until the end of their lives. Despite the long history of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance and the innumerable talents who had come and gone, there were less than a few who had managed to surpass this boundary. And for spirit beasts, due to their weaker souls, it was far harder for them to make this breakthrough compared to humans. This fellow was already at Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Pinnacle, and yet, at this moment, its aura was currently rising swiftly. Could it really be attempting to break through to the consonant spirit realm? The duo hurriedly turned their gazes over. It can't make the breakthrough yet. Seeing the agitation on the faces of the duo, Xianxia replied calmly. All beings in the world are made equal. Due to the overwhelmingly powerful physical body of the demon sink beast, it was harder for its soul to make a metamorphosis. Similarly, if one's soul is too strong under normal circumstances, one's physical body wouldn't be too strong. After contemplating for a moment, Xianxia said, however, after consuming the blue rain grass, the yin energy has melded as one with the yang energy. At the same time, I've also cleared some of its meridians. Thus, it's inevitable that it'll enjoy a huge leap in its cultivation. Even though this isn't sufficient for it to reach consonant spirit realm, half-consonant spirit shouldn't be a problem. Half-consonant spirit? That's already very fearsome. If I recall correctly, the old ancestor of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance is also at this realm. Hearing those words, the duo still leaped in shock. Half-consonant spirit, similar to half-Zongshi and half-Jizuan, referred to a person who was infinitesimally close to consonant spirit realm but had yet to take the last step forward. Not only was the physical body of an expert at this level strong, his soul would tend to be exceptionally powerful as well. No Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Pinnacle expert would be his match. If, say, the demon sink beast was already overpowered due to its dragon bloodline and talents, it would be even more fearsome now. If it were to go on a rampage, even the old ancestor of Myriad Kingdom Alliance wouldn't be able to stand against it. Formidable. Hong Long Long. Amidst the shocked gazes of the duo, the demon sink beast's rising aura finally came to a halt. Just as Xianxia had guessed, it didn't manage to make the final breakthrough into consonant spirit realm, stopping at half-consonant spirit instead. Even so, with this strength, there was already no one who could subdue it in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance already. Roar! Knowing that it was only with his master's help that his cultivation had risen and his trauma resolved, it rushed forward excitedly to Xianxia and bowed respectfully. Previously, it had only feared the other party due to the high possibility of the other party being a pure-blooded dragon due to his ability to utter the dragon language. However, at this moment he felt truly grateful to the other party. If not for him, it wouldn't have been able to reach this realm without a century of hard work. Seeing its attitude, Xianxia knew that this fellow was sincerely swearing fealty to him this time. Thus, he nodded his head in satisfaction and instructed, "That's right, we're diving to the bottom of the lake. Guard the area outside for us. If any human or beast dares to barge into this area, kill them without exception." The situation below was still a mystery, and having to watch their backs for enemies while exploring the region would have been troublesome. With this large fellow guarding in the area, they wouldn't have to worry about any knives behind their back. Roar! The demon sink beast nodded its head. "All right, let's set off." After giving out the necessary instructions, Xianxia surveyed the surroundings before leaping into the lake along with Luo Zhu. Zhaoye and the others quickly followed suit. After so much hard work, the Soul Oracle tomb was finally right before them. The lake was frigid, and everyone immediately felt a bone-piercing chill as soon as they stepped in. Following behind Luo Zhu, Xianxia dived down into the lake. Even the weakest among the crowd was at Jizuan realm. At that level, holding one's breath for 20 to 30 minutes wasn't a problem at all. Even though Zhao Feiwu's cultivation was slightly lacking, Jin Songhai used his Zhenqi to form a protective layer around her and kept transfusing Zhenqi to her. As such, she was able to avoid suffocation. Initially, with the light that shone through the surface of the lake, they could still see the situation before them. However, as they went deeper in, darkness began to envelop them. Prepared, Luo Zhu took out a few night illumination pearls and passed one to everyone. Under the gentle light, the underwater world appeared clearly before them. Due to the excessive frigidity of the water, there were no life forms in it. Swimming downward, at around a depth of 70 to 80 meters deep, they finally saw the bottom of the lake. Corals of various differing colors filled area. It was impossible to speak underwater, so Luo Zhu communicated via gesturing to the crowd. He adeptly maneuvered around the coral-filled ground and advanced. Before long, a cliff appeared before them. The surface of the cliff was smooth, and it didn't seem as though there was anything unique about it. If one didn't know that a Soul Oracle tomb was hidden within it beforehand, it would be impossible to know that there was a hidden mechanism on it. Flicking his wrist, Luo Zhu took out a stone plate, and after feeling about the wall for a moment, he found a precise aperture and inserted the stone plate into it. Jia! A mechanism was activated. The cliff suddenly came to life and started opening up. What exquisite craftsmanship! Xianxia's eyes lit up. Even though it was a mechanism created out of rock, there wasn't even the slightest mark on its surface that betrayed its identity. It might be less intricate than the Celestial Designer mechanical container, but its craftsmanship was still far superior compared to the other artifacts he had seen before. It seemed like the craftsman who built this Soul Oracle tomb was an expert. Even at worst, he must have at least reached 9 MO. Legend had it that 9 MO craftsmen were capable of creating machineries and puppets which even transcendent mortal experts would be unable to see through. From the looks of it, the legend was indeed true. It was no wonder why Luo Zhu was so confident that no one other than him would be able to find this location. Given how obscure the location was, it would indeed be very difficult to find it. The opening of the cliff face revealed an entrance. Luo Zhu took the lead and stepped in. There were several unique mechanisms to keep out water inside the cavern, blocking the flow of water. As the crowd stepped in, they immediately realized that the area was well ventilated. There wasn't the slightest feeling that the room was stuffy that came from lack of oxygen. This is the passageway to the Soul Oracle tomb. At the very end is the tomb itself. After everyone entered the passageway, the cliff face automatically closed by itself. Xianxia nodded. The crowd looked at their surroundings in interest. This was a narrow passageway. Under the illumination from the night illumination pearls, the group saw all kinds of inscriptions on the surface of the wall. Most of them were regarding the various rituals that soul oracles conducted. A sinister air loomed in the area. We should proceed slowly. There are a lot of fearsome traps placed along the passageway. Familiar with the environment within the ancient tomb, Luo Zhu reached forward and 2 child-sized puppets appeared before him. He had probably prepared these puppets specially for this occasion. Placing 2 spirit stones into them, the puppets headed straight down the passageway. Jai. Barely after the first puppet took 3 steps, a strong gust of wind blew, and with a crisp sound, the puppet burst into smithereens. Everyone narrowed their eyes. The puppet that Luo Zhu took was crafted using a unique material known for its sturdiness. Even a cultivator of Jin Songhai's caliber would find it hard to smash it in a single blow. And yet, some unknown mechanism before them had caused it to be reduced to smithereens in a moment. If not for Luo Zhu warning everyone swiftly, that could have been the fate of one of them. In an instant, cold sweat immediately drenched the back of everyone here. As expected of one of the most feared occupations in the ancient era, the Soul Oracle tomb was indeed extraordinary. If Xianxia hadn't seen through Luo Zhu's possession and allowed the Soul Oracle to guide them through this area, their entire group would have most probably been wiped out before even reaching the Soul Oracle tomb. Jai. While everyone was still overwhelmed with shock, the second puppet advanced forward. However, barely after it took a few steps, just like the first puppet, it was smashed to smithereens as well. Within 5 steps, there are 2 death traps. I'll go on first and mark out the spot where you all should step on. Make sure to follow it closely, otherwise, I'll be unable to guarantee your safety, Luo Zhu instructed gravely. Yes. Knowing the importance of this issue, everyone nodded their heads. Luo Zhu proceeded forward carefully. However, as soon as he stepped forward, the whistling of the wind sounded and it shot past an area not too far away from him. From the looks of it, if one were to be struck by it, one wouldn't be too far from death even if one managed to survive that attack. However, with a puppet to test out the path, they would be able to avoid the traps in the way. Looking at the treacherous passageway, Hall Master Sai asked, "Is this a formation? Given how danger was lying in wait throughout the passageway, could this be a slaughter formation? If that was the case, given Zhang Shi's understanding of formations, they should have been able to break it and advance safely through." "It isn't." Zhang Xian shook his head. If it was a formation, he would have surely felt a disturbance in the spiritual energy in the air, but there clearly was none. The greatest fear of the soul oracles aren't humans but soul-devouring ants, and formations are ineffective on those creatures. Thus, it is unlikely for a soul oracle to incorporate a formation into their defensive mechanisms. If I'm not mistaken, these are mechanical traps. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xian had finished his analysis. The soul-devouring ants were the nemesis of soul oracles, so naturally, they had to prepare some traps to protect themselves. Soul-devouring ants were capable of consuming the spiritual energy contained within a formation and forcefully halt it. Thus, mechanical traps were preferred as to formations. The crowd nodded in agreement. But if those are all mechanical traps, this will prove to be troublesome. None of us here are adept in this field. If only we had a celestial designer here, we'd be really spared a lot of trouble. Hall Master Sai frowned. Celestial designer? Sun Chong and the others looked over. Zhang Xian had never mentioned such an occupation, so they had never heard of it. Indeed, celestial designer, also known as master mechanic, is an occupation of the lower 9 paths. They are skilled in designing these mechanical systems. Even though their creation might seem humble on the surface, they usually incorporate sword chi and battle techniques that could overpower even experts when they are activated. Hall Master Sai explained, "This occupation also has their own organization, the Celestial Designer Institute. They specialize in designing the world's most exquisite weapon and traps. However, I've only read about this occupation in books. There isn't a branch in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, and it's said that only an empire of Huanyu Empire's tier is qualified to build a branch. The artifacts designed by celestial designers are extremely complex and exquisite. It would indeed be difficult to bypass these traps without understanding the logic behind them." Zhang Xian nodded his head as a frown slowly appeared on his forehead. He had seen the complexity of the celestial designer mechanical container himself. If not for the Library of Heaven's Path, it would be impossible for him to open it. Even a single box could be designed so intricately. If a person of that occupation had assisted with the design of the traps in this passageway, the dangers that lurked in this passageway would be unimaginable. If a celestial designer had assisted with the design of the traps in this passageway, the dangers that lurked in this passageway would be unimaginable. Puha! Just as Xianxia was deep in thought, he heard the sound of a sharp knife tearing through flesh. Lifting his gaze, he saw Luo Zhu hurriedly retreating with a reddened face. His arm seemed to have been sliced by something, and it was bleeding profusely. "Are you all right?" Jin Songhai and the others hurried forward to help him stop the bleeding. "I'm all right." Luo Zhu shook his head. The traps in this passageway seemed to have become even more complicated than before. Even more complicated? How long is this passageway? How long did you take to reach the end? Zhang Xian asked. It is around 300 meters. The previous time I was here, I advanced bit by bit using the puppets, and it took me around 4 days to get to the other end. Luo Zhu frowned. However, it seems like these traps change every single time one enters. My previous experience clearing the traps is completely useless now. 4 days. Zhang Xian was speechless. To travel 300 meters in 4 days, this passageway was indeed difficult. Indeed, but there's no other way around it. The sword chi contained within the traps possess the might of at least a transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle. If one were to accidentally come into contact with it, one will be torn into half in an instant. Luo Zhu shook his head. Transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle sword chi? The crowd was astonished. When they saw the puppet being reduced to smithereens previously, they already had an idea that the sword chi emanated in the traps were fearsome. Even so, they didn't expect it to be so powerful. Even a transcendent mortal 4-dan pinnacle expert would find it difficult to survive after being struck by such powerful sword chi. Not to mention, it would be difficult for them to dodge the attacks in such a narrow passageway. Do we really have no other choice other than to advance bit by bit? Zhao Feiwu frowned. That's right. The trap mechanisms left behind by celestial designers are incomparably profound, and they are ever-changing. If one doesn't know the pattern behind the changes, it'll be difficult to clear the traps. Luo Zhu shook his head. It won't work even if we were to destroy the mechanical system in this passageway? Zhang Xian frowned. Even formations and intangible existence could be stopped with a kick. If they could find the switch to the traps or the center of operation of the system, shouldn't it be possible to shut down the traps? Destroy. Luo Zhu smiled bitterly. How could it be that easy? Just like a water wheel. The artifacts left behind by celestial designers are constantly on the move. Even if one had the blueprint on hand, if one doesn't comprehend the logic behind it, it will be futile. If its designs could be overcome so easily, it wouldn't be such a feared occupation. Mechanical systems and formations were similar in the sense that even if an amateur were to have the blueprint in hand, if they couldn't understand the workings of the system, they would still be unable to decipher it. After all, mechanical systems were built to be continuously on the move. If one didn't understand the slightest bit of this occupation, one would be unable to get out of it alive, let alone destroy it. Indeed, this is the reason why celestial designers are feared. They are capable of incorporating mechanical systems into artifacts, thus crafting tools capable of slaughtering experts easily. Furthermore, these artifacts don't need to be powered by spirit stones. If I'm not mistaken, the energy required for powering these traps comes from the waterfall above. As such, unlike formations, compasses won't work. If one doesn't understand the logic behind the traps, one would never be able to overcome the traps. Hall Master Sai nodded in agreement. Compasses were capable of determining the flow of spiritual energy to detect the weak points of a formation. However, mechanical traps weren't powered by spiritual energy but kinetic energy. How were they supposed to decipher these traps? Hearing the analyses of the duo, the complexion of the crowd turned gloomy. The excitement from before had vanished altogether. Seeing that the morale is down, Zhang Xian shook his head and said, even though compasses won't work, it doesn't mean that there are no other methods of deciphering the traps. Let me give it a try. After which, Xianxia smiled faintly and gently touched the floor of the passageway with his palm. Be careful. Seeing that Xianxia was touching the ground instead of studying the various logic governing the traps in the passageway, Luo Zhu felt faint-headed. Do you really think that you can analyze the entire mechanical system just by touching the ground? The traps designed by celestial designers were as complex and intricate as formations. There were innumerable types of mechanical system, and even for systems of the same type, there were countless variations. Not to mention, the design of the system would also affect its operation as well. Even a real celestial designer would have to take a long time analyzing the various properties of the mechanical system before being able to decipher it. No matter how skilled you are in the other occupations, it is impossible for you to apply the logic from those into this field. There's no need to panic. Allow me to rest for a moment first. After that, I'll continue testing out the traps with my puppets. Anyway, the one thing we aren't lacking is time. I've also brought sufficient water and rations, so there's no need to worry. Seeing that the morale was down, Luo Zhu consoled with a smile. In truth, his real occupation was a tomb raider, and he had already traversed such treacherous places innumerable times. He was used to it. However, the others were different. Having never encountered such a fearsome trap, it was natural for them to feel apprehensive. There's no way around it. We don't understand such traps at all, so we'll be depending on you then. Jin Songhai nodded. Don't worry. Even though the complexity of the trap has increased, as long as I have sufficient time, I'm confident that I can still make it to the other end. You all just have to follow behind me. Luo Zhu nodded. Most experts or wealthy merchants would opt to hire a celestial designer to design their tombs for them, and so, he had already faced off with such traps many times throughout the years. Even though the trap had become more complicated, he didn't think that it would be a problem for him. Confident, Luo Zhu was just about to make preparations and make another attempt when he saw that Zhang Shi, who was done touching the ground, had stood up. The latter stretched his back before walking into the passageway. Zhang Shi. Luo Zhu immediately narrowed his eyes in fear. Despite having tested the area with his puppet beforehand, he was still nearly torn in half by some sword chi. Wasn't it suicidal to be charging in so recklessly? Panicking, Luo Zhu was just about to pull Zhang Shi out when the young man suddenly lifted his leg and kicked at the wall beside him. Hong Long. An intense buzzing sound echoed throughout the cavern, and the crowd felt the ground beneath them shake. All right, the traps have been disabled. After which, the calm voice of the young man echoed. Before the crowd could react, he began walking in with widened strides. The traps have been disabled. Seeing how nothing was triggered despite Zhang Xian's casual movements, Luo Zhu's expression made his frenzy apparent. What was going on? He had just tried it out for himself, and the trap in the passageway was clearly much stronger and complex from before. Even a person like him, who often hung out by the tombs, would find it hard to clear the entire passageway without half a month of effort. Yet the other party managed to do it with a single kick. Are you for real? This was a mechanical system designed by a celestial designer. Luo Zhu was already prepared to have several hundreds of his puppets destroyed, and yet the other party, with a single kick, Luo Zhu was on the verge of going mad. He turned around to look at the crowd, only to see the others staring at him in bewilderment. Didn't you just prattle on about how formidable this thing was? Why did Zhang Shi manage to stop the entire thing with just a single kick? Let's go on. Luo Zhu felt stifled. However, given how Zhang Shi was capable of even dealing with a possession, it wasn't entirely impossible for him to have comprehended the various skills of celestial designers as well. Consoling himself like that, he advanced through the passageway. As expected, the traps in the passageway were truly disabled. Nothing was triggered as the group walked by. Soon, reaching the very end, a vast hall appeared before them. Upon seeing the hall, Luo Zhu said with a grim expression, "Previously, I was possessed as soon as I reached this point, so I didn't dare go any further." Zhang Xian scanned the hall. Possessing a length and width of around 20 to 30 meters wide, it was reminiscent of an underground palace. At the very center of the hall were 4 huge ashen-green coffins. It was impossible to determine what material the coffins were made of, but they looked extremely heavy. Eye of insight. Instead of rushing into the room, Xianxia raised his eyebrows and scanned the room once more. A moment later, he frowned. He found that he couldn't peer into the contents of the coffin. Most probably, it was a creation beyond that of his current cultivation realm. I wonder if I can get any detail on the room from the ground. Even though the Eye of Insight was unable to provide him with any useful detail, Xianxia didn't panic. Instead, he bent down and touched the ground. Previously, recalling how he'd opened the Celestial Designer mechanical container, Xianxia thought that since the traps operated by a mechanical system as well, it should have a flaw. Thus, he gave it a try, and to his delight it really worked. The Library of Heaven's Path immediately reflected the name and flaws of the traps. After looking through, Xianxia came to a realization. These traps were actually similar to formations. They had a life gate and death gate as well. Otherwise, how was anyone supposed to bypass these traps? Not only so, there was also a core as well. As long as one found the center of operations, no matter how powerful a trap was, it could be made redundant. After all, without energy, no matter how powerful a machine was, it would be useless. This was the reason why Xianxia could stop the entire mechanical system with a kick and lead everyone in. Who? A book appeared in Xianxia's mind. Greenish rock, naturally formed in the depths of the ground. It is resilient. With just a brief glance, Xianxia nearly spurted blood. He thought that even though the Eye of Insight was ineffective, he should be able to find out something regarding the coffin or the hall via the Library of Heaven's Path. Never in his dreams did he expect for an analysis on the rock he just touched to appear instead. The passageway constitutes the entirety of the mechanical system. That's why information regarding the traps was reflected when I touched it. On the other hand, this is just a normal tile, so it reflects exactly what I touched. This is similar to the case when I touched the bookshelf back then. Dismal, Xianxia soon understood. Back then, when Xianxia attempted to gather all of the books on a bookshelf in a single go by touching the bookshelf, a similar occurrence happened. It seemed like the Library of Heaven's Path classified matters by an entirety. Otherwise, it would only reflect what Xianxia came into direct physical contact with. But thinking about it, if he were able to know the condition of the entire continent just by touching the floor, that would be a little ridiculous. Seeing the serious expression on Xiangxi's face, Luo Zhu took the lead and explained, "There's no danger here. We can enter the hall." When he stepped into the hall, nothing particular occurred. Thus, the group behind followed suit. These are the coffins housing the soulless metal humanoids. The one that I took came from here. Walking up to the coffin, Luo Zhu pointed and spoke anxiously. Back then, it was precisely when he opened the coffin and was about to take away the soulless metal humanoid that he was possessed. As such, he already had a trauma regarding the matter, and thus, he didn't dare to step forward. "Let me take a look." Nodding his head, Xianxia walked forward. As expected, one of the 4 coffins was open, and its interior was completely empty. He touched the empty coffin. Who? A book appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path. Grade 7 metal coffin. Forged by 4-star blacksmith Wuxia. It is used as a container to house a soulless metal humanoid, and it won't decompose over time. Flaw number 1. It cannot be used to house a normal corpse. The introduction and flaws regarding the coffin were detailed in the book. Grade 7 metal coffin? After reading through the details, Xianxia was perplexed. Based on the description in the Library of Heaven's Path, this coffin should only be used to store soulless metal humanoids. It shouldn't contain any souls at all. If so, why would Luo Zhu have been possessed? Thus, he turned to an unopened coffin and touched it. It was also a grade 7 metal coffin, and its purpose was the same as well, storing soulless metal humanoid. There wasn't much of a difference from the first one. Xianxia went on to touch the others, and they reflected the same conclusion as well. Knowing that they were containers for soulless metal humanoid, Xianxia swiftly lost his interest. The purpose of his journey was to obtain the inheritance of the soul oracles. The soulless metal humanoids didn't mean much to him. But in the end, these items were of great value. Previously, Xianxia had managed to sell it for 20,000 spirit stones. Even though he didn't need it, he could still earn substantial wealth from their sales. Seeing as Xianxia touched all 4 of the coffins, Luozhu asked anxiously, "Xianxia, I was possessed here. Should we open the other coffins?" The others were also awaiting Xianxia's decision. "Don't open them first." Even though there were no problems reflected on the books, Xianxia couldn't guarantee that no mishap would occur when the coffins were opened. It would still be fine if a soul of the level of the one who possessed Luozhu previously appeared, but if a powerful were to appear instead, Xianxia could not say for sure whether his Heaven's Path Xianxia would be effective on the latter. It was better to proceed carefully. "Put the coffins directly into the storage ring. We'll open them after we get out," Xianxia said after a moment of contemplation. "All right." Sun Chong had been waiting for these words. He hurried forward, stretched out his hand, and swept the 4 giant coffins into his storage ring. "These belong to the young master. No matter who you are, don't even dream of laying your hands on them." Cough, cough. Seeing how shameless Sun Chong was behaving, Xianxia's face reddened. He turned around, issued some instructions before proceeding ahead. "You all wait here first. I'll look around the area." The hall had an eerie appearance, and it felt desolate. The walls were all made of the tough green ash rocks. It seemed like the builder really put a lot of effort into building this hall. Not only did he excavate the entire area, he even used the toughest material to reinforce its structure, ensuring its long-term durability. Touching the walls around the room, Xianxia didn't find any traps. Thus, he advanced forward. The hall was linked to another narrow passageway. Walking up to it, he bent down and touched the ground. "Who?" A book appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path. "It's just an ordinary passageway?" The book recorded the details of the floor material reflected in the book, thus proving that there weren't any mechanical traps inside. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia soon came to a realization. Such traps were expensive. It was normal for traps to be laid at the entrance for fear of invaders, but setting them up in the interiors seemed a little ridiculous. Since the purpose of those traps was to prevent anyone to entering the tomb at all, it would make more sense to spend the money on reinforcing the traps in the entrance. He turned around and shouted, "There is no danger here. Come over." The group hurried over. Xianxia led the way forward. The passageway wasn't long, extending on for only a distance of 10 meters or so. At the end, another vast hall appeared before them. It was much larger than the one before. Based on what I know, the first chamber is for the protectors of the Soul Oracle, the soulless metal humanoids, while the second chamber is the main chamber prepared for the Soul Oracle himself. This should be where the souls of the Soul Oracles lies. Luozhu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. "You mean that we'll find the souls of the Soul Oracles here?" Xianxia asked. Luozhu nodded. "Since this is the main chamber, I believe so." Upon hearing the other party's confirmation, Xianxia raised his head, and with a glance, a deep frown suddenly appeared on his face. What is going on?" Instead of a hall, what that appeared before them was a field of flora and fauna. A refreshing fragrance tickled their nose, and in the skies, they saw white clouds floating by. It was as though they had returned back to the mountains. Could this be an illusion formation? Hall Master Sai and the others were taken aback. How could there be plants growing in an underground chamber? Not to mention white clouds and blue skies. Clearly, it was an illusion. The only explanation for this bizarre sight was that it was an illusion formation. "This isn't a formation." Xianxia shook his head. As a formation master, he would surely be able to tell if it was one. However, there wasn't the slightest disturbance in the spiritual energy before him, and the sight before him felt incomparably real. It was as though one was traversing through space, and it felt indescribably bizarre. Is this a mechanical trap? No, that can't be. Mechanical traps aren't capable of producing such effects. In the end, mechanical traps operated based on logic. They weren't capable of producing these flora, fauna, and flowing water before them. Let me test the situation out with a puppet. Perplexed, Luo Zhu flicked his wrist and a puppet appeared. Then, the puppet slowly walked toward the field at the end of the passageway. Who? As soon as it stepped out of the passageway, it immediately disappeared without a trace. What happened? Everyone leaped back in shock. How could the puppet simply disappear all of a sudden? Even if a mechanical trap was activated, at least the fragments of the puppets should remain. To disappear as soon as it walked toward the end of the passageway. This was way too bizarre. Could this be a teleportation formation? Hall Master Sai's throat went dry. Everyone turned to look at him doubtfully. The teleportation formation of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance is only capable of transferring words and information, and they are known as communication walls. Hall Master Sai said with a trembling voice. It said that at grade 6, teleportation formation will gain the ability to transfer material objects such as food, money, equipment, and even artifacts. At grade 8, even life forms can be transported. In other words, even a human can leap through space. Transporting a human? The crowd was astonished. Xianxia also widened his eyes in shock. As a 4-star formation master, he had a deeper understanding of formations than Hall Master Sai. He thought that transporting information should already be the limit. To think that formations would be able to transport even a human. How deep of an understanding of space must one possess to be capable of setting up a formation capable of transporting humans? Given how the puppet abruptly disappeared, could this really be a formation of that level? If so, it was normal that they couldn't see or feel the puppet anymore. As an upper 9 paths occupation, formation masters had a high requisite on one's cultivation. If one's cultivation didn't reach the required level, one would be disallowed from studying more profound knowledge. It was just like how even though Xianxia was able to inscribe a grade 5 formation plate, he was only considered a quasi-4-star formation master. A person who was capable of setting up a grade 8 formation definitely possessed cultivation beyond that of a transcendent mortal. To be able to get such a figure to set up a formation for him, how powerful must the owner of the tomb be? Since Xianxia was able to come to this conclusion, the others also realized the same as well. Their faces immediately paled. If it was just a transcendent mortal 3-dan or 4-dan soul oracle, even if they were possessed, they would still possess a certain degree of self-preservation means. However, if the opponent they met were to be beyond that level, they wouldn't stand a chance at all. Xianxia, do we enter? The crowd turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia fell into deep contemplation. If his conjecture was right, proceeding ahead would definitely put them in grave danger. He wasn't confident of holding his ground even with the Heaven's Path Xinqi. It could be said that certain doom awaited them if they were to proceed forward. But if they backed down now, how much longer would it take for Lu Chong to recover? For me, he was willing to even risk his life. What do I have to fear? Recalling how that young man stepped in front of him calmly to protect him, determination gleamed in Zhang Xian's eyes. Lu Chong was willing to give up his life for him. As the other party's senior, if he were to back down in the face of danger, what rights did he have to be considered as the other party's teacher? Flinging his hands back, Zhang Xian instructed, "You all wait here, I'll go in alone. If I don't return in 4 hours, I'll have to trouble Hall Master Sai and Zhao Gongzi to help my students and Sun Chong get out." "Teacher, I'm not leaving. I want to follow you." Zhao Ye stepped forward. "We share the same thoughts. We'll follow you no matter where you go." Yuan Tao and the others declared resolutely. If not for Zhang Laosher, they would still be ordinary students in Tianxian Kingdom. However, at this moment, every single one of them was a Jizuan realm expert, each possessing the strength to lift a mountain. Since their teacher was willing to put himself with danger to save Lu Chong, how could they, as his students, back down? Zhang Xian felt a surge of warmth. However, the situation before him was too bizarre. It was too dangerous to bring them over. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xian shook his head and his complexion darkened. "Are you all going to disobey my orders? Stay here. Teacher, we implore you to not chase us away. How can we possibly watch by the side as you put yourself into danger? Even if we were to survive this ordeal, we'd definitely be plagued by guilt in the future. Xiaoya spoke resolutely. Teacher, please don't chase us away. Even if it means disobeying your words, I'll go with you, Wang Ying said. She was usually the most indecisive one of the group, and yet, at this moment, the determination in her eyes was unwavering. Knowing that his students weren't able to simply watch on by the side as he ventured through danger, Zhang Xian eventually nodded his head after a long moment of contemplation. Since you all have made up your minds, let's go together then. The teacher for the students and the students for the teacher. This is what a true relationship between a teacher and student should be. Watching this sight, Zhao Feiwu and the others felt touched. Previously, they had been wondering why a person of Zhang Shi's capability would choose to bring around a bunch of young and weak students along with him. However, at this moment, they realized that the relationship of a teacher and a student transcended far beyond the impartation of knowledge. A teacher could brave through danger for their students, whereas a student could remain unmoved before danger for their teacher. It was this self-sacrificial spirit that made the relationship between the two so noble. Hong Long. At that moment, a powerful aura suddenly descended from the skies. A unique energy began gathering in the world. It was neither spiritual energy nor origin energy, but with a single whiff, one could feel their analytical ability growing stronger and their thought process becoming clearer. This energy swiftly gathered around Zhang Xian as though a torrent, refining his presence and disposition. Narrowing her eyes, Zhao Feiwu suddenly thought of something and her lips trembled in disbelief. It's Celestial Master Teacher. Jin Songhai was also taken aback. Celestial Master Teacher? How? Is that possible? Celestial Master Teacher meant that even the heavens were acknowledging one's identity as a Master Teacher. Even if one didn't undergo the various examinations of the Master Teachers, one could still be acknowledged by the masses. Despite the long history of the continent, only Kong Shi had ever succeeded in being acknowledged by the heavens. To think that this Zhang Shi would manage to achieve the same as well. Could this really be true? Indeed, it's really Celestial Master Teacher. Furthermore, it doesn't seem to be just 2-star. Hall Master Sai's face flushed red. As the head of the only appraiser hall in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, as well as a 4-star pinnacle appraiser, he had met with a lot of master teachers. However, he had never heard of a single one being acknowledged by the heavens. The other party had said that he was a 2-star master teacher, so even if the heavens were to acknowledge him, he should only be a 3-star celestial master teacher at maximum. However, the overwhelming energy before him actually made him feel like submitting to the other party. Without a doubt, the other party wasn't just a 2-star or 3-star master teacher. However, as for his exact rank, Hall Master Sai wasn't a master teacher, and he had never seen a celestial master teacher before, so he couldn't make a clear gauge. But regardless of his rank, to be acknowledged by the heavens itself was already sufficient to send a ripple of shock through the world. This, contrary to the shock the others were going through, the current Zhang Xian was a little dumbstruck. Previously, when he agreed to Xiaoya and the others' request, he actually wasn't too keen on doing so. However, considering that his students would never grow up if he were to protect them tightly beneath his wings, he decided to let go. It was just like a seedling. If one were to use a wall to shield it from rain and storm, it would never grow tall. Thus, he reluctantly agreed to it. However, he didn't expect this to induce another celestial master teacher acknowledgement. He had undergone such a situation before, so even though the inflow of the energy made him a little dizzy, he knew that this was a good chance for him to raise his strength. Thus, without any hesitation, he immediately sat down on the ground and focused his attention into absorbing the unique energy shrouding him. Hong Long. With the inflow of this strength, his soul depth raised swiftly. His thought process gradually became swifter and clearer. A meeting was taking place in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance's Master Teacher Pavilion. We are the hosts for the Master Teacher Tournament this time around. Make some preparations, we have to at least get a good placing. Seated at the center seat, Pavilion Master Kong surveyed the group before him. Those within the room were all elders of the Master Teacher Pavilion. Su Fan and Ling Yuheng were also within the group. The location for the Master Teacher Tournament wasn't fixed. The 27 powers would take turns hosting the event, and it only happened that Myriad Kingdom City would be playing host this time around. This time, they were going to be battling on their home ground. It would be truly embarrassing if their results were as poor as before. Yes, the crowd nodded their heads. This time, our elders have nominated a total of 6 candidates. I have looked through the information you all have submitted, and they are indeed young talents. However, there are only 2 slots for this tournament, so a round of selection will have to be conducted. Pavilion Master Kong continued. However, before he could finish his words, his body suddenly froze. The other elders also noticed something, and they narrowed their eyes. They quickly turned their sights toward a single direction. Trembling of myriad tokens, harmony of the chimes. This is acknowledgement of a celestial master teacher. After a long period of time, Pavilion Master Kong finally managed to utter with a hoarse voice. Even though it's an acknowledgement of celestial master teacher and it has occurred in our guild, given how the remarkable geniuses of the other powers are gathered in Myriad Kingdom City at the moment, there is a possibility that one of them might be the one who triggered it. Indeed, if they were to be acknowledged by the heavens in Myriad Kingdom City, the phenomenon would appear in our guild. Hurry up and find out which geniuses are in the city at the moment. It seems like the champion of this tournament will surely be that person. The faces of the elders paled, and they muttered to themselves. Celestial Master Teacher was an existence acknowledged by the heavens itself. In the entire continent, only Kong Shi had managed to achieve this feat regardless of which power the Celestial Master Teacher came from. There was no doubt that he would be the champion in the Master Teacher tournament. Could it be him? Different from the reaction of the other elders, Su Shi and Ling Shi glanced at one another, and a figure suddenly appeared in their mind. But soon they shook their heads. He had just completed by 2-star Master Teacher examination, and he hadn't even reached Jizuan realm yet. How could he possibly be acknowledged by the heavens? Thus, it couldn't be him. After a long period of time, Xianxia finally finished absorbing the energy in his surroundings and stood up. As expected of Celestial Master Teacher. Even though his cultivation realm remained the same at the prolonged longevity realm pinnacle, his comprehension of cultivation and battle techniques had deepened. With just this, his fighting prowess could be said to have raised by at least 2-fold. If he could fight equally with a transcendent mortal 2-dan intermediate stage previously, he would be able to match up with an advanced stage expert now. At the same time, his soul depth had also raised from 12.1 to 14.1. Even though an increase of 2.0 was humble as compared to the effects of the Book of Heaven's Path, if he were to cultivate normally, this leap would require at least decades of effort. In other words, this acknowledgement of Celestial Master Teacher had saved him at least decades of training for his soul depth. Fearsome. Also, his eye of insight and impartation of heaven's will had also grown stronger. Using the eye of insight, he could now peer through existence's 2 small cultivation tiers above him. Meaning, he could easily see through the flaws of an origin energy realm intermediate stage cultivator already. As for impartation of heaven's will, his ability to induce trust in others had grown, and others would find it hard to refute his words. He had to expend his soul depth to coax Song Chao previously, but now, as long as he were to utilize the impartation of heaven's will, the other party would feel inclined to trust his words automatically. More importantly, by earning the acknowledge of the heavens, his will of mind had also progressed significantly in the lucid analytical realm. As expected of Celestial Master Teacher, its effects were truly immense to a Master Teacher. Even though there was no change in my cultivation, I can feel that I'm not too far from making a breakthrough. With a deeper understanding of cultivation, it wasn't too difficult for him to bypass the barriers to reaching Origin Energy Realm. After all, he had studied a few hundred Origin Energy Realm secret manuals. Even though he hadn't compiled a flawless version of Heaven's Path Divine Art yet, he had a clear idea on the direction of his cultivation. As long as he had sufficient spirit stones, making a breakthrough wasn't too difficult. I should try to look at the field of grass before me once more with the eye of insight. Thinking that he might see something new with his improved eye of insight, Xianxia lifted his gaze. It isn't a formation or a mechanical trap. There was a huge disparity between what he could see before and what he was seeing now. The previous obscurity had become crystal clear to Xianxia's eyes. Did Zhang Shi notice something? The crowd turned their gazes over. They had never seen a celestial master teacher before, but as a legend of the master teacher pavilion, they knew that it was anything but ordinary. It is a method used by soul oracles to beguile souls. In other words, what you all are seeing is fake. A mirage, said Xianxia, frowning. But if it's a mirage, why did the puppet suddenly disappear? Luo Zhu found the matter hard to believe. At most, a mirage should only be able to confuse one. This explanation couldn't account for the disappearance of the puppet. The puppet had disappeared right after walking through the passageway. It was clear that some powerful formation had transported it away. Soul oracles have the ability to beguile all life forms possessing souls. They can make us all see the same image, and thus inducing us to believe that what that lay before us is real. However, puppets are different. Puppets have no soul and consciousness, and as such, they can't be beguiled. Thus, it's not that the puppet disappeared but that it has stepped through the passageway. Since it is unable to enter the mirage, naturally we can't see it, Xianxia explained. Soul oracles could beguile life forms possessing souls and muddle their ability to distinguish truth from false. However, puppets were different. Possessing no consciousness, they couldn't be beguiled, and naturally, they would step right through the mirage. If it's true, then could this be the soul oracles? Oasis of the mirage deity? Suddenly recalling something, Luo Zhu's face paled and he nearly fell to the ground. Oasis of the mirage deity? Everyone was baffled. Even the knowledgeable Hall Master Sai was confused. Oasis of the mirage deity is a skill unique to soul oracles. They are capable of using their soul energy to create an incomparably realistic sight that subconsciously draws one in, similar to the oasis in the desert. The moment one steps into the mirage, one's soul will be forcefully torn from one's body and come under the control of the soul oracle. Luo Zhu trembled as he explained. One's soul will be forcefully torn from one's body? Everyone was shocked. The greatest weakness of the soul oracles was their physical body. Once one lost this advantage over them, wouldn't one be powerless to their whims? Indeed, if we had entered just now, our souls would be torn from our body. Even if we managed to survive, we would be as good as dead. Cold sweat seeped down Luo Zhu's head. The faces of the others also paled. It was fortunate that they didn't charge ahead upon realizing the peculiarity of the matter. If they had really rushed over, they would have died for nothing. As expected of a soul oracle, even their means were hard to guard against. Just that, one has to be at least 6-star to be capable of utilizing the oasis of the mirage deity. Could this be the tomb of a 6-star soul oracle? Luo Zhu asked doubtfully. Oasis of the mirage deity wasn't a skill that just any soul oracle could utilize. Only upon reaching 6-star would one be able to set it up. Just like master teachers and other upper 9 paths occupation, the techniques of the soul oracles also had a requisite on one's cultivation. As such, the ranking of a soul oracle was also linked to his cultivation realm. A 6-star soul oracle would possess a cultivation realm at the zenith of the transcendent mortal realm. Even if it was lacking a physical body, it wasn't an opponent that they could face. I think that it would be best if we leave right now. Hall Master Sai's eyebrows leaped in unease. Even though he was interested in seeing the tomb of a soul oracle and view the various artifacts contained within, he didn't have the courage to disturb the tomb of a former 6-star soul oracle. Jin Songhai clenched his fists tightly and said, Indeed, it's best for us to not get involved with an expert of this level. The more knowledgeable one was, the more one understood one's own ignorance. Similarly, the higher one's cultivation realm was, the more they understood how powerful the top-notch experts were. Understanding the irreconcilable gap between them and a person who once stood at the zenith of transcendent mortals, they didn't dare to proceed any further. They knew that with their force, they would never be able to deal with a 6-star soul oracle, no matter how many years he had been dead for. Leave? That's a good idea. Lifting his head, Xianxia smiled bitterly. But it's already too late. He. At that moment, everyone suddenly felt a chill and a sinister laughter echoed in the passageway. To think that my oasis of the mirage deity would be seen through so easily. Not bad. It seems that quite a few bodies have come this time. The voice was bizarrely shrill, and it seemed to echo straight within the depths of one's soul, leaving one feeling unnerved. Voila! In an instant, the flowers, clouds, and blue sky before them disappeared, and a huge, empty hall appeared in its place. In the large hall, there was only a single coffin placed at a distance 40 to 50 meters away from the crowd. It was hard to tell how large it was from this distance, but from the looks of it, it was significantly bigger and heavier than the other 4 coffins in the first chamber. You wish to possess us? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Entering the lucid analytical realm, Xianxia felt no anxiety, fear, or any negative emotions. After such a long sleep, since someone dared to stumble into my tomb, of course I should claim their bodies for my own use. The voice chuckled. As the other party spoke, Xianxia scanned his surroundings with his eye of insight. Regardless of how powerful the other party was, he had already been dead for innumerable years. Given how he would rather resort to using a mirage than deal with them personally, it could only mean that he wasn't as powerful as they thought he was. As long as Xianxia found his hiding spot, there might be a chance to turn the situation around. However, to his disappointment, he couldn't find any trace of the other party at all. Don't waste your effort. If I don't want to appear, do you think that you can find me with your mediocre skills? Seemingly noticing Xianxia's intentions, the voice sounded once more. Xianxia fell silent. The voice was transmitted straight into their soul, making it impossible to trace him via sound. It would indeed be difficult to find him so long as he wished to remain hidden. Turning around to glance at Jin Songhai and Hall Master Sai, the duo also shook their heads. It seemed like the two of them had the same idea in mind as well. Just as Xianxia was racking his brain for a solution, Jin Songhai's voice sounded. Xianxia, I'll try to stall for time. You should take the chance to leave with Gongzi and the others. Turning his head, he saw that Jin Songhai's eyes were filled with the determination of a soldier ready to meet his demise. You have an idea in mind? Xianxia sent a telepathic message. I don't. However, I do have a few poisons that work on souls, so it might be effective against him. Jin Songhai replied grimly. The effects on poison weren't just limited to the physical body. Some of the more formidable poison could dissipate souls as well. Taking Xianxia's innate fetal poison, for example, it was planted in him while he was still a fetus. Given the nearly absolute nature of the poison, it was, in a sense, more fearsome than a soul-dissipating poison. You wish to poison me? Ha ha ha. You should try to find me first. In the midst of the discussion of the duo, the voice sounded once more. You can listen to telepathic messages? Xianxia widened his eyes in astonishment. They had communicated previously using telepathy, and only the two of them should know of the content of their words. Even Hall Master Sai, who was standing by the side, was completely oblivious to their interaction. Yet, this fellow actually could tell that Jin Songhai intended to poison him. That was way too fearsome. Ha! It isn't just your telepathic message. Via your souls. I can even tell what you all are thinking. Harumphing coldly, the voice continued. I advise you all not to make any futile struggles. Even though there is no danger lying in wait in the passageway, it can be locked down. While you all were beguiled by the oasis of the mirage deity, I locked down the area. It's too late for you to be thinking of leaving. Hearing those words, everyone turned their heads around and their faces immediately paled. Just as the other party had said, the passageway behind had been sealed tightly by a stone wall. Let me give it a try. With an awful complexion, Jin Songhai gathered his strength and struck the stone wall heavily. Hong long. There was a massive tremor. However, the stone wall seemed to have been protected by something powerful. Even the strength of a transcendent mortal Dan was unable to move it, needless to say, shatter it. Let me give it a try as well. Stepping forward, Hall Master Sai took out a saber and slashed the stone wall several times. However, just like Jin Songhai, he didn't leave the slightest damage on the wall. This is the dragon severing lock set up by a 6-star celestial designer. Only those who harness the strength of a transcendent mortal 9-dan cultivator can break it. You only have 2 fates before you. You will either meet your death here, or you will end up serving as my body. The voice chuckled. Dragon severing lock? Everyone's complexion became extremely awful. Advancing and retreating weren't an option for them. Were they really going to die like that? The dragon severing lock is usually the final line of defense used for a fortress. It's designed such that one would be unable to break it unless one's cultivation reaches the required level. Even the celestial designer who set up the trap himself would find it hard to open it. Hall Master Sai's complexion darkened. This was the final resort of celestial designers, similar to how a cultivator self-destructs when forced into a corner. Unless the circumstances were dire, no one would go to such an extent. Usually, it was only to block out one's enemies or to die along with one's nemesis that such a trap would be activated. The moment it fell, there was no way to undo it. Even dragons would be unable to enter, thus the name, dragon severing. Unless one's strength surpassed the tolerance limit of the wall, one wouldn't be able to break it. In this case, it was transcendent mortal 9-dan. Otherwise, it was futile. Then, doesn't that mean that we can't leave? Even the strongest of them was only a transcendent mortal 4-dan. Under such circumstances, wouldn't they be locked down forever? If they couldn't even break the wall, how could they leave the area? Let me take a look. Frowning, Xianxia walked up to the stone door, touched it with his finger, and a book appeared in the library of Heaven's Path. Grade 6 Dragon Severing Lock, designed and crafted by 6-star celestial designer Xianxia. It is crafted from a unique material, making it extremely resilient. Flaws number 1. The crafting method. After reading through the book, Xianxia's face turned extremely awful. Even though Dragon Severing Lock had its flaws, it wasn't something that someone of his level of strength could exploit. In other words, what the other party said was true. No one of strength below Transcendent Mortal 9-dan could break this wall. What should he do? Were they really going to be trapped here until their death? Just as Xianxia was ransacking his mind for a solution, Zhao Feiwu's voice echoed. There's no need to worry. Since he intends to possess one of us, there must be another escape route. Otherwise, how does he intend to get out? That's right. Everyone was stunned for a moment before their eyes lit up. Since this fellow was going to possess one of them, he must have an escape route ready for himself. After all, how could he plunge himself into this kind of desperate situation? We can find a way to leave after we deal with this fellow. Our most imminent danger isn't regarding our confinement, Xianxia said. Even if they couldn't get out, the rations in their storage rings were sufficient to sustain everyone here for several years. Factoring in the spirit stones they had on top of that, it should be impossible for them to die out of natural causes within the short term. Currently, the greatest threat they were facing was the owner of the tomb. If they didn't find and eradicate the hidden soul oracle, they would surely be unable to get out of here alive. Hearing Xianxia's words, the voice harumphed coldly. Deal with me? Are you sure you have the capability to do so? Regardless of whether we do or not, we still have to give it a try. Stepping forward, Jin Songhai flicked his wrist and took out a jade bottle. Then, he carefully surveyed the surroundings, as though trying to find the other party's location. Give it a try? Let me show you how laughable that idea is then. Woo! After that, a ray of light suddenly shot across the hall. Before Jin Songhai could react, he was struck squarely on his chest. Pooh! He flew all the way back and crashed heavily against the wall. Huge mouthfuls of blood gushed from him. Elder Jin, not expecting that the strongest member, Jin Songhai, would be defeated in a single move, everyone clenched their fists tightly. To be capable of subduing a transcendent mortal 4-dan in an instant, even if the other party wasn't a 6-star soul oracle, he still wasn't someone that they could deal with. Even though Jin Songhai was injured, Xianxia didn't panic. Rather, He made use of this opportunity to quickly glance at the direction where the light appeared from. Wang. A book appeared in the library of Heaven's Path. Xianxia hurriedly flipped it open and read through it. It's an attack from a mechanical trap? Xianxia frowned. The previous attack didn't come from the Soul Oracle but a mechanical trap. In other words, it was impossible for him to locate the other party from the previous attack. It's impossible for the Soul Oracle to show any opening that would betray his location. Otherwise, we would be able to guard against him and hinder his possession. Upon seeing Xianxia's action, Luo Zhu immediately sent a telepathic message over. That's true. Xianxia nodded his agreement. When a Soul Oracle possessed the body of another, they would enter via one's acupoints. If one were to seal the acupoint in advance and repel the Soul Oracle, it would become extremely difficult for the Soul Oracle to succeed. After all, what the Soul Oracle was doing was expelling the original soul of the body and forcefully fusing their soul with the body. If the original owner were to struggle violently, it might cause irreparable damage to the body. If so, it would be meaningless even if the Soul Oracle successfully possessed the body. This was the reason why that fellow would not allow himself to be noticed until he struck. Besides, it was also possible that a member of the group might have some specialized equipment to deal with souls. This would put him at risk. Don't even think of finding me. It's impossible for you all to kill me. You're all still too weak. Hearing the telepathic conversation between the duo, the voice continued haughtily. Since you have entered my tomb, you should have been prepared to be possessed. However, I can only possess one of you, so the rest will be safe. Safe? Ha! Like it would be that simple. Hall Master Sai harumphed. Given how the other party locked all of them in this chamber, how could it be so simple? He didn't believe that the other fellow would allow any of them to leave after successfully possessing one body. After all, soul oracles were a forbidden existence. If news that one had possessed the body of another were to get out, that person would surely be pursued to the ends of the world. By safe, I meant that you won't have to die for the time being. As for how long you can live for, it'll depend on your choice. The voice chuckled. Choice? Xianxia frowned. The voice said, Indeed, I'll give you all 2 choices now. I have a total of 3 trials here. If you can clear the trials, I will consider sparing you. However, you still won't be allowed to leave. I will leave you here to do whatever you need to survive. Trial? Everyone was taken aback. Wasn't this fellow going to possess them? What in the world were the trials for then? Xianxia was also perplexed. Usually, trials would only be prepared for the various examinations for master teachers and the other unique occupations. Given how powerful the other party was, killing them should be a walk in the park. What was the point of going through so much trouble? However, given that they were stuck now and that the other party had control over the mechanical traps, their life and death were in the hands of the other party. No matter how bewildered they weren't in the position to reject the other party's conditions. What about the alternative option? Xianxia asked. The other option is that I'll kill you all one by one until someone is willing to challenge the trial. The voice harumphed. Not expecting the second condition to be about the trial as well, the crowd felt even more baffled. What was this fellow's motive for insisting for them to challenge the trial? Could this be selection of the reception lamb? Luo Zhu suddenly asked. Selection of the reception lamb? Xianxia's mouth twitched. Selection of the reception lamb was a term commonly used by herders. Usually, when a guest visited, a herder would slaughter a lamb to welcome him. However, how to choose the most suitable lamb to welcome the guest warmly was a problem. Thus, they would allow the lamb to run on the fields. The one that ran the fastest and most happily would surely have the best meat texture. Could the Soul Oracle be intending to do the same as well? Through the trials, he would choose the one possessing the most suitable physical constitution to possess. This way, his soul could better fuse with the body and the decline of his cultivation would be minimized. That's very possible. Contemplating over the issue for a moment, Xianxia nodded his head in agreement. There was a high possibility that this was the case. Which body to possess was also an important choice for a soul oracle as well. Taking that soul which possessed Luo Zhu previously, not only did his cultivation plummet, it would also be very difficult for him to successfully fuse with the body. Even if he were to succeed, due to the incompatible constitution, his future achievements would have been limited as well. Making an analogy, it was just like forcing a person adept in swordsmanship to use a hammer instead. No matter how good a physical body was, as long as it was incompatible, one would be unable to bring out its full strength. It was highly possible that that fellow was harboring such thoughts when asking them to challenge the trials. Through the selection, he would find the most suitable constitution for him to possess. Otherwise, how could an ancient soul be so bored as to seal the chamber using the dragon-severing lock just to fool around with them? Most probably, he had already decided on this from the moment the group entered the tomb. The main reason why he didn't make any move earlier was to wait until they entered this passageway so as to seal their escape route. Only then did he finally reveal his existence. That's right. I'm indeed choosing the finest lamb among you lot. Why are you afraid? Hearing their conversation, the voice sounded once more. Afraid? Why would we be? Shaking his head, Xianxia said. Where is your trial? Bring it out so that we can take a look. That's more like it. Seeing Xianxia agree to the matter, the voice sounded a little pleased. Don't think that I won't lay my eyes on you just because you failed the trial. My selection criterion is your constitution, not the speed and means you use to clear the trial. Remember this, only those who pass the trial will not be killed. Those who fail, regretfully, you'll have to bid everyone else farewell. Hong Long. The ground tremored and a massive stone tablet appeared in the center of the hall. This is the most basic soul-guiding formula of the soul oracles. Study it, and within 10 days you must be able to draw your soul out of your body to clear the trial. Otherwise, the traps will eliminate you immediately. The voice instructed impassively. Soul-guiding formula? Looking at the stone tablet, Xianxia saw a dense congregation of words on it. The 3 large words inscribed at the very top seemed to pierce straight into one's soul, jolting one's consciousness. Soul-guiding formula. The cultivation technique of soul oracles. To think that the first trial would be learning a cultivation technique. It seems like this fellow is trying to find one with a constitution compatible with the arts of soul oracles. Xianxia came to a realization. Indeed, being capable of executing the soul-guiding formula would mean that one is compatible with the arts of soul oracle. Possessing a body with such constitution, the other party would be able to resume his cultivation and return to his pinnacle state. One who was adept at swordsmanship would naturally wish to possess a swordmaster. With a constitution suited for sword arts, it would be easier for him to relearn his techniques. As a soul oracle, the other party definitely wished to find someone capable of learning soul oracle cultivation techniques. It would be much easier for him to cultivate this way. Don't bother trying your luck and waiting until the last day before drawing your soul out. It is completely pointless. Whether one has talent in soul oracle arts doesn't depend on how fast one grasps the soul-guiding method. Besides, once you start learning the soul-guiding method, you won't have a choice in the matter. Afraid that the group wouldn't put their effort into learning the soul-guiding method, the voice added. However, before he could finish his words, the impassive voice of a young man voice said, This soul-guiding method seems not bad. Do you have any other similar cultivation techniques to this? The more there are, the better. Why don't you bring out 1,000 books for me to browse through first? The voice was taken aback. 1,000 books? Not only was the voice stumped, even Hall Master Sai and the others were stunned, and they nearly spurted blood. Bring out 1,000 books for you to browse through first. Why did it feel less like a trial and more like ordering dishes in a restaurant instead? I don't know whether the food will be delicious or not, so I'll take a serving first. The soul-guiding formula is the foundation art of soul oracles. There is only one formula and cultivation technique manual. After a moment of silence, the soul oracle hiding in the darkness finally harumphed coldly. It is the only one? Xianxia frowned. That's right. All soul oracles cultivate via this method. There are no other alternatives. After which, the voice continued, begin cultivating now. You will only be considered to have cleared the trial if you draw out your soul within 10 days. All right. Knowing that there should be no other traps involved since the other party was conducting a trial, the group walked out from the passageway toward the stone tablet. Xianxia had no idea who inscribed the tablet, but it had a bizarre beauty to it. Just by looking at the characters, one would feel tranquil. He's probably really a 6-star soul oracle. This was already equivalent to a 5th-level painting. Most probably, the soul oracle who inscribed the stone tablet had a deep understanding into the study of souls. There was a high chance that what Luo Zhu said was true. The fellow who was speaking to them from the dark was a 6-star soul oracle. He lightly brushed his finger over the stone tablet. Who? A corresponding book appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path. Soul Guiding Formula, the Foundation Art of Soul Oracles. Created by the first soul oracle, Lu Mozi. It can separate one's soul from one's physical body. Flaws. Written on the first page was an introduction to the soul guiding formula, followed by the flaws. There's only 10 flaws, that's not too bad. Casually flipping through it, Xianxia realized that there were only 10 flaws in the cultivation technique. Most of the cultivation techniques that Xianxia seen before had from a few hundred to more than 1,000 flaws. This showed that throughout the course of the inheritance of the soul guiding formula, it had been refined continuously and it was gradually approaching perfection. It was no wonder that this fellow said there was only a set of foundation formula. It was already incredible that there could be such a cultivation technique like this that was so close to perfection. For a second one like this to appear was nearly impossible. There was only a single heaven's path, and the fewer mistakes there were, the closer one was to the truth. It was hard to find another one different from it. Let me see what flaws are there first. Xianxia lowered his head to take a look. No. 1. Upon successfully mastering the formula, one's cultivation will be conjoined onto one's soul, turning one's physical body into an empty shell. On top of that, the compatibility between one's soul and body will deteriorate. Even though one will look no different from a normal person, one would be actually driving the body using one's soul. After reading the first flaw, Xianxia's complexion turned awful. Going by what was said above, if he were to successfully draw his soul out, it would be equivalent to tearing his soul and body apart. Even if he were to continue driving his own body, it would be, in truth, no different from driving a puppet. Other than the soul oracle cultivation technique, he would be unable to cultivate any other normal cultivation technique. It was just like driving a car. After mastering the soul guiding technique, one's physical body would become the car whereas one's soul would become the driver. No matter how good one's driving skill was, it was impossible to reach the same level of control as moving one's own body. In other words, once he successfully draws out his soul, it would be equivalent to giving up on his own physical body and his past cultivation. In the future, even if he could live on for an eternity through possessing others, he would also become an unnatural being that had to live in the shadows. Xianxia was originally thinking of learning the techniques of the occupation, but after reading that first flaw, he immediately lost his interest. Browsing on. Soon, he finished looking through all 10 of the flaws and gained a perfect understanding of the soul guiding formula. If I cultivate according to this formula and succeed, I'll become a monster. But if I don't, there's a high chance I might be killed by that fellow. Xianxia frowned. Previously, as he didn't understand soul oracles, he didn't think much of them. However, after knowing that the cultivation method was filled with such fatal flaws, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Putting aside how his Heaven's Path divine art was paralleled and he would stand the top of the world as long as he cultivates accordingly, just the fact that his soul and body would be separate entities, making him no different from a monster, was already something he wished not. Besides, he was afflicted with the innate fetal poison. As long as he didn't reach the level of a 9-star master teacher by 30, even if he were to become just a soul, he would still die. The innate fetal poison was something that even Kong Shi was unable to find a solution for. If becoming a soul oracle could really fix that problem, the latter wouldn't have had to go to the extent of diving into the deep oceans, stepping onto the treacherous plains, and entering into underground chambers, putting himself in so much danger just to raise his cultivation swiftly. This technique shouldn't be cultivated, but I don't have a choice right now. The person hiding in the dark was at least a 6-star soul oracle, a being far beyond their means. Besides, even if they had sufficient strength to deal with him, the other party could still easily kill them via the mechanical traps installed all around the hall. If he cultivated the soul-guiding formula, it would be impossible for him to remain as a master teacher, and by 30-year-old, the innate fetal poison would take effect and he would die. But if he didn't cultivate, he would be killed by the other party. It was certain doom regardless of whether he did it or not. He felt so frustrated that his head was aching. If I find a way to improve the soul-guiding formula so that the soul and body are separate and fuse back perfectly together, won't the problem be solved? After contemplating for a moment, Xianxia's eyes lit up and a thought popped into his head. There were flaws in this soul-guiding art, but as long as he filled up the gaps and created a perfect Heaven's Path cultivation technique, wouldn't he be able to cultivate it without incurring such problems? Heaven's Path cultivation techniques were perfect. As long as he could compile one out, he wouldn't face the problem of an incompatibility between his soul and body after drawing his soul out. But where can I find additional soul oracle cultivation techniques to make up for those flaws? Xianxia frowned. Soul oracle cultivation techniques were mainly centered around will and soul. The cultivation technique manuals that Xianxia had collected before were all revolving around physical body and Xianxia. They were both very different things, and he wouldn't be able to form a Heaven's Path cultivation technique even if he were to put it together. Only by finding more soul oracle cultivation techniques would he be able to perfect the soul-guiding formula. But the lineage of the soul oracles had already disappeared for innumerable years, and the fellow hiding in the dark didn't have any more of such manuals. Just as Xianxia was in dilemma, a thought suddenly struck him and he slapped his forehead. Why do I have to look for soul oracle cultivation techniques? Actually, wouldn't cultivation techniques that are beneficial to the soul work as well? He had been going down the wrong path previously. In the end, soul oracles were just individuals who learned a unique soul-related cultivation technique. Their aim was to gain the ability to transfuse their soul into another individual and possess their body to achieve the goal of immortality. Even though Xianxia was unable to find any soul oracle cultivation techniques, he had a bunch of soul cultivation techniques in his arsenal. In his journey from Tianxian Kingdom, all the libraries that he visited would have several books concerning the psyche and the soul. Even though they were foundation manuals, and there wasn't much benefit from cultivating them, he had a huge mountain of them. These manuals were useless to him previously, but if he were to compile them along with this soul-guiding art, what would happen? With fiery eyes, Xianxia chuckled lightly as he willed. Soul cultivation technique and psyche cultivation technique manuals. Voila! All of the related books immediately appeared before Xianxia. There was a huge quantity of them, and placed side by side, they could easily fill up 10 of the humongous bookshelves within the Library of Heaven's Path. Making a rough estimation, there were at least a few dozen thousand of them. The psyche and the soul were also important to a cultivator, and as such there were quite a lot of cultivation techniques on them as well. However, they were much cruder compared to the soul-guiding formula. Most of them were about putting one through hardship so as to build one's mental fortitude. Compile, Xianxia muttered. Hula! The several dozen thousand books immediately fused together to form a single book. Xianxia hurriedly grabbed it and opened it up. The soul of a human is incomparably profound and mystical. It can be cultivated along with one's body, and it can also be drawn out individually. The body and the soul are two separate entities, and yet they form a single whole. A new cultivation method was detailed in the book. Swiftly looking through it, Xianxia's breathing hastened and his eyes gleamed in excitement. As expected, there were no flaws. A Heaven's Path cultivation technique, compiling the soul oracle soul-guiding formula along with the psyche and soul cultivation techniques of ordinary cultivators would actually create a perfect cultivation technique. The issue of incompatibility between one's soul and body would become non-existent. In other words, cultivating this technique, one could become a soul oracle. However, one wouldn't be bound by the limitations of soul oracles. One's soul would still be able to fuse perfectly with one's body, and one would still be able to cultivate like an ordinary cultivator. All of the flaws from before had been perfectly solved. Great! Time to cultivate. Even though it sounded complicated, all of this only happened in a few breaths. After swiftly memorizing the soul-guiding formula, Xianxia gathered his concentration and started to cultivate. The energy in his body flurried as he gradually drew his soul out from his body. Heaven's Path soul art was just a technique to draw one's soul out from one's body. There was no need to absorb spiritual energy or utilize external tools such as spirit stones or that sort. As such, its cultivation was exceedingly easy. Jai. It felt as though he was forcing something out from his body. And yet, at the same time, it felt as though he was leaping off a tall cliff. For a moment, he seemed to have lost control of himself. Wang! The world before him immediately changed. When Xianxia finally regained his composure, he saw another him standing quietly before him. On the other hand, he was floating lightly in the air. His soul had successfully left his body, as expected of a Heaven's Path cultivation technique. It didn't take him too long to successfully cultivate the Heaven's Path soul art. Looking around the surroundings, Xianxia tried to see if he could sense the soul oracle's presence, but to no avail. It seemed like that fellow was hiding in a secure location. Otherwise, it was impossible for even the eye of insight to be unable to detect him. Who? He returned to his body. His vision suddenly turned dark and he staggered. Even though his soul didn't leave his body for too long, he still felt extreme fatigue. Only after circulating his Heaven's Path Xianxia around his body did he recover slightly. Opening his eyes once more, he saw Xiaoya and the others gathering around him with worried eyes. "Teacher, are you all right?" They had just barely finished reading through the soul-guiding formula, and before they had the time to fully comprehend the essence of it, they saw their teacher stumble, so they immediately rushed forward worriedly. "I'm fine," Xianxia chuckled. However, a doubt suddenly rose in his mind. When his soul left his body previously, that soul oracle should have noticed something. So why wasn't he reacting? Could it be that a soul drawn using the Heaven's Path soul art was different from that of a soul oracle's? That's why he didn't notice anything? Let me give it a try. Xianxia's eyes gleamed and the edges of his lips curled up. Facing the crowd, he waved his hands. "Everyone, don't cultivate the technique first. I've looked through the formula and I realized that it's impossible for one to successfully draw out one's soul using this. I think he's trying to dupe us by giving us a bogus cultivation technique." Bogus cultivation technique? Ridiculous. Hearing those words, a cold voice boomed across the hall. The crowd didn't expect Xianxia to say such words, and they were perplexed. Ridiculous. Xianxia shook his head. Look at this verse. Diffusing the Xianxia throughout one's body into the various acupoints to augment the materialization of the soul. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator would gather the Xianxia from the acupoints into the dantian so as to store, accumulate, and utilize it. However, this verse is telling one to dissipate their Xianxia. That's no different from crippling one's own cultivation. If one were to really do so, how are they to advance their cultivation in the future? Even if they were originally powerful, if they were to cultivate using this formula, they would only grow weaker and weaker. Everyone was stunned. It was normal for Xianxia to flow to and fro from the acupoint and dantian. Only through this would a cultivator's body and soul be nourished and grow stronger. But why did Xianxia speak as though it was crippling one's cultivation? Now that you speak of it, it does seem a bit like crippling one's cultivation. After a moment of silence, Hall Master Sai finally spoke up. Even though it was normal for one to diffuse one's Xianxia across the acupoints in his body, if one were to do it at a rapid rate, it would be the method to crippling one's cultivation. My words aren't wrong, are they? Seeing that someone was agreeing with him, Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction. You are trying to have us slowly dissipate our own cultivation so as to get rid of us in one go. The Library of Heaven's Path detailed the various flaws of the soul-guiding formula. All Xianxia had to do was to state a few. That voice harumphed. Nonsense. Only by diffusing one's Xianxia to the various acupoints will one be able to protect one's soul with Xianxia so that it can exist out of the body. Otherwise, given how none of you have reached consonant spirit realm, your souls won't be able to move around independently considering how limited your soul energy is. Upon reaching transcendent mortal 5D and consonant spirit realm, one's soul energy would be significantly boosted, allowing even an ordinary cultivator to be able to draw his soul out of his body. However, given that their cultivation didn't allow for it yet, they could only guard their own souls with Xianxia. Why did the other party speak as though it was a cultivation crippling technique? Protecting one's soul with Xianxia? You sure know how to phrase your words. Fine, let me ask you then. What does one's Xianxia gushing out of the Huishan acupoint mean? The Huishan acupoint is the area where one's spirit is concentrated. If Xianxia were to gush out of this area, it could potentially result in death. If I'm not mistaken, if one were to cultivate using this formula, even if one manages to draw one's soul out of one's body would suffer tremendous damage or even die, Xianxia said. The voice fell silent. One of the most important aspects of drawing one's soul out of one's body was the death of one's physical body. Only then would one's soul be free from its physical restraint to wander around freely. But of course, as long as the soul were to return to the physical body, one's heartbeat would resume and one would be resurrected. Not allowing the other party to continue speaking, Xianxia harumphed and continued. Taking me for example, with my cultivation of transcendent mortal 1Dan, even if I were to successfully draw my soul out, the compatibility between my body and soul would deteriorate. If I'm not mistaken, to sustain my appearance as an ordinary human on the surface, I would have to consume pills every day. Am I right? Even if it was just a temporary separation between one's body and soul, after the body experienced a temporary state of pseudo-death, the compatibility between one's body and soul would deteriorate. Without pills to sustain oneself, it was just a matter of time before one's bodily functions deteriorated, and death marks started appearing on one's body. It was just like how organ transplants in his previous life worked. Once one donated one's own organ, even if one were to receive it back, one's own body would still reject it. Without medicine to sustain oneself, it would just be a matter of time before it was spoiled. How did you know? The voice was stunned. This was a secret among soul oracles, and they made sure never to let outsiders learn of it. How in the world did this young man learn of it? It doesn't matter whether how I learned of it. While it's true that reaching consonant spirit realm can help to alleviate the damage caused by the soul-guiding formula, even for one as strong as you, do you dare to walk in the midst of a storm? Xianxia continued. The voice quivered. Souls were of yin attribute whereas lightning was a highly yang attribute natural phenomenon. Even if a soul oracle was hiding within a body, they would still have to retreat before lightning. They would no longer be able to live life as an ordinary human. Similar to the issue of one being rejected by his own body, this was a highly guarded secret of soul oracles. For that fellow to deduce so much with just a glance at the soul-guiding formula. Are you for real? Knowing that it was impossible for the flaws recorded in the Library of Heaven's Path to be wrong, Xianxia chuckled. Placing his hands behind his back, he walked up to the tablet and spoke slowly. Putting aside lightning, let's talk about the onset of the night, a daily occurrence. Every day at Z hour, 23 to 1 o'clock, when the yin energy is the most concentrated, when yin energy seeps into your body, do you feel an unbearable itch plaguing you? And only by drawing one's soul out is the itch alleviated. Soul oracles don't rely on a physical body for their strength. So what if one's physical body is in discomfort? As long as one's soul remains fine, that isn't a trouble at all. Stumped once more, the voice harumphed coldly. You're right. The soul oracle's greatest strength is their soul. Even if their physical body is ruined, it isn't a huge deal for them. They can simply possess another one and through such, live on in perpetuity. However, without the protection of a physical body, can you really survive? The 5 soul declines. Lifting his fingers, Xianxia named possession decline, senescence decline, combat decline, searing yang decline, and the most fearsome of all, sense decline. You actually know of the 5 soul declines. The voice was no longer able to retain its calmness. Possession decline refers to the natural decline of strength when possessing the body of another. Even at minimum, it would cause a drop of 2 whole cultivation realms. As such, unless truly required, a soul oracle won't possess anybody. Senescence decline refers to the irreconcilable conflict between one's soul and physical body. This will cause one's soul to slowly deteriorate with time. In order to maintain one's strength, one can only continue cultivating frenziedly. Combat decline refers to how one's cultivation would decline when using soul energy to fight. As such, what soul oracles specialize in is beguiling souls and creating fearsome mirages. In truth, soul oracles rarely fight squarely. Searing yang decline. Just as said before, soul oracles don't dare to come into contact with elements that are rich in yang energy. Just by coming into proximity with such objects can cause your soul to weaken. While the first 4 declines are troublesome, they are still avoidable. What is the most fearsome of them all is the 5th one. Senses decline. A human possesses 5 senses and 6 perceptions. They are able to perceive shame, distinguish right from wrong, and comprehend pride and honor. However, souls are incapable of housing these. The more intense the emotion, the greater to the damage to one's soul. A soul oracle's emotion would cause huge ripples in their soul, resulting in their soul energy dissipating automatically. Chuckling softly, Xianxia raised his eyelids and asked, "Is there any mistake in what I've said?" Terrified, the voice stuttered, "Why you? The heaven is fair." Soul oracles were able to live a significantly longer lifespan than their peers, but in exchange, they had to suffer pain unimaginable by others. They were bound by innumerable restrictions. They weren't permitted to love or hate, and they were confined to remaining only within the shadows. Just that, the 5 soul declines was a classified secret among the soul oracles. Even the master-teacher pavilion failed to uncover this matter back then. So how in the world did this fellow learn of it? Was it because of the soul-guiding formula? If that was really the case, wasn't his understanding of cultivation techniques way too deep? After recovering from his shock, the voice harumphed. There's no need to talk so much. All cultivators, regardless of whether they are a soul oracle or not, are fighting against the heavens, so how can their lives possibly be smooth sailing? Soul oracles experience the 5 soul declines, but normal cultivators also experience the 5 ordeals: heaven, earth, human, wealth, and law. Since it is impossible to avoid suffering, one should just become a soul oracle and enjoy an unlimited lifespan. There was no cultivator whose safety was guaranteed. Crises revolved around the life of cultivator, be it from nature or other cultivators. Suffering and death were unavoidable. Someone had once made an estimate. Out of 1,000 cultivators, at least 999 would die on the journey to reaching transcendent mortal pinnacle. It was, in the truest sense, 1 in 1,000. Even though the presence of the Master-Teacher Pavilion had significantly reduced wars throughout the continent, there were still powers vying with one another for influence, cultivators fighting with one another for valuable artifacts, one's cultivation going berserk. These were all ordeals that cultivators had to face, and many had died in the midst of these struggles. Unlimited lifespan? Are you sure that a soul oracle's lifespan is unlimited? Xianxia shook his head. Even if one can avoid senescence decline by cultivating nonstop, are you sure that one can really stand this kind of suffering? If I'm not mistaken, your physical body has already decomposed entirely. Without a physical body to protect your soul, even though you're still sustaining your existence, you are undergoing immense anguish every single day. Putting everything aside, just talking about noon every day, when yang energy in the air is the most concentrated, are you sure you can get used to that sharp, piercing pain on your soul? If not for this tomb being hidden deep beneath the lake, do you think that a soul like you have been able to survive until now? Why you? Hearing those words, the voice was no longer able to suppress his fear. His voice quivered even more vigorously. The other party was right. A soul could continue on for an eternity, but a body couldn't. Even when hiding in the darkest corner in the world, a soul without a body would still undergo tremendous pain at noon every day, making one wish that one was dead. In fact, the other party had thought of death innumerable times. However, as a soul, physical damage was ineffective against him as he wasn't able to kill himself. In the end, he could only continue living on in such a wretched manner. So, tell me, is there a problem with this cultivation technique? Is it worth learning it? Hearing that the voice had lost its composure, Xianxia pushed on. There's indeed a problem with it, but what kind of cultivation technique can be flawless? The voice screamed hoarsely. You're wrong. Look at this verse devoid of thoughts. Guide one's soul around the Tianju acupoint and leave via the Huishan acupoint. If it were to be changed to gather one's soul, break through the Huishan acupoint and escape through the Tianju acupoint, what do you think would happen? Asked Xianxia. The Tianju acupoint possesses a yang attribute, whereas the Huishan acupoint possesses a yin attribute. Naturally, a soul is of yin attribute, and as such it won't be affected by yin energy. Through this method, one can minimize the effect of searing yang decline or even completely nullify it. The owner of the voice was a soul oracle expert who had immersed himself in the study of souls for innumerable years. After hearing the new formula that Xianxia proposed, he began muttering, and all of a sudden, he froze. The other party had only changed a few words, but this had changed the essence of the technique. Through using one's internal yang energy to nourish one's soul, one could reduce the effects of searing yang decline or even completely nullify it. It was just altering the sequence of the two acupoints, but it had further refined the soul-guiding formula, bringing it a significant distance closer to perfection. But if you were to change it like that, there would be a high requirement on the quality of one's jinqi. Otherwise, given how narrow one's Huishan acupoint width, a soul wrapped with jinqi will surely be unable to pass through. After a moment of contemplation, the voice eventually deduced that it was impossible. Before drawing one's soul out of one's body, one had to wrap his soul with jinqi first. If one's jinqi wasn't pure enough, the impurities contained within would prevent one's soul from passing through the Huishan acupoint. Xiaoya, display your jinqi to him. Instead of answering him, Xianxia turned around and instructed. Yes, teacher. Stepping forward, Xiaoya pointed his finger forward and a surge of jinqi gushed out. Sensing the purity of the jinqi, the voice trembled. Do you think it can pass through the Huishan acupoint? Xianxia chuckled. It can, but not everyone's jinqi can be as pure as hers. The voice sounded slightly low. That's not a problem. Do you wish to learn it? Acknowledge me as your teacher then. Xianxia chuckled. I can teach you. Pooh. Hearing those words, Zhao Feiwu, Hall Master Han, and the others nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Aren't we in danger? Isn't the other party threatening to kill us? Soul oracles, as one of the most sinister occupation in the ancient times, are even more feared than poison masters. Not to mention, the other party is significantly stronger than them, possibly even reaching the zenith of transcendent mortal realm. How did it suddenly turn out that you are going to accept the other party as your student? Can it get even more exaggerated than this? Even though you are a master teacher, you have only barely stepped into the transcendent mortal realm. On the other hand, the other party is a transcendent mortal pinnacle expert. The gap between the two of you is immeasurable. Aren't you afraid of being killed for saying such words? Luo Zhu widened his eyes in shock. When this Xianxia first came to the Soul Oracle tomb, he didn't know anything about the occupation at all. However, just by glancing at the soul-guiding formula, he immediately learned about the 5 soul declines and even found a way to solve it. It is no wonder why even the heaven acknowledges you. Your strength is truly fearsome. Sun Chong and the others were also awed. As expected of young master, he is indeed as incredible as always. It doesn't matter whether the other party is a 6-star soul oracle or a transcendent mortal pinnacle expert. All have to bow before him. Acknowledge you as my teacher? The owner of the voice also seemed a little flabbergasted. As a 6-star oracle, a being whose cultivation has reached transcendent mortal pinnacle, how can I acknowledge you? a transcendent mortal one-dan ant, as my teacher? You must be pulling my leg. Audacious. Infuriated, his voice became sharp and piercing. Kacha! The sound of the mechanical trap whirring into operation sounded, and a gleam of light suddenly shot toward Xianxia, as though trying to teach him a lesson for his rudeness. Who? However, before it could even reach him, Xianxia had already stepped away, dodging the sword chi easily. No matter how formidable a mechanical trap was, it was inflexible. By using the Eye of Insight, Xianxia could make judgments beforehand and dodge assaults easily with the Heaven's Path movement art. It wouldn't be easy to hit him. There's no need to waste your efforts. If you were to make a move yourself, you might still be able to injure me. Mechanical traps. You should just drop this ludicrous idea. The trap at the entrance was stopped by me. Do you think that these things will be useful against me? Xianxia said impassively. Humph. The voice harumphed furiously. Even though the mechanical trap at the entrance was powerful, the young man still managed to stop it with a single kick. No matter how powerful his mechanical trap here was, it was truly unlikely for him to be able to injure the other party. Thinking so, the owner of the voice fell silent. The mechanical traps also stopped their operation. Even though the mechanical trap was powered by the kinetic energy of the waterfall, there was still a limit to its ammunition. Seeing that the other party had dropped the idea of resorting to the mechanical traps, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief within. Regarding the traps, if he had to come into direct contact with it before he could form a book, learn of its flaws, and deal with it. However, there were many mechanical traps scattered around the room, and Xianxia had no idea where they were as well. He might be able to dodge one, but if the other party were to attempt to launch all of the traps at once, given Xianxia's limited capability, it would be impossible for him to get away unscathed. In truth, the words he had just spoken were mostly a lie. He didn't really expect to succeed. Facing this kind of hidden adversary, he had to use his words to outwit the other party. It's such a pity. Even though the other party had stopped his assault, Xianxia had no intentions to stopping here. Shaking his head, he sighed in dismay. It's such a good opportunity, but you simply let it slip past you. Sigh. You are indeed such a soul brainless. You. Hearing those words, the voice nearly spurted blood from frustration and died on the spot. The heck? I am a 6-star soul oracle. Who do you think you are speaking like that to? Putting aside how you are only a transcendent mortal 1-dan cultivator, even a transcendent mortal 4-dan would have to tremble before me. Yet, how dare you dream of taking me in as your student, even going to the extent of calling me brainless? You are the one who is brainless. Your entire family is brainless. Don't think that I'll restrain myself just because I intend to possess one of you. If you are that intent to die, I don't mind granting your wish at this instant. The voice was laced with threat. Kill me? Do you dare? With a look of disdain, Xianxia glanced in front and said, Besides, you are just a monster who's been dead for innumerable years already. All you have left are your mechanical traps. If you can kill me, you would have done so yourself previously. You wouldn't be threatening me now. You? What you? If you have the capability, come and kill me now. Stop wasting time. Otherwise, hurry up and show us your 3 trials. To think that you are a 6-star soul oracle. How can you be so dumb? Xianxia sighed. Forget it. Even if you want to acknowledge me as your teacher now, I don't want to accept you anymore. I'm afraid that you'll pull down my reputation. You. The owner of the voice was about to explode. You are scared of your reputation being pulled down if I acknowledge you as my teacher? Can you be any more shameless than that? Seeing that the other party was leaping in anger, Xianxia continued, Why? Has all of your cultivation has gone to your mouth, and you are incapable of fighting anymore. You are seeking death. Seeing Xianxia's annoying face, the owner of the voice exploded. Hong Long. A violent ripple diffused in the air, and an overwhelming might suddenly crush down on the crowd. The Soul Oracle was initially hesitant to fight for fear of combat decline. However, choking with anger from the words of the young lad before him, he could no longer hold himself back anymore. Hula! A force suddenly crushed on Xianxia's neck, as though an intangible hand was grabbing onto it, lifting him up. Teacher. Xianxia. Seeing that the Soul Oracle was provoked into making a move, everyone panicked. They hurriedly rushed forward. You want to kill me? It won't be that easy. Despite being suffocated, Xianxia didn't panic. Instead, chuckling lightly, he willed and a gray scale-like object appeared before him. Wang! A light buzz. A barrier of light embraced his body. As though coming into contact with burning oil, the hand grabbing onto Xianxia quickly retracted. Ah! The voice yelled in agony. From the looks of it, he seemed to have sustained significant injuries from it. Dragon Scale Amulet. This was the object that he'd obtained at the appraiser hall some time ago. Based on the evaluation of the Library of Heaven's Path, it could ward off the attack of a transcendent mortal 9-dan expert 3 times. The time had finally come to use it. An amulet only had protective capabilities. However, once activated, it would return the force from the other party's assault back to him in the form of a backlash. This was precisely the reason why Xianxia intentionally used his words to provoke the other party into action. In any case, he could use this amulet thrice. Furthermore, as long as the fellow remained hidden, everyone else could only be manipulated by him. Thus, Xianxia decided to lure him out despite the potential risks. Besides, given the age of the tomb, the other party was likely to have been dormant for a significant period of time already. His cultivation would have surely already deteriorated greatly, and in his weakened state, it was impossible for him to break the defense dragon scale amulet. With just a single strike, the other party was already severely injured. Everyone thought that Xianxia would be doomed given how the powerful Soul Oracle decided to make a move himself. They didn't expect him to possess a tool so strong that it could even injure a 6-star Soul Oracle. As such, they were astonished by the sight. I will kill you. Severely injured, the Soul Oracle flew into a frenzy. He bellowed furiously as he prepared to launch a second round of attack. You want to kill me? You might have been able to succeed a moment ago, but now, I'm afraid you don't stand a chance anymore. The barrier of light could be sustained for several breaths. Seeing that it hasn't dissipated yet, Xianxia charged forward toward the stone tablet. He didn't know where the other party was previously, so there was no way for him to attack the other party at all. However, after the other party had executed a battle technique, not only did the Library of Heaven's Path reflect the other party's flaws, it had even detailed his current location. Hong Long. With the immense might of 200,000 ding, the stone tablet was immediately smashed to smithereens. After smashing the tablet inscribed with the soul-guiding formula, Xianxia didn't stop. Instead, he continued charging all the way to the coffin. Just as everyone thought that he would forcefully smash open the coffin, the other party's hands swiftly pat on several places over the coffin. His movements so swift that it left after images in its wake. Pa 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 pa. It was a consecutive 16 pats. There was seemingly no specific logic behind his blows, and his strikes weren't heavy either. With such force, he might have been able to break ordinary boulders, but it was completely useless against a coffin that was crafted by a high-ranked blacksmith like this. No one had any idea what he was thinking of. After that, he paused for a moment. Just as everyone was baffled by Xianxia's actions, the latter suddenly turned around. Hall Master Sai, your saber. Saber? All right. Hall Master Sai was taken aback for a moment before registering what Xianxia said. Flicking his wrist, he took out a saber and threw it to the other party. It was the same one that Xianxia used back at the Formation Master Guild to carve the formation plate. Grabbing the saber, Xianxia's aura abruptly changed. A sharp aura suddenly emanated from his body. Voila! The saber fell down with immense might. Boom! As soon as the saber came into contact with the coffin, a loud explosion sounded. It was as though someone had lit an explosive within the coffin, causing the thick coffin lid to blow up and burst into the surroundings. The immense force from the explosion lodged the fragments of the coffin lid onto the tough wall. Shattered by none, the lock of crimson metal, an undisturbed rest for 10 millenniums. This is a crimson metal coffin. Even a transcendent mortal 9 Dan would be helpless before it. For Xianxia to break it open with a single slash. How is this possible? Upon seeing the sight, while others didn't think much of it, Luo Zhu's body trembled in shock. He was on the verge of going insane. Crimson metal coffin? You mean, the crimson metal coffin crafted by 6-star blacksmiths, using an alloy of deep ocean metals. Upon seeing Luo Zhu's state, Hall Master Sai fell into a short moment of contemplation when realization suddenly struck him, and his eyes narrowed. Indeed, it's that crimson metal coffin. Luo Zhu nodded his head. Isn't it said that, once the coffin is sealed, no one will be able to open it? Why would? Realizing the impossibility of the matter, Hall Master Sai also went into a frenzy. As the head of the appraiser hall, he had seen countless invaluable artifacts, and he had heard of many different treasures as well. Generally, coffins could be divided into 9 main grades. Take, for example, the 4 coffins at the other chamber are known as Grade 7 Adamantine coffin, forged using incomparably resilient top-quality metal. Even spirit intermediate-tier weapons would find it hard to break it. And above the 9 grades of metal was crimson metal. Crimson metal coffins were crafted by 6-star blacksmith. It was designed such that once it was sealed, no thief below the cultivation of transcendent mortal 9 Dan would be able to break it. Such came the saying, shattered by none. The lock of crimson metal, an undisturbed rest for 10 millenniums. In order to not be disturbed after death, many powerful cultivators would specially hire a blacksmith to craft a coffin of that tier for them so as to ensure that their corpses would remain intact and that no petty tomb raiders would be able to disturb their peace. For Xianxia to break a coffin that only transcendent mortal pinnacle experts could break, how could they not be astonished? It was already an amazing feat that they didn't faint upon realization. To see through the flaw of the soul-guiding formula with a single look, to injure a 6-star soul oracle, and to break the crimson metal coffin with a single slash. Was this Xianxia really just a transcendent mortal 1 Dan? Before the duo could recover from their shock, Zhang Xian's saber continued slashing down and struck a corpse lying in the coffin. Voila! As soon as the corpse came into contact with the saber, it was immediately reduced to dust, scattering into all directions. The body of a transcendent 9 Dan should be as though tough as diamond. How could it possibly be reduced to dust by a single strike of saber chi? When one's cultivation reached transcendent mortal 9 Dan, not only would one's soul energy increase, one's physical body would also become flawless. As though a diamond, it would become impervious to corrosion and no weapon would be able to leave a mark on it. Even after death, considering how the corpse had been protected by a crimson metal coffin all along, it shouldn't have been reduced to dust by a single strike of a transcendent mortal 1 Dan cultivator. Could Xianxia's saber art really be that strong? That's not it. While Xianxia's saber art and saber chi are strong, he still isn't strong enough to break a crimson metal coffin and reduce the physical body of a transcendent mortal 9 Dan into dust, Jin Songhai said with a grim expression. After consuming a pill, he had recovered significantly from his previous injury. Then what's going on? Let's continue watching first. Xianxia will definitely have an explanation for it. Jin Songhai shook his head. Everyone turned their attention to the man in front of them. Zhang Xian didn't stop after dissipating the tomb owner's corpse with a single slash. With a flick of his wrist, he whipped out several silver needles and tossed them into the coffin. As the silver needle shot into the coffin, everyone suddenly heard a piercing scream. What are you doing? It came from the mysterious voice from before. At this moment, the arrogance in that fellow's voice had disappeared altogether, replaced by fear and disbelief. I'm not doing anything much, just digging you up. Chuckling lightly, Zhang Xian slotted his saber deep into the coffin and flicked his saber up. Who? A black lotus appeared before everyone. This lotus was around the size of a palm, and a black aura shrouded its tip. Every single one of its leaves were pierced with silver needles. The silver needles that Zhang Xian shot before were aimed exactly at this flower. To think that such a peculiar lotus would be hiding beneath an indestructible crimson metal coffin in this incredibly deep tomb. Even when seeing it with their own eyes, Everyone still took in a deep breath, unable to believe their sight. Who? In truth, it had only been a few breaths since the tomb owner attacked Xianxia to when the lotus was unearthed. Only at this instant did the dragon scale amulet's glowing barrier finally disappear. Could this be? Upon seeing the lotus, Luo Zhu contemplated for a moment when something suddenly struck him. His eyes rapidly narrowed and with a quivering voice, he uttered, 7 hearts underworld lotus? 7 hearts underworld lotus? What is that? Hall Master Sai asked out of curiosity. Even though he was knowledgeable, he wasn't omniscient. Soul Oracle was a mysterious occupation even during the ancient times, and very little was detailed about them. It is said to be an invaluable treasure for soul oracles. It can be used to forge a new physical body, and on top of that, the forged physical body will possess a unique constitution. Luo Zhu explained. Unique constitution? Hall Master Sai widened his eyes in shock. As long as one's unique constitution was activated, one's rate of cultivation would exceed ordinary cultivators by many times. To be able to forge a physical body that possessed a unique constitution, that was way too fearsome. Indeed. However, something seems amiss. A moment later, Luo Zhu hesitated. What's wrong? The 7 hearts underworld lotus survives by absorbing energy. If I'm not mistaken, the corpse of the tomb owner must have been absorbed clean. Otherwise, it's impossible for a transcendent mortal 9-dan corpse to be reduced to dust by Xianxia's strike, Luo Zhu said. Hall Master Sai nodded in agreement. They had been perplexed over how Xianxia managed to reduce a transcendent mortal 9-dan corpse into dust with his sword qi. From the looks of it now, this bizarre flower must have sapped the energy remaining within the body dry. Since the transcendent mortal 9-dan corpse had been used to nourish the lotus should have already bloomed and turned into the tomb owner's physical body. Why? Would he still be lying in the coffin, trying to possess us? Luo Zhu finally asked doubtfully. This? Hall Master Sai and the others, realizing the bizarreness of the situation, fell into contemplation. Indeed, if the other party had an invaluable object like the 7 hearts underworld lotus which could serve as his physical body, why would he need to possess others? Not to mention even going through all of the trouble of having everyone cultivate the soul-guiding formula. Wasn't this a completely pointless action? I don't understand it either. However, I think Xianxia might have the answer. Otherwise, he couldn't have possibly opened the coffin and dug out this lotus, Luo Zhu said. Everyone immediately turned their eyes over to Xianxia. At the coffin, that voice was still screaming. You! Let me go! Being dug up, the black lotus screeched in fright. The tomb owner who had threatened to kill everyone earlier was hiding inside. It was no wonder that they couldn't find the origin of the voice earlier. Given that the tomb owner was hidden in a lotus beneath the coffin, how could they possibly have found him? Let you go? So that you can continue killing us? Xianxia rolled his eyes. Why you? As long you as let me go, we can talk things through. As a soul oracle, I have accumulated quite a lot of treasures. I can give them all to you. If you desire, this 7 hearts underworld lotus can be yours as well, that voice said anxiously. Give this lotus to me? No thanks. Xianxia harumphed. Also, you spoke of the treasures you accumulated? Haven't you exchanged all of them into spirit stones to feed this lotus already? How? Did you know? A frightened voice echoed from within the lotus. How did I know? The dust around the lotus all came from crumbled spirit stones. It's not like I'm blind. Xianxia shook his head. In truth, it wasn't that the lotus was buried underground. Rather, it was placed with a huge stack of spirit stones. However, after the spiritual energy from those spirit stones were extracted, they became a layer of dust covering the lotus. Xianxia had once used a spirit-gathering formation to extract spiritual energy from spirit stones, and a large quantity of similar waste product had appeared before. Thus, he was able to recognize it at first sight. Furthermore, this dust was more translucent and paler than the low-tier spirit stones that he used for his training. Most probably, the spirit stones used were at least of middle tier. Judging from the size of the pile, that must be at least a mountain of 10,000 middle-tier spirit stones. Even for a 6-star soul oracle, that should be his entire wealth. Having deduced all of this, how could Xianxia possibly fall for the other party's lies? Why you? The lotus trembled violently as though it had seen a ghost. It seemed like in all of his clashes with the other party, he hadn't even won once. The other party seemed to be omniscient, knowing every single thing about him. All of you, come over. Ignoring the tomb owner's frightened shivering, Xianxia waved his hands and beckoned the rest of the group over. Only then did the others rush forward. Unable to stand the intrigue any longer, Zhao Feiwu asked, Xianxia, what is going on? Everyone also stared at Xianxia with a look of bewilderment. Everything had happened too abruptly. It was just a moment ago that the tomb owner was laughing gleefully at controlling everyone's life and death when, in the blink of an eye, he was dug out from the ground. This bizarre turn of events had left everyone completely baffled. What's going on? I think you should be the one to explain. Xianxia patted the black lotus in front of him. Voila! The black lotus trembled slightly. At this moment, the voice seemed to have turned mute, unable to speak a single word at all. It seemed like being found and pummeled by a transcendent mortal Wundan weakling had left it so stifled that it didn't feel like talking at all. Do you think that you have a choice? Seeing that the other party was unwilling to cooperate, Xianxia lifted his hand and a needle appeared between his fingertips. Then, with a swift movement, the needle impaled a leaf of the lotus. Ah! A cry of agony immediately sounded within the lotus, and the voice hurriedly gave in. I'll speak. I'll speak. The voice sounded much feebler than before. Clearly, the silver needle had struck its vitals, resulting in a tremendous fall in its strength. Let's hurry up and begin then. Plucking out the silver needle, Xianxia infused Jinqi into the silver needle once more, causing it to gleam coldly. It seemed that if that fellow were to hesitate for even an instant, the needle would immediately impale the lotus's body. Yes! Terrified by the threat, the lotus trembled and hurriedly spoke. I am a 6-star soul oracle, and my cultivation has reached transcendent mortal 9 Dan pinnacle. However, even until the very end, I failed to make the final step. Even though my soul still managed to live on, my physical body reached its limit. At transcendent mortal realm, one's longevity would be increased by 2-fold. However, that would only add up to 200 years. Even those who were blessed with exceptionally long lifespans only managed to reach 300 at maximum. As long as one didn't surpass this realm, one's physical body would be restrained by that limit. This was the way of the world. Even though soul oracles could sustain themselves by possessing others, naturally, their own body was still the most compatible with their soul. It was then that I found this 7 Hearts Underworld Lotus. The voice continued, This item is the greatest treasure for us soul oracles. As long as it matures, it can be molded into a physical body, not to mention the body would possess a unique constitution. With this, I might just be able to overcome the last hurdle and surpass the transcendent mortal realm. Thus, I began making preparations for my funeral and squandered all my wealth on building a tomb. This is all so that I can focus my efforts on nurturing this lotus. Everyone nodded their heads. In truth, they had been a little intrigued by the existence of this tomb. Since soul oracles were able to possess the body of other cultivators, why would one waste their fortune and effort on building a tomb beneath a river? From the looks of it now, it was also that he could nurture this lotus without any disturbances. After all, given how rare and valuable the lotus was, it would be disastrous if other soul oracles were to learn of it. Thus, he chose to fake his death. Even though soul oracles were able to achieve immortality via their soul, they were impeded by the 5 soul declines, so it wasn't entirely impossible for a soul oracle to die. Thus, the other soul oracles didn't suspect a thing when he buried himself in his tomb. But if that is the case, why haven't you succeeded yet? Xianxia asked. Soul oracles had already been destroyed for dozens of millenniums already, so this tomb surely had a longer history than that. Judging from such, the other party should have been done nurturing the lotus by now already. But if that was the case, why was he still in such a state now? After all, if he had succeeded, he would have already molded the lotus into a new body for himself already. Why was he still stuck inside the lotus, unable to leave? Hearing the question, the voice hesitated for a moment before replying. After the tomb was built, I faked my death and began nurturing this lotus. I thought that, given my strength and experience, I'd be able to succeed swiftly. However, I never thought that I would actually fail. Fail? Xianxia was perplexed. Since you went to the extent of faking your death, you must know the method to nurturing this lotus. How did you fail? That fellow had prepared for this matter over such a long time, converting all of his possession into spirit stones and burying himself underground, even going to the extent of finding a celestial designer to build the tomb and a 6-star craftsman to forge the coffin. With such thorough preparations, how did the other party fail? That's because the tomb owner's voice trembled, as though recalling something fearsome. This isn't a 7 hearts underworld lotus, but a 9 hearts lotus. 9 hearts lotus? This time, not only did Xianxia frown in confusion, even Luozhu was perplexed as well. He hadn't heard of this name. That's right. 7 hearts lotus is known as a sacred object capable of being molded into a physical body, but the 9 hearts lotus is an object that has never appeared in the master-teacher continent before. If a tier must really be assigned to it, then it can surely be considered as a god artifact. The tomb owner said. God artifact? Hearing those words, everyone froze. Just like cultivation techniques, artifacts and tools could be classified by the ranking god, saint, spirit, phantom, and mortal. Saint artifacts were something that couldn't be found even if one were to ransack the entire Myriad Kingdom Alliance. As for god artifacts, they were things that belonged only to the legends only. It was a mystery as to whether they existed on the master-teacher continent or not. Yet, this black object was actually an artifact of that tier? That was way too fearsome. One must know that even Kong Shi failed to obtain any god artifacts back then. Given my cultivation, how can I possibly succeed in nurturing a god artifact? Not only were all of my possessions sucked dry, my soul was even imprisoned in this lotus for dozens of millenniums. At this, the tomb owner suddenly sounded extremely depressed. It was no wonder why he was down. After all, he had expected to achieve great things after molding himself a new body. How could he have known that not only would he fail, he would even end up being imprisoned within the lotus, devoid of even the choice of terminating his own life? It already took a miracle for him to retain his sanity until now. Ordinary humans would have long succumbed to the despair already. To be able to hang on until now, the other party's mental fortitude was indeed extraordinary. So, you intended to have one of us replace you so that you could regain your freedom? Xianxia asked. That's right, the tomb owner replied. After being trapped for dozens of millenniums, all that is left on my mind is how I can escape from the demonic grasp of this wretched plant. After a very long time, I finally came up with an idea. Since the 9 hearts lotus didn't devour me after such a long period of time, it could only mean that it doesn't possess the ability to do so. Thus, if I can find another soul to replace me, I just might be able to escape. In other words, the tomb owner intended to find a scapegoat. All the 9 hearts lotus wanted was a soul. As long as he could find another soul to replace him, he would be able to escape from this abyss. After deciding on this, I began trying my best to divide my own soul. After many years of hard work, I finally managed to divide a small part of myself. However, this cultivation is only at Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan. With such weak cultivation, it is unlikely for it to live for too long before it is consumed by senescence decline. Who could have known that, at this moment, a tomb raider would arrive? Taken aback, everyone immediately turned their gazes to Luozhu. The latter's face reddened. Having his identity exposed in public, he felt a little embarrassed. After all, this occupation wasn't a glorious one. It was no different from a petty thief or burglar. Thus, I formulated a bold plan. I would make the entrance traps slightly easier so that the Tomb Raider could enter successfully. After which, I would find an opportunity to possess him. The tomb owner continued. In the end, I really succeeded. Terrified, that fellow quickly left this area. Initially, my idea was very simple. After possessing him, I would make use of the soulless metal humanoid to attract more people here before choosing a suitable soul among them to replace me. However, I never expected his soul to be so strong. Not to mention, after the possession, my cultivation had been significantly weakened. Thus, I ended up in a standstill with him, and eventually, I even got killed by a weak, plump man, at which the lotus trembled with deep resentment. Cough, cough. The weak, plump man scratched his head awkwardly. Back then, he only managed to devour the soul that tried to possess him due to the heaven's path Xianxia in his body. In comparison to the other party, his cultivation indeed didn't mean much. At this point, everyone finally understood the entire situation. This explained why Luo Zhu was able to enter and escape the tomb despite the presence of such a formidable soul oracle here. It turned out that the other party had intentionally allowed him to leave just to attract even more people here. The plan was indeed feasible, just that he didn't expect to meet a monster like Xianxia. The soul that took him innumerable years to divide out was cleanly wiped away. Wait a moment. Xianxia frowned and waved his hands. Since you were able to sever a part of your soul and send it out from the lotus, why do you still need to lure more people here? Since the fellow's main goal was to leave the lotus, severing a part of his soul should do the job as well. There was no need to go through so much trouble to lure so many people here. After all, he would be putting himself at risk by bringing publicity to the tomb. Since the divided soul was also a part of him, it carried his thoughts and consciousness as well. The main issue he had at hand should have been solved. You're right. However, that soul was severely damaged when I tried to push it out from the lotus. As such, it wasn't going to survive for long. Besides, that doesn't solve the root of the problem. The main bulk of my soul would still continue to suffer here. The only way for me to free myself completely from this lotus is to have another soul take my place, the tomb owner said. Then, why didn't you just bewitch Luo Zhu to replace you? What if he'd left for good? Xianxia continued to ask. It wasn't easy for Luo Zhu to appear after countless years of waiting. How could the tomb owner be so certain that Luo Zhu would bring people here? Wouldn't it have been easier to just have the other party replace him first? Tomb Raiders are of nature. Such people will never be able to cultivate the soul-guiding formula. The tomb owner replied. Besides, look at his age. He's already got 1 foot in the grave. Besides, his cultivation is sorely lacking. What use would it be even if I were to possess him? Face death once more. Luo Zhu's face reddened. He didn't expect to be snubbed just like Sun Chong. Hearing the explanation, Xianxia nodded his head in realization. All of the puzzle pieces fit now. Soul oracles suffered from possession decline, and every possession would cause their cultivation to fall steeply once. Since that was the case, they should choose a good body to possess right from the start. Later on, when the soul that I severed was destroyed, I thought that all hope was lost. But you all came, and the rest unfolded as you know, the tomb owner said. Then, you tried to make us cultivate the soul-guiding formula, and once our soul were out, you were going to use the name of clearing the trial to have our souls come into contact with the lotus. This way, our souls will be drawn in, thus becoming your replacement, Xianxia said. That's right. The tomb owner didn't deny the matter. Only at this instant did everyone realize the entire situation, and cold sweat drenched their back. The other party had said that he wanted to test them, but from the looks of it now, if they were to really cultivate the soul-guiding formula and succeeded in it, their soul would have been imprisoned by this bizarre flower and their body would have been possessed completely. It was fortunate that Zhang Shi caught onto the other party's ploy. Otherwise, the aftermath would have been unimaginable. That's not right. Zhao Feiwu frowned. Given how powerful you are, you could have totally torn our souls from our physical body to feed the lotus, right? The other party was a 6-star soul oracle who could even lay out the oasis of the mirage deity, while even the strongest of their group was only a transcendent mortal 4-dan cultivator. Tearing out their soul from their body shouldn't have been anything hard. Why did he have to go through so much trouble of having everyone cultivate the soul-guiding formula? Allow me to explain this. Xianxia glanced at the lotus indifferently and said, "It's not that he doesn't want to do it, but he can't. He can't." Everyone was taken aback. There are two reasons for this. Firstly, a soul oracle suffers from strength decline, and forcefully using one's soul energy to extract the souls of others would cause immense damage to oneself. Secondly, he has been trapped by the lotus for a very long time, and controlling the traps and attacking me are already the limit of his ability. It is completely impossible for him to fight with us all at once. Otherwise, he would have long made a move already. He wouldn't have to hide himself and resort to all of these traps. Xianxia explained. After the other party's attack, a book was compiled by the Library of Heaven's Path. Otherwise, he couldn't have been so brave as to charge forward to dig up the lotus. Trapped by a god artifact, it was already very difficult for the other party to exert energy and force himself out of the lotus. Controlling the traps were already a huge difficulty for him. If he could kill the crowd so easily, he wouldn't have to do things in such a roundabout manner. Hearing Xianxia's words, everyone came to a realization. It was no wonder why this soul oracle acted so hesitantly before weaklings like them, choosing to conceal his own presence. Turned out that this fellow was all talk. In truth, he wasn't capable of doing anything to them at all. The tomb owner also didn't expect that even his weakness would be seen through by this young man, and his eyes were filled with fear and defeat. Initially, he had been thinking that if the other party was unaware of this, he could still use this as a leverage against him. However, even his last hope had been shattered now. On top of that, the other party's silver needles had been pierced into the areas where he could transmit his will out of the lotus from. As such, he couldn't even control the traps now. His life was completely in the hands of the other party now. Now that the mystery had been unraveled and the powerful 6-star soul oracle had been subdued, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Xianxia turned to the lotus and demanded, "All right, tell us about the dragon's severing lock." The entire area had been sealed, and the only way to leave was to break the dragon's severing lock. Since this fellow was the one who sealed the place, he had to have a way to leave as well. There's no other exit. The tomb owner spoke awkwardly. No other exits? Then how do you intend to leave after possessing one of our bodies? Xianxia frowned. Since this fellow intended to escape from the lotus, he must have taken into consideration his escape route as well. He couldn't possibly possess another body only to be stopped by his own dragon severing lock. "I can escape using the means of a soul oracle," the tomb owner said. "Means of a soul oracle?" The crowd asked in confusion. "Look on top. At the top of the tomb, there is a mechanism that will open up a path all the way to the surface of the lake when triggered. Soul oracles are able to fly around freely due to their light souls. On the other hand, normal transcendent mortal cultivators are incapable of flight. That's why I told you all, it's futile," the tomb owner said. "Fly." Everyone turned their gazes to the top and saw that there was indeed a portion which seemed a little bizarre. However, given the height of the ceiling, even the transcendent mortal Fordan Hall Master Sai would be unable to reach it. Needless to say, escape from this tomb. Even though transcendent mortals were far stronger than fighters and possessed a significantly greater degree of control over nature, they were still incapable of flight. It was at least 70 to 8 meters from the ground to the mechanism on the ceiling, and the surrounding walls were tough and slippery. It was nigh impossible to climb up. What can we do then? Are we supposed to just die like that in here? Hearing those words, the hope in everyone's hearts extinguished in an instant. Since this fellow had failed to possess any single one of them, naturally, he couldn't use his soul oracle abilities. Besides, even if he could, he wasn't trustworthy. This formed a huge dilemma. If they didn't find a solution, they might just end up being trapped down here for life. How about this? One of you all sacrifice yourself to allow me to possess your body so that I can take all of you out. Otherwise, if this goes on, it's just a matter of time before your rations run out, the tomb owner said. Given that this was an enclosed space, no matter how much sustenance they had, it would just be a matter of time before it ran out. Seeing that the fellow hadn't given up yet, Xianxia slapped the lotus in displeasure. "Shut up. It's not your place to speak here. You don't need to worry about how we're going to leave here. You currently have two choices before you. You can choose to become my servant and jot down your soul oracle ability down for me. In exchange, I'll find a way to free you from that lotus." Servant. The tomb owner was taken aback, and he nearly burst into tears. "Aren't I supposed to acknowledge you as my teacher? The offer has already passed. If you'd agreed just now, not only would I have freed you, I'd even have imparted the complete cultivation technique to you so that you wouldn't need to fear the 5 soul declines. However, it's already too late." Xianxia waved his hands impatiently. The tomb owner sounded a little constipated, and he was so frustrated that he could die on the spot. That was to be expected. Back then, he'd still possessed the upper hand and had some leverage over the other party. Given the other party's identity as a master teacher, he wouldn't stoop so low as to harm his own student, but now he was nothing more than a captive. His life and death hinged on a thought of the other party. It was already benevolent of the other party to offer to take him in as his servant. After a moment of silence, the voice helplessly said, "What's the second option? I'll slowly interrogate you, and once I get my answers, I'll dispose of you." Xianxia spoke impassively. He couldn't help but tremble at his words. Even though the other party had spoken calmly, the tomb owner knew that the other party would really do it. "All right, I, Mo Hunching, am willing to be Xiangxi's servant." The fellow before him had overcome his assault, saw through his ploy, and even opened up a sealed crimson metal coffin. His means and capability were way off charts. It would probably be a walk in the park for the other party to eradicate him. There was no need to hesitate at all. After living for so many years, he understood the value of life. As long as he could free himself from this wretched lotus, being a servant was the least of his worries. After making up his mind, the tomb owner prepared to speak when the other party's impatient voice sounded, "What are you trying to do?" "I'm making a vow." The tomb owner, Mo Hunching, replied, "Pa, what's the use of making a vow? Sign a soul contract. Don't tell me that a soul oracle like you doesn't even know something as basic as this." Xianxia slapped the lotus. "You must be joking. Given the innumerable mysterious means that soul oracles possess, I would be a fool to trust your vow." "Soul contract." The lotus trembled. He was about to go insane. He thought that he could fool the other party with a show, and as soon as he freed himself from his restraints, he could teach the other party a lesson. Yet who knew that the other party didn't even fall for his trick? A soul contract was something similar to a contract with a tamed beast. Once it was established, one mustn't go against it. Otherwise, one's soul would dissipate. For a transcendent mortal 9-dan expert like him, who was just a step away to reaching a whole new realm to sign a contract and become the servant of a transcendent mortal 1-dan cultivator, the more he thought about it, the more frenzied he felt. "Why? Aren't you willing?" Just as he was still feeling conflicted, he felt a silver needle pierce him and a surge of pure Jinqi seared his soul. I agree." It was clear that his life was in the grasp of the other party. Mo Hunching dared not hesitate any longer. A white light flashed, and a sliver of soul gushed into Xianxia's head. Soul contract established. All right. Sensing his control over the other party's life and death, Xianxia knew that the other party had completely submitted to him. Only then did he flick his wrist and put the lotus away into his storage ring. Regardless, this was a god artifact. It might be capable of incredible things, so he decided to study it after they returned. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia turned to Hall Master Sai and the others and said, "I hope that everyone here will refrain from spreading news regarding this lotus." Xiaoya and the others were his students, so they were trustworthy. However, the same could not necessarily be said about the rest of the group. After all, a god artifact was a treasure surpassing that of even saint artifacts. If news of its existence were to leak, Xianxia would definitely be pursued to the ends of the world. Even if other people didn't dare to attack him in the open for fear of the backlash from the Master-Teacher Pavilion, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't resort to underhanded means. Xianxia, rest assured. If I reveal this matter, may the heavens smite me and my soul fall into oblivion. Knowing what the other party was worried about, Hall Master Sai raised his hands and vowed to the heavens, following which Zhao Feiwu, Jin Songhai, Gumu, Luozhu, and the others did the same as well. They understood the danger behind carrying something beyond one's means to protect. Zhang Xian had taken away the most valuable lotus, whereas Sun Chong had kept the other coffins in the first chamber. Given that everyone had worked hard in coming here, they couldn't possibly just leave empty-handed. Thus, Zhang Xian pointed to the coffins around and offered, Since you've all worked hard in coming here, you can't simply leave empty-handed like that. Those coffins were forged by 6-star blacksmiths, so they could be considered as treasures as well. I believe they should fetch quite a sum. Those were crimson metal coffins forged by 6-star blacksmiths, and they were all extremely resilient. They were of equal quality to spirit pinnacle weapons, even though their utility might not match up to it. If sold, it could definitely fetch a considerable sum. There's no need for it, we ended up contributing nothing at all. Xianxia, you're being too polite. Understanding Zhang Xian's intentions, the crowd hesitated for a moment before eventually shaking their heads. If not for Xianxia, they would have surely all died. To take something on top of that, they were too embarrassed to do so. But even though they didn't obtain any treasures, they still managed to obtain a part of the soul-guiding formula. If they were to study it, it could prove to be beneficial to their cultivation. Since you all aren't interested in it, I won't stand on ceremony then. Sun Chong, collect everything here. Before they could finish turning down the offer, Zhang Shi's voice sounded once more. Great! After which, Butler's son immediately rushed forward excitedly and moved all of the coffins, including the one which Zhang Xian had wrecked previously, into his storage ring. The crowd. The person in front of them was obviously such a formidable master teacher, and if he wished for it, everyone would rush forward to fulfill his demands. Yet he was still such a Scrooge. That coffin had already broken into numerous fragments, and yet he was still collecting all of the pieces, one at a time. If he could, would he go to the extent of even dismantling the mechanical system? Just as they were thinking so, the other party's voice sounded. Sun Chong, bring little Mo around and take away all of the traps that can be dug up. Those are good items. The crowd. Cough, cough. Xianxia, it's still too early to be scavenging for treasure. Regardless of whether it is the mechanical traps or the coffin, we have to first be able to get out first. Choking on her saliva, Zhao Feiwu couldn't help but say, the most important issue at hand was neither the revelation of the existence of the lotus or the scavenging of the mechanical traps and coffins. It was to find a way to leave this area. Given that the dragon-severing lock was in place, the group couldn't go back the way they'd come from. On top of that, they were incapable of flight as well. So, how were they supposed to leave here? If they couldn't leave this area, it would be meaningless even if he were to take everything of value here. Get out? Hasn't little Mo spoken about that already? There's a path on top. Zhang Xian pointed. Seeing how the other party lack of depth in thoughts, everyone was speechless. Zhao Feiwu rolled her eyes and replied, but it's so high. We aren't able to fly, so how are we supposed to leave? It's just flying, Zhang Xian replied nonchalantly. I can do it. You can do it? Shocked, everyone widened their eyes in shock. Are you for real? Even a transcendent mortal 9-dan expert was incapable of flight, and yet you, a transcendent mortal 1-dan cultivator, said that you are able to do it? Nodding his head casually, Zhang Xian explained, it's just an ability of a celestial master teacher. It's nothing much. Just like the lotus, the issue regarding the red dust heaven ascending steps should not be made known to outsiders. However, given the circumstances, Zhang Xian couldn't possibly hide his ability of flight any longer. Thus, he decided to attribute the matter to an ability of a celestial master teacher. In any case, Celestial Master Teacher was a completely spontaneous event and not everyone would be able to become one. Even if one was jealous, there was nothing one could do about it. Besides, there had only been one Celestial Master Teacher in the world before Xianxia Kongshi. Thus, no one could say for sure whether Celestial Master Teachers were capable of flight or not, and there was no way they could verify it as well. As such, this was the ideal excuse. Just flying. Everyone was on the verge of puking blood. That was flying. It was something that even transcendent mortal 9Dan experts were incapable of. Yet, why do you think of it as easy as though going to the market to buy cabbage? At the same time, they also felt perplexed. Were Celestial Master Teachers really granted the ability of flight as well? But they didn't recall seeing it in any of the books regarding Kongshi. Even so, Celestial Master Teachers were a mysterious existence, and so, no one could say what they were capable of for sure. Wait here for a moment. Driving his Jinchi, Xianxia began rising up into the sky, flying swiftly toward the mechanism at the ceiling. Red dust heaven ascending steps. Parallel heaven scroll. Back when Xianxia was at half transcension, he could only sustain himself for a few breaths before falling down. Now that he was at transcendent mortal 1Dan pinnacle, his Jinchi had become purer and thus, the duration he could sustain himself had increased. His limit was currently dozens of breaths. In this short period of time, it was impossible for him to travel a great distance. Even so, opening a tunnel and flying out of it was a simple task. He's really flying? Seeing Xianxia floating up, the mouths of the crowd twitched violently. Flight had always been one of the greatest dreams of mankind. Yet, a transcendent mortal 1Dan was currently soaring in the air. This was way too fearsome. It's best not to reveal anything regarding Celestial Master Teachers and Soul Oracles to anyone else. Xianxia is a person who will achieve great things in the future. We cannot afford to offend such a person. After a long moment of silence, the same thought appeared in everyone's mind. A hero would eventually shake the world with his name. A dragon would eventually dominate the skies. A person destined for great things could only be befriended. By no means should one ever offend such a person. And Xianxia was such a person. Who? Ignoring everyone's shock, Xianxia reached the ceiling and touched the mechanism. Then, his fingers began operating swiftly, tapping on various protrusions on the ceiling. Possessing the library of Heaven's Path, Xianxia could easily find the flaws within a mechanical trap. It was just like with the crimson metal coffin before. Even though it was known to be unbreakable, in truth, if one were to find the flaws and exploit them, it wouldn't be a problem at all. This mechanism was the same as well. Kacha! After a few taps, a crisp sound echoed and a boulder slowly split open, revealing a passageway. Xianxia immediately dived into it. The passageway was completely dark. There should be another mechanical system installed above the passageway to prevent the lake water from collapsing in. After walking several dozen meters, he saw a gigantic boulder. As long as he knocked the boulder open, he should be able to return back to the bottom of the lake. Just like with the entrance, there was a unique mechanical system installed here which allowed humans to pass but prevented the lake water from gushing in. Formidable! Taking a brief sweep of the mechanical system, Xianxia realized that its design wasn't inferior even when compared to formations. He couldn't help but feel awed. As expected of a celestial designer, some of the systems behind the mechanical traps were so complex that many men wouldn't get it even if they spent their entire life studying them. After recuperating for a moment and recovering from the massive expenditure from the red dust heaven ascending steps, Xianxia finally returned back to the crowd once more. He took a rope from Luo Zhu and fastened it to the passageway. The group didn't hesitate and hurriedly climbed up. They were all cultivators, so even though they weren't capable of flight, scaling a rope was extremely simple. Swimming up the lake, they finally returned back to the shore. Everything they just went through suddenly felt like an illusion, as though a dream they'd all had. Even though they were only in the Soul Oracle tomb for a short moment, they had been on the verge of death and experienced despair. To think that they would be able to see the surface once more. Thank you, Xianxia. After drying his clothes with Jinchi, Hall Master Sai stepped forward and bowed earnestly, as expected of a celestial master teacher. In the face of such danger, unlike the rest of them, he was able to maintain his calmness and use his wits to twist the situation around. Through doing so, he even managed to turn a 6-star soul oracle into his servant. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he wouldn't dare believe this to be true. You're being too polite. Everyone has worked hard as well. Since we are in no hurry to leave, why don't we rest here for the night? After all that they had gone through, the sun had already set. Stars shone brightly in the sky, and a crescent moon was hanging above the top of the mountain. The atmosphere felt peaceful. There was a slight scent of autumn in the air. Green had faded from the leaves on the trees, turning into a more yellowish shade. A mountain wind blew past, caressing the group with a chilly touch. All right. Hearing that they were in no rush to leave, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. Their mind had been tense during the entire time in the Soul Oracle tomb, and that had left them in a withered state. They felt even more exhausted than if they had fought an intense battle. This was the demon sink beast's nest, and there weren't any spirit beasts who would dare to wreak havoc here. Everyone started a campfire and whipped out the food they had stored in their storage ring. Before long, the fragrance of meat began wafting in the air. Xianxia was also ravenous. While he was in the midst of digging into his food, Wang Ying suddenly walked over and asked concernedly, "Teacher, what's wrong with your neck?" Neck. Taken aback, Xianxia grabbed the copper mirror that Wang Ying offered him and observed his neck carefully. Below his lower jaw, there was a portion that was slightly gray. "Oh, it is caused by little Mo's soul oracle aura. Don't worry, it'll fade away very soon." Back when they were still in the soul oracle tomb, in order to bait Mo Hunching so as to use the dragon scale amulet against him, he allowed the other party to grab him. It was probably then that the mark was left behind. Even so, it wasn't very conspicuous and one wouldn't notice it unless when paying close attention to it. It was only because of Wang Ying's meticulousness that she noticed it. A soul oracle was a very different life form from a human being, and coming into contact with such a powerful soul oracle, it was perfectly normal for a mark to be left behind. However, it should gradually disappear soon. That's good. Seeing that it wasn't a major issue, Wang Ying heaved a sigh of relief. "I need you and Xiaoya to bring Lu Chong over. Meanwhile, I'll investigate some things," Xianxia instructed. Lu Chong didn't come here along with the crowd. Instead, he was placed on the back of Zhao Feiwu's spirit beast. Now that the demon sink beast was tamed, it posed no threat whatsoever anymore. Thus, it shouldn't be a problem for them to bring him over. Yes. Knowing her teacher's intention to save Lu Chong, Wang Ying nodded her head. After delegating several tasks, Xianxia stepped into the demon sink beast's cave. The cave was wide and clean. Finding himself a quiet place, Xianxia took out the 9 hearts lotus. He didn't have any time to ask Mo Hunching anything when they were in the tomb previously. Since he had some time now, he could properly question him to see if there was any way to save Lu Chong. "Master!" Upon leaving the storage ring, Mo Hunching immediately realized that he was out of the tomb and a tinge of excitement could be heard in his tone. After being trapped for several dozen millenniums, he finally managed to see the surface once more. The agitation he was feeling at the moment was unimaginable. As such, his use of master was completely earnest. There wasn't the slightest sarcasm or insincerity in it. "I want to know if you have any way of waking a dormant soul," Xianxia asked with a grim expression. "Wake a dormant soul?" Mo Hunching was stunned for a moment before replying. "To wake a dormant soul, you just have to send your soul into the other party's body to wake him up. It isn't too complicated." Xianxia fell into contemplation. In truth, he knew of this method as well. But back then, his soul was still unable to leave his body, so he could only drop the idea. But now, everything was different. Having cultivated the Heaven's Path soul art, his soul could already exist separately from his body. He could easily enter the Lu Chong's body to wake up his soul. However, this action is very similar to possession. The slightest mistake might result in you taking over control of the other party's body instead. Bound to Xianxia by the soul contract, Mo Hunching didn't dare to hide anything from the other party. Sending a soul into another person's body was an action no different from possession. It was still all right if one could wake up the other party, but if it failed, it was very possible that a possession would really take place, and the intruding soul would suffer from possession decline. More importantly, if you fail to wake the other party up, your soul might just be acknowledged by the other party's body. If so, it would be impossible to wake the other party up anymore. Mo Hunching hesitated for a moment before continuing. After all, a soul capable of intruding into the body of another has to be incredibly powerful. Furthermore, given that the other party's soul is in a dormant state, he must be completely defenseless at the moment. A body which hasn't been nourished by a soul for a very long time is extremely likely to acknowledge the wrong master. If that happens, not only will you fail to save the other party, you might even directly cause his death. With a grim expression, Xianxia clenched his fist tightly. Is there any way to avoid that from happening? Since he was going to make a move, he should ensure that there was 100% chance of success. If he were to fail, how could he face his own conscience? After all, he was the cause of Lu Chong's current plight. If he failed to treat his own student, he should be ashamed of being the other party's teacher. Avoid that from happening? If the other party's soul becomes resilient and powerful, then even if you fail to wake his soul up, he should still be in control of his physical body. At the very least, a possession won't occur. Mo Hunching said. The best method is to use soul rouse grass to forge soul rouse incense. If you were to light the incense and allow the person with a dormant soul to breathe it in first, there will be a significantly higher chance of waking him up. Soul rouse grass. Xianxia frowned. As an apothecary, he had browsed through many herbology books, but he had never heard of such a medicinal herb before. Soul rouse grass isn't a plant, but a unique object bred through the nurturing of a soul oracle's soul, Mo Hunching said. How long does it take to grow one? Xianxia asked. If it took too long, he would have to resort to other alternative solutions. Not too long, just a month. However, my soul is trapped within the lotus, so I am unable to grow one. Mo Hunching smiled bitterly. Even if he wanted to help, trapped in the Nine Hearts lotus, he was completely powerless. Instead of replying the other party's words, Xianxia asked, Can all soul oracles nurture one? Yes. As long as one is a soul oracle who has succeeded in drawing his soul out, one will be able to nurture it. The method is extremely simple. I'll tell you about it now, Mo Hunching said. Xianxia shook his hands and said calmly, Tell me the method. All right. Thus, Mo Hunching began speaking. Very quickly, he explained the entire process for breeding a soul rouse grass. Just as he'd said, the soul rouse grass wasn't a specific plant but an object bred through the nurturing of one's soul. Only then would it harmonize with one's soul and achieve the purpose of waking up a soul. It can't be that you're thinking of learning the soul-guiding formula to become a soul oracle and nurture one. Seeing that his master had jotted the cultivation method for the soul rouse grass down, Mo Hunching was taken aback. That's right. Xianxia nodded his head. Since this object was useful to Lu Chong, he did have the intention to plant it. But you're a celestial master teacher. Mo Hunching was shocked out of his wits. His master was a talented celestial master teacher. If he were to cultivate the soul-guiding formula, that would be equivalent to giving up his identity. Wasn't that being a little too reckless? Don't worry. I've already revised the soul-guiding formula. Even if I were to succeed in drawing out my soul, it won't have any adverse effect on my physical body such that my soul will still be able to harmonize perfectly with the body, Xianxia said calmly. Revised? Harmonize perfectly. Within the lotus, Mo Hunching's eyes widened into perfect circles and his lips quivered in disbelief. The soul-guiding formula was the cultivation technique that was passed down among soul oracles for innumerable years. Countless experts had revised and improved it, but even so, they were unable to get past this bottleneck. Yet, just by studying the formula for a few breaths, this fellow had actually revised it such that it didn't affect the compatibility between one's body and soul. How was that possible? Just as he was thinking that the other party might be bragging, he saw his master's body suddenly sway and an intangible shadow suddenly appeared above the body. He drew his soul out. The voice trembled. As a 6-star soul oracle, he could clearly see that his master's soul had already separated from his body. "Can you see me?" Just as he was overwhelmed with shock, the other party's soul voice sounded. Then, Xianxia stepped forward and sat in front of the lotus. "I can see you now." Mo Hunxing trembled. Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction. It seemed like the soul he drew out using the Heaven's Path soul art was similar to his Heaven's Path Xianxia. As long as he willed it to be so, if he wished to conceal his soul, even a higher-ranked soul oracle would be unable to see him. On the other hand, he could also choose to reveal it as well. After confirming this fact, Xianxia returned back to his physical body. Return of the soul, perfect consummation, concord of acupoints, harmony of body and soul. Why you really managed to improve the soul-guiding formula? Seeing that Xianxia's soul had returned back into his body without any problems, and his souls were even calling in harmony, producing a sound reminiscent of the call of a dragon, Mo Hunxing screeched in shock and he nearly fainted on the spot. The normal soul-guiding formula would cause one's physical body to decline swiftly as soon as the soul was drawn out of the body. Yet, the person before him was still filled with vitality from head to toe. His acupoints were in concord, and his soul and physical body were in harmony. Not only was he not inferior to any transcendent mortal cultivator, his disposition even seemed more refined. His presence seemed to create immense pressure on other souls. With just a single look, Mo Hunxing could immediately tell that the soul-guiding formula that the other party cultivated was different from his. It had already been improved such that the concept of 5 soul declines was non-existent. It was at a whole new level. Legend had it that the founding father of soul oracles, Lu Mozi, had stolen the knowledge of souls from the Heaven's Path to create the occupation. However, due to the imperfection of heaven, the content he stole was incomplete, thus resulting in the 5 soul declines and the incompatibility between one's soul and body. The soul oracles in the latter generations tried many means to improve the soul-guiding formula but to no avail. Yet, the young man before him had only taken a momentary look, and not only did he manage to rid it of all its fatal flaw, he even succeeded in cultivating it. How could he not be surprised? How in the world did you do it? After the shock came deep excitement. A celestial master teacher who is capable of improving the soul-guiding formula. Just his strength and knowledge in itself can probably bring me to greater heights. The reason why he established a soul contract with the other party was out of helplessness before. However, upon seeing the other party's capability and means, he suddenly realized that this might have been the most correct decision in his life. Following such a talented figure, if he were to earn the other party's favor and guidance, he would definitely be able to surpass his previous bottleneck. These are the secret techniques that I have uncovered through my years of research. It might prove useful to master. Thinking so, Mo Hunxing immediately transmitted his knowledge over via his soul. Soul oracles were capable of transmitting information directly through their souls. This method was much more efficient than reading books or verbal explanation. Due to the contract forming a bridge between them, this transfer of information was exceptionally efficient. Xianxia felt his eyes blur for a moment when in the next instant, a huge gush of information appeared in his head. They were all regarding soul oracles. Mo Hunxing was a 6-star soul oracle from the ancient times. Back then, the inheritance hadn't been terminated yet, so the knowledge he knew covered nearly everything regarding the occupation. As expected of a feared occupation, it is indeed deep and profound. After briefly looking through it, Xianxia's mouth widened in shock. It was no wonder why the lineage of this occupation could be passed down for innumerable generations, even becoming a subject of fear beyond that of poison masters. Soul oracles were indeed not to be trifled with. In comparison to all of this, soul-guiding formula was indeed just the foundation. Suddenly, Xianxia saw something and turned to the lotus. "Did you create this soul-severing technique?" That fellow had been trapped in the 9 hearts lotus for dozens of millenniums. and it was due to his intense desire to escape that he studied this technique for innumerable years so that he could sever a part of his soul to escape from the lotus. I created it through innumerable trial and error. Mo Hunching nodded. Using this formula, one can create another of oneself such that, even if the main soul is destroyed in the future, one can still maintain his existence through this clone. Clone. Xianxia was taken aback. That's right. This severed soul is a complete replica of oneself, possessing even one's complete memories. In other words, it's equivalent to creating a spare soul. If you were to meet with danger, this can serve as your trump card, so it isn't too bad, Mo Hunching said. Xianxia nodded his head. He quickly looked through the soul-severing technique. That skill was indeed incredible. Only one who had achieved a profound understanding of souls could create such a skill. From the looks of it, if it wasn't for this fellow being trapped within the Nine Hearts Lotus and was unable to cultivate, given his accumulation over a course of several dozen millenniums, he could have been an 8-star of even 9-star soul oracle by now. But that was to be expected. Being trapped during this entire period of time, all he had been focused on was how he could free himself from this hell. If his understanding of souls didn't make any progress, he would truly be a hopeless cause. Let me see how many flaws there are. Submerging his consciousness into his mind, he entered the library of Heaven's Path and imprinted the knowledge which the other party sent him onto blank books. After which, he grabbed the book regarding the soul-severing technique and flipped it open. Soul-severing technique, created by Mo Hunching. Upon mastering the technique, one will be able to divide one's soul into 2 flaws. A huge amount of information was detailed on it. Reading through the content, Xianxia couldn't help but praise. Only 120 flaws? That's rather formidable. To create a technique possessing only 100 flaws through one's individual efforts. Even though Mo Hunching may seem unreliable, his talent and capability were indeed top-notch. How could a 6-star soul oracle possibly be ordinary anyway? Compile. With a thought, Xianxia fused all of the books regarding souls together to recompile the soul-severing technique. Taking another look at it once more, there were only 10 flaws or so left in it. Seems like my books regarding souls are still sorely lacking. I should get someone to buy more for me when I arrive at the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Regarding the soul-severing technique being able to be used as a life preservation method, Xianxia was rather surprised. It was impossible for any cultivator to completely stay out of harm's way. If he were to successfully cultivate this technique, he would have another ace up his sleeves. However, there were too many flaws with this cultivation technique, so he wasn't interested in it for the moment. Even if he wanted to cultivate it, he would have to collect more books and make up for its deficiencies first. Now, time to look at the 9 Hearts Lotus. Given the humongous quantity of information that the other party sent over, Xianxia knew that it was impossible for him to look through all of them in just a day or two. Thus, opening his eyes, he turned his attention to the Black Lotus instead. A 6-star soul oracle had called this item a god artifact. Xianxia was interested to see what effects it had. Thus, coming into contact with it, he muttered, "Flaws." A book appeared in the library of Heaven's Path. 9 Heaven's Lotus Embryo, an object descended from the celestial. It requires the nourishment of the purest energy to grow, and upon mature, it could be used to craft the most perfect physical body. Flaws. Number 1. It has yet to reach maturity, which is indicated by a white outer appearance. So, it's not called 9 Hearts Lotus but 9 Heavens Lotus Embryo. The part regarding it being able to be used to craft physical body turns out to be true. After reading through the first page, Xianxia nodded his head. From the looks of it, even though Mo Hunching had been trapped within the lotus for more than several dozen millenniums, he was still unable to recognize it entirely. 9 Heavens Lotus Embryo. Even though its exact level wasn't stated within the book, it seemed to be a high-tiered object. To think that there would be only 5 flaws. Flipping to the second page, Xianxia was just about to continue reading when he froze. There were only 2 pages detailing the 5 flaws of the object. This was Xianxia's first time seeing an object with so few flaws. as expected of a god artifact. With eyes reddened in agitation, a thought suddenly appeared in Xianxia's mind. If I were to learn the soul-severing technique and create a clone while nurturing this lotus to serve as its body, wouldn't it be equivalent to gaining another life? The more Xianxia thought of it, the more agitated he felt. If he were to nurture this god artifact which only had 5 flaws to create a clone for himself, wouldn't his fighting prowess immediately soar? It's a pity that I probably won't live to the day that this lotus matures. One of the flaws written in the book was that the 9 heavens lotus embryo had yet to mature. A mature 9 heavens lotus embryo should be completely white, but the lotus was currently pitch black in color. After consuming Mo Huanxing's entire fortune and living for several dozen millenniums, it was still in this state. Given Zhang Xian's lifespan of several hundred years, it would be impossible for him to live until its maturity. It would be impossible to mold it before the lotus reaches maturity. If he were to try it forcefully, he might just end up like Mo Huanxing, trapped in the lotus and losing his freedom, unable to even end his own life. Thinking so, a thought suddenly appeared in Zhang Xian's mind. This lotus requires the nourishment of the purest energy to reach maturity. My heaven's path Jinqi is incomparably pure. Will it suffice as a fertilizer for it? In the description regarding the 9 heavens lotus embryo, in the very first line, it was stated that the lotus required nourishment from the purest energy to mature. Zhang Xian didn't have sufficient spirit stones to feed it, but the heaven's path Jinqi was incomparably pure. He could definitely give it a try. Thus, grabbing the stem of the lotus, Zhang Xian sent a surge of Jinqi in. Ah! As soon as the Jinqi seeped in, a loud shriek echoed in the air. I've already said all that has to be said. Please don't kill me. Mo Huanxing was about to go mad. He had only just handed over the information regarding soul oracles when the other party infused his Jinqi into the lotus at the next instant. There was not a single person in his position who wouldn't think that Zhang Xian was trying to kill him now that his worth had been completely extracted. Ah! Realizing the significance of his actions, Zhang Xian hurriedly stopped. He had only been thinking of nourishing the lotus with his Jinqi. He forgot about the existence of the fellow inside. Soul oracles carried innate fear of heaven's path Jinqi, and not to mention, this fellow had been severely injured by the dragon scale amulet. Thus, how could he possibly be able to withstand the onslaught of Jinqi? It was already a blessing that he wasn't eradicated in an instant. Stopping the flow of Jinqi, Zhang Xian was just about to put the lotus back into his storage ring and study it more next time when he saw that the stem where he infused Jinqi into previously had already turned white. It turned white? Could heaven's path Jinqi really be effective? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. In a state of disbelief, he grabbed another stem and infused Jinqi into the lotus. Ah! A terrifying scream of agony sounded from the lotus once more. A moment later, Zhang Xian grabbed the lotus. It has turned white as well. Indeed, heaven's path Jinqi can hasten the maturity of this object. Looking at the white stems, Zhang Xian was delighted. Then, turning to Mo Huanxing, he consoled, I'm not trying to kill you. I'm just experimenting with this 9 hearts lotus. There's no need for you to be anxious. I'm just giving it a try. Just a short moment. Don't. Ah! Mo Huanxing cried. I'll listen to you obediently in the future, all right? If you were to give it more tries, there will be no need for you to get me out of the lotus anymore. I would have already died by then. At the opening of the cave. Did something happen? Should we take a look? It sounds like Mo Huanxing's shout of agony. Is Zhang Shi all right? Hearing the shout of agony, the group who was in the midst of their meal stood up. Zhang Shi said previously that there are some things he needs to investigate, so it's best for us not to interrupt him. Why don't we first try to determine the current situation inside before coming to a decision? Zhao Feiwu advised everyone with a grim expression. Everyone nodded their heads and pricked their ears, after which they vaguely heard a faint voice. There's no need for you to be anxious. I'm just giving it a try. Just a short moment. Don't. Ah. Give a try? Short moment? No need to be anxious. Everyone stared at one another with widened eyes. Zhao Feiwu's face turned red, and it took her a while before she managed to speak. But the both of them are men. After testing it for a bit, Xianxia confirmed that the change in the Nine Heavens Lotus embryo was due to the Heavens Path Xianxia. Only then did he stop with eyes glowing in excitement. Possessing both the method of nurturing the lotus and to sever a portion of his soul, it was now just a matter of time before he succeeded in creating a clone. But before that, he had to find a way to get Mo Hunxing out of the lotus first. Otherwise, as soon as he infused Jinqi into the lotus, an ear-piercing cry could echo in the air. Most probably, before the lotus could even mature, the person trapped inside would have already died. In the end, a transcendent mortal 9-Dan expert servant, even if he was no longer as strong as before, was still better than nothing at all. However, he had no way of getting Mo Hunxing out now. Thus, Xianxia turned his attention to the Soul Oracle Cultivation technique. I should first cultivate the Soul Oracle Cultivation technique first so that I can nurture a soul rouse grass. The soul guiding formula that he had cultivated before was similar to the fire's Jushi realm. If one couldn't even absorb spiritual energy, one could never become a fighter. Similarly, if one couldn't draw out his soul, one possessed no aptitude whatsoever in becoming a soul oracle. Soul guiding formula was just a technique to draw one's soul out of his body. To strengthen one's soul, one would require another whole new set of cultivation techniques. As a 6-star soul oracle, Mo Hunxing had many soul cultivation techniques in his arsenal. Adding his understanding of soul cultivation into the mix, Xianxia managed to gather 1,000 books to compile together. After organizing them, Xianxia realized that he had the perfected Heaven's Path soul art all the way until Transcendent Mortal 2-Dan. Beyond 2-Dan, there were some mistakes here and there in the cultivation techniques, thus making them unsuitable to learn. That's around the level of my current cultivation. I should start now. Xianxia happened to be at Transcendent Mortal 1-Dan pinnacle at the moment. If his soul were to reach the same level, he could exert the strength of both his Jinqi and his soul simultaneously, and this could boost his fighting prowess significantly. Seated cross-legged on the floor, Xianxia drew his soul out and began cultivating via the method detailed in the Heaven's Path soul art. Tzzzzzzzz. His soul energy swiftly surged. After an unknown period of time, Xianxia's soul returned back to his body and he slowly opened his eyes. It was already daybreak. Sunlight shone in from the entrance of the cavern, blinding Xianxia's eyes. After a year of cultivation, my soul cultivation has reached Transcendent Mortal 2-Dan. Given that Xianxia had the complete Heaven's Path soul art all the way until Transcendent Mortal 2-Dan, as well as a middle-tier spirit stone to fuel his cultivation, in just a night's effort Xianxia had already reached Transcendent Mortal 2-Dan. In other words, his soul cultivation was currently beyond his current cultivation. However, being a soul oracle is a taboo in the continent. It's best for me not to use the ability of a soul oracle recklessly. Just like poison masters, soul oracles were a feared existence. If someone were to know that Xianxia was able to draw his soul out and his soul possessed fighting power on its own, in the worst-case scenario, he might even be unable to keep his master-teacher license. Thus, unless when put in a desperate situation, Xianxia was determined not to resort to this method. I can start cultivating the soul-rouse grass now. Stretching his back lazily, Xianxia stood up. Mo Hunxing had already imparted the method of cultivating the soul-rouse grass to him. In truth, soul-rouse grass didn't refer to a specific medicinal herb, but one nurtured using one's soul. A herb cultivated through such means would possess the attribute of rousing dormant souls. But the medicinal herb used couldn't just be any plant. It had to be one that was able to harness one's soul energy. Such medicinal herbs were hard to find, and so, he could only try looking through the market of the Myriad Kingdom City when he arrived there. Walking out of the cavern, Xianxia realized that everyone was awake. All of the fright and fatigue from the journey to the Soul Oracle Tomb had disappeared through a night of rest, and the group seemed revitalized. They had already completed all preparations for departure. Let's go to the Myriad Kingdom City, Xianxia said. Everyone jumped onto the back of Zhao Feiwu's spirit beast and soared into the sky. The demon sync beast also follows suit as well. As for Hall Master Sai and Luo Zhu, they had already heard of the Master-Teacher tournament and they were interested in spectating it as well. Thus, they decided to tag along. Voila! The spirit beast looked as though a black line shooting through the sky. With the notorious demon sync beast protecting them, there wasn't a single savage beast or spirit beast who dared to trifle with the group. In fact, even the experts riding on spirit beasts made sure to keep their distance upon sensing the deep hostility the demon sync beast was emanating. Thus, the journey went smoothly without any hiccups. 5 days later, a massive city appeared before everyone's eyes. This city was even grander than Honghai City, and all kinds of infrastructures were ordered neatly in a specific pattern, creating a beautiful sight. Looking out of the window from the beast's back, Xianxia could see that the massive city was located in the midst of a giant plain. It seemed as though a clean and massive river flowing through the middle of the plains, bringing it boundless vitality and liveliness. The Myriad Kingdom Alliance has embassies from all of the countries that it trades with. There are also markets established by powers of equal standing here. In fact, Tier 2 Huanyu Empire even has a supply point here. There are many powers in the city, but regardless of who they are, as long as they are in Myriad Kingdom City, they have to obey the orders of the Alliance head residents. Zhao Feiwu chuckled. Zhang Xian nodded. He had heard of the Alliance head residents. It was known as the royalty of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, the one that wielded true power within the Alliance. He had heard of it from Su Shi back when he was in Tianwu Kingdom. Even though Master-Teacher Pavilion possessed an esteemed standing, they didn't interfere in governance. Usually, as long as there was no social upheaval, they wouldn't get involved in anything. As such, the power was mainly held in the hands of the Alliance head. There is still some time before the Master-Teacher tournament. Why don't you all follow me to the Alliance head residence to rest for a few days? You can use these days to look into the situation before heading to the Master-Teacher Pavilion, Zhao Feiwu said. There were still another 2 months before the Master-Teacher tournament, so there was no need to hurry. Alliance head residence? Could Zhao Gongzi be someone from the Alliance head residence? Hall Master Sai asked doubtfully. Zhao Feiwu had always been following behind Zhang Shi. All along, the rest had thought that she was Zhang Xian's friend, unaware that she was a local of the Myriad Kingdom City. Even Zhao Ye and the others only know that Zhao Gongzi was an envoy from the Alliance. They were unaware of her real identity as well. Yes, the Alliance head, Zhao Tianhao, is my father, Zhao Feiwu replied. You are Alliance head Zhao's son? That's not right. Alliance head Zhao only has a single son, Zhao Hui Gongzi, and I've met him before. Hall Master Sai was taken aback. Alliance head Zhao was the most influential person throughout the entire Myriad Kingdom Alliance. His son was in a position similar to the Crown Prince, and as the head of the Appraiser Hall, Hall Master Sai had met him several times before. Zhao Feiwu clearly wasn't him. I didn't intend to deceive everyone here. Just that, for the sake of convenience, I had no choice but to disguise myself. Chuckling lightly, Zhao Feiwu rubbed her face and her appearance began changing. Her main appearance didn't change much, but her features became from feminine, betraying her identity as a female. Even though she was still wearing male clothes, her disposition and her appearance were no different from a female. Her complexion was perfect, and she was no way inferior even when compared to Princess Mou. You are a woman? Only then did Hall Master Sai, Luo Zhu, Zhao Ye, and the others come to a realization. The only one who was calm amongst them was Zhang Xian. When he first saw the other party, the Eye of Insight had already revealed her identity as a lady. Thus, he wasn't too surprised by her confession. Zhao Hui is my elder brother, and I am the second princess of the Alliance, Zhao Lian. Zhao Feiwu introduced herself. From young, I've been plagued with an affliction. In hopes that I can live like an ordinary person, he conferred me the title of the Dancing Princess. That's where my name Zhao Feiwu comes from. Feiwu means dancing around. So, it's Princess Feiwu. Hall Master and Luo Zhu glanced at one another before coming to a realization. They had long heard of the ill second princess of the Alliance head, and according to the rumors, she was suffering from innate muscular deficiency. Despite searching throughout the Alliance, they were unable to find a single physician capable of treating it. As such, when they met Zhao Feiwu, given the other party's gender, they didn't think that it would be her. I've heard that Alliance head Zhao conferred this title to the ill second princess in hopes that she could dance lithely like the elegant swallows. However, it's a pity that despite the reward he's offered, no one has managed to find a cure yet. Why would? Hall Master Sai asked doubtfully. Princess Feiwu's illness had shocked many. Countless physicians had stepped forward only to leave in defeat. Logically speaking, she should be confined to her bed, unable to move at all. How could she be walking around as though an ordinary human being? Could there be some falsehood in the rumors? Xianxia saved me. Zhao Feiwu chuckled and her bright eyes shone. Oh! Hall Master Sai suddenly came to a realization. After learning of the other party's identity, he had been wondering why the princess, one of the most authoritative figures in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, would follow Xianxia around and treat him with utmost respect. The other party's reply had finally solved this lingering doubt of his. I've long heard of Xianxia's outstanding medical skills, but I didn't expect you to be so formidable. Hall Master Sai laughed bitterly. Back then, Sun Chong had bragged about how formidable his young master's medical skills were. At the Coke's Ridge, he had witnessed with his own eyes how formidable the other party's knockout treatment method was. However, it was only after hearing Princess Feiwu words did he truly realize how fearsome Xianxia's medical skills were. The princess's innate muscular deficiency had caused a huge uproar throughout the Alliance then, and countless physicians had taken a look at her condition only to find that they were helpless against it. Just by the fact that Xianxia was able to solve it meant that his medical skills were probably superior to most physicians in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. Xianxia, Feiwu didn't mean to lie to you. I beseech for your forgiveness. After introducing herself, Zhao Feiwu turned to Xianxia and bowed deeply. Even though this young man was of the same age as her, he had already attained a high level of proficiency as a master teacher, physician, appraiser, formation master. He wouldn't even pale in comparison to that famous elder brother of hers. This made her feel awe for the other party. Even though Zhang Xian knew that the other party was a lady, upon learning that she was the princess, he was still rather surprised. Seeing that the other party was speaking to him, Zhang Xian suddenly thought of something. You're being too polite. Since you're the princess, you should be able to gather news easily. I just so happen to have something I need your help to look into. Xianxia, feel free to speak. Zhao Feiwu nodded. It must be said that she was indeed extremely pretty. Even though her cultivation was so, she had a valiant disposition which accentuated her aesthetics. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Xian said, I wish to purchase a soul-calming grass, and the greater its maturity, the better it is. Otherwise, sentiment drowning flower would work as well. It'll be best if they have a maturity of 500 years and above. More importantly, they should be fresh and alive. Dried herbs will be useless for my agenda. Can Princess Feiwu help me look into the matter? To nurture a soul-rouse grass, the medicinal herb must be capable of harnessing one's soul energy. Over the past few days, Zhang Xian had been contemplating over the matter, and in the end, he concluded that it would be easiest to find these two herbs within the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. The soul-calming grass and sentiment-drowning flower. These two medicinal herbs weren't famous, but they were extremely valuable. As Zhang Xian wasn't well connected in the Alliance, it would be difficult for him to find these herbs. On the other hand, as the princess of the Alliance, Zhao Feiwu should be able to find them easily. Soul-calming grass and sentiment-drowning flower? Fresh ones. Not expecting Xianxia to ask for these things, Zhao Feiwu frowned. Soul-calming grass could calm one's mind, placing one in an imperturbable state. Sentiment-drowning flower could stabilize one's mental fortitude, making one less affected by emotional changes. These two medicinal herbs were extremely rare, and there were less than a handful of them in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. For those herbs to be alive and possess a maturity of 500 years on top of that, the difficulty was extremely high. This, I'm not too sure either, but when we arrive at the Alliance head residence, I can ask my father about it. Even if he doesn't know where he can find it, I'm sure he can help you look into it, Zhao Feiwu replied. Xianxia nodded. Her father, as the head of the Alliance, wielded immense influence and power. It should be a walk in the park for him to find a single medicinal herb. Thus, Zhang Xian nodded his head and fell silent. Standing quietly by the window, he continued reinforcing his cultivation. Even though he hadn't reached Transcendent Mortal 2 Dan yet, his efforts in the past 5 days had made his Jinqi had become even purer and denser. From his experience with the immense Jinqi consumption from the Red Dust Heaven ascending steps, he realized that on top of purity, the denseness of one's Jinqi was extremely important as well. As such, in the past few days, he had been working hard accumulating his Jinqi into his Dantian. His efforts had increased the quantity of Jinqi had at least increased by 1/10. One shouldn't underestimate this 1/10. Using the Red Dust Heaven ascending steps as a gauge, it could sustain him for another 2 to 3 breaths. In this time, he could descend back to the ground, thus avoiding a tragic fall. For the rest of the journey, there wasn't much of a conversation among the group. The spirit beast continued proceeding forward, and soon, a grand building appeared in everyone's sight. As the center of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, the Alliance head residence carried an imposing aura. Even before arriving at the location, everyone could already feel a heavy pressure pushing down on them. Chuckling, Zhao Feiwu explained, "Even my spirit beast is not allowed to fly straight into the Alliance head residence. Let's alight here." The spirit beast they were riding on flapped its wings and descended to the ground. Soon, it stopped at a vast square right in front of the Alliance head residence. Jumping off the back of the spirit beast, Zhang Xian scanned the surroundings and was awed. As expected of the center of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, not only were the buildings towering, they were even infused with spiritual energy. Without even taking a closer examination, it was clear that they were filled with formations. If someone dared to wreak havoc here, the formations would be more than enough to slaughter them. It was no wonder that Zhao Feiwu dared not enter the Alliance head residence riding on the back of a spirit beast. If she were to do so, it would probably trigger some formation. Lifting his gaze, Zhang Xian saw a few soldiers patrolling the Alliance head residence. They were all dressed in gray armor and they had a spear each in their hands. A powerful aura could be felt from them. Zhongshe realm experts? Zhang Xian was surprised to think that even the most ordinary guards here were Zhongshe realm experts. No one of Tianshan Kingdom had reached this level, and even in a Tier 2 kingdom where Lu Shi and the others resided in, that was the level of the old ancestor of a country. Yet, over here they were only an ordinary guard. The huge disparity was truly astonishing. But thinking about it, that was to be expected. After all, the Myriad Kingdom City had 4-star master teachers. Just by listening to the class of such an expert, one's understanding of cultivation would surely experience a huge leap. Surpassing one's bottleneck would become significantly easier. Even if one couldn't listen to the lessons of an expert of that caliber, the lessons of a 2-star and 3-star master teachers were fairly useful as well. Besides, as a prosperous commercial city, the Myriad Kingdom City was rich in resources. As such, it wasn't too surprising for the overall prowess of its population to be much stronger. Zhao Ye and the others had initially thought that Jizuan realm was already formidable. However, after seeing the guards, they couldn't help but feel disheartened. As expected of the capital of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, it was indeed formidable. Your humble servant pays respect to Princess Feiwu and Lord Jin. Just as the group were awed by the sight, a group of soldiers walked over and a golden-armored commander stepped forward and welcomed them. Zhao Wufei's transcendent mortal 3-dan mount was known by everyone in the Alliance head residence. Its presence surely meant that the princess had returned as well. The commander's aura was slightly influencing his surroundings, thus revealing his strong control over the environment. It was clear from this that he was a transcendent mortal expert. Prepare a clean and spiritual energy-rich courtyard for my friends to live in. Make sure to serve them well, Zhao Feiwu commanded impassively. She had never shown this side of her to Zhang Xian and the others, but at this moment, The disposition of an authoritative princess was clearly shown through her movement and words. Yes. The commander nodded his head and hurriedly got into action. Nodding her head, Zhao Feiwu turned around and said, Xianxia, let me take you to meet my father. All right. Nodding his head, Zhang Xian delegated some instructions to Xiaoya and the others before leaving with Zhao Feiwu. The palace wasn't too extravagant, and there weren't many guards here as well. It was extraordinarily peaceful here, reminiscent of a tranquil garden. If not for Zhao Feiwu leading the way and the huge number of guards defending the area outside, Zhang Xian would have thought that he was in the wrong place. My father doesn't like a ruckus, so there aren't any guards here. Besides, this is the Alliance head residence, so there won't be anyone so foolish as to cause trouble here. Noticing Zhang Xian's doubts, Zhao Feiwu chuckled. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Ever since his reincarnation, he had visited various palaces and without an exception, they all had tight security. Yet, this location formed a stark contrast to the norm. It seemed like Zhao Feiwu's father had absolute confidence in his strength. While the both of them chatted, they walked down several corridors and finally arrived at a large hall. Someone entered the hall to report their presence. A moment later, the same person returned and invited them in. Entering the hall, Zhang Xian immediately saw an authoritative-looking middle-aged man seated on the seat at the direct center of the room. He was exuding an exceptionally powerful aura that wasn't inferior even when compared to the demon sink beast. Clearly, he had reached transcendent mortal four-dan pinnacle as well. Even when compared to Hall Master Han, whom he had seen before, this middle-aged man was clearly much stronger. The both of them might be transcendent mortal four-dan pinnacle experts, but the aura the latter was exuding showed the huge distance between their strength. It was just like how Hall Master Han Chong and the various elders, despite teaming together against the demon sink beast, were unable to defeat it. Father! Zhao Feiwu stepped forward and greeted. You've returned. The middle-aged man nodded his head. Then his bright eyes fell on Zhang Xian. Being in an authoritative position for such a long time, he carried a majestic disposition that naturally commanded fear in others. Even the head of the physician guild leader Meng, would stutter in fear before him. Yet, this 20-year-old lad was able to keep his composure. Just by this in itself, he could tell that the other party wasn't a simple figure. Smiling slightly, Alliance head Zhao said, You must be Xianxia. I am Zhang Xian. My greetings to the Alliance head. Zhang Xian nodded. Seeing the other party's humble attitude, Alliance head Zhao felt even more satisfied with the young man before him. I've heard of your affairs. Despite being under 20, you are already a 2-star master teacher. You've challenged Tianwu Kingdom's Wall of Dilemma and solved all of the questions on it, undergone the harmonious stream of flowing goblets and became certified as a 5-star appraiser. And on top of all that, you even managed to save Hall Master Han. Not to mention, you cured my daughter of her affliction as well. You're truly a talented man. Alliance Master. I am unworthy of your praise. Zhang Xian felt a little bizarre that the other party knew his affairs so clearly, but after giving it some thoughts, he felt that it was to be expected. After all, his daughter was traveling alone despite having only just recovered from her affliction. Even though Jin Songhai was protecting her, he couldn't help but feel worried. Most likely, he sent some men to keep tabs on his daughter's trail, so it wasn't too surprising for him to know of those matters. Besides, Jin Songhai, as his subordinate, would surely report these matters to him as well. Having been in control of the Alliance for many years, I've seen many geniuses. However, men of Zhang Shi's caliber are indeed rare. Alliance head Zhao complimented. Just as Zhang Xian had thought, Jin Songhai had reported most of the matters that they had gone through. Even though he had excluded the matter regarding the Soul Oracle Tomb and the Celestial Master Teacher, the affairs that he had gone through had shocked the Alliance Master. Despite being under 20, the other party was a 5-star appraiser, quasi-4-star formation master, 3-star painter, 2-star master teacher. His titles and capability could leave anyone and everyone awed. As the most influential person in the Alliance, he had seen countless great geniuses. However, when compared to him, they were all like fireflies before the burning sun. Xianxia's aim for coming to Myriad Kingdom City must be to participate in the Master-Teacher Tournament, right? After chatting for a moment, Alliance head Zhao asked. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Back then, he had promised Su Shi and Ling Shi on the matter. Since he was already here now, naturally, he should at least participate in it. But more importantly, the reward for the Master-Teacher Tournament was generous. The Master-Teacher Tournament gathers countless geniuses from the 27 Master-Teacher pavilions. Even though Zhang Shi's talent is outstanding, it probably won't be too easy to rank amidst the top. Speaking of the Master-Teacher Tournament, Alliance head Zhao shook his head bitterly. Having read through the other party's background, he knew that the person before of him had outstanding talent. However, getting a good placing among the 28 powers wouldn't be easy. If it was that simple, the Myriad Kingdom Alliance Master-Teacher Pavilion wouldn't have ranked amidst the bottom all this while. Forget it. Let's not talk about that. There were still 2 more months before the end of the tournament. Knowing that it was still too early to talk of all these, Alliance Master Zhao shook his head. Zhang Shi's extraordinary medical skill has saved my daughter's life. I would like to show my gratitude to you. If you have any request, as long as it's within my means, I'll surely try my best to fulfill it. Alliance head, you're being too polite. However, I do have a request to ask of. Since the other party had already made an offer, Zhang Xian didn't stand on ceremony. Even though the other party was the powerful head of the alliance, Zhang Xian had undergone many things in his journey here. Such a situation was no longer sufficient to leave him tense. Alliance head Zhao turned his gaze to Zhang Xian. Actually, it's like that. I need a medicinal herb, but I'm not too sure where I can obtain it. I hope that the alliance head can help me look into the matter. Zhang Xian raised the issue of the soul-calming grass and sentiment-drowning flower. Soul-calming grass? I've never heard of it before. However, I do know of one sentiment-drowning flower of maturity 500 years and above. Furthermore, it's still alive. Alliance head Zhao hesitated for a moment before replying. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Soul-calming grass and sentiment-drowning flower were both basic ingredient required for cultivating the soul-rouse grass. Just one stalk was enough. However, even though I know where it is, it won't be easy to get it. Alliance head Zhao shook his head. Oh, Zhang Shi, you'll understand once I finish my part of the story. The place where most medicinal herbs are gathered would be Herb Kings, following which would be the Apothecary Guild and Physician Guild. I believe that as a master teacher, Zhang Shi should be well aware of this, Alliance head Zhao said. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Herb King actually just refers to merchants dealing with bulks of medicinal herbs. In terms of variety and quantity of herbs, there was no one who could beat them. After them would be the Apothecary Guild and Physician Guild, which used humongous quantity of medicinal herbs on a daily basis. Due to the nature of their occupations, these 3 parties usually had a huge reserve of medicinal herbs. However, the herbs from those 3 parties are mostly dried. They don't possess much herbs that are still alive, let alone a rare medicinal herb like the sentiment-drowning flower. Alliance head Zhao said. These 3 locations were where most medicinal herbs were concentrated at. As dried herbs shared the same medicinal property and they were easier to store, most of the herbs were dried before putting into storage. As such, there were basically no fresh medicinal herbs there. There are various sources to a Herb King's medicinal herbs. The most common source would be the herbologist's, but rare herbs like the sentiment-drowning flower wouldn't appear in those fields. Besides, ordinary herbologists don't have the ability to nurture it. I do know of a herbologist who possesses such capability. That person has a herb garden in the west of the Myriad Kingdom City, and she has all kinds of bizarre herbs in her herb garden. Most of them are rare herbs that one could hardly see in the market. However, Alliance head Zhao smiled bitterly. The owner of the herb garden has an eccentric personality, and she's nearly completely unsympathetic. Her herbs aren't for sale, regardless of how high a price one offers. Back then, I've tried to purchase some unique herbs from her for Lianer's illness, but I was turned away. Aren't for sale. Zhang Xian was perplexed. What does she need so many medicinal herbs for then? Given the humongous quantity of medicinal herbs the other party had, she couldn't possibly consume all of it herself, and since that was the case, what was the point keeping them? Medicinal herbs were just like ordinary plants in the sense that they had a limited lifespan. Even though there were some herbs that could live for several centuries, most only had a lifespan of a few years. More importantly, planting herbs and maintaining the herb garden were extremely expensive. Spirit stones, unique fertilizer, and manpower, these three were essential for any herb garden. Refusing to sell any medicinal herbs meant that one was pumping money in without any income. No matter how rich one was, it was impossible to sustain in the long run. I have no idea either. There are many in Myriad Kingdom City who have been wondering about that, but no one knows the real answer. Alliance head Zhao shook his head. Then, doesn't anyone think of stealing from her? Xianxia was perplexed. Given how the other party had the medicinal herbs that most needed, surely there should be some who were willing to take the risk. Of course, people try to, but all of them ended in failure. The owner of the herb garden, Shui Yao, reached Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Pinnacle 50 years ago. No one knows what level she has reached since then, and even I am unconfident of defeating her. Alliance head Zhao said. Given how the other party was a Transcendent Mortal 4 Dan Pinnacle expert 50 years ago, even if she had been unable to make a breakthrough, she was probably ranked in the very top among the experts of Myriad Kingdom City. More importantly, the herb garden has an exceptionally powerful formation set up by Guild Master Zhang of Honghai City's Formation Master Guild. It is at least a 4-star pinnacle, and many of those who try to steal the herbs within end up being killed or confined before they could even reach the fields. Soon, everyone realized that it is impossible to succeed, so no one dared to try so anymore, Alliance head Zhao said. Refusing to sell the herbs and killing or confining those who dare to lay their hands on her herbs. This fellow was indeed a tough nut to crack. Is there anywhere else that could have these two medicinal herbs? There isn't. Other than this herb garden, I can't think of anywhere else that might this herb, except for dry ones. Dry ones are meaningless to me. Xianxia shook his head. Only living herbs could be used to cultivate the soul-rouse grass. Once the herb was dried, how could it possibly harness soul energy to gain the effect of waking one's soul? Where is the herb garden you speak of located? I would like to take a look myself. Xianxia had to nurture a soul-rouse grass by hook or by crook. This was the only way he could save Lu Chong. Since he even went to a place as dangerous as the Soul Oracle tomb for it, no matter how troublesome the owner of the herb garden was, he would just have to find a way to deal with her. Hearing that the other party wanted to give it a try, Alliance head Zhao hesitated for a moment. All right then, I'll have Jin Songhai accompany you. This way, even if she lays a hand on you, you'll at least be able to withstand her assault for a moment. All right, Xianxia nodded his head. He didn't know the location of the herb garden, so he needed someone to lead the way. Father, I would like to take a look as well, Zhao Feiwu hurriedly said. What are you going there for? Alliance head Zhao frowned. The owner of the herb garden doesn't listen to even your words. I want to see how formidable she is. Zhao Feiwu chuckled. Having followed behind Xianxia the past few days, she knew that the other party was a person who would never give up until he achieved his goal. Honestly, she was curious to see whether the difficult herb garden owner or the formidable Zhang Shi would emerge victorious in the clash. Seeing that her father was hesitating, Zhao Feiwu hurriedly added, "Don't worry, Elder Jean is around. Besides, no matter how disrespectful that herb garden owner may be, she won't lay her hands on me." After hesitating for a moment, Alliance head Zhao said, "All right then, the two of you'd better be careful, especially Zhang Shi. If the other party refuses to sell the herb, by no means should you insist on the issue. If it really comes down to it, I'll make a trip myself and perhaps she might sell me this favor." Back then, he had sent a subordinate to request for the required medicinal herbs only to end up being rejected. After which, he had intended to go over himself, but just then, they managed to find some medicinal herbs from the Physician Guild in replacement. Thus, the matter was settled just like that. Zhang Shi was his daughter's savior, and on top of that, the other party's outstanding talent also made it likely that he would accomplish great things in the future. Thus, if things didn't go well, he didn't mind stepping forward to help. As the head of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, a transcendent mortal four-dan pinnacle expert, no matter how eccentric the other party's temper was, she should still sell the herbs in consideration of his identity. After asking a few more questions, Xianxia bade Alliance head Zhao farewell and left with Zhao Feiwu and Jin Songhai. Riding on an aerial savage beast, they left for the west of the city. The Myriad Kingdom Alliance was exceptionally large, extending for nearly several hundred kilometers. If one were to walk on their feet, it would take several hours to reach the herb garden. This time, the trio didn't ride on Zhao Feiwu's mount but the demon sink beast. As a transcendent mortal four-dan pinnacle spirit beast, its movement was as swift as though a bolt of lightning. In just a few dozen minutes, the trio could spot a gigantic garden appearing before their eyes. The garden was several hundred mu large, and it was shrouded by a light mist. With just a single glance, one could tell that it was guarded by a huge formation. 1 mu equals 666.6 square meters. Let's alight here. Knowing that they weren't allowed to fly straight in, Xianxia nodded his head and the demon sink beast landed at an area not too far away from the main door. The doors to the garden were tightly shut, and there wasn't a single person to be seen at the door. It seemed like everyone knew that the herbs here weren't for sale, so they all lost their interest. Otherwise, given the huge demand for medicinal herbs, it was impossible for a huge herb garden like this to be completely devoid of customers. Jin Songhai stepped forward, and just as he was about to knock on the door, Jia! The door opened and a maid stepped forward. Our herb garden doesn't sell any medicinal herb. Please leave. It seemed like she was already used to people coming over in search of medicinal herbs. As soon as she saw Xianxia and group, she immediately tried to chase them away. Not expecting to be rejected right before he could say anything, Xianxia felt a little helpless. How could he hope to purchase any medicinal herb when he was denied entry at the front door? Just as Xianxia was about to say something to persuade the other party to give way, the galloping of the horses suddenly sounded. Then, a carriage stopped at a direction not too far away and a middle-aged man alighted. Garden owner Mu, please enter. Upon identifying the person, the maid immediately respectfully opened the gates to allow him entry. Didn't you say that you don't sell any medicinal herbs? Why is he able to enter then? Jin Songhai frowned. This was too stark a contrast. They were being turned away at the door while the other party was allowed to strut it. Was identity a criterion to entering the garden as well? I apologize, but he's a guest of our owner. He holds an invitation letter in his hand. The maid spoke apologetically. One can enter as long as they have an invitation letter? Xianxia asked doubtfully. Before the maid could reply, a cold and arrogant voice sounded. Of course. The one who spoke was a curvaceous lady who seemed to be in her 30s. She had a thick makeup on, and even before her appearance, a heavy scent of rouge was already lingering in the air. Garden owner Shui is conducting a banquet tonight, and only other garden owners are allowed to enter. Don't think that just any lowly peasant can enter this area. If you wish to purchase medicinal herbs, you should just leave right now. We don't welcome you here. Tilting her face up high, the lady spoke arrogantly. Her gaze was filled with cold disdain. Banquet? Only garden owners are allowed to enter? If that's the case, you must be a garden owner as well. Zhao Feiwu said. Of course. I am the garden owner of Green Mist Garden, Luo Qingyan. With a proud look, the beautiful lady flicked her wrist and took out a letter. It was the invitation to the herb garden. Do you see it? This is the invitation letter. If you don't have it, leave right now. Don't cause any trouble. Staring coldly at Xianxia, the lady snickered. Judging from your appearance, you aren't even 20 years old yet. At your age, I doubt that you can even differentiate among the various herbs. A high-class banquet like this is clearly out of your league. Don't try to get ahead of yourself. Study hard and maybe in 50 years or so, you might just get the chance to come in. Ha 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 ha. Chuckling beneath her hands, the lady straightened her back. Her voluptuous chests looked uncomfortable in her tight dress, and they threatened to break free from their restraints. 50 years. Xianxia shook his head. Turning to the maid guarding the door, he asked, "Can anyone with the invitation letter enter?" That's right." The maid contemplated over the prior instruction from her superior and hurriedly nodded her head. "That's good." Hearing the other party's affirmative reply, Xianxia turned to the curvaceous lady and scratched his head sheepishly. "I wish to negotiate with you. Can you lend me your invitation letter?" "Lend you? Ha ha ha." As though hearing the most hilarious joke in the world, the curvaceous lady burst into laughter. Following which, she stared down at Xianxia with a look of disdain. "Why should I lend it to you? Garden owner Shui gave this to me. Who do you think you are? You refuse." Xianxia glanced at the curvaceous lady. "You'd better scram before I fly into a temper. Otherwise, I swear you will be carried out of here." Bellowing furiously, a powerful aura flowed out from her. "Transcendent Mortal 3 Dan. You intend to kill me?" Shaking his head, Xianxia glanced behind and instructed, "Demon Sink, negotiate with her in my stead, and see if you can borrow the invitation letter from her." Roar. Hearing the order, the demon sink beast roared deeply and flew over. "What do you intend to do?" Before she could react, a humongous shadow appeared before her and a giant backside came crushing down her head. Put on. Just like that, she was crushed into the earth. Only her limbs and brain were spared, and she spewed huge mouthfuls of blood. Ding! After sitting down on the other party, the demon sink beast grabbed the invitation letter from the other party's hands with its mouth and threw it to Xianxia. Jin Songhai and Zhao Feiwu staggered. Their eyes were about to pop out from their eyes. Wasn't it supposed to be a negotiation? Why did it suddenly turn out like that? To be crushed by that massive demon sink beast who weighed 10,000 kilograms. Just the thought of it was sufficient to leave the two trembling. Shaking their head, the duo glanced at the curvaceous lady who was on the verge of fainting in sympathy. Of all people you could offend, why did you have to offend this fellow? This Xianxia may seem to be a pushover, but in truth, he was a troublemaker who feared nothing in the world. Otherwise, he couldn't have possibly charged single-handedly into the Shenyuan kingdom and destroy its entire royal family. If one were to speak politely with him, he would reply with equal courtesy. But given how you lashed out at him as though a madman, it would be a wonder if he didn't teach you a lesson. You are already very lucky that he didn't make you acknowledge him as your teacher on the spot. He even dared to command a transcendent mortal 9-dan expert to acknowledge him as teacher. As for you, piece of cake. While the duo was shocked by the sight before them, the lady crushed under the demon sink beast felt like she was on the verge of going insane. As a powerful, beautiful, and influential garden owner, countless people vied for her favor. She thought that this fellow was just trying to attract her attention or even flirt with her by asking her for the invitation letter. Yet, he actually sent his spirit beast after her, spurting large mouthfuls of blood. The curvaceous lady, Luo Qingyan, was frenzied. I want to kill you." Shrieking furiously, she was just about to gather her strength to push away the massive figure above her when she heard the displeased voice of the young man not too far away. "Demon Sink, what's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you to negotiate with her to borrow the invitation letter from her? Which part of borrow don't you understand? Why are you acting on your own whim? Do you still have any respect left for me, your master?" Roar! The demon sink beast was stunned. Its massive lantern-like eyes blinked in confusion. Even though it possessed intelligence on par with humans, it still wasn't too well-versed with the language of the humans. Most probably, it mistook Xianxia's negotiate for snatch. Besides, this fellow was used to being arrogant. It had always snatched whatever he wanted. If it wasn't for that, the Myriad Kingdom Alliance wouldn't have sent so many experts after him. Even if it had truly interpreted Xianxia's negotiate correctly, how could it have the patience to do so? All right, enough. Stop putting on an act. Since you've made a mistake, you should be punished. You shall remain on that spot for an hour. Without my order, you are not to move at all. That young man berated furiously. Pooh! Luo Qingyan's fresh blood spurted out. Her face was filled with tears. Are you punishing it or me? You could have gotten it to sit somewhere else, and yet you ordered it to remain on the spot for an hour. By the time it's done with its punishment, I will have already died. While she was spurting blood, Zhao Feiwu stepped forward and said, "We're here to buy medicinal herbs. It'll be best if we don't cause any unnecessary trouble." "You're right." The young man nodded his head. Thus, he turned to the maid at the entrance and passed the invitation letter over. "All right, here's my invitation letter. Can I enter now?" The maid. Honestly speaking, she was on the verge of losing her mind as well. She had seen plenty of arrogant people, but the young man before her topped it all. The invitation letter showed a proof of the person's standing, identity, and the garden owner's courtesy. Snatching it like that, would any sane person do it that way? More importantly, even if you wished to do it, you could have done it discreetly where no one was around. If I didn't know about it, I could at least overlook the matter and allow you in. But to snatch it right before my eyes, do you really think that I'm blind? What was even more infuriating was that, even after you're done, you still have the cheek to present the invitation letter to me and innocently ask if you can enter or not. Enter your head. Infuriated, her chest puffed up and she was ready to explode at any time. "No way! How dare you snatch an invitation letter right before my eyes? Unless you kill me, don't even dream of entering." Clenching her pearly teeth tightly together, the maid drove her Xianxia, seemingly prepared to prevent Xianxia from entering even if it would cost her life. "No way! The herb garden's dignity mustn't be sullied." Just as she was about to make a move, the young man hesitated for a moment before asking, "Lady, are you ill?" The maid staggered. "You sure are scum. I didn't allow you to enter and you immediately say that I'm ill. You're the one who is ill, your entire family is ill." She had never felt so angry before. If she could, she would immediately charge forward to beat that fellow to death. Flicking her wrist, a weapon appeared in her hand. Just as she was about to make a move, the young man's voice sounded once more. "I see that the Yangbai acupoint on your glabella is slightly red, and the Xianxia flow in the left of your body is a little stifled. If I'm not mistaken, do you suffer from severe headaches every night, and it will feel as though the back of your head is convulsing?" "You!" The furious maid suddenly froze. The other party was correct. She did suffer from splitting headaches every night, and it was as if the back of her head was convulsing violently. She had visited the physician guild to have it checked, but the results were inconclusive. As such, she could only bear with it. How in the world did this fellow know about it? Not only so, Xianxia doesn't flow through the meridian of your right thigh smoothly, resulting in your strength being imbalanced. As such, your cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and you find yourself being unable to take the final step forward. If I'm not mistaken, you are secretly cultivating an isotribute cultivation technique. Am I right? The other party's voice continued. "Why you? How did you know?" The maid was taken aback. She had found her cultivation coming to a standstill recently. In order to boost her cultivation, she chose to cultivate an isotribute cultivation technique. However, she kept this matter a secret and even her bosom buddies were kept in the dark. How did this fellow learn of it? "It doesn't matter how I know it. You were once injured by the attack of a person who cultivates a yang attribute cultivation technique, causing a surge of yang energy to clog up your meridians. Your original intention is to cultivate an isotribute cultivation technique to neutralize the yang energy so that you can regain your cultivation talent." The young man before her shook his head. "Your idea isn't bad, but the method you used couldn't be any more wrong." The maid trembled in shock. Her eyes were so huge that they were about to fall to the floors. Her mouth was agape, but not a single word could express her emotions at the moment. She had indeed fought with a person of yang attribute a year ago, and due to an injury from that battle, her cultivation came to a standstill. As such, she lost the right to cultivate medicinal herbs and was reduced to becoming a doorman. With his hands behind his back, the young man calmly explained, "Yin and yang do neutralize one another. However, the surge of yang energy in your body has already fused with your blood and meridian. Cultivating an isotribute cultivation technique all of the sudden will only turn your body into a battlefield. Of course, with every battle, the yang attribute Xianxia would slowly diminish with each battle. However, the isotribute Xianxia would also be scattered throughout your body during the collision, and some of them would flow along with your bloodstream into your head, thus inducing that sharp splitting headache of yours. This. The maid's lips quivered. Is there any cure for it? The other party's analysis was logical. She had thought that the headache was caused by her fatigue, and never in her dream did she expect that it would be a product from her cultivating an isotribute cultivation technique. Thinking about it, the headache did indeed start from the moment she started cultivating this cultivation technique. Not only did the other party notice her symptoms, he even found out the cause of the illness, something that even the physicians of the Physician Guild were unable to be able to do so much with a single glance. Who in the world was this person? The treatment method is simple. You just have to practice the fallen flower swordsmanship 5 times every day while driving your Xianxia. Within 10 days, you'll make a complete recovery, Xianxia said. How? Did you know that I have learned the fallen flower swordsmanship? The maid's body swayed once more. The fallen flower swordsmanship was imparted to her by garden owner Shui, and among her sisters, she was the only one who'd managed to master it. How did the other party manage to discern so much when all she had done was take out her sword? Was she dreaming? Crushing garden owner Qing Yen to the floor, leaving her spewing large mouthfuls of blood on the ground, to steal her invitation letter, seeing through her illness with a single glance and offering a solution to it on top of that. Was this fellow spouting nonsense, or was he serious? Ignoring the other party's question, the young man continued with an impassive expression. The fallen flower swordsmanship allows one to create sword chi reminiscent of a fallen flower. If you were to drive your Xianxia while executing this technique, you can drive the yang energy clogged within your body out along with the sword chi. If you were to do it 5 times a day over a course of 10 days, the yang energy should completely dissipate, and there should be no aftereffect even if you were to continue cultivating the isotribute cultivation technique. Hearing that the treatment method was that simple, the maid hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth. Lifting the sword in her hand, she began doing as the other party instructed. The fallen flower swordsmanship created Xianxia reminiscent of fallen flowers. In an instant, a paradise filled with falling petals seemed to have appeared before everyone's eyes. However, each of these petals carried an extraordinarily sharp and cold aura, creating a sight of desolate beauty. Xianxia couldn't help but feel awed as he watched the swordsmanship. As expected of the myriad kingdom city, even a maid guarding the entrance was at half transcension. Soon, the maid finished the entire sword routine. Sensing the changes in her body, she widened her eyes in astonishment and delight. It was just the first time, but her body already felt much more comfortable. The yang energy which she'd thought she would never be able to rid of had indeed dissipated by a little. Even though there was still a significant amount of it left in her meridian at the very least, this meant that what the other party had said was true. Her affliction could really be treated by this method. Thank you for your guidance. Sheathing her sword, the maid clasped her fists politely. At this moment, her anger had already vanished completely. To be able to see through the problem in her cultivation and allocate a treatment method to it, the other party's means were even more incredible than the physicians of the Physician Guild. Without a doubt, the person before her was anything but simple. A person of his caliber couldn't possibly come here just to cause trouble. Xianxia waved his hands nonchalantly. The other party's problem wasn't too complicated, so it didn't take too much trouble. Chuckling softly, he spoke with a refined tone. May I enter now? May I know who Gongzi is? The maid couldn't help but ask. Even though she knew that the other party was a formidable figure, she still had to inquire on his identity first. Otherwise, she couldn't account for his entry to the garden owner. This is Xianxia. Jin Songhai stepped forward and replied. Xianxia? You're a master teacher. The maid was taken aback. Xianxia was perplexed. Even if I am a master teacher, surely you need not be so surprised. After all, there is a huge bunch of master teachers in Myriad Kingdom City. If only I knew that you are a master teacher, I won't have blocked your path. For the banquet tonight, the garden owner has declared that, on top of the other garden owners, all master teachers are allowed to enter the premises of the herb garden freely. The maid said, "Master teachers can enter freely?" Xianxia's body swayed and his vision went dark. What in the world was this? If only he knew that it was that simple, he wouldn't have gotten the demon sink beast to make a move. Just to enter this herb garden. He went through so much trouble, only to realize that his efforts were meaningless. Xianxia, this way please. After confirming the other party's identity, the maid immediately gestured the young man in. Suppressing his frustration, Xianxia proceeded into the garden, along with Zhao Feiwu and Jin Songhai. However, barely after taking 2 steps, he saw the maid pointing to Luo Qingyan, who was still crushed under the demon sink beast. Xianxia, what about garden owner Qingyan? Oh, go and rest by the side first. I'll call you later on. Knowing the other party's intention, Xianxia waved the demon sink beast away. Even though it was an accident that the demon sink beast had misunderstood his intentions, that lady had it coming. Since she dared to disrespect a master teacher, she should have been ready to be punished. Roar! Hearing the command, the demon sink beast nodded. Shaking its giant backside, it spread its wings and soared into the sky. Damn it! Damn it! With her squashed body, Luo Qingyan stared hatefully at the departing backs of Xianxia and the others. Her body trembled and she gritted her teeth in resentment. As the garden owner of Green Mist Herb Garden, her standing was on par with the nobility of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance. When had she suffered such injustice? To be sat on by a spirit beast. This was an insult. Even if the other party was a master teacher, she refused to simply let this matter go. Garden owner Qingyan, what's wrong? Just as she swore to exact vengeance on that hateful young man, a surprised voice suddenly sounded, following which a young man donning a master teacher emblem with 4 shining stars on top walked over. That young man was actually a 4-star master teacher. Luo Qingyan pays respect to Xianxia. Upon seeing the young man, Luo Qingyan hurriedly clasped her fist respectfully. If Xianxia was here, he would surely recognize the other party as the man who'd bought the soulless metal humanoid from him in Honghai City. Garden owner Qingyan, this. Seeing the beautiful and proud garden owner covered with mud from head to toe, Song Chao muttered doubtfully. After receiving the soulless metal humanoid, he immediately returned back to the Myriad Kingdom City. Recalling the guidance of Xianxia, he immediately visited all the herb gardens to buy the necessary herbs. It was because of this that he'd met this garden owner several times. The other party's beauty had bewitched him, leaving him burning in desire. Upon seeing the other party in such an unkempt state, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Xianxia, I beseech you to save me. Luo Qingyan's eyes shone as she recalled something. She immediately put on a tearful face that seemed as though she was going to kowtow to the other party at any moment just so that he would stand up for her. Save you? What's wrong? Raising his hand to stop the other party, Song Chao asked doubtfully. Someone tried to barge into the herb garden earlier, and knowing that garden owner Shui disliked strangers disturbing her, I stopped him. Who knew that the other party would actually send his tamed beast after me? At this moment, Luo Qingyan seemed nothing more than a pitiful weak lady. Xianxia, I really didn't know that he's a master teacher. If only I knew earlier, I surely wouldn't have stopped him. Just because you stopped him, the other party sent his tamed beast after you? Song Chao frowned. Actually, it's not that master teacher's fault. Even though he isn't wearing a master teacher robe and he didn't indicate his identity, I should have been asked him about it beforehand. Xianxia, I won't do it again. Save me. Luo Qingyan cried. Even though she seemed to be regretful of her actions, she was actually playing down her disrespect and emphasizing on the other party's domineering nature instead. This way, she made it seem as though Xianxia was the one who was unreasonable. Not only did he not flash his identity, He even injured a person who was just acting within her scope of responsibility. Atrocious! How dare a master teacher act in such a manner? This cannot be overlooked. As expected, after hearing Luo Qingyan's distorted version of the story, Song Chao's face darkened. Master teachers were a representation of the master teacher pavilion. As such, wherever they went, they had to make sure to act in a manner appropriate for their identity. How could the other party act so domineeringly as though he was a hoodlum? Don't worry, the blame is not on you for this matter. When I see that fellow later on, I'll make sure to teach him a lesson. I'll drill the idea of respect into him and have him apologize to you. Song Chao waved his hands grandly. How could a master teacher beat someone who was just doing her responsibility? This was something that only a tyrant would do. Thank you, Song Shi. Seeing that the other party was going to stand up for her, Luo Qingyan's eyes glowed in excitement. She turned to look at the young man in admiration. Did you see that? This is the might of a 4-star master teacher. Only a person of his level would dare to teach other master teachers a lesson. Humph, you sure acted arrogantly back then, having your tamed beast to sit on me. Let's see how you fare before Song Shi. In her view, given how the other party wasn't even 20 yet and his cultivation was clearly beneath hers, even if he was a master teacher, he would be at most 3-star only. Before a 4-star master teacher, he would still have to bend his back and act obediently. Song Shi, I'll take you to him now. The more she thought about it, the more excited she felt. Thus, she offered to lead the way. Nodding his head, Song Chao placed his hands behind his back and followed Luo Qingyan. Under the lead of the maid, Xianxia and group walked through a long corridor and arrived at a grand hall. At this moment, quite a large crowd had already gathered here. Taking a brief look, there were at least 100 people here. The banquet hadn't even started, but the guests were already gathering in groups, discussing something. Zhang Shi, this is the banquet venue. The garden owner will be arriving soon to welcome all of you. I'll be leaving now then. Nodding her head, the maid took her leave. If her impression of the young man before was reckless, arrogant, and a braggart, after the other party offered a solution to her affliction, all of these negative emotions turned into admiration, and the other party became her idol. Knowing that the maid had to return to guard the entrance, Zhang Xian waved his hands and proceeded into depths of the hall. Garden owner Shui usually doesn't allow us into her herb garden. Why would she suddenly invite all of us over? Did something happen? This banquet can't be as simple as it looks. Don't you know? I've been outside during the past few days and I only returned to Myriad Kingdom City today. I rushed here as soon as I saw the invitation letter, so how could I know what is going on? Rumors have it that the herb garden's centerpiece is severely ill, and it is on the verge of death. The banquet is just a cover. In truth, what she hopes to achieve is to bring all of us garden owners together to think of a solution. Centerpiece? You mean that? Shoo. Lower down your volume. This is all that I heard from my sources. As for what exactly happened, I don't have a clue either. Since that's the case, why is she being so secretive about it? To even go to the extent of using a banquet as a cover. That I'm not too sure as well. It's not like you are unaware of garden owner Shui's eccentric temper. She must have her own reasons for doing so. That's true. Amidst the crowd, the lowered voice of a trio sounded. Centerpiece? Could that be? Zhao Feiwu's eyebrows suddenly shot up. You know about it? Seeing that the other party seemed to have thought of something, Zhang Xian immediately turned his gaze to her. I've once read a book concerning herb gardens, so I know a thing or two about it. Zhao Feiwu nodded her head. Suppressing her voice, she continued. They should be referring to the Earth Vein Spirit Vine. Earth Vein Spirit Vine? Zhang Xian asked doubtfully. Even though he had read a considerable number of books, he had never come into contact with information regarding herb gardens. As such, he found the name extremely foreign. Zhao Wufei nodded her head. It's not really a secret. All herb gardens would have this. The Earth Vein Spirit Vine is a unique that grows by aligning itself with earth veins, absorbing spiritual energy, minerals, and water from it. Then, it uses all of these to nourish the ground, thus creating a superior field suited for growing all kinds of medicinal herbs. If one were to release their cattle at the same location, no matter how lush and concentrated the grass was, it was just a matter of time before it all disappeared. Medicinal herbs were the same as well. It was still fine to grow a medicinal herb in one location, but if one were to try to grow multiple medicinal herbs on the same field, the herbs would start competing for nutrients, and this would sap the field dry swiftly. Without nutrients to sustain the medicinal herbs, no matter how formidable the herb was, it would wither swiftly. The reason why herb gardens could supply a steady source of medicinal herbs without fail was due to the existence of this thing. Its decline and death meant that the entire herb garden was doomed. All of the medicinal herbs in the field would be ruined. Medicinal herbs growing on a field nourished by the earth vein spirit vine have a much more beautiful tone and significantly larger size. More importantly, its rate of maturity would be much faster as well. Some of the legendary 500-year-old herbs could reach maturity here in just 200 years. Otherwise, who could live for 500 years just to grow a single medicinal herb? Zhao Feiwu said. I see. Zhang Xian nodded his head. He had been puzzled by how medicinal herbs could be grown in large groups without any adverse effect. After all, unlike normal grains, they required a huge quantity of spiritual energy and nutrients. No matter how fertile the ground was, it was very difficult to sustain such massive output. It turned out that it was due to the credit of this mystical plant. If they are really talking about the earth vein spirit vine, then it's no wonder why garden owner Shui is panicking. Without the earth vein spirit vine to condition the field, given how the medicinal herbs were grown in proximity to one another, they would all surely shrivel swiftly. Zhao Feiwu continued. The earth vein spirit vine was like a formation providing the required conditions for the spirit herb's survival. Once it died, their source of nutrition would be stopped and they would shrivel swiftly. Zhang Xian nodded. Just as he was about to speak, a friendly voice suddenly sounded not too far away. Brother, did you follow your elders here to participate in the banquet as well? The one speaking was an amiable-looking young man. 2 dimples would appear on his face when he smiled, and this seemed to make him more approachable. Elder, Zhang Xian was taken aback. That's right. The only ones who are privileged to receive the invitation letters are the garden owners, herb kings, and the herbologist clans. I have met the 8 herb owners and 7 herb kings of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, and you clearly aren't any of them. Naturally, you must be here with your elder. The young man grinned. Herbologist clans? Zhang Xian was perplexed. He knew of garden owners and herb kings, but what in the world were herbologist clans? You don't know of herbologist clans? Seeing the other party's perplexed expression, the young man widened his eyes in disbelief. This was part of the fundamental knowledge of herb gardens. To not even know this, how in the world did the other party manage to get in here? The cultivation of medicinal herbs require the care of specialists, and herbologist clans like us provide such manpower to the herb gardens, the young man explained. There were farmers to care for the fields and shepherds to care for the herds. Similarly, there were herbologists to care for medicinal herbs. The higher tier a medicinal herb was, the harder it was to cultivate it. Similar to pill forging, it was an extremely profound knowledge. To cultivate a formidable herb, not only would one require time, more importantly, one would also require skilled and experienced workers. The medicinal herb being unable to live up to its full potential was one thing. In the worst-case scenario, an error made could even cause the plant to wither and die. Using the spirit herb noblegrass as example, this herb needed to be watered by maidens to live. If the maiden were to get into a relationship with a male, as soon as a drop of water from her were to fall onto the spirit herb, the herb would immediately dissipate into a cloud of smoke. It was exactly due to this nature of noble grass that it was used to check whether a lady was still a maiden or not. Melody rapture grass. It would take on an appearance similar to a human's I once it flowers. To keep it alive, a person had to dance and sing to delight it with a melody. Otherwise, it would die very quickly. There were many of such bizarre medicinal herbs throughout the world, and without the required knowledge, it would be impossible to grow them. And this knowledge was passed down only within the herbologist clans who devoted their entire lives to raising herbs. Back then, when the master-teacher pavilion was organizing the occupations, herbologists had been raised in the discussion. However, this occupation had a very divided heritage and there wasn't any clear school. On top of that, it had very little to do with cultivation and skills, being a knowledge-oriented occupation. As such, it failed to be ranked within the 9 paths. Otherwise, its name would surely be listed amidst the occupations of the lower 9 paths. I am just taking a look around. I didn't come with anyone. Understanding what was going on, Xianxia shook his head. Just taking a look around? The young man was taken aback. Where were they? The herb garden of garden owner Shui. Even an envoy of the Myriad Kingdom Alliance would find it hard to come in here. To be casually taking a look around here. You must be jesting. He had seen the fellow come in earlier. The maid guarding the entrance had escorted him personally here, and her attitude was exceptionally respectful. Even his grandfather didn't enjoy such a privilege. This was precisely the reason why he stepped forward in the hope of making friends. Otherwise, as the successor to a herbologist clan, he didn't have the time to be chatting everyone up. Thinking that the other party was just trying to keep a low profile, he decided not to ask any further. Smiling, he introduced himself. I am Lu Zhan, a member of Myriad Kingdom City's Lu clan. Xianxia replied. So, it's Brother Zhang. Nice to meet you. Despite reporting the Lu clan's name, the other party's expression remained unchanged. Lu Zhan's complexion immediately turned grave, and he hurriedly clasped his fist respectfully. As one of the 4 great clans of the Myriad Kingdom City, the Lu clan's power and standing was known throughout the entire alliance. Even nobles and powerful officials would have to respectfully address him as Lu Gongzi upon hearing of his identity. Yet this fellow remained unmoved. It seemed like he must have a huge backing. Thinking so, his attitude became even more respectful. If he were to know that Zhang Xian had simply never heard of the Lu clan, it was hard to say whether he would puke blood or faint on the spot. After chatting a moment longer, Lu Zhan realized that the person before him truly knew nothing about medicinal herbs at all, and his confusion deepened. Other people were still guessing the reason behind garden owner Shui's invitation, but as the successor to a prestigious herbologist clan, he had already received concrete news about the matter. After all, many of the herbologist maids serving in this herb garden came from their clan. It wasn't a problem for them to gather some information. Just as everyone had guessed, a problem had cropped up with the earth vein spirit vine. This was precisely the reason why all those who were invited were the greatest minds in the topic of herbology. Yet this fellow actually knew nothing at all. He had never even heard of herbologist clans. What exactly was his true identity for garden owner Shui to invite him over? While they were chatting, Luo Qingyan and Song Chao arrived at the hall. Song Sure, that's the fellow who laid his hands on me. Scanning the crowd, Luo Qingyan soon saw that hateful fellow and pointed him out. Following the other party's finger, Song Chao soon saw a figure. Zhang Xian was currently speaking to Lu Zhan, and his back was against them. Thus, Song Chao only saw the other party's back view. Even though it seemed weirdly familiar to him, he didn't connect it to Zhang Xian. After all, Zhang Shi seemed extremely close to Hall Master Sai of Honghai City back then, and so, Song Chao thought that the other party was from Honghai City. Why would someone from Honghai City suddenly appear here? And not to mention, how much of a coincidence would it be for the two of them to appear in the same herb garden? There's no mistake, it is him. He is the one who abused his identity as a master teacher to attack me. Song Shi, please redress my grievance. As long as you teach him a lesson in my stead, I, Qingyan, shall be yours. Luo Qingyan cuddled up with Song Chao with her voluptuous chests. She knew what men liked, and using her charms, she had always been able to convince them to help her. Otherwise, how could a young lady like her possibly open up a herb garden in Myriad Kingdom City? Feeling the astonishing buoyancy pressing against his arm, Song Chao immediately nodded his head and declared righteously, "Don't worry. Even if you didn't say a thing, I wouldn't allow a person who sullied the name of master teachers to get away scot-free." Even though he knew that the other party was just making use of him for vengeance, he didn't feel put off by it. In the first place, it was his duty to safeguard the honor and prestige of the Master-Teacher Pavilion. Not to mention, such a beautiful lady was asking for his help. Following behind that curvaceous figure, they soon arrived before Xianxia and group. We meet once again. Knowing that the 4-star Songshi would get back at Xianxia for her, Luo Qingyan was fearless. Stepping forward, she sneered coldly. Xianxia turned around and froze for a moment. Blinking his eyes, he asked doubtfully, "I thought you don't have an invitation letter? How did you enter the venue?" "You." Hearing those words, Luo Qingyan nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. "You still have the cheek to ask if I have an invitation letter or not. You're the one who snatched it away from me. Okay? I've entered by tagging along with Songshi." Suppressing her rage, Luo Qingyan turned to Songshi and said, "It's this Xianxia who abandoned his honor as a master teacher and ordered his tamed beast to attack me. I beseech Songshi to redress my grievance." However, Songshi remained completely motionless. Luo Qingyan frowned. Just as she was about to further provoke him into action, Xianxia's voice sounded, "Songshi? Oh, it's Little Song. Little Song." Luo Qingyan was stunned for a moment before frenzied joy gushed through her heart. This was a genius 4-star master teacher, an expert that came from a neighboring sect. Even the elders of Myriad Kingdom Alliance Master Teacher Pavilion would have to regard him as their peer. And yet, a young brat like you dares to address him as Little Song. Luo Qingyan had been thinking of how she should further fan the flames between the two young men, but from the looks of it now, there was no need for it. The other party had simply courted his own death. Not only her, even Lu Zhan, who had been trying to fathom Xianxia's identity, nearly keeled over. There were 4 stars on the emblem pinned on the chest of this Songshi, 4-star master teacher. To address the other party as Little Song as though he was a junior, Lu Zhan hurriedly turned over to Songshi in hopes of mediating the situation when the face of the genius suddenly distorted, and he looked as though he was going to cry at any moment now. Rookie Song Chao pays respect to Xianxia. At this moment he could feel his heart crumbling. Even if the other party was a 4-star master teacher, he would have challenged the other party on his actions. But before this fellow, how could he dare to do so? Having been beguiled by the other party's importation of heavens will twice consecutively. His fortune had already run dry, having experienced the other party's astonishing means personally in the past. If not in consideration for his pride and honor, he would have already run away straight upon seeing Xianxia's face. Teach him a lesson. Even if someone were to give him 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to do it. Songshi, he's being disrespectful to you. Why are... Huh! Luo Qingyan was still immersed in the vision of Xianxia being pummeled violently by Songshi, and she was just about to introduce some punishment methods to the latter when she suddenly realized what Songshi said and froze. What did rookie mean? It reflected one's ineptitude. Usually, only when juniors met with someone superior to them would they use such an address. This genius, a 4-star master teacher, was actually using this address with Xianxia? Could it be that this Xianxia, despite his young age, was even more incredible than Songshi? Are you for real? Luo Qingyan was about to burst into tears. She thought that a huge figure like Songshi would surely be able to teach that arrogant fellow a lesson so that she could get back at him. Who knew that the other party's backing was even bigger? Despite coming here to return the humiliation, she found herself being humiliated instead. What in the world was this? Lu Zhan's mouth also widened in shock. His eyes grew even bigger than that of a goldfish. He had been trying to guess this person's identity all along, and he had even thought of the Alliance head residence. But one thing he never imagined was that the other party would be a master teacher. Not to mention, a master teacher who could make a 4-star master teacher address himself as a rookie willingly. This was too fearsome. It was no wonder why a maid escorted him personally. He did possess the qualification for such treatment. Ignoring the shocked duo, Xianxia turned to Song Chao and asked, "Little Song, you wish to redress her grievance?" Initially, when he saw this fellow, he was a little surprised. However, he soon realized why the other party was here as well. In the treatment formula that he gave the other party, there were some medicinal herbs that needed to be fresh, and the only place to procure them was at the herb gardens. Most probably he was here for that purpose. And no, I just happened to meet with her. I don't know her at all. Song Chao smiled awkwardly, having fallen under the other party's importation of heaven's will twice. He knew that the other party was a master teacher who was far superior to him. Before such a figure, how could he possibly dare pull his weight? You don't know her? Xianxia lifted his finger and pointed. Only then did Song Chao realize that Luo Qingyan's voluptuous chest was still pressing against his arm. I really don't know her at all. Shocked, Song Chao hurriedly jerked his arm and pushed the latter away. The comfortable buoyant sensation from before felt like needle pricks at this instant, pricking him to the point that tears were threatening to spill from his eyes. Song Shi. Being pushed away, Luo Qingyan finally realized that the formidable Song Shi wasn't just respectful toward Zhang Shi. Rather, he was fearful of the other party. A person capable of inducing fear in a 4-star master teacher? What exactly was the other party's identity? Terrified, Luo Qingyan slowly backed away. At this instant, vengeance was the last thing in her mind. All that she could think of was how she could get away. She really felt like slapping the previous her at this moment. Why in the world was the latter so blind as to provoke a person of such standing? It was already a huge blessing that she was still breathing at the moment. All right, I get it. There's no need for you to act like that. Ignoring Luo Qingyan, who was preparing to escape, Xianxia waved his hands nonchalantly. Then, something suddenly struck him and his eyes lit up. Turning to Song Chao, he said, "Right. Do you need more soulless metal humanoids?" Previously, at the Soul Oracle tomb, Sun Chong had taken 4 grade 7 metal coffins, and of which, one of them was empty and the remaining 3 were filled with soulless metal humanoids. In any case, since those things were meaningless to him and a wealthy potential buyer was before him, he decided to try his luck. Soulless metal humanoid. Zhang Shi still has more of them? Song Chao asked. I still have 3 more. On top of that, I have the coffins which they are stored in as well. If you're interested, I can sell the coffin together with it and give you a discount. 5 middle-tier spirit stones for 1 set, Xianxia said. Previously, he'd sold the soulless metal humanoid to the other party for 40,000 low-tier spirit stones. This time, the coffin was thrown into the mix as well, but the price was only 5 middle-tier spirit stones. There was indeed a significant discount in the price. 5 middle-tier spirit stones? Song Chao's lips twitched. I don't have that many middle-tier spirit stones. His entire fortune had run dry from purchasing the soulless metal humanoid from before. Even though he had recouped his losses by reporting the expense to the elders of his sect after returning to the Myriad Kingdom City, that was all in terms of low-tier spirit stones. Even if he were to strip himself bare, he could only produce 1 middle-tier spirit stone. Furthermore, that was a reward for obtaining the soulless metal humanoid. Then, how much do you have? Xianxia asked. 1. Song Chao replied honestly. That works as well. I'll sell you 1 grade 7 metal coffin then. This is a work from a 4-star blacksmith. It can serve as a comfortable bed which will cool you down in summer and warm you up in winter. More importantly, it's a set with the soulless metal humanoid you bought previously. If you were to return with it and study it thoroughly, you might be able to make a breakthrough in your soul cultivation. Xianxia flicked his wrist and passed a storage ring over. Storage rings were already worthless to him now, and he had several of them on him. In this storage ring was the coffin storing the soulless metal humanoid which Luo Zhu stole previously. Xianxia had already gained a deep understanding of soul oracles via Mo Hunsheng, and so, these coffins and soulless metal humanoids served little purpose to him. It would be best if he could trade them for something more practical. Grade 7 metal coffin? Grabbing the ring, Song Chao immediately dripped a droplet of blood on it before sending his consciousness into it. After taking a look, his eyes immediately lit up. There were indeed many symbols commonly used by soul oracles carved on it. If one were to study the soulless metal humanoid alongside the coffin, It could indeed help to augment one's understanding toward souls. All right, I'll take it. Here's your middle-tier spirit stone. As he said so, he flicked his wrist and passed a jade box over. Opening a crack in the jade box, Xianxia immediately felt concentrated spiritual energy gushing straight toward him. Knowing that there was a middle-tier spirit stone inside, Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction and put it in his ring. I have another 3 soulless metal humanoid and the higher-grade crimson metal coffin. If you're interested in them, bring more middle-tier spirit stones along with you to look for me. I'll welcome you anytime. After receiving the middle-tier spirit stone, the satisfied Xianxia looked at Song Chao as though he was a mobile sack of money. This fellow was indeed wealthy. Xianxia had profited significantly from the other party, as expected of a sect member. Yes, I'll definitely report the matter to my sect. If there's anything we need, we'll definitely look for you. Nodding his head, Song Chao turned around and left. However, right after taking a few steps, he suddenly froze and his complexion darkened. Tears began streaming down his face. Shit, I got beguiled again. Despite being on his guard, he still fell for the other party's tricks. He was truly a foe that was impossible to guard against.